Title: Eerie Dreams and Disturbing Dust. The searing pain of dirt mixed with cigarette butts striking her face had yet to dissipate, as Qin Yu gasped for breath in the stifling darkness, her consciousness fading. Above her, a man's malicious chuckle echoed, "Qin Yu, you are nothing but a whore." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the last clod of earth buried her entirely. As the girl's scream shattered the autumn night silence, Qin Yu abruptly opened her eyes in the pitch blackness of the Tukeuchi Village Health Center, the power having failed. Before her stood her wooden-faced father, her timid mute mother, and the familiar yet alien rural cottage, all reminding her that she was but 16 years old. Yet the despair of being buried alive, the man's venomous curse, and the bizarrely mocking gaze of a peculiar cat remained hauntingly vivid. She gazed down at her delicate hands, a lingering chill at her neck, a remnant of the 3 undone buttons from before her unconsciousness, and the fleeting shadow in the darkness. Elle hinted that this rebirth was no mere coincidence. As dreams and reality began to intertwine, would Qin Yu be able to unveil the bloody truth concealed deep within her memories? Chapter 1. Dried Fish and Cats. An immense dream culminated in dirt cascading from above. Looking up, she could see a group of indistinct figures shoveling soil, and there was a man looming over her, gazing down. Though his features were obscured, his voice rang out with startling clarity. "I still remember the first time I saw you, dressed in your humble rural attire, not particularly attractive, rather unremarkable, yet your eyes were beautiful, and I was instantly captivated." The woman in the pit possessed a beauty that was not overwhelmingly stunning. She had a certain charm. A blend of charm and irreverence, yet subtly conservative and demure. At first glance, she does not appear to be a virtuous woman, though it is difficult to pinpoint her flaws. In simpler terms, she possesses a profound cunning and a talent for pretense. She looked up at him and said, "As for this matter, I have felt the same way then as I do now." He smiled. "Go on," she returned his smile. "It feels like dog excrement has been splattered into my mouth." With an air of composure, he replied, "Yet you have swallowed that excrement, and on numerous occasions at that." A double entendre, both suggestive and sordid. "Do you speak as if you take pride in it?" "Not pride, merely a sense of regret. After all, she has been a woman entwined in my life for so many years. The sensation of being buried alive must be rather unpleasant, and I feel a twinge of sympathy." Such unabashed insult inevitably invites retaliation. "The list of economic crimes is far too extensive for me to articulate. The stock market has collapsed, overseas assets are frozen, and you are acutely aware of how many lives you've tainted. The investigation order has already been issued. Even purchasing a ticket for a humble rural bus must now prove challenging for you. The higher one climbs, the more painful the fall." Her words flowed with a lightness that momentarily halted the laborers in their tracks. Why was she being buried alive? Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he enunciated clearly, "Qin Yu, you are nothing but a harlot." He cast the burning cigarette aside, the ember landing on her face, searing hot and mingling with the earth. Suffocating. Yet, there remained the echo of his laughter, born from anger. "Yet you are rather naive. Some matters exhibit a great deal of noise but little substance. Those who lack familiarity with the rules of the circle, deluding themselves into thinking they can manipulate these rules, only render themselves a source of amusement and sorrow. Much like you at this moment." He crouched down, reminiscent of a mischievous youth idly observing fish in a brook. "Indisputable evidence is as solid as a mountain. Without a crime, there can be no conviction. Even if this establishment were vast, it would be of no consequence if you cannot grasp it, though I suspect you will have little opportunity to do so." Indeed, she would not see it, for the final expanse of earth had come crashing down. A shroud of darkness enveloped her. To the east of Tukeuchi Village, one must walk 3 miles to reach the village clinic, the only one serving several villages. When the girl lying on the bed behind the pristine curtain opened her eyes, no one was aware, yet many lives shifted in an instant. This was precisely when the power outage occurred. In the autumn evening, visibility was already low, the light bulbs extinguished, plunging the room into half-darkness. Qin Yuan, known for his stoic demeanor in Tukeuchi Village, suddenly realized his daughter had awakened. He immediately stood, his previously expressionless face now showing signs of emotion, yet he struggled to find words, managing only a dry utterance. "Xiao Yu, how are you? Are you still unwell? Do you feel faint?" Upon catching sight of her father's somewhat disheveled and grimy face, Qin Yu's gaze momentarily turned vacant, embodying a curious expression dazed, as if her soul had momentarily departed, ultimately morphing into anguish and fear. Others failed to comprehend this, but as her father, Qin Yuan understood, albeit with confusion. His heart ached for her, and just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Yuan called for the doctor, who soon arrived with a languid yawn. After examining Qin Yu's pupils and complexion, the doctor opened and closed his mouth, uttering something brief, finally waving his hand in annoyance. "Why come here if you know you can't understand? Your wife would be better off." This remark was overheard by the doctor's wife, who, with a scowl, began to berate him. The doctor, taken aback, turned to Qin Yuan with a serious demeanor and said, "You must heed the doctor's advice, otherwise. Why consult a physician? Alas, there's no point in speaking to you, being a deaf man. What else can you do but saw wood?" The diminutive doctor, barely over 5 feet tall, pointed at the towering Qin Yuan, who could only stare at him in silence. Once he had vented his frustration, the short doctor jotted down some notes on a piece of paper, tossed it to Qin Yuan, and gestured for 100 yuan. In the early 21st century, 100 yuan was a considerable sum in rural areas. Qin Yuan could not fathom why the doctor demanded such a fee for a mere glance at his daughter, Slyly, without providing any medication, yet he had no grounds to dispute it, as there was only one doctor in their vicinity. He could not afford to offend him, or perhaps it was akin to a rapid succession of frames in a flash, retreating with clarity. Even the masters who have penned extensive works over the years could scarcely imagine that she would witness the tumultuous and unspeakable passage of time from her youthful, song-like days. Perhaps it was because they had never faced death. Those were her parents. They toiled together, and then, as a young girl, she would stealthily rise in the night, grasp a small hoe from the corner, and slip out of the house. With a series of sharp thuds from the hoe, something was unearthed, emanating an overwhelming stench even before she could examine it closely. Could it be dried salted fish? Then she caught sight of a terrifying visage, a malevolent feline face formed from an eerie mist. The dream shattered, and she jolted awake, only to realize she was resting on a broad, warm back. The dream had crumbled. Was this the reality, or merely a continuation of the butterfly's dream? Had she perished, or was she still alive? The figure carrying her was tall and moved swiftly, as if evening had fallen. The wind was brisk and biting. She instinctively curled up, cursing the infernal butterfly for the chill that pierced her. "Little fish, are you cold? It's a bit foul here, let's hurry, father." Strange, how does that wasteland's stench permeate the air? To his side was a deaf man. He could not hear his daughter's words, so he continued to speak, his strides growing longer. Yet, Qin Yu found herself momentarily choked, the impact of that dream weighing heavily upon her, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. A cat concealed within the noxious underbrush. It fixed its emerald, amber-tinted gaze upon her. Curiously, despite the distance and her poor eyesight, compounded by the dimming light, she could distinctly see its eyes. In those feline orbs lay a strange mockery, and the cat, with an air of aloofness, raised a paw to lick its back, yet suddenly puffed its cheeks, mimicking a gesture of rolling its eyes in disgust before appearing to retch. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. Suddenly, her mind conjured up the swift expressions of a rural girl, reminiscent of a disdainful meme depicting a truly contemptible cat. Looking back, it had vanished, leaving only the misty chill of an autumn night. Inside the small cottage, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. From a distance, Qin Yu discerned a slender, fragile silhouette peering at them through the interplay of shadow, and candlelight, soon approaching with hurried steps. Qin Yuan quickened his pace as well. However, upon their reunion, the couple found themselves enveloped in silence. One was a deaf-mute, the other a mute-deaf. Whether this was a divine arrangement for their harmonious connection or a cruel twist of fate remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Qin Yu existed within such a home, where communication was stifled. In that moment, she felt the urge to rush forward and embrace her mother. Yet, an unsettling sense of unreality held her back, leaving her to gaze vacantly as her mother approached. The woman seemed tentative, her heart heavy with concern. She reached out to touch Qin Yu's forehead but hesitated, ultimately opting to lightly touzle her daughter's disheveled hair. Instead, Any typical girl might interpret this gesture as a sign of maternal disdain. However, Qin Yu understood it to be the reflection of their unique mother-daughter dynamic, where the daughter's resistance fostered the mother's timidity. Though accustomed to this, today felt different. A stirring impulse resonated deep within her heart. Perhaps the haunting dream had been too vivid, too terrifying. The return of what was lost did not necessarily bring satisfaction. It could equally evoke a profound fear of potential loss once more. Instinctively, she advanced and embraced Qin's mother's slender waist. A delicate aroma of wheat, mingled with a hint of soap, wafted towards her. In an instant, Qin Yu dispelled those bizarre memories, dismissing them as merely a dream. Her parents were vividly present before her. This complete and authentic person was not the mangled corpse she had envisioned. "Mother," she uttered, realizing her voice was surprisingly tender, like that of a young maiden. No, she was, in fact, a young maiden, 16 years of age. The Qin couple were equally astonished. Their daughter, usually distant and taciturn, was behaving unusually today. However, being a couple not given to effusive communication, Qin's mother, as a maternal gesture, mustered her courage and reached out to fasten the top 3 buttons of Qin Yu's garment, concerned that her daughter might be cold. Qin Yu suddenly realized that 3 buttons of her collar had been undone, explaining the slight chill she had felt earlier. But she hadn't unbuttoned them before fainting. Who had done it? Could it be that strange cat? The cat seemed rather lecherous. As the family ushered her inside, Qin Yu, perhaps preoccupied with the peculiar cat, subconsciously glanced around. By chance, she caught sight of a shadowy figure lurking behind a large tree in the dim night. As soon as she looked over, it retreated further behind the tree. The height of that shadow. It didn't seem like a cat. Qin Yu felt a vague sense of unease. Chapter 2. His Excellency. The cat. The significance of the button on her garment juxtaposed with the dark silhouette behind the tree weighs heavily upon her. She seems ensnared in a web of contradiction, as if an unseen presence is urging her to regard these two matters with utmost seriousness. It is akin to a fierce struggle between two entities within her mind. Last night, she found herself once again ensnared in a dream, or rather, reliving the same haunting vision. It left her in a state of despair, awakening to discover her pillow soaked and her cheeks clammy with distress. She had succumbed to tears thrice, stifling her sobs beneath the covers. Yet, before she could fully unravel her turmoil, she was halted by her mother, Weisheng, who towered over her and had prepared a breakfast of rice porridge accompanied by an egg. The intimacy shared the previous night rendered the typically reticent Qin Yu somewhat awkward, leading her to bow her head in silence as she ate. Weisheng, embodying the role of a mother, felt a similar discomfort. Her natural inclination towards silence left her seated beside her daughter, observing her in quietude. However, after finishing her meal, Qin Yu raised her gaze and, in a soft, hesitant voice, inquired, "Mother, may I have another bowl? And an extra egg, please?" Weisheng could only respond with a silent pause. Her daughter had indeed transformed. Her appetite had noticeably increased. While financial constraints loomed over their household, porridge and eggs were still within their means. Weisheng sensed a subtle shift in her daughter's demeanor, realizing that the barriers of estrangement had begun to wane, albeit not to the extent of intimacy. At least there was a willingness to meet her gaze more frequently. This development brought her joy, yet, 3 minutes later, Weisheng felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Why did her daughter gaze at her so intently and with such a profoundly aged expression? Qin Yu found herself contemplating the extraordinary beauty of her mother, a beauty so striking that it seemed incongruous for one who hailed from a rustic village. Yet, it was precisely the serene wilderness that had nurtured her mother's innate gentleness. However, this realization bore its own burdens. Suddenly recalling the harrowing scenes from her dreams, Qin Yu felt a lump rise in her throat, nearly choking on a spoonful of porridge. Fortunately, she drew a deep breath, managing to steady herself. In the end, she added resolutely, "I will not wander off." Though her daughter was typically composed, Weisheng felt a twinge of unease, yet struggled to articulate her concerns, ultimately resorting to a mere shake of her head. Qin Yu, not in a hurry to assuage her worries, rose to clear the table. After washing her hands in the kitchen, she returned, "I am going to do my homework now, Mom. Your beauty is so captivating that if you linger here, I might lose my focus," Qin Yu stated earnestly. Weisheng, initially taken aback by her daughter's unexpected task of washing dishes, soon found her cheeks flushed with a mix of surprise and a hint of playful annoyance as she gently tapped Qin Yu's head. This instinctive gesture of motherhood was soon followed by a pang of regret, fearing it might upset her daughter. However, to her surprise, the usually taciturn and aloof Qin Yu smiled, her unremarkable features lighting up with warmth. She was neither a little girl nor entirely grown, embodying a unique blend of innocence and maturity. Perhaps it was Qin Yu's inherent reliability that reassured her parents, coupled with her utterly irresistible reasoning, which ultimately led Weisheng to decide to assist her husband and with farming in the fields. However, no sooner had she stepped outside than a serious-minded girl, engaging in playful banter with her mother, deftly tore a page from her homework, crumpled it into two small balls, and slipped out the door, racing along a narrow path toward the foul-smelling wasteland. As she ran, she stuffed the little balls into her nostrils. Essential protection against the noxious fumes, a mere 0.998, just 0.998, and there's no need to fear the stench of body odor, foot odor, halitosis, or the foulness of salted fish. The wasteland remained as it always was, though it seemed even more odious than before. With paper balls lodged in her nose for protection, Qin Yu found herself at the infamous salted fish pit, which exuded a stench that could incite the wrath of both man and deity Ali. In truth, her strength was minimal. She had only managed to dig a few times with a hoe, and yet she unearthed such a bizarre piece of dried fish, accompanied by a most peculiar tree. And there lay her hoe on the ground, a testament to her visit. The salted fish remained undisturbed. Qin Yu bit her lip, deep in thought, when suddenly she heard the sound of a cat's meow. An eerie chill ran down her spine, heightening her senses. There's no need to look, for my spirit transcends the heavens and the earth. Omnipresent and all-encompassing you are firmly within my grasp, proclaimed a voice of imposing authority. The young girl, Qin Yu, perhaps gripped by fear, found herself unnervingly aware of the future, yet still terrified.
You.
Are you a monster, a cat demon, a feline spirit? From before the founding of the nation? She stammered. As a weak and foolish mortal, you lack the right to inquire. I can only reveal that you are the chosen one, destined to assist me in traversing the myriad realms to eradicate evil. Should you refuse, the future you glimpse will become your very reality. The mixture of disdain and threat was undeniably formidable. Qin Yu habitually bit her lip. Is that truly my future? Indeed. Although you were buried alive at the age of 34, past your prime, don't you have some awareness of whether it resembles you? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. After all, she possessed an inherent resilience. She inquired, why do the divine beings speak so crudely and venomously? You are not particularly clever. I fear you might not comprehend unless I am more direct. Qin Yu sensed a reluctance to engage in dialogue with this entity, which resembled a cat deity yet bore the traits of a cat demon. At that moment, her thought process was markedly more mature. The repeated dreams had transformed her from a once naive girl into someone far more astute. Time equates to experience, and experience is a product of time together. They alter everything. The young Qin Yu had begun to form a rough semblance of the woman she would become in her 30s. Disregarding the cat demon, she recalled the dreams of her future, her expression growing increasingly grave.
Then
She suddenly dashed towards the thicket, forcefully parting the dense undergrowth, and discovered a scrawny, filthy, and foul-smelling kitten nestled within. Cat deity, cat demon, the kitten merely stared. Qin Yu was left speechless. Her pretension had not been struck down by lightning, yet her facade was now exposed, creating an awkward situation. Casting a silent glance at the creature, Qin Yu turned to leave. Before long, your family will be compelled to leave this village, lacking money, power, and connections. In the pursuit of funding your exorbitant transfer fees, your father will perish on a construction site, while your mother succumbs to depression. Subsequently, your already poor academic performance leads you to a dismal high school, where you fall victim to malicious friends who drug you, capturing incriminating photographs, and subjecting you to humiliation from your peers, ultimately resulting in your expulsion. This will drive your mother into a deeper depression, culminating in her tragic leap from a building, leaving you forced into the role of another's mistress, entangled in a web of treachery, and ultimately buried alive. The filthy little cat was incensed by Qin Yu's gesture of covering her nose and began to murmur ominously from behind. The various forms of coercion served as a grim testament to her bleak future. Moreover, the cat's narrating voice dramatically enhanced the atmosphere, vividly embedding those ing images into her mind. Qin Yu's complexion turned ashen, her legs weakened, collapsing onto the edge of the field. After a moment, she covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Unable to suppress her emotions, she sobbed, "That was not mere treachery. I sought vengeance against the mine owner Jia in Qin, who caused my father's demise. My mother's depression was also a consequence of his actions. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that after I killed him, I discover my mother's suicide was triggered by someone showing her my compromising photographs. That person was the very beast I had endured for over a decade. He orchestrated my drugging as well." Weeping like a heartbroken soul, filled with regret, she lamented that even if she were buried alive, that individual might still evade justice. Such sorrow was indeed pitiable. The cat demon paused in silence, eventually recalling that she was not merely a demon but a divine being, and that kindness was essential. Thus, she endeavored to comfort her. "Do not blame the heavens, the celestial beings, those deities, are rather preoccupied. They predominantly attend to matters of significant import, such as the peace of the myriad realms and universes. Your mundane misfortunes are of little concern to them. However, your unfortunate circumstances primarily stem from..." After a brief hesitation, it continued with a flourish and a rhyme. "It is because of your own folly, repeatedly ensnaring yourself and causing trouble for your mother. Yet, both intelligence and emotional acumen are innate who can be held accountable? This prince rarely offers solace," it remarked. "Do you feel any better now?" Qin Yu, suddenly unable to cry, was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. The cat, feeling a sense of achievement, thought that its first attempt at consolation had been rather effective. Seeing that Qin Yu had ceased her tears, the cat remained patient, sitting quietly in the grass, confident that she would ultimately relent. Indeed, Qin Yu wiped away her tears, rose, and walked over to seize a hoe, preparing to depart. And then she left. The cat was left in a state of bewilderment for quite some time before suddenly seizing a small stone nearby and striking it against its own chest. What nonsense is this about mutual destruction? Who uttered such ridiculous truths? This is infuriating. And so, it coughed up blood. Alas, it had forgotten that this newly formed body was somewhat frail.
"Help me.
Save me." The cat extended its paw towards Qin Yu in a desperate plea for aid. But suddenly, Qin Yu halted, her gaze fixed upon a figure traversing the fields. This individual appeared shifty, with a demeanor that seemed rather dubious. Qin Yu was certain she did not recognize this person, yet in her dream, this figure was Lai Chun from the neighboring village. This is also a significant reason that would compel their family to leave Zhunei village. Indeed, Qin Yu has lost her composure, her fleeting sense of fortune and steadfast materialistic spirit utterly shattered. Having never encountered Lai Chun before, she realizes that the figure in her dreams bears an uncanny resemblance to the individual she now sees. This revelation signifies that the dismal future of her family is all but inevitable. It is highly probable that this person is searching for someone, her biological mother, with ulterior motives.
Chapter 3. Entering the inner chamber. The term malicious intent pertains to the subjective nature of a target, denoting a nefarious action that has yet to be executed. While onlookers may merely express verbal or mental disdain, the future victim's daughter perceives it as deserving of the most severe retaliation. Thus, her initial response is to crouch down and conceal herself. The feline, clearly not lacking in intelligence, ceases its cries upon noticing her crouched form. Only the cool autumn breeze accompanies the lingering chill. Ugh, this dreadful weather is truly frigid. By winter, the urine might well freeze into icicles, she muses. Lai Chun, a rascal by nature, is known for his foul mouth and abundant chatter. Women of all ages in their village have not escaped his verbal advances. However, his beady eyes seem poorly suited for discerning his surroundings, and as he surveys the desolate area, he fails to spot anyone. It is not that he is unwilling to investigate further, but rather that the stench is unbearable, prompting him to cover his nose. Where could that little girl be? He wonders, taking a few steps inward, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far from Qin Yu. Ultimately, unable to endure the foul odor any longer, he mutters a few curses before departing. Once he is out of earshot, Qin Yu remains seated on the ground, not rising but instead collapsing onto the earth. "Hey! Are you still crying? Can't you muster some resilience? What you need to do first is... The little cat approaches her side, noticing her lack of tears and instead observing her pale, dazed expression. You look even more foolish like this, the cat remarks after a moment's contemplation, bursting into laughter at its own jest. Qin Yu gazes at it, perceiving the creature as rather dim-witted. Perhaps it was the unrestrained expression of Qin Yu that rendered the cat unable to maintain its composure, leading it to settle on the ground as well. Both human and feline exchanging glances. Are you not a deity? Assist me in eliminating him, and I shall aid you in return. Do not harbor such illusions. I shall never assist you, they both declared in unison. Qin Yu furrowed her brow, while the cat earnestly elaborated. We deities cannot indiscriminately wield our powers to aid our chosen ones. Life is arduous and must be navigated step by step. Oh, Qin Yu conceded, merely stating. You have exhausted your powers, have you not? The cat's fur bristled in indignation as it immediately retorted, impossible. That is entirely unfounded. Just tell me. Do you wish to follow this esteemed one or not? Otherwise, prepare for your demise. The cat exuded an air of superiority, a disdainful smirk suggesting that it regarded her with a sense of disdain for daring to refuse. The cat stared at her, disbelief etched across its face. In that fleeting moment, their inner thoughts were as follows. The cat mused, this esteemed one does not believe you are impervious to temptation. You shall inevitably become my servant. Ultimately, they indeed parted ways. Such pride is inherent in both young maidens and kittens alike. Should she confide in the villagers about the adults? There was no need for future memories. The recollections of the past few years, during which the villagers disparaged her parents, were ample proof that this route was fraught with unreliability. Echoing the sentiments of Mr. Lu Sun, Qin Yu surmised that the Chinese are notorious for interpreting others' actions with the utmost malice. Many individuals derive their sense of superiority from verbally belittling others. Basking in the agreement of their peers, this engenders a peculiar satisfaction, akin to the delight of a bowl of 8 treasure rice after a period of hunger. They consumed it ravenously. Their manners appalling. Indeed, in the mouths of those men, it is likely not a mere suggestion of jealousy, but rather a blatant exploitation. Her mother endured profound suffering in such an environment, unable to refute, only capable of bearing the indignities she wished to endure, yet her father could not tolerate it. The Lai family had connections, as his uncle was the village chief and possessed some wealth. A group was summoned, and they descended upon him, inflicting severe injuries, with Lai Chun intentionally shattering 2 of his fingers with a bottle. For a carpenter, the loss of 2 fingers equated to the loss of his livelihood. The Lai family subsequently bribed the village committee of Takenouchi, and after a banquet between the 2 village chiefs, the matter was swiftly resolved. In time, Lai Chun continued to harass them, and even the men of the village spoke lewdly. The village committee persistently made things difficult for them. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave the village, just as the cat had foretold. This marked the inception of tragedy. Lai Chun acted as the catalyst, while the ignorance and selfishness of the villagers served as contributing factors. The inherent flaws of humanity were the root cause. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yu inadvertently snapped her pencil with a forceful grip, her lips pursed tightly. She must alter the trajectory of this dismal fate. The soft glow of the setting sun spilled into the window, and within her heart, a faint outline of resolution began to take shape, yet it remained unformed. Rising, Qin Yu prepared the meal, and soon sounds emerged from outside the courtyard. After a day of toil, both were naturally weary. Yet their straightforward natures allowed them to accept life as it came, and their shared labor rendered them oblivious to the bleakness of their circumstances. However, an unusual tension lingered as both turned to observe her upon entering. Weisheng approached, extending the basket he held towards Qin Yu. Though no words were exchanged, their eyes sparkled with unspoken joy. Qin Yuan, typically taciturn and reserved, uttered a single remark, "Your mother saw it." He busied himself with tidying his clothes and shoes, adding, "It won't consume much, and if you find it dull, you might as well take care of the little fish, it seems rather endearing." Qin Yu glanced down at the small kitten nestled within the basket, likely having been washed by Weisheng, appearing somewhat cleaner, however. Their gazes met once more. Qin Yu remarked, "It is not dull, nor is it adorable, it is quite unattractive." The kitten retorted, "Likewise, you are even uglier and foolish." Both shared a mutual disdain. Yet Qin Yu refrained from further comment, and the family maintained a harmonious atmosphere during dinner. The kitten, restless in its basket, reminded the trio of its own hunger. Weisheng, ever compassionate, felt a pang of guilt and promptly rose to serve it a portion of their meal. Observing that she herself had barely eaten, Qin Yu interjected. "Mother, allow me." She then proceeded to pour a glass of water. To her surprise, both parents reacted with astonishment as Qin Yu slowly explained. The natural science book states that this kitten is still quite young and should not consume cooked food. Water is sufficient. You, on the other hand, seem to think water is all you need. Who pressed down the lid on your science teacher's coffin? Must be someone immensely strong. The kitten glared at her, while Qin Yu gazed tenderly at it, gently offering water. Water flowed into its nose. Life was tough for the kitten, just wait. Yet, the kitten, clever as it was, recognized that Qin Yu was not as foolish as she appeared. Furthermore, there was a second point. What could it be? Ascending to divinity? It puffed out its chest, envisioning that it would one day grow into an extraordinarily adorable creature, and that she would surely revere it as her little ancestor. Qin Yu. There was a moment of awkwardness as Qin Yu opened her eyes and spoke without reservation. It appears we both have high expectations of one another. Now, we must take the first step towards collaboration. Right now? The cat hesitated for a moment, swaying its tail and regarding her with a hint of suspicion. You need not cast any spells, simply take a few more steps to exercise your body. At just 16. The girl wore a warm expression and spoke with a gentle tone, complemented by the innate simplicity that often accompanies a life of hardship. How could it possibly go awry? The cat found itself believing in this rustic girl at that moment. The next day, the girl and the cat arrived at the eastern edge of the neighboring village of Shangxi, a journey that took merely a few minutes. The weather was delightful, the sun casting a warm glow as they stood behind a large tree, gazing at the three connected two-story buildings not far away. The village chief's abode was much grander than the Qin family. Asked Cat, "What exactly do you want me to do?" We agreed not to. Qinsheng, steal underwear. Clear and concise. Cat. Qin Yu elaborated, "In my memory, this Lai Chan was quite favored by his uncle, the village chief of Shangxi. However, he later got into trouble and was imprisoned, which also revealed his long-standing affair with his aunt. Do you comprehend what this implies? Cat, you mortals truly lack discretion." Qin Yu, sigh. Cat, this matter could tarnish my reputation as a deity. Qin Yu, today, my mother discovered that the leftovers on the table had been entirely consumed, and I feel compelled to confess. Cat, is it about the underwear? I have taken note of that. The arrow is knocked, and it must be released. Moreover, as the leader, one cannot refrain from demonstrating strength, so let us proceed. Qinsheng added with utmost caution and seriousness, remember to pilfer 2 small steamed buns that are stuck together. The cat rolled its eyes as it reached the corner of the Lai family's wall. With a slight push of its feet, it gracefully leaped up to a height of 0.2 meters, colliding gently with the wall. Upon landing, it was of no consequence, as long as the posture remained elegant. It picked itself up, dusted off its rear, and slipped through the dug hole. Qin Yu mused, truly, it is a cat of remarkable adaptability. Surely it will achieve great success in the future. As Qin Yu silently lamented, she leaned against a tree, awaiting the triumphant return of the cat deity. Suddenly, a hand descended upon her shoulder. Someone was there. Chapter 4, the most humiliating method of quick travel in an instant. Qin Yu feared that she had been discovered by the Lai family. This place was hardly conspicuous, especially since it was adjacent to the pigsty, a location unlikely to attract ordinary passers-by. She had always believed her ability to survey the terrain and select the perfect crime scene was commendable. How pedestrian. She regarded the girl before her with the discerning eye of a future mistress, yet her heart sank as she realized that, prior to her fainting yesterday or upon regaining consciousness, she should have been clad in similarly plump cotton trousers and an indistinct type of cotton coat like this girl. However, she recognized this individual. It was Li Xiaoyun from Shangxi village, who attended junior high school in town alongside her, and they were in the same class. Perhaps Qin Yu's expression was too woeful and distressing, for the young girl, Li Xiaoyun, appeared somewhat uneasy. Xiao Yu, I heard that you fainted in the fields. Is your mind still not quite right? Had it not been for the sincerity of your concern, I would have surely given you a sharp slap. Your intellect may be lacking. Ah, perhaps it is true, that place truly reeks. Qin Yu, inherently delicate and frail in appearance, leaned against a large tree. Li Shaolun, instantly convinced and filled with concern, inquired, "Have you completed your homework? Classes resume tomorrow. Is there anything more tragic than a family's grim future?" "Indeed, there is. For instance, the imminent deadline for homework submission." However, this dilemma did not seem insurmountable. Qin Yu quickly regained her confidence, asserting that she could manage it. Li Shaolun, lacking assertiveness and sensitivity, refrained from further discussion, especially upon noticing a group approaching, seemingly from the village committee. It was the village chief and his entourage. Li Shaoyun recognized her village chief at a glance, the bald man with a prominent belly. Lai Jingyi was indeed a conspicuous figure, and local folklore suggested that such features were typical of officials, which fueled his smugness as he led the committee members, offering guidance while occasionally nudging Lai Chen, who, despite being an unemployed drifter, carried an air of superiority by associating with his uncle. Soon enough, the group spotted the two young girls beneath the large tree by the pig pen. Li Shaoyun blended into the background, while Qin Yu evoked the memories of her mother's beauty among the men present, each lost in their own thoughts. Lai Jingyi, with a glint in his eye, approached the two girls with a genial demeanor, inquiring about their presence. Before Qin Yu could fabricate an excuse, the straightforward Li Shaoyun interjected. "I was asking Xiao Yu about her homework. Classes begin tomorrow." The mention of homework in classes drew the attention of the group, who scrutinized the two girls, neither particularly remarkable nor tidy in appearance. Their academic performance was also lacking, indeed trailing at the bottom. One might hope to inherit at least a semblance of their mother's beauty. However, with such a lack of allure and intellect, one's future seems rather bleak. Lai Jingyi, having lost interest, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yu and remarked, "Qin Yu, your father's furniture is quite decent. Perhaps he could craft a few chairs for me. Do ensure that he does not deliver them himself, he's busy. Have your mother come instead." The others chimed in agreement. Qin Yu, resembling a wooden figure, nodded and murmured, "Oh, I'll remember that." While speaking, her gaze fell upon a shadowy figure darting behind Lai Jingyi and the others, accompanied by something pink. She narrowed her eyes, remaining unperturbed. "What a foolish sight!" Lai Chen scoffed, his expression unimpressed. Yet, after they departed, Qin Yu lifted her hand, fingers brushing against the button of her collar. Indeed, it was that scoundrel, although it seemed he had not gained much, having only unfastened 3 buttons before fleeing. Was it the cat's influence? Little fish, did I just see something unusual? Is there something significant happening in your village today? Matters like this are common knowledge among the village committees and the majority of farmers, save for one individual. Qin Yu cast a glance at the retreating figures of Lai Jingyi and the others, pondering whether they realized her father was deaf. By the river bank, she spotted a cat standing triumphantly atop a pink bra. The posture was meant to be impressive, yet with both paws planted firmly, it appeared rather ridiculous. She witnessed it perform a split atop the bra. Upon noticing her approach, the cat lifted its chin, as if to say, "Look what I've got, impressive, isn't it?" Indeed, it was impressive. Qin Yu observed crumbs of the bra lingering at the corners of its mouth, yet she deemed it unworthy of mention. After all, the cat held its dignity in high regard. Should she comment, it would likely take offense and retaliate. "Speak, what purpose do you have for this steamed bun cover? Do you intend to conceal it beneath Lai Chun's quilt?" The cat wore an expression that seemed to suggest it had seen through your intentions. "Where it is placed is of little consequence, what truly matters is whether it will be discovered." "Qin Yu, why must it be Lai Jingyi? Is no one else suitable?" The cat paused, and Qin Yu smiled, picking up a pebble, deftly toying with it between her fingers, and remarked, "It would be preferable for it to be someone else." Once rumors surface, suspicion arises, followed closely by anger and humiliation, leading to inevitable investigations and subsequent vengeance. Men, in this regard, tend to possess a rather limited capacity for tolerance. As far as I know, women often harbor even less tolerance. Are you not resentful of how he might jeopardize your family's future? Furthermore, he undid 3 of my buttons. The cat looked enlightened. "So you are aware, huh? This matter was indeed thanks to my intervention, otherwise, even if you were unattractive, he would surely have indulged without discrimination." With a flick of her wrist, She sent the stone skipping across the water's surface, creating 4 or 5 beautiful splashes. The cat scoffed, "You think yourself clever? Your cleverness has merely led you to a predicament of utter chaos regarding your future. Ah, it seems you manage this vile person with relative ease. Many years as a mistress have indeed been a form of cultivation, have they not? Qin Yu, what are you trying to convey?" The cat, "I can sense the bloodlust emanating from you. Qin Yu, is my murderous intent so overt?" The cat, brimming with excitement, "You are on your period." Qin Yu's face instantly paled, as she touched her trousers, her complexion turning a ghastly green. The cat grinned widely, "Having your period is a fortuitous event. It signifies the arrival of your auspicious moment ahead of schedule. I thought we would have to wait a month for this." Qin Yu gazed at the cat in astonishment, pondering the origin of this assertion. "As I have mentioned, you are the chosen one, destined by the heavens to assist me in my grand quest to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. However, our battlefield does not reside in this fallen realm of yours, but rather in the myriad of 3,000 lesser worlds. The question arises, how do we first enter these 3,000 worlds? That is to say," Qin Yu abruptly interrupted, "are we to traverse swiftly? Is there a magnificent system for crossing dimensions that issues tasks, bestowing rewards upon their completion and penalties upon failure? And you, are you the NPC responsible for unlocking these dimensional instances?" The cat replied, "Well, I'm not entirely certain. How do you know all this?" "It's all in novels, which are abundant with such ideas. Perhaps the only merit of our fallen realm lies in its plethora of imaginative concepts." While washing her clothes, Qin Yu couldn't help but mock her own dimension. Yet, she suddenly turned her gaze to the cat and remarked, "This morning, I warned my parents to be cautious of that scoundrel Weisheng. You were right there speaking, yet my parents showed no reaction. Could it be that only I can comprehend your words?" The cat retorted, "It is I who enables your understanding, do not flatter yourself, you shameless one." Qin Yu responded, "Yet here I am, consuming her food, drinking her beverages, and now rolling about on her bed with such audacity. Where does this confidence stem from? In truth, she is not particularly eager to traverse quickly. Firstly, she is uncertain of the dangers inherent in such an abnormal experience, and secondly, her current obligations are numerous. The matters concerning Weisheng must be resolved, and one must also contemplate the path to prosperity. The economy serves as the most fundamental and direct means for common folks to elevate their status and secure their safety. Furthermore, she has yet to complete her assignments. However, the cat has just pilfered a pink steamed bun cover for her, and she cannot afford to provoke it. You have yet to explain the connection between my menstrual cycle and traversing 3,000 small worlds." The cat, having regained its spirits, swiftly straightened its posture, arms crossed, asserting that unlocking the doors to the world requires strength divided into 2 forms, spiritual and material. "As mere mortals, you lack both forms of power, what then shall be done? There remains but one solution, to ignite your vital essence. However, considering your frail constitution, excessive loss of such essence would undoubtedly lead to your demise. Thus, the only option left is to utilize your menstrual blood, which is not to be wasted." "Qin Yu, I'm listening. But why does this feel rather intense? The fast travel system employs menstrual blood to break the seal?" She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The cat, with an impassive expression, replied, "In any case, I did not invent this. If you wish to criticize, direct your remarks towards that old hag Guanyin. Figures like Guanyin, Tathagata, and the Jade Emperor." Qin Yu suspected that the cat was merely posturing, and decided to let it slide. Even if one were to traverse 3,000 worlds, she found it rather implausible. "All right. What must be done? Do you need me to save up 7 days' worth of sanitary pads for you? Cat, were you just feigning that innocent, blushing expression? Unable to bear humiliation? By the way, if I were to traverse those 3,000 small worlds, what would happen to our reality?" The cat was about to speak. Qin Yu pondered aloud, "Time stands still, does it not?" The cat, irked, retorted, "Must you indulge in those tedious, worthless novels? Without practical experience, all is but a fanciful dream. Regardless, I shall perform my ritual shortly. Do not disturb me, or I shall claw you to death." As the cat prepared its incantations, Qin Yu, having just finished washing his trousers, intended to tidy up for a quick transition, when he suddenly noticed a throng of villagers rushing past. Amid their shouts, it seemed they mentioned Qin Yuan having assaulted Lai Chun. Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 5, Cultivating Land is a Matter of Honor. Qin Yuan would strike Lai Chun, certainly not for the second reason, but rather out of a desire to bully Weisheng. Qin Yuan had not forgotten the events of the morning. Upon rising, he had seen his usually indifferent daughter beckon him and write a few words. Had he delayed any longer, Qin Yuan contemplated ending Lai Chun's life. He charged forward in a fit of rage. By the time Qin Yu arrived, a sizable crowd had gathered by the fields, many attempting to mediate, yet even more merely spectating, relishing the spectacle. His mother clutched at Qin Yuan, trying to restrain him. Lai Chun, in a pitiable state, found himself overpowered by Qin Yuan's towering stature and formidable fists, which had rendered him prone. Perhaps due to the multitude witnessing his humiliation, Lai Chun appeared particularly ferocious, shouting threats to rally reinforcements against Qin Yuan. As fate would have it, Lai Jingyi and some villagers from Takanuchi happened to be nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed over, and upon seeing their beloved nephew reduced to a grotesque state, they were instantly incensed. Amidst the uproar, the Qin couple felt besieged. From a distance, Qin Yu observed this chaotic scene, his heart seething with indignation, yet he recognized that their family's foundation was too fragile to confront the Lai family directly at this moment. You must hide for now to avoid exposure, he thought. Qin Yu, cautious and apprehensive, feared that the cat's presence at the Lai family residence might draw unwanted attention, potentially linking them to the incident. It was prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. Ultimately, it stemmed from disdain. The cat, equally incensed, swiftly darted into the underbrush, leaving its little ancestor to quietly observe her next move. Ignoring the feline, Qin Yu plunged into the crowd just as Lai Jingyi was about to exact retribution from Qin Yuan. Dad! What is wrong? Did he hit you? I knew it. That scoundrel, frightened of us exposing his misdeeds, resorts to violence. The 16-year-old girl, brimming with indignation, had a small frame but the throng was considerable. Upon her arrival, her piercing exclamation immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. The substance of her outcry was quite revealing. Misdeeds? Murderous acts? Bullying the daughter-in-law of the Qin family? That hardly seems plausible. It resembled the revelation of some compromising information. Lai Chun, astonished, initially feared that his prior indiscretion attempting to take advantage of the young girl when he encountered her unconscious in the wasteland had been unveiled. However, he quickly rationalized that it was impossible, as she had been alone at the time. What could it be then? Though unable to fathom the matter, his guilty conscience betrayed him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "You little brat, what nonsense are you spewing? This is slander. Uncle! This family truly is." Lai Jingyi was also incensed. While his nephew was often embroiled in dubious affairs, he was not the sort to be bullied by the likes of the Qin family duo. Otherwise, where would his dignity reside? Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he noticed the girl regarding him with an oddly peculiar gaze, as if she were on the verge of speaking yet hesitating, perhaps harboring some sympathy. In any case, it was undeniably connected to him. The expression and gaze were so profoundly intense, how could he conjure up such a plethora of thoughts in an instant? Regardless, a knot formed in his heart. Qin family's girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Our Chunner is quite upright and has never engaged in wrongdoing. It's actually your father. Qin Yu weakly clutched her father's waist, her eyes reddened as she interrupted, "If he weren't guilty, why would he strike my father?" "Damn it! It was your father who hit me," Lai Chun retorted defiantly. "If you haven't done anything wrong, then why would my father strike you?" It sounded oddly reasonable. Lai Chun, infuriated, rushed forward intending to slap Qin Yu. However, Qin Yuan stepped in front of Qin Yu, his face aflame with fury. "What do you intend to do? Dare to harm my daughter, and I shall turn you into minced meat." He hadn't heard Qin Yu's previous words but understood her implication she must not implicate his wife. Thus, when he was surrounded earlier, he refrained from mentioning the reason for striking Lai Chun. Truth be told, Qin Yuan's physique and strength were renowned across several villages. Although they were impoverished, few dared to lay a hand on him. Lai Chun, frightened, took a step back. And Qin Yu silently applauded her father in her heart. Turning you into minced meat was indeed a formidable proclamation. Yet, she exclaimed loudly, "Recently, We have raised the principle of the 8 honors and 8 shames, among which is honoring diligent labor and shaming idleness. With a population of 13 billion in China. Particularly in our region, the adverse climate over the past 3 years has led to frequent typhoons and pestilence, resulting in agricultural yields failing to meet national demand. Farming is the foremost duty of our people, yet how old are you? Typically not engaged in farming and spending days in idleness. Do you truly honor the teachings of your uncle, the village chief, and uphold your responsibilities to the people and our beloved People's Republic of China? With righteous indignation. The words resonated powerfully. The villagers appeared bewildered, while the village committee members were taken aback. For the first time, they realized the nobility and greatness of the farming vocation. Lai Jingyi was left speechless. Just as he was about to respond, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he criticize the party? Or would that be a misstep? Applause echoed from a distance. Upon noticing, Lai Jingyi's expression darkened. The reputed local agricultural entrepreneur, known for his affinity for cultural refinement and unwavering support for the central government's agricultural policies, approached with an air of admiration for the unpretentious young lady, accompanied by his entourage. Well said. We common folks engage in farming with sincerity, and the nation supports our endeavors. When you cultivate the land well, we can sell these agricultural products elsewhere, generating profits for the laborers and enhancing your living standards. Qin Yu echoed enthusiastically. Rallying the crowd, let us all work diligently to prosper, striving together for a well-off society and fostering a harmonious socialist community. Such a shared understanding was palpable. The portly yet dignified boss Bao found Qin Yu increasingly appealing. This newfound admiration sent alarm bells ringing for the Lai family duo. It seemed that the Qin girl had become remarkably astute. Although Boss Bao initially did not recognize the Qin family, he quickly discerned the young girl's spirited demeanor and, upon seeing her parents, remarked to himself, "Ah, truly impressive. Her father is dashing and her mother is strikingly beautiful. They are undoubtedly good people." Upon further inquiry, the realization of the man's disability added a layer of complexity to Boss Bao's emotions. However, upon observing Lai Chun, a shrewd businessman, it became evident that he could easily discern the true nature of Lai Chun. When he turned his gaze to Yushing's beauty, his mind raced with conjectures that were strikingly accurate. He casually remarked, "I perceive that brother Qin Yuan is a man of integrity. Look at how well he tends to this land, diligent and honest. He is unlikely to falter. It is rather you, village chief Lai, who ought to keep a watchful eye on your nephew." His displeasure was palpable, prompting Lai Jingyi to hurriedly smile and defuse the situation. Even attempting to pat Qin Yuan on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, though his short stature made the attempt rather awkward. This incident was trivial. Xiao Chun was simply naive. "By the way, Boss Bao, we previously discussed procuring agricultural products from our villages. Shall we continue with that?" Boss Bao, unwilling to squander time, nodded in agreement and was about to depart when he overheard a young girl, embodying the ideals of both honor and disgrace, inquiring of her mother, "Mom? Are they here to collect vegetables? Will our produce be taken? Why has no one informed us?" Boss Bao glanced at the visibly uncomfortable Lai Jingyi and the other members of the Julin village committee. He was not a charitable organization. There was no need for him to extend help indiscriminately, for he was no saint. However, this situation threatened to expose the unreliability of the village committee's operations. If the Qin family could be so mistreated, it reflected poorly on their moral character. Those in commerce dread associating with individuals of questionable ethics. Qin Yu, initially uncertain, recognized that Boss Bao had a solid reputation and significant business interests in the town, yet she also discerned that he was somewhat eccentric. "It was only by chance that I recognized him from his distinctive, endearing appearance, which led me to perceive an opportunity. However, the future of this business owner appears bleak. The entire agricultural supply chain, which could well span several towns, has been consumed by others, and she has an inkling of some underlying truths. She is taking a gamble, hoping to provide either herself or him with a small turning point." What was the outcome? The business owner turned away, taking a few steps before veering towards the edge of the Qin family's fields. "Are these sweet potatoes yours?" he inquired of Qin Yuan and his spouse. Lai Jingyi, growing anxious, interjected, "But Mr. Bao, Qin Yuan is deaf. This could be troublesome for you." "Indeed, Mr. Bao. These are ours. And our sweet potatoes are exceptionally sweet and sizable." Shall I have my father dig a few up for you? Though her father may be hearing impaired. The young girl was sharp and perceptive. Qin Yu addressed him as Mr. Bao. Mr. Such a title is rather refined. The business owner, who aspired to elevate himself to the status of a cultured individual, found this young girl utterly delightful. Indeed, indeed. Mr. Bao exclaimed with great delight. Qin Yu took out a small notebook to write for Qin Yuan, who understood and smiled at Mr. Bao before deftly descending to dig out the sweet potatoes with graceful precision. Ah, she can even read. What a pity. However, such a person is honest and would never engage in any deceitful practices. Mr. Bao quickly encountered the sweet potatoes, which were indeed large, and Qin Yuan, wielding a small knife, skillfully peeled a clean piece to present to him. Upon tasting it, he remarked, "Quite good, quite good. The soil in our village is particularly suited for cultivating sweet potatoes. Recently, the winter sweet potatoes have ripened, and with the clear skies and adequate rainfall, every household has been bustling with activity." Qin Yu took the initiative to address the other villagers, calling out to them. A throng of people eagerly nodded in agreement, gathering around in lively camaraderie. It was a scene of great vibrancy and prosperity, yet two village chiefs and the chief's nephew found themselves on the periphery. Chapter 6: The Golden Abode. A cat crouched in the grass, pondering, why hasn't anyone come to seek my assistance? Is it beyond resolution? If it truly is, they can always approach me. I am willing to lend a paw. Ah, is it a matter of pride? As night fell, the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled cat outside, staring intently at the family within. Indeed, it was raining outside. Qin Yu remarked, "Ah, I seem to have forgotten. Cat, there is sweet potato porridge here, along with salted fish. Would you care to partake?" "Absolutely not," the cat retorted, furiously scratching at the door. Observing the cat drenched and forlorn, Weisheng felt a pang of sympathy and went to fetch warm water for a bath. Qin Yuan quietly rose to prepare a meal for the feline. Qin Yu approached once more. "Are you truly not going to eat?" The cat hissed, "Go away." With that, Qin Yu turned on his heel and departed. Eventually, the cat had a bath and devoured its meal, its belly round and content as it rolled into Qin Yu's room. "You must leave, I need to prepare a spell. This is a sacred secret of our deity, and it must not be divulged. The consequences would be dire." "What would happen?" "You would become pregnant." "Are you frightened?" The cat, reluctant to delay any further, was burdened by the trivial affairs of mortal sweet potatoes, assignments, and the like. If allowed to linger, even the system would succumb to rust. Thus, it was time to venture forth. Qin Yu stepped outside, turned left to the balcony on the second floor, and tiptoed to the window. There, she immediately spotted the round-bellied cat, peering stealthily beneath the door. Confirming the absence of others outside, it rose with a serious demeanor, leaping onto the bed with grace. With a delicate twitch of its toes, it spun around and raised its paw in a pose reminiscent of a goddess summoning power. Balala energy ultra jasmine, the most beautiful, the most magnificent. Release the seal for Qin Yu, my golden abode. A faint golden light shimmered though weak, in that fleeting moment. Qin Yu felt as if her very essence was being drawn away. In the next instant, she locked eyes with the cat after its enchanting spin. That gaze was imbued with an eternal sense of fate, leaving her astounded, as if her soul had been profoundly cleansed by an overwhelming artistry. "Come in, Sabby. I cannot endure much longer." The cat, disregarding any sense of shame, shouted, prompting Qin Yu to rush indoors. "Quick, quick, quick. Look into my eyes. Shit green? How infuriating." The cat, enraged, swiped a claw downwards. As pain shot through her cheek, Qin Yu suddenly shrank, transforming into a beam of light that soared into the cat's eye. The world she entered was a golden abode, an expanse filled with opulence, walls of gold adorned with murals, each a breathtaking relief of varying shades of gold, and statues, exquisitely crafted in gold and jade, all radiating an extraordinary splendor. Yet, the space was somewhat limited. Perhaps no more than 50 square meters. "Qin Yu, is it all gold? Are you gods so ostentatious?" "Mao Er, are you not aware that the Buddhist tradition crafts golden statues? Furthermore, to mortals like you, gold represents wealth, while for us gods, it is akin to mere dirt." Qin Yu, pondering this notion, felt a twinge of embarrassment yet was undeniably eager. "Do you gods enjoy plastering dirt on your walls? What a unique hobby. May I take a piece of this dirt with me? Enough. Silence. Mao glared at Qin Yu, urging her to be serious. Hurry over to receive your task. Inside the golden chamber stood a large wheel, seemingly rudimentary, crafted from wood, resembling a ship's helm at first glance. Life is akin to a grand voyage. One must constantly steer the helm, for it is your guiding instrument. The transformation of your life begins here. Mao spoke with grave seriousness, and Qin Yu, unusually anxious, remarked, I believe I've encountered those words in a Baidu search. Please don't glare at me. I'm quite nervous and need to ease my emotions. Indeed, she felt a palpable tension, for the helm was divided into 12 spokes, with only one arrowhead. This indicated that her initial journey could very well lead her to one of these 12 realms. What if she were to land in a post-apocalyptic world? Pa! With your skills, how could you possibly end up in such a dire scenario? Your level is insufficient. The task will only be revealed to you upon your traversal. It will first determine which of the 3,000 lesser worlds you shall visit. However, I must inform you that the first quick travel task is merely a novice assignment. It will assess your performance as a beginner. Assess what? Mao paused before stating, assess whether you possess the potential for development. Qin Yu furrowed her brow, expressing her frustration. Clearly, this is a perilous and disadvantageous situation, yet you insist on framing it as if I were the one benefiting. Moreover, your expression betrays a certain insincerity. Given our failure in this task, I can only surmise that the repercussions are severe. How tiresome. Could you not exhibit a modicum of foolishness? How was it ever determined that this woman was simple-minded? Could it be that the influence of some future memories upon her is so profound? Mao Air was puzzled but chose to remain silent, maintaining a stern demeanor. Once you traverse through, you will naturally comprehend your mission. The time within your 3,000 minor worlds will be delayed and replaced by that of the Golden House. With the current time flow ratio being approximately 12 to 1, 12 hours here equating to merely 1 hour in your realm. Qin Yu calculated thoughtfully. I must rise at 5 tomorrow to walk outside and await transportation to school in town. It is now 8 in the evening, leaving me with 9 hours. Mao Air swiftly concluded, that equates to 9 days. Qin Yu paused momentarily, then inquired earnestly, surely, there are no mathematics instructors in your celestial realm? Is it not 4.5 days? This created an awkward silence. After a moment of contemplation, Mao Air suddenly seized Qin Yu's hand with a swift motion, wrenching the ship's helm. How insufferable! Away with you! As the helm was adjusted, Qin Yu felt herself vanish from her location, as if she had entered a constricting tunnel that threatened to induce nausea. When her vision abruptly shifted, she found herself confronted by a vast expanse of azure. What? Water? She gasped, nearly tumbling headfirst into the ocean. Was she on the sea? And on a ship, no less? The voice of Mao Air echoed in her mind. The feline's voice was remarkably frigid, reminiscent of a non-playable character in a video game. Qin Yu was indifferent to this, after all. Her relationship with the cat was merely one of mutual exploitation. She pondered over the cryptic hint. Was that all? What was the significance of the stars? What more did one desire? Only a fool would require a teacher to guide them meticulously. The essence of a novice task was to initially explore one's capabilities and then gradually what? Qin Yu mused lightly in her mind. Gradually transform you dimwits into slightly less dim-witted beings, ha ha ha. She could almost envision a smug expression on the cat's face, delightfully mocking. The farcical absurdity was palpable. Not one to pry further, especially given her inherently reserved nature, she opted to stifle her laughter and feign retching, for the arrival of others was imminent. Yet, she was only aware that this was a platform for showcasing starved celebrities and their culinary pursuits. Little did she anticipate, today would be her day. Apologies. I just felt a bit unwell earlier, and I appreciate your concern. However, this was likely the result of the overwhelming fate of the Golden House manipulating circumstances. Through the reflection in the staff member's sunglasses, Qin Yu observed her appearance essentially a 16-year-old girl, yet with 2 additional years falsely claimed, not much had changed. A tad unremarkable. Rather mundane. Thus, she swiftly crafted a persona for herself in her mind, an obedient, non-disruptive, understanding, and polite little sister. The uncle, indeed, was receptive to the notion, casually remarking, just be mindful, we are all quite occupied and have little energy to engage in further turmoil. Qin Yu readily acquiesced, her demeanor neither overly effusive nor dull, exuding a composed aura. Satisfied, the uncle departed, granting Qin Yu the opportunity to survey her surroundings. Firstly, the vessel was commendable, though it paled in comparison to the opulent yacht ahead. The locale was undeniably maritime, and the quality of the water, along with the azure sky and the crisp air, suggested it surpassed even the renowned regions of Hainan. It was likely situated abroad. Thus, two conclusions could be drawn: wealth was evident, and social strata were distinctly defined. This implied she must embody two personas: one, to discreetly accomplish significant deeds, and two, to audaciously instigate upheaval. She aspired to pursue the latter path, yet found herself constrained by insufficient capital, a modest bosom, and a lack of avenues. Therefore, the first route it would be. Quickly, Qin Yu resolved to cultivate connections and glean information, setting her sights on an individual nearby, engrossed in a book. After observing for 30 seconds, she noted the person's furrowed brow, revealing a sense of concern, yet they were not engaged in work and possessed no tools. Instead, they seemed to be attentively surveying the surrounding waters, occasionally displaying expressions of astonishment. Their attire appeared modest, yet not drab. Qin Yu thought, "Here I come." With that, she approached. Chapter 7. The Raincoat Girl. There exists a certain camaraderie among kindred spirits, and Qin Yu, presenting an image of harmlessness and fragility, evoked no sense of threat, allowing for the alleviation of any awkwardness stemming from isolation. Thus, the other party did not resist Qin Yu's overture of friendliness. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yu gleaned some information about this individual. Chen Feng, a commoner like Qin Yu, stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, unlike Qin Yu, who traversed the divine cheating pathway with an extraordinary purpose, everything in this world seems ephemeral. Yet this individual is different. He mentioned an amount of 500,000, prompting Qin Yu to exclaim in awe, 500,000? What a substantial sum! Unfortunately, my abilities are lacking, and it would be exceedingly difficult to attain. In truth, she was entirely oblivious to what this 500,000 entailed, lacking any foundational knowledge. Indeed, it is no easy feat to become the Banana King among 8 contenders. One must possess not only extraordinary strength and exceptional skills but also a fair share of luck. As for this person's character, it is rather reserved, embodying the guise of a pig while concealing his prowess. He refrained from mentioning himself, instead offering the 500,000 to the other two, which reveals his adeptness in subterfuge. Yet, deep down, he likely exerts more effort than anyone else. After all, 500,000 is a staggering sum for those from less affluent backgrounds. Who would not take it to heart? Even Qin Yu was captivated, contemplating whether she could seize the 500,000 should she emerge as the Banana King. Indeed, one could establish a shrine for oneself and burn offerings to the earthly version of oneself. Such a wretched existence. No wonder you find yourself buried alongside the salted fish. In mutual understanding, both are but pitiful souls entombed alive. Engaging in mutual hostility holds no significance, after all. 50,000 is meaningless. Qin Yu has set aside her distractions to focus on the present. Among the 8 individuals, one is her employer whom she must protect. This necessitates her undivided attention on all 8, and, when required, direct engagement with them. Is her employer aware of my connection with the Golden House, or is he oblivious? If he is unaware, what characteristics should I look for to identify him? After all, this is merely a novice task, and its difficulty should not be excessive. Wait a moment while I search for some information. There seems to be something. Why does this fellow give me an unreliable impression? Ah, I have it. The sole clue is to contemplate the significance of the Golden House's existence alongside that of the Chosen One. Every swift traversal task is predicated on this foundation. Qin Yu suddenly realizes that this novice task is not as straightforward as it seemed. It is entirely open-ended. Lost in thought, Qin Yu soon encounters 2 other ordinary individuals. After all, they are all aboard the same vessel. Zhang Li is far more attractive than Qin Yu, possessing a more mature appearance and physique at around 27 or 28 years old. Thanks to her looks, she maintains good relations with the production crew. On the other hand, Weisheng is tall and robust, reputed to be a fitness trainer, exuding a formidable presence. In contrast, Qin Yu feels like the weakest link, lacking any discernible advantages. Even Chen Chenfeng has not regarded her as a rival. The basic profiles of the four ordinary individuals appear to be as such. But the focal point is undoubtedly the four celebrities, as they are whom the audience wishes to see. Here we are. Ahead lies the island where your survival will unfold. East Timor. East Timor is an island nation located at the eastern end of the Nusa Tenggara archipelago. Encompassing the eastern part of Timor Island, the Ikas region on the northern coast, as well as the nearby Atoro Island and the easternmost Joko Island. In terms of international positioning, it borders Indonesia's West Timor to the west, while the Timor Sea separates it from Australia to the south. Regrettably, many, including Qin Yu, are largely unaware of this nation, one of the poorest in the world. Apart from one notable fact, East Timor is renowned for its crocodiles. Ah, crocodiles, could it be dangerous? Lin PD, the director, pondered. The crew affectionately referred to him as Lin PD due to his surname, distinguishing him from another director also named PD. This distinction, however, is inconsequential. Zhang Li merely sought an excuse to feign vulnerability. What followed was her performance of feigned weakness and charm. For reasons unknown, Qin Yu felt an unsettling discomfort upon seeing this woman, not due to any inherent rivalry but rather because of an aura that repelled her. She must be a mistress. Qin Yu suddenly remarked to Kat. How do you know? Kat replied, astonished. The Cartier bracelet adorning the woman's wrist, likely valued at 200,000 to 300,000, indicated that someone with such financial resources would not be easily swayed or eager to ingratiate themselves with just anyone. It is highly probable that she is a mistress with unstable economic and social standing. Is this an instance of projecting one's own experiences? Kat mused, a hint of skepticism in her voice. You seem to know mistress as well. Do you still recall the memories of your future mistress? Even if those memories were repugnant and painful, her thoughts were centered on acceptance to gain the utmost advantage, rather than on resistance. From this perspective, she indeed surpasses many of the weaker individuals. Upon arrival at the expansive island, several boats docked one after another. Once ashore, the 8 participants were gathered. As the producer was set to elucidate the specifics of this survival activity, the head producer, a portly figure, appeared less refined than producer Lin, who exuded a certain grace. This survival challenge was to take place in East Timor, where they would need to endure for 4 days. Based on the premise that these 8 individuals had plummeted into this maritime area due to a plane crash, many items had been abandoned at sea. And in a moment of desperation, they could only salvage their clothing, backpacks, and one additional item of their choosing. Qin Yu pondered, typically, in such scenarios, all 8 would inevitably perish, leaving no further developments. Only one item could be selected? What might those items be? In such circumstances, it is invariably the celebrities who possess the most privilege and feel most at ease in posing questions. The group comprised 4 men and 4 women. Maintaining a stable gender ratio, the one who had just spoken was Wu Han, a tall and handsome man with an air of nonchalance. The crew removed the red cloth, revealing 8 objects arranged on the beach: a rope, a pot, matches, a Swiss Army knife, a raincoat, a watch, a small bag of flour, and a flashlight. These 8 tools, commonplace in daily life, suddenly became items of desperate desire in this context. The necessity for water and fire fell squarely upon their shoulders, amplifying the pressure. It was not merely a matter of sustenance but of survival itself. However, the moment for selecting items had arrived. This allocation was left to their discretion. While the arrangement by the production team appeared benevolent, it was, in fact, insidious, as it could easily reveal each individual's character and incite conflict. The tension arises only when there is conflict. It guarantees viewership. As an ordinary person, Qin Yu cast her gaze over the 8 items before her. Among them, she yearned for the matchsticks and the spring knife. While water is essential for the human body, it can be supplemented through fruits, which were not among the 8 choices. A knife could be fashioned into numerous tools, whereas matches symbolize the fundamental necessities for sustenance and warmth. Fire. Yet, she pondered that the others must have arrived at the same conclusion. Therefore, I am indifferent, let others make their selections first. Wu Han, or perhaps Brother Han? You may go first. Qi Ziyuan generously offered, and Wu Han glanced at her, shaking his head. Let Brother Han choose first. Han Chen felt rather embarrassed. After all, they were both prominent figures in the entertainment industry. No, please, you go ahead. The three of them insisted on yielding to one another, while Zhang Li, among the four ordinary individuals, occasionally chimed in, also deferring her choice. Then, if none of you will, I shall choose first. Su Qing spoke coldly, lacking any courtesy, and brimming with impatience. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. The silence was palpable. Wu Han shot a sidelong glance at Su Qing, his brow slightly furrowing. In terms of status, Wu Han overshadowed everyone else. And it was noteworthy that Han Chen was already in his 50s. Su Qing had a plethora of dark pasts, her popularity was dismal. And her reputation was far from favorable. One could discern her loneliness and utter indifference as she stood isolated, a stark contrast to the gentle Qi Ziyuan, whose warm demeanor highlighted Su Qing's coldness. With her stunning yet unseemly appearance, coupled with a questionable moral character and a history riddled with scandals, her current antics bordered on self-sabotage. The others were equally disheartened. Could they still assert their desire to choose first? It cannot be denied that Su's interference is indeed troublesome. Just when a beautiful and virtuous pairing between Wu Han and Qi Jiyuan seemed possible, an unexpected disturbance emerged. It is infuriating, is it not? Do you all concur? Then let Su Qing make the first choice. Su Qing selected a bag of flour, a meager amount sufficient for only one meal, much to the astonishment of the crowd, who quickly reconciled themselves to the notion that she was merely a pretty face lacking in intellect and foresight. No wonder her situation had come to this. Zhang Li scoffed, feeling herself to be infinitely more astute than this woman. The selections proceeded with Wu Han and Qi Jiyuan yielding to their elders. Han Chen was the second to choose, selecting a pot, followed by Qi Jiyuan who picked matches. Wu Han refrained from choosing, turning his gaze to the four laypersons. Zhang Li became the fourth to choose, opting for a spring knife, followed by Jiasheng and Chen Chenfeng who selected rope and a flashlight respectively. Finally, it came down to the self-effacing Wu Han and Qin Yu. He glanced at her and inquired, "Which do you prefer?" "I would like a raincoat," she replied. Zhang Li rolled her eyes at the obviousness of it. Wu Han continued, "A raincoat? I initially intended to offer you my watch, as its glass can be removed for starting a fire. I am aware, but I wouldn't dare accept it, esteemed star. Perhaps you should demonstrate humility by choosing another." Consequently, Qin Yu acquired the raincoat. What purpose does a raincoat serve? The weather in East Timor is splendid, sun-drenched. Will you use it as a blanket? Raincoat girl. The cat teased. Is it my fault? The cat retorted. Chapter 8. A Good Samaritan? Fire for food. The distribution of the rope, pot, matches, spring knife, raincoat, watch, a small bag of flour, and flashlight was complete. Each individual was to fend for themselves? Surely, it could not be that simple. Indeed, PD proclaimed that 3 teams would unite in collaboration, with the ultimate goal of discovering the greatest number of bananas to claim victory. First, tools for foraging bananas in the wilderness. Second, triumphing over the survival conditions set by the other groups to earn rewards. It resembles a game where the one who collects the most accolades emerges victorious. However, the significance of teammates cannot be understated. Furthermore, PD's mention of 3 teams is merely a reflection of reality. With 8 individuals, the inevitable distribution is 3-3-2, signifying that 2 participants will inevitably bear the brunt of the disadvantage. The method of team allocation is randomized. Let us draw lots. The results emerged swiftly, and Qin Yu mentally reviewed the outcomes. The first team comprised Zhang Li, spring knife, renowned martial artist Han Chen, pot, and third-rate actress Su Qing, flower. The second team included Jiasheng, rope, rising star Wu Han, watch, and newly popular flower Qi Ziyuan, matchstick. The third team consisted of Chen Chenfeng, flashlight, and Qin Yu, raincoat. The randomness of this draw felt excessively contrived. Qin Yu cast a glance at the small balls in the box, curling her lip, a team filled with visually appealing individuals, brimming with pink bubbles, indeed. However, a fleeting glimpse revealed a shadow of disdain on Chen Chenfeng's face. He looked down upon this weakling, devoid of connections, capabilities, and, alas, beauty. The cat timely reminded Qin Yu of the harsh reality. She occupied the lowest tier of the food chain among the 8. Oh, it matters not. I only hold esteem for his flashlight, as it offers convenience during restroom breaks. The distribution concluded, and the 3 teams swiftly parted ways. Survival hinges primarily on sustenance and shelter. It is now midday, and in just a few hours, the sun will descend. We must first establish our lodging before seeking food. You should gather firewood. Chen Chenfeng issued his command decisively. Qin Yu glanced at him, questioning whether he intended to set the shelter in this location. If we remain here, the tide will rise at night, and should the water inundate this area, her expression shifted slightly. Chen Chenfeng furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, I am aware. We have not settled here, we will move further up. For now, let us secure the framework with wood. Indeed, ha! Qin Yu nodded, obediently acquiescing. At the very least, his current strategy was sound. Given the island's dense jungle, wood is certainly abundant, readily available nearby. He raised an eyebrow and casually complimented, well done. Although he bore an air of condescension towards her, Qin Yu found no distaste in his flamboyant demeanor. If he relished working and performing before the camera, she would gladly assist. After all, she would not be idle. Both were pragmatic individuals, and soon, a wooden structure took shape. I will start the fire. You can keep watch while I gather banana leaves and other coverings, as well as food. The one tending the fire seldom garnered attention, and the camera focused predominantly on him. Oh, all right, Qin Yu responded. She was not of this world, unable to carry away 500,000. Nor did she have any need for fame, thus, there was no reason to compete. However, could she manage to kindle a fire? For the sake of today's meal and the safety of their night, she sincerely hoped she could ignite a flame. The flashlight's lens cannot focus to ignite a flame. We can only rely on the ancient method of friction fire. Qin Yu was astonished. She was not unaware of this fact, yet she lacked understanding in this area. Chen Yufeng was indeed quite impressive. However, while the theory was sound, the act of creating fire through friction was no small feat. After half an hour of effort, they had made no progress. With an hour already spent, further delay would surely lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Qin Yu suggested, could you lend me your flashlight? She believed it could assist. Chen Yifeng's eyes flickered with realization as he promptly removed the lens and handed it to her. Intending to harness the sunlight even if the focus was feeble, it would surely aid her in the endeavor. Without hesitation, Qin Yu positioned the lens at the optimal angle. How infuriating! This person craved attention excessively and was utterly shameless, as if he had conceived this idea himself. It was evident that he thought her easily manipulated. Were it her, she would have surely put him in his place. The cat felt quite displeased. Qin Yu mused, what interests do not conflict, let him play the fool. However, the more he seeks the spotlight, the more I am convinced he is not the employer. Oh? You have formed a judgment? Do you perceive Chen Yifeng as malevolent? Goodness is subjective. By my standards, he is merely selfish, not malevolent. Yet, for the Golden House, such selfishness would not be favored. With one individual excluded from the 7, only 6 remained. Is kindness truly so difficult to discern? Who do you consider to be kind? Surely, Qi Ziyuan embodies kindness. Uncertain, Qin Yu felt that without genuine contact, it was unnecessary to draw conclusions. As the two conversed, tendrils of white smoke suddenly spiraled upwards. Success! They continued to drill, and when sparks ignited, they utilized some wood shavings from their earlier efforts to kindle a flame. Indeed, the sparks blossomed into flickering flames, bringing warmth to the night and securing their provisions. Chen Yifeng smiled, with the camera capturing his expression in close-up. I shall take my leave, keep a vigilant eye on the fire and ensure it does not extinguish. After Chen Yifeng departed, Qin Yu rose and dragged over some larger logs to add to the fire. Fire-making was indeed her forte. Using the larger logs as a foundation, she placed smaller ones atop, estimating that it could sustain a blaze for approximately half an hour. However, after 2 rounds of burning, during this time, Qin Yu gathered stones from the side to construct a modest fire pit, transferring the glowing embers into it for protection against the wind, and adding some raw wood. This method of smoking and shifting would prolong the fire's life. Now, what to do next? With 4.5 days ahead, her priority was to ensure her own survival. She wasn't in a hurry to engage with others, knowing this separation would eventually be disrupted. First, she needed to find sustenance. Hadn't he already gone to search for it? Why waste energy? The cat mused that Qin Yu was quite contradictory. As she spoke, she wandered towards a distant pile of rocks. The cat remarked, "Ah, you are a mistress of great dignity and thought." Qin Yu paid him no mind. What lay within the rocky outcrop? At first glance, it seemed barren, leaving Qin Yu somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, she sensed an unevenness in the breath of the cat in her mind, yet she restrained herself. Just as she was about to depart, she halted abruptly, turning to scrutinize the crevices among the nearby pile of rocks. Upon closer inspection, crabs. When Qin Yu caught a glimpse of a crab claw darting through the gap, her eyebrows arched in surprise. The claw was quite substantial, resembling that of a hairy crab at first glance, its blackish-gray hue mirroring the color of the rocks, which explained why she had overlooked it moments earlier. This could prove to be quite promising, far more enticing than mere fruit, although capturing it might pose some difficulty, being a country dweller. She was no stranger to catching creatures in the fields and streams. Qin Yu promptly examined the crevice from all angles and discovered another hole to the left. She retrieved her raincoat, draping it over the left opening and securing it tightly with stones before poking at the front hole with a wooden stick. The crab resisted for a moment, but upon sensing the formidable intruder, it swiftly retreated sideways. As the raincoat protruded, Qin Yu dashed forward and yanked it out, revealing a bundle. "Wow!" The cameraman gasped in astonishment. "Is there one? Is there one?" Upon opening it, she found a palm-sized crab nestled inside. "What kind of crab is this?" Su Chinka inquired of the cameraman, who, being well-trained, quickly identified it. "This is a Timorese mud crab." "Huh? There's no mud." Qin Yu blurted out. The cameraman replied, "Is it forbidden for it to bathe?" Nevertheless, Timor is renowned for its high-quality mud crabs, with most adult specimens exceeding 600 grams, making them the giants among domestic crabs. There must be a mudflat nearby. It seems this one has made a daring escape. The muddy marsh indeed harbors a plethora of mud crabs, yet they prove elusive, often burrowing into the mire, making them even harder to locate. Qin Yu proceeded with utmost caution, lingering at the periphery for a prolonged observation. "What is your plan for capturing them?" the cameraman inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. After a brief period of stillness, he mused, "Are you fishing like Jiang Taigong?" Just as the cameraman was about to voice a reminder, something substantial began to emerge from the mud. A rather sizable mud crab, perhaps weighing around 700 or 800 grams, crawled forth. At the moment it revealed half its head, Qin Yu sprang into action. Grasping a long wooden pole tightly, she swung it with precision. With a resounding crack, the crab, located 3 to 4 meters away from her, was sent flying by the force of her strike. It landed with a thud against a large stone some 5 meters to the right. It appeared lifeless, lying motionless on the ground. The cameraman was left speechless. The cat, too, was momentarily taken aback. After deliberating for a moment, the cameraman hesitantly asked, "Do you play golf?" The stance bore a resemblance to that of a golf swing, and he had never witnessed such a method of crab catching. Or is it merely a coincidence? "No. I've been catching mud crabs this way since childhood," Qin Yu replied. "It does bear a striking resemblance. Perhaps it's an innate talent," she added with a playful smile. "However," the cat interjected, "it looks more like shoveling waste." Qin Yu. Chapter 9. Engage. This crab was quite large, its heft indicating ample meat. 3 would suffice for the 2 of them. Therefore, capturing 3 would be adequate. "Let us go for another," she decided. Qin Yu meticulously prepared to capture the 3rd mud crab, yet for reasons unknown, the previously abundant crabs, which had been bubbling in the soil, were now scarcely visible. Perhaps the recent commotion had startled the others. After deliberating in her mind, she ultimately resolved to remain vigilant for another 5 minutes. Lacking a watch or a phone, she relied solely on her instincts to gauge the passage of time, which proved to be rather imprecise. It felt as though she had been crouching for quite a while until she caught sight of the cameraman glancing down at his watch, his expression suggesting that the time had come. "All right, let's wrap it up," he stated. Just as Qin Yu was about to leave, she suddenly froze again, signaling to the cameraman, who immediately became still as well. In truth, the mud had ensnared their boots, and with the camera in hand, movement was quite challenging. Fortunately, they remained motionless. After a brief moment, the cameraman followed Qin Yu's gaze and noticed the soil nearby undulating, seemingly testing their patience. After a considerable interval, a large claw emerged from the earth, causing both Qin Yu and the cameraman to hold their breath in unison. It was massive, significantly larger than the combined size of the previous two crabs. Why not seize the moment? The cameraman grew anxious. Yet, Qin Yu remained steadfast. Aware that these crafty creatures were currently assessing the risks outside their subterranean realm. Although mud crabs could burrow into the ground, the exertion of doing so was considerable. By nature, they preferred to be idle. Furthermore, during the times when Qin Yu and her team had not been present, there had been little danger, hence their occasional appearances. Suddenly, the cameraman was eager to rush forward to capture it, but in that instant, Qin Yu decisively swung her arm. With a resounding clap, the enormous crab was dislodged from the mud, soaring through the air only to crash against the stone below. Was it mere coincidence? Evidently, it is precise. This ordinary individual with the surname Qin is quite remarkable. The cameraman has already captured several close-ups of her. However, the camera swiftly shifted to the person who had just shouted. It was Zhang Li from the first team, accompanied by Su Qing. Oh! How curious that these two have ventured out together. They seem to be foraging for food. The one who screamed was Zhang Li. And upon witnessing Qin Yu send a crab flying, she dashed towards the rocks, exclaiming, "Wow, that is enormous, there are two." She then seized the largest one. Qin Yu and the cameraman exchanged glances. Su Qing, clearly displeased with Zhang Li, remarked, "That is someone else's catch, I don't want it." "I never said it was for you," Zhang Li retorted, glancing at Qin Yu. "You are quite impressive, I had heard you hailed from the countryside, and indeed, you excel at this." Was that disdain? Qin Yu shook her head, asserting, "I am not from the countryside." "Oh? Are you upset by being called a country bumpkin?" Zhang Li thought derisively, then let it show. To be ashamed of one's rural origins is your downfall. "I am from the mountains," Qin Yu stated. Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. The cameraman promptly captured her expression, yet instinctively glanced towards Su Qing. This woman is truly a fierce contender, let the confrontations begin. Ideally culminating in a fierce quarrel among the three. However, as the camera turned, Su Qing was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? She had already stepped into the muddy ground, diligently excavating. Zhang Li, unwilling to appear inferior, fixed her gaze on the wooden pole in Qin Yu's hand. How generous of Qin Yu to offer it to her, while she herself strolled away with 3 large crabs. How stingy! 3 of such size, who could possibly consume them all? Although Zhang Li remained silent, her expression and lip movements clearly conveyed her thoughts. The cameraman, who was recording beside her, mused that special effects would likely be added in post-production. Zhang Li and Su Qing could be ruled out, as the feline character harbored a strong aversion towards these 2 women, perceiving them as incompatible with the virtuous persona of a good woman. Certainly, Qin Yu was not a paragon of virtue either. Qin Yu exhibited indifference towards this matter. She resembled a cat more than anything else, quietly grooming her paws while occasionally using them to test her adversary. Is the fire almost extinguished? Are you unaware? I did not instruct you to monitor the flames. The reprimand struck her unexpectedly. Qin Yu cast her gaze behind him, observing the flickering firelight. It was still present, especially the embers within the stove, which had yet to die out. She felt neither aggrieved nor angry, merely stating this fact in a straightforward manner. Her response was neither soft nor harsh, leaving him at a loss for words. Chen Yifeng genuinely did not anticipate Qin Yu's retort, akin to a maid in a household daring to insult her master, utterly absurd. Was the timid persona she had previously exhibited merely a facade? While Qin Yu did not mind this person's top-tier performance, it also implied that she was a pushover, allowing herself to be treated like a burden. Comparatively lacking yet superior in some aspects, where does this sense of superiority originate, causing him to explode in place? The feline character had taken things to an extreme again. Nevertheless, this statement resonated deeply with me. I must commend it. Of course. Upon seeing the rudimentary dwelling already covered with large banana leaves, Qin Yu felt a sense of gratitude and naturally remarked, "So quick, is it already ready?" "Thank you for your hard work." The persona of the ordinary and well-behaved little sister still held value. Chen Yifeng's countenance indeed appeared somewhat more pleasant, though he regarded Qin Yu with a hint of indifference as he remarked, "Most of the fruits are located high atop the trees, and without a knife. It is impossible to craft any tools." Observing the barren ground, Qin Yu offered a sympathetic agreement. "It is indeed quite challenging, but it's all right, Just as she was about to mention the 3 large crabs she had in her possession, Qin Yu calmly produced a bundle of banana leaves from behind him. Inside were 3 sizable papayas. They aren't particularly ripe, but they will suffice, he stated. I believe your heart must feel entirely at ease. Then how might I retrieve my crabs without causing any discord? Miao, with a sense of triumph, declared, I can already sense that the atmosphere will soon become exceptionally serene. Qin Yu smiled and revealed the raincoat pouch she had been carrying. Upon unwrapping it, she spilled out 3 large crabs. She rather enjoyed the thrill of such displays. They are all dead, I fear they might not be fresh, but they will do. Chen Yufeng. The 2 cameramen. Indeed. It became remarkably quiet. After an awkward pause, it seemed that preparing food could alleviate the tension. The 2 began to clean the crabs together. Chen Yufeng inquired about how she had caught the mud crabs, to which Qin Yu recounted her tale. You are quite fortunate to have discovered mud crabs over there, he remarked. Indeed, quite lucky, she affirmed. Once the crabs were cleaned, the question of how to cook them arose. Roasting them over an open flame would render little sustenance. Eureka! Chen Yufeng is indeed a survival expert, or perhaps he has simply done his homework. He skillfully wrapped the crabs in some leftover banana leaves from the ground, binding them with several layers before placing them into the pile of charcoal, covering them with the searing embers. Time is of the essence, otherwise, they would turn charred. One is a survival guru, while the other hails from the mountains. Both well aware of the situation at hand. As they awaited the crabs to cook, they cut open a papaya, which was not fully ripe but had turned a delightful orange-yellow hue, indicating it was indeed edible. A bite revealed that, although it was not exceptionally sweet, it possessed a refreshing fruity aroma. The 2 were not picky, a single papaya sufficed to alleviate the fatigue from their busy day. They decided to save the other 2 for breakfast the next morning and focus on the crabs for now. Just then, Zhunei approached, covered in mud and looking quite disheveled, as if she were seeking assistance. Qin Yu, aren't you skilled at catching them? Please help us, she implored, clearly struggling. Zhunei was no ordinary woman, she was adaptable and audacious. Given her current state of distress, how could she be turned away? Qin Yu had no intention of refusing, as this was an opportunity to interact with them and observe their dynamics. However, at that moment, Zhunei's gaze fell upon the large bundle of banana leaves on the ground, and the tantalizing aroma of crabs wafted through the air, captivating her senses. With the camera rolling, she knew she had to inquire if she wanted to avoid criticism from the audience later. Would you like to eat? She asked. That might not be appropriate, Zhunei responded, her words eliciting a quiet chuckle from Qin Yufeng, who maintained a facade of generosity, replying with a smile, it's perfectly fine. Go ahead and indulge. Then Zhunei, without a hint of politeness, took a crab to eat. 3 people? 1 for each? Qin Yu remarked, I caught this crab. Didn't I? The crab was exceptionally succulent, being purely wild and natural, its flesh abundant. When the claw was cracked open, the tender meat quivered inside, pale and inviting. One must admit, such delicacies are rarely accessible even to the affluent. It was remarkably fresh. Indeed, this time, the quick journey was worth it. Qin Yu heard the sound of the cat swallowing. Do you wish to eat? Not really. I could roast the shell for you. Are women typically so calculating? Go away. Go away. Nevertheless, as long as Qin Yu was satisfied, it sufficed. Chen Yufeng, ever striving for perfection and eager to please everyone, often found himself suffering in the end. After satisfying her hunger, Qin Yu joined Qin Yufeng, only to find Su Qing still engrossed in digging in the mud. Qin Yu thought, I can't shake the feeling that this flamboyant minx's approach is rather off. Chapter 10, The White Bones. Yet, even with Qin Yu and Qin Yufeng assisting, the mud crabs seemed to vanish without a trace. It appeared that Qin Yu's earlier capture had alarmed them, causing them to hide away. Ultimately, they managed to catch only one that was the size of a palm, leaving Zhunei quite dissatisfied. And she no longer approached Qin Yu with the same enthusiasm for help. Of course, Qin Yu did not hold it against her, as she herself had not been particularly diligent. Had I known you possessed such an unsightly demeanor, Miss Zhang. However, Su Qing remained as haughty as ever, completely ignoring them throughout. Once they parted ways, Chen Yufeng raised an eyebrow and remarked to Qin Yu, aren't you curious about what they are making with the flour? Was he suggesting that she complain about Zhongli and her stinginess for not inviting them over? Are you merely idling about after a satisfying meal? Qin Yu found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain if he was overthinking the situation, but there was undeniably something peculiar about Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Zhongli was enveloped in a cloud of despondency. She had a pot and flour, yet could not kindle a fire. After all, Qin Yu and his companions had managed to ignite a flame without matches. Indeed, it must be his oversight. Perhaps I shall borrow some fire from Qin Yu and the others. Zhongli recalled having seen them with 2 papayas and felt a twinge of thirst. However, she was taken aback when Su Qing bluntly interjected, "No need, you just finished a large crab over there, you should take a moment to rest." "I will go with Hongge." Everyone was caught off guard by Su Qing's sudden display of assertiveness. Zhongli's expression faltered as she hastily explained, "They invited me. That was why I ate." "But how did you know?" "There's meat caught between your teeth," it was evident at a glance. This was utterly mortifying. Both cameramen promptly zoomed in on Zhongli's embarrassed face. The captivating Su Qing paid no heed to this defeated rival and, accompanied by Han Chun, sought out Qin Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu remained on high alert, suspecting they were merely seeking an opportunity to take advantage. However, Su Qing got straight to the point, "I require fire, and I can exchange half of my flour for it. Is that permissible?" The production team responded affirmatively. As no official team had been established yet, and the actual competition had yet to commence. What does that imply? The 4 of them immediately grasped the profound implications of this statement. No formal team has been established, which means the teams are not yet fixed. And there is still room for change. In essence, Qin Yu harbored a certain aversion towards Qin Yu, initially perceiving him as a mere softy, someone to be sidelined. However, upon closer acquaintance, he discovered that this fellow possessed a multitude of skills honed in the rural mountains, adept at seizing the spotlight. This was indeed troubling. If he could not showcase his exceptional talents, how could he ascend to fame and fortune? Thus, Qin Yu soon felt that an opportunity to rid himself of Qin Yu was at hand. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, each with their own motives. Yet when it came to flour and fire, Qin Yu and his companions readily agreed. Yet, those who possessed a pot were the truly fortunate ones, capable of stewing anything. Even crabs. However, envy was of no avail. Zhongli and Su Qing's group was vastly superior to Qin Yu's in terms of configuration. Nevertheless, compared to the first night of Qin Yu's team, which was steady yet fraught with mutual disdain, and Zhongli's group, entangled in intrigue and complications, Wu Han's group appeared remarkably harmonious. Jiasheng was surrounded by 2 prominent stars, while Qi Ziyuan and Wu Han maintained an amiable demeanor. A dynamic of 2 men and 1 woman, complemented by the handy tool of a match, truly a scene of tranquility. Yet, the food at the edge of this jungle was scarce, limited to a few oranges. Venturing deeper was not an option due to time constraints. The sun was setting. Thus, upon reflection, no significant chaos had ensued, and they should be able to manage. On the first day, each of the 3 teams faced their own challenges, and they finally endured until nightfall. It was time to rest. What time was it? Lying on the leaves, inhaling the rich scent of foliage, Qin Yu inquired of the cat, unable to see any stars above, obscured as they were. Only the sea breeze felt somewhat chilly, prompting her to cover herself with a raincoat, a meager shield against the wind. Yet, sleep eluded her. "Do not attempt to exploit me for deceitful purposes." The cat, embodying an unwavering integrity, offers her no opportunity for underhanded dealings. Qin Yu rolled her eyes, merely curious about the happenings at home. "Have my parents come to find me?" "Yes, your mother visited once, bringing a bowl of chicken soup. And then? I transformed into your likeness, consumed the chicken, savored the soup. What more do you desire?" The cat exuded an air of haughty sacrifice, as if bearing the weight of the world for her. "Qin Yu, can you materialize before me?" "Cat, probably not." "Do you wish to see me?" "Qin Yu, indeed, I wish to slap you." "Humph." The cat smiled, "I relish your disdain for me, even when you cannot reach me." Qin Yu was infuriated by this insufferable creature, closing her eyes to sleep. It was amusing, she dozed off shortly after their banter. However, the production team awakened them. "Because there is a task." "How maddening." Qin Yu's expression soured, wishing to tear the PD apart. Upon hearing this, Qin Yufeng's countenance darkened. Unable to restrain himself, I ventured into the forest this afternoon. Although the trees abound, fruit trees are scarce. Moreover, it's the dead of night. Not only is it difficult to gather anything, it's hard even to see. The PD remained unyielding. That is precisely the nature of the task. If it were so simple, it would not be a task at all. However, you need not collect anything, as nighttime poses certain dangers. Simply locating it will suffice. The reward for completion is 2 bananas. You may choose to forego this endeavor and continue sleeping, or you may opt to accept it. Can we truly forego? Qin Yu was exceedingly tempted to abandon the task. To hell with that 50,000. I feel that it is rather late now. I did not sleep well tonight. And tomorrow. Nevertheless, Qin Yufeng gritted his teeth and accepted. We shall accept. How infuriating. Qin Yu deemed it necessary to replace this Qin with someone else. After all, we are not of the same mind. However, since we have made a promise, let it be. I suppose the other teams must also rouse themselves to complete their tasks. Perhaps we may encounter them. It is not particularly difficult. I know the location of the papaya trees, and there are still a few left. Thus, we require 2 more varieties. Qin Yufeng and Qin Yu ventured into the jungle in the dark, accompanied by a cameraman. The lighting was not a concern, yet after 20 minutes of wandering, they had not discovered any fruit. Moreover, as they delved deeper, Qin Yu sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she heard a crunch beneath her feet. But it was not her. It was Qin Yufeng. He moved his foot aside, and his face paled in shock as he jumped to the side and exclaimed, "What happened?" Both the cameraman and Qin Yu were startled. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a pile of bones on the ground, seemingly the remains of a small creature. Stacked in a heap. Under the bright light, they appeared eerily white. In the jungle, one can encounter anything, and the group burst into laughter. Realizing it was nothing to be alarmed about. Just as she was lost in thought, a delightful surprise emerged. She spotted a small yellow dot. However, this too was a fruit. She decided to pluck a few. They were so low-hanging that it would be a shame to leave them untouched. Qin Yu and Qin Yufeng swiftly gathered the bright yellow kumquats and selected the ripest one to taste. The tartness was overwhelming, making her feel as though her head would pucker from the acidity. Qin Yu's expression contorted, but once she regained her composure, she exhaled, declaring, "I am no longer tired at all. I feel utterly invigorated." However, as her spirits lifted and she continued deeper into the surroundings, Qin Yu began to scan the area. Suddenly sensing was there not a fleeting shadow just now? She blurted this out, leaving the others astonished, glancing around, yet finding no one. "You must be weary. There is no one here." "Oh, wait, there is someone," Qin Yufeng exclaimed, affirming the presence of others as he spotted lights to the left indeed. It was Wu Han and his companions. The 2 groups crossed paths and exchanged their respective missions. Upon hearing theirs, Qin Yu chuckled. Their task was to find 3 types of fruit, while the others needed merely 1. How enviable. Qi Ziyuan observed their apparent struggle and remarked, "It seems rather late. What fruits have you found? If you're still missing 1, perhaps we can assist." "Ah, this person is quite amiable, exchanging kindness for kindness. Would they not share the locations of their discovered fruits? Kumquat and papaya? We've found oranges, how fortuitous." Everyone rejoiced. Qin Yu and her companion expressed their gratitude, while Qi Ziyuan hastily insisted it was unnecessary. Wu Han remained aloof throughout, and Weisheng appeared rather indifferent. Qi Ziyuan. The name lingered in Qin Yu's mind. Perhaps it was indeed her. Qin Yu felt a tinge of suspicion, primarily due to the woman's exceptional demeanor. After parting ways, Qin Yu and her companion promptly located the oranges, successfully completing their task. It was quite late by the time they returned to rest, and as Qin Yu lay down, her mind unwittingly drifted back to the ominous pile of darkened remnants beside the stark white bones. Ashes! It must have been scorched. But if it were the remains of a beast, how could there be signs of fire? It must be the work of humans. With that unsettling thought, Qin Yu shook off her distractions and finally fell into a deep slumber. Deep within the vast jungle, not a glimmer of light remained, save for the gentle rustling of wind through the treetops and the sounds of creatures stealthily moving through the underbrush. The second round of team formation had commenced, with the banana trees standing sentinel. The following day, I awoke naturally, though it was merely 8 or 9 o'clock. The The sun was already blazing, rendering further slumber impossible. Upon rising, I discovered that all 3 groups had completed their tasks the previous night, but the second round of team reorganization had also arrived. Thus began the fixed teams for the ensuing day, with the final 3 days reserved for collective living. It seemed rather mischievous to orchestrate such complexities. Why not simply have everyone unite? Qin Yu pondered, but surmised that without such antics, viewership would dwindle. She needed to identify her employer and secure a spot in the same group. But first, she had to ascertain who her employer was. My little darling. The cat leaped forth once more. Kindness, perhaps. Qin Yu cast her gaze over the remaining 7 individuals and realized she already knew who it was. What on earth? You figured it out just from a nap? Ah, Han Chen is quite the seasoned player, yet this cannot be overlooked, currently. He does not present as malevolent. Alongside the 3 who had been passed over, Han Chen, Wu Han, and Qi Ziyuan, who would you choose? I choose none of them. How infuriating, you little tormentor. Qin Yu seized her pen and inscribed the name Su. The cat was perplexed, questioning why she had chosen her. Feeling that this individual was haughty and aloof, with a plethora of dark secrets. Wrongfully accused. What? How do you know? Qin Yu curled her lips. Her gaze directed at those beyond Wu Han, revealing an unmistakable blend of warmth intertwined with calculation, a veneer of indifference laced with disdain. Cat, is your gaze akin to a microscope? Qin Yu smiled. Indeed, that's merely my imagination. The underlying truth is that every time she performs, she positions herself directly in front of the camera. I can assure you that during those moments, her close-ups are particularly captivating. To summarize succinctly, I have already radiated a halo of virtue. Why has no one come to capture me yet? You humans are indeed rife with cunning. Cat expressed disdain. Coincidentally, Qin Yu had also penned another name, Wu Han. Why? Because his mere presence exudes a certain brilliance, capable of drawing the spotlight towards Su Qing. Isn't she a splendid ally sent from above? Having completed her note, she submitted it. However, she suspected that apart from Wu Han, everyone else had likely inscribed his name as well. I believe the name you wrote holds little significance. It primarily hinges on their covert machinations. Indeed. But Wu Han will certainly not be paired with Qi Ziyuan. Yesterday marked the inaugural grouping, and it was evident that Wu Han and Qi Ziyuan struggled to connect, prompting thoughts of a second division. Should a further division occur, it would be essential for a handsome gentleman to partner with an equally charming counterpart. It would be inconceivable for 2 amateurs to pair with an older man. This scenario might lead to an alliance with someone polarizing, such as Su Qing, whose reputation is quite tarnished. Moreover, with my own inconspicuous presence, I would neither arouse suspicion against Wu Han nor obscure his merits, while simultaneously capitalizing on the controversial discourse surrounding Su Qing. This is all a calculated strategy. Yet, is not Qin Yu, who can easily discern these schemes, rather impressive? The cat lounged in its golden abode, observing the grand screen and grooming its whiskers. Before long, the producer indeed announced the results. Zhang Li, Qi Ziyuan, and Qin Yifeng formed one group, while Wu Han, Qin Yu, and Su Qing made up another, and Jiaoshen was paired with Han Chan. Success! The cat nearly dislodged its whiskers, sensing it may have uncovered a genuine performer with a combative spirit. This cunning deduction is remarkable. As the results emerged, lamentations filled the air, with at least half of the participants expressing dissatisfaction, including Wu Han and Su Qing. The 2 exchanged glances, each curling their lips in disdain. Qin Yu observed this and felt a pang of unease. Could there be animosity? Regardless, with the groupings finalized, the survivors began to spread further into the jungle. As they ventured deeper, resources needed to be allocated. Each person received a banana, and flour was distributed. Though Qin Yifeng neglected to mention the papaya, which he had just delivered to Qi Ziyuan. In response, Qin Yu chose silence. The jungle teems with insects. Dear Sister Su, do you fear them? Qin Yu, in an attempt to shatter the oppressive silence, initiated a conversation. After all, they had shared moments of camaraderie while crab catching and borrowing fire, and her delicate appearance resembled that of a tender cabbage, posing no real threat. Thus, Su Qing found it difficult to disregard her, responding nonchalantly, I am not afraid. However, at that moment, a spider descended upon her hand. In the ensuing 5 seconds, Qin Yu bore witness to a chaotic display of frantic movements and a heart turned merciless. Moments later, a pale-faced Su Qing clasped her swollen hand, pondering her embarrassment. She bit her lip, eager to evade the situation, and declared, "I only fear spiders." How insufferable this person was. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at her, choosing silence. The cat chimed in, "I just realized, you flicked that spider away with your finger, didn't you?" "How mischievous," Qin Yu retorted, "that S called an endearing contrast." "You won't understand." Su Qing's predicament was precarious. It was her duty to defend her honor. This was an opportune moment. Though Su Qing's reaction was excessively dramatic, one could only wonder how great her fear of spiders truly was. Indeed, insects could pose a threat. So perhaps she should consider an alternative approach. It was prudent to strategize, for if she were to toss a plump bug in her direction, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Wait, there! A banana tree. Su Qing's foraging skills were commendable, albeit the bananas appeared slightly underripe. Yet, roasted bananas could suffice. Unfortunately, their group possessed only a watch, a raincoat, and flour, which lacked practicality. Fortunately, the banana tree was not tall, and with only the three of them present, they need not harvest the entire tree. Gathering a dozen or so should suffice, along with some banana leaves. As Qin Yu casually mentioned this, her hands were already pushing against the banana tree, and as she finished her sentence, crack! The banana tree toppled over. Qin Yu pondered, Wu Han and Su Qing. Should this be a moment of embarrassment or one of joy? It was rather perplexing. She had not exerted herself excessively, or rather, she had pushed with considerable effort. Yet her strength was not overwhelming. Qin Yu believed that embracing a more artistic persona held greater promise. For the strong-willed woman ultimately would only be regarded as a mere figure of strength. Thus, she endeavored to elucidate this thought while drawing closer to the severed trunk of the banana tree. Has this been chopped? Su Qing, equally intrigued, approached and observed alongside her. Both women expressed their curiosity, prompting Wu Han to scrutinize the area closely. It appeared as though it had been struck by some implement. Yet the assailant had not persisted. Could it have been the other groups? It seemed unlikely. Would others so easily concede if they encountered such a situation? Su Qing clearly disagreed with his assessment, while Wu Han remained non-committal. It seemed trivial, not worthy of concern. Was it not sufficient to secure the bananas? A sense of unease crept over Qin Yu. Could there be others on this island? Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, she whispered to the cat, "Don't ask me, I have no clue. Relax, it's merely a novice task. Just assist Su Qing in navigating through this, and ensure her situation does not worsen. It would be ideal if you could help her acquire the finest bananas." The cat, somewhat exasperated, was overheard by Qin Yu as it sipped something. "Did you go down to pour yourself another bowl of chicken soup?" Qin Yu cursed inwardly. The bananas had been harvested, and they pressed further inward, collecting a few small oranges, but no further bounty was found. Fortunately, it was still morning, and time was ample. Locating a suitable campsite remained the utmost priority. However, within the jungle, the foliage was dense, and clearings were scarce. After venturing deeper, they finally stumbled upon a somewhat open area. This will do, they all seemed to agree. But with insufficient tools, they could only gather wood. Fortunately, having some prior experience, Qin Yu adeptly took to the task. To her surprise, Su Qing was equally diligent, laboring without a hint of complaint, rendering any need for Qin Yu to intervene unnecessary. The trio worked fervently, and soon they had established a suitable spot. Should we seek food first or start a fire? Unlike other men, Wu Han was discerning enough to consult the opinions of the two women. With daylight still ample, he believed they could manage a fire later. "I think we should prioritize finding something to eat," Su Qing suggested. Wu Han raised an eyebrow at her assertion. "Are you the one feeling hungry? Is there something wrong with you?" Su Qing retorted, "Do you take pleasure in taunting someone like me, who is struggling in the entertainment industry?" Feeling emboldened by her frustration, she added, "It's not just me who's hungry, Qin Yu is as well. Right, Qin Yu? I heard your stomach growling." Qin Yu, caught off guard, could only muster a shy smile. I am a bit hungry." Eating fruit would not suffice to meet their protein needs, and besides, it wouldn't fill them up. Earlier, they had passed a stream, which should harbor fish and shrimp. Perhaps they could search for them. The stream was neither too small nor too large, with moss-covered stones and murky water, the murkiness often signifying the presence of fish. There are definitely fish here. The three individuals were filled with joy, for it was now midday, and having not eaten breakfast, the sight of fish promised a meal. Though catching them would prove difficult, fishing was a viable option. Do we have any fishing line? One pondered, but alas, there was none. Qin Yu reflected on the contents of her bag, which contained only clothing, perhaps a few undergarments. Actually, I have managed to conceal a small bundle, Su Qing whispered, pulling the trio aside to discreetly reveal a small stash of fishing line along with several hooks and even some floats. Is it truly possible to hide all that? Mao Er mused. You didn't stash it away in your undergarments, did you? How utterly crass. Pa! You are the one who is crass. Qin Yu retorted, noting that even the seemingly composed Wu Han appeared flustered. Look at him, his face is flushed. Oh! Indeed, Qin Yu observed, noticing Wu Han's averted gaze. Man! Wait, Mao Er, I just realized you are a tomcat. A she-cat would likely not be so crude. Mao Er exclaimed in disbelief, how rude! But can we use the fishing line? The trio turned to PD, anxious for his response. PD quickly interjected, no, you cannot. Their faces fell in unison. However, he continued, you may exchange half of the fish you catch later for a piece of fishing line, of which there is only one 3-meter length and a single hook. Is this usury? One protested. But, Qin Yu countered, if we fail to catch a single fish, we shall have profited. Your reasoning is somewhat perilous, young lady, PD remarked. The trio soon acquiesced, and then they set about digging for worms, for bait was essential. And they also needed to procure a bamboo pole or wooden stick to fashion a fishing rod. Fishing rods are easily obtainable, bamboo and sticks are ubiquitous. However, as for earthworms, there is no need to dig for them. Within this decayed wood, one can expect to find insect eggs. Qin Yu, having grown up in the countryside, possesses a fair understanding of such matters, and this method proves to be more convenient than the laborious task of excavating earthworms. In the forest, decaying wood is abundant, particularly by the stream. Before long, the trio discovered a section of bamboo and spotted some rotting wood leaning against the creek. Upon peeling back the decayed bark, they indeed found insect eggs nestled beneath, plump and plentiful. Are you coming? Wu Han glanced at Su Qing. Su Qing's expression shifted, and she feigned a cool demeanor, asserting, I'll come if I must. Yet Wu Han raised an eyebrow, deciding against it. Let me handle it. He collected the fat insect eggs while adding, amidst Su Qing's surprise, if you faint, neither Qin Yu nor I will be able to carry you. Her tongue is indeed sharp. She may be dark-skinned, but she is slender. You won't need to carry me. If I were to faint, it would be feigned, Su Qing retorted with a cold self-deprecation, which rendered Wu Han momentarily awkward as he regarded her thoughtfully. What is this about? Her past misadventures? Qin Yu inquired of Mao Er, who replied, I just looked it up. It turns out Su Qing once fainted on the red carpet for no apparent reason. She had been overworking herself while unwell, and that day was particularly windy and cold, causing her to faint. Consequently, she was ruthlessly attacked by internet trolls, and her company failed to defend her. Wu Han was present at the time. That was indeed quite scandalous. For reasons unknown, Qin Yu felt a surge of inexplicable emotion as she glanced at Su Qing. Sister Su, do you enjoy drinking water? Is it so? I dislike it, I prefer meat. Qin Yu coughed lightly and remarked, fortunately, you do not like it. Otherwise, if you were to be criticized for merely drinking water, that would be the true essence of it. Sister Su, you are still not famous enough. If it were an ordinary woman, she might find such remarks quite displeasing and would likely retaliate instantly. However, Su Qing had grown accustomed to being criticized and could discern which comments were meant to defend her. Then I must strive harder. As the trio conversed, a fishing rod was prepared. Yet, Su Qing, lacking in patience, handed the rod to Wu Han, allowing him to fish while she accompanied Qin Yu to seek other delicacies. Was this person foolish? The production crew was bewildered. Logically, one would expect them to cling to Wu Han for camera time. Yet it appeared they were eager to part ways instead. Wu Han seemed indifferent, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. There was undoubtedly something amiss between the two. Qin Yu and the cat shared a mutual judgment, but suddenly, what was that ahead? Both noticed what seemed to be a mountain deep within the thicket, featuring a cave atop it. Shall we investigate? What was this? There were bloodstains. Dark crimson streaks marred the stones on the ground, not just one, but multiple trails across various rocks. It appeared as though a beast had dragged its prey into the cave repeatedly. With such an observation, the cave suddenly seemed rather perilous. Your inquiry is somewhat beyond the scope, the cameraman could only mutter. For safety reasons, the advance team must have already conducted a thorough exploration. Qin Yu replied, oh. Since it has already been explored, there is no need to enter. Su Qing concurred, indeed, it would be such a waste of time. It seems that both of you are filled with trepidation. There appears to be a sound akin to the crunch of stepping on stones and tiles. Turning to peer into the darkness, Qin Yu inexplicably feels as though something is locking eyes with her. A sound emerges. Su Qing also perceives it. Is that the call of a bird? A bird call? What she hears is certainly not a bird's song. Just as Qin Yu is about to speak, Su Qing pulls her away, pointing at something on the forest floor. Short and plump, resembling a chick, it is, in fact, a quail. A quail that does not soar too high. The two women are nearly overwhelmed with joy. Who cares about a cave? They immediately take the cameraman into the woods to catch quails. The quails, being rather low-flying and somewhat dazed, allow the two women to crouch carefully and successfully capture 3 of them, though 6 or 7 had been startled and fled. It is perhaps due to their lack of swiftness. Nevertheless, 3 is more than sufficient, considering there are only 3 of them. Triumphantly returning with 3 quails, they find Wuhan still empty-handed. However, that seems rather unfair, for sitting beside him are 2 women, Zhang Li and Qi Ziyuan, one on either side, each holding a fishing rod. It appears they are engaged in some discussion. Su Qing glances at the 2 women, along with the 7 or 8 cameras and a dozen or more crew members. If I were a fish, I wouldn't dare approach either. No worries, Su Jia. Let us head up and fish. Let us not disturb them, it's a pity we lack fishing rods. Qin Yu, with her innocent charm, expresses her concern and sentiment, while Qi Ziyuan, fearing that Su Qing and Qin Yu might intrude, promptly offers them a fishing rod, claiming it was found alongside 2 bananas as a bonus. Oh! It is evident that Qin Yifeng, that crafty old fox, was aware of this all along, yet he never mentioned it. It remains uncertain whether it was intentional or not. Yet it hardly matters. Qin Yu and Su Qing ventured upstream for fishing, only to discover a moderately sized lake. Despite the sparse crowd, the fish remained elusive, leaving the two to engage in idle conversation. As they chatted, Qin Yu began to glean some insights about Su Qing. A true foodie. She incessantly discussed the 18 different culinary methods for preparing fish, articulating her points with great enthusiasm and an insatiable curiosity. Can you cook? No. Then why do you know so much? I'll find someone to teach me in the future, so they can cook for me. Just as they were conversing, the leaf that served as a fishing float suddenly stirred, catching both Qin Yu and Su Qing off guard. It's biting. When it moved again, Su Qing quickly yanked the line, but perhaps due to her excessive force, her foot slipped, and she plunged into the water. Qin Yu, witnessing Su Qing's sudden fall, was instantly alarmed, especially as the cat cried out, "She can't swim! This is dire!" Without hesitation, Qin Yu leaped into the water. The cameraman, poised to assist, remarked, "Is this amateur overly valiant? Is he perhaps a fan of Su Qing?" Qin Yu's swift descent took everyone by surprise. Upon entering the water, she saw Su Qing sinking below the surface, seemingly unconscious. What on earth? How could she have fainted so suddenly? Even if she couldn't swim, it shouldn't have caused her to lose consciousness so quickly. Qin Yu hastily swam down to rescue her. However, after only a brief moment underwater, her expression drastically changed. Echoing in her mind were the cat's frantic screams. "Oh no! Oh no! A human skull! To be precise." They had spotted what appeared to be a human skull at the bottom of the lake. There, starkly revealed among the aquatic vegetation, lay a ghastly sight, compounded by the scattered remnants of limbs and bones nearby. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a vast expanse was bleached white, indicating the presence of more than one skeleton. The sudden discovery of human bones at the lake's bottom sent a wave of terror through everyone present. Why was there no prior warning regarding such a horrific matter? Most locals had long since migrated away, having not inhabited these nearby islands for over a decade, and many were unaware of the island's customs. This incident was indeed unexpected, yet it was also a grave oversight on their part. Nevertheless, now that this knowledge had come to light, it would be prudent to avoid the lake, lest we disturb the spirits of those who have departed. Upon hearing this, Qi Ziyuan's words ignited a fervent reaction from Mao Er. You were right, this woman has finally revealed her true nature. Mao Er remarked. It does not seem so. Chapter 13, the wild man Wu Han was taken aback. Could such a thing truly be? Are you certain? He inquired. Qin Yu, of course, was certain. She was not alone in her observation. There was also a cat present, having navigated through this circle and suffered her fair share of setbacks. She had garnered a wealth of experience. The East Timor crocodile? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu considered the explanation plausible, as it seemed reasonable enough. She was not one to instigate trouble, yet her mind was perpetually preoccupied with the matter. Well, so be it. By the way, what will happen if this quest fails? Nothing much. Oh, that's reassuring. You will simply be erased. One must always prepare for the worst while adopting a cautious mindset. As the show progressed, Qin Yu could only exert her utmost effort. Fortunately, the trio grew increasingly in sync, successfully overcoming the Zhongli clan, which was plagued by internal discord. However, formidable adversaries awaited in the forms of Qin Yifeng and Han Kuan. In such a fierce competition, it proved quite taxing for Qin Yu, a young girl who could only rely on her wits to engage in various duels with the seasoned competitors. Though the situation was less than dignified, Qin Yu understood that the edited outcome would inevitably appear justified. Given Wu Han's commendable performance and Su Qing's lack of any blemishes unless the editor were to mismanage the cuts. Cat, have I passed? Why have I not been reminded yet? Ah, indeed. The final day was designated for group survival, with results announced at noon and a collective hunt to celebrate in the afternoon. However, the repercussions of the unspoken rules emerged, as Qi Ziyuan also engaged in a bit of maneuvering, pairing her with Wu Han for an ocean dive to catch fish. Initially, Wu Han casually invited Su Qing to join, but she, acknowledging her lack of aquatic skills, chose to keep her distance and intended to team up with Qin Yu instead, only for Han Kuan to step in. Consequently, Qin Yu found herself teamed with Qin Yifeng heading towards the eastern jungle, while Zhang Li and Jia Sheng accompanied Su Qing to the west. Once separated, Qin Yu felt a twinge of unease, only for Qin Yifeng to confront her, implying his disdain for her connection with Wu Han, who had secured victory. I believe you ought not to utter such words, for when you express them, I perceive them as flattery. In truth, you harbor a deep envy for such convenience, yet lack the means to achieve your desires. Inflicting harm upon others while suffering oneself tenfold is utterly unnecessary. Qin Yu's words undoubtedly reflect a sense of liberation, as they will not be edited out in the background. However, this statement has certainly tarnished Qin Yifeng's demeanor. Without regard for the presence of the cameraman, he scoffed at her, saying, Initially, I thought you were a pure and demure girl, yet you have transformed into this. It is no wonder you maintain such a close relationship with women like Su Qing. Qin Yu paused, casting him a glance, and both cameramen anticipated an outburst. To their surprise, she revealed a gentle smile. If a woman is coerced into becoming utterly wicked, it is preferable to a man who feigns virtue and fails. Such a remark is remarkably potent, entirely uncharacteristic of a young woman who appears delicate and vulnerable. Once again, Qin Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, what is this? Qin Yu stepped into the muddy water, initially indifferent, but soon noticed a large footprint in the mud ahead. Was this footprint peculiar? Undoubtedly. Startled, Qin Yu looked up, furrowing her brow. Where is Su Qing? She was just here moments ago. Perhaps she is further back. She has always remained behind. It is of no concern, there are cameramen following. The three of them continued their conversation, believing there was nothing amiss, or perhaps they secretly wished for something to occur. When was the last time she spoke? Or how long has it been since any of you last laid eyes upon her? The three individuals gazed at Qin Yu, their faces marked with astonishment. Zhang Li, though fierce in demeanor, was internally frail. What is it? She inquired. She has always been a solitary figure, engrossed in her own world, seldom engaging in conversation. Approximately half an hour ago, perhaps. Thus, it must have been over half an hour, even an hour. They had indeed overlooked Su Qing, who lingered behind. Yet, a cameraman was present, so what was the rush? Their exaggerated concerns regarding Qin Yu were quite irksome. She was merely an ordinary person, after all. Moreover, the gravest danger lay in the fact that Golden House had yet to provide any assessment or feedback on her performance. And even the cat had vanished without a trace. This was abnormal, unequivocally abnormal. Suddenly, Qin Yu seized the walkie-talkie from the waist of the towering cameraman and bolted away. Switching it on as she shouted towards the PD, "If you wish to avoid the termination of your entertainment career, do not hang up now, listen closely. First, on the very first night, on the island, I encountered some animal remains, skulls and limbs severed from one another, accompanied by ashes from a fire. Only humans would roast meat over a fire. This indicates that there are people on this island. Second, on the following day, we discovered a banana tree, which toppled completely when I gently pushed it. This was due to the severe chopping at its base, with the cuts still fresh. If it had been previously felled, it would not have collapsed so easily, and there would be no reason to leave it half-cut. I am certain that it was not done by anyone from our group. It is highly probable that another individual was present at the time, and upon hearing our voices, hurriedly departed. Thirdly, Su Qing and I discovered a cave, one that the cameraman had also inspected. The entrance was marked with numerous blood stains, both old and new, indicating that either humans or beasts had recently dragged their prey within. Fourthly, and most gravely, I could scarcely bear to contemplate its realization, this lake was indeed once the site of water burials for the local populace. However, the skulls and dismembered limbs bore a striking resemblance to the animal remains mentioned earlier, suggesting that these individuals may have met their end at the hands of the same perpetrator, or perhaps were consumed by him. As those words echoed through the walkie-talkie, PD Lin was left in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of stunned silence, he erupted in expletives, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Who would believe such a thing? Qin Yu, your audacity is astonishing, why don't you hurry up?" He continued to curse, but Wu Han, who had just reached the shore and had heard the entire exchange, abruptly discarded his diving gear, his face ashen with fury, shouting, "Damn it! Why discuss this any further? There is a genuine possibility that an unanticipated primitive human exists on this island, one armed with lethal weapons and brimming with aggression. If something goes awry, are you prepared to shoulder the blame?" Though PD was a woman, she too unleashed a torrent of curses. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already been racing through the darkness for some time. The cameraman, panting heavily behind him, made a decisive choice upon hearing Qin Yu's words, setting down the camera in a moment of moral conflict. The two men dashed through the obscurity, unaware of how long they had been fleeing, until they were suddenly pierced by a sound sharp and perhaps faint, yet cutting through the air like a scream of terror. The hearts of the two individuals sank in alarm. Panic seized them. "Quick! Grab something!" Qin Yu sprinted towards the source of the sound, her body remarkably more agile than usual, propelled by sheer desperation. The piercing scream echoed again, and just as Qin Yu thought she was drawing near, the sound abruptly ceased. The most unfortunate turn of events occurred when the cameraman stumbled and fell, his flashlight crashing to the ground and shattering, plunging the entire jungle into an oppressive darkness. Breaths could be heard too, or perhaps even more. Was someone concealing themselves? Suddenly, a faint voice broke through the silence, "Xiao Yu, be careful." Instinctively, Qin Yu tensed, sidestepping just in time. With a swift motion, an axe swung towards her from the left, ferocious in its intent. Had it not been for that warning shout, her head would have been severed. In that very instant, the sky erupted with thunder. The flash of lightning revealed a grotesque, filthy figure, a savage, monstrous wild man. He was hunched, with robust limbs and bloodied fangs. Of course, the axe was stained as well. Not with Qin Yu's blood, but with someone else's. Could it be Su Qing? Chapter 14. The cannibal Su Qing lay on the ground, her fate uncertain, while the towering cameraman stood frozen in terror. Qin Yu, having narrowly evaded the previous strike, felt the wind from the axe slice past her, sharp and menacing. A dull ache began to throb in her neck. With a fierce roar, the wild man raised his axe once more, swinging it down towards Qin Yu with astonishing speed and ferocity. Terrified, she relied on her agility honed from years in the mountain village, managing to evade him twice. However, the axe struck a small tree behind her with a resounding crack, severing the trunk. Perhaps this man had dwelled on the island for far too long, for he could perceive her in the darkness, while she was utterly unable to discern his presence. Her only recourse was to flee. In her possession was a weapon. A bamboo pole she had fortuitously discovered and picked up during her journey, a mere stick with a diameter of 1 centimeter. It appeared to be of little threat, yet one end was somewhat sharp. Initially, she had intended to utilize it as a weapon, but the cameraman possessed nothing at all. With no other options, she resorted to this natural implement. Yet, could she truly contend with this wild man? She could not even see him clearly. As the axe descended once more, Qin Yu had already fled in a disheveled manner. The wild man pursued from behind with alarming speed, nearly bringing down his weapon upon her back for the third time. With a thud, the axe struck the stone instead. Qin Yu ducked behind the rock, her evasive skills honed from years of being ostracized and bullied in her village, forcing her to learn the art of dodging and escape. This instinct persisted into her adulthood, even when faced with perilous situations as a mistress, where she had once found herself cornered by a group of people, yet emerged unscathed. Despite her current escape, the axe had struck the stone, but Qin Yu found herself ensnared, her foot caught in the crevice of the rock. Just as she attempted to free herself, she stumbled and fell. The wild man's chilling breaths echoed around her as he raised the axe again. A towering and terrifying shadow loomed over her. It was the end. But suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the scene, striking the wild man's eyes. It was Su Qing, lying on the ground, blood trickling from her forehead, yet fueled by sheer determination. She activated her fallen flashlight. As the blinding beam struck the wild man, he instinctively shut his eyes, and the opportunity arose. Qin Yu's eyes widened in defiance. Filled with the instinct to resist the threat to her life, coupled with the courage to cherish her existence and alter her future, she could not die. She must thrive and assertively reshape her destiny as well as that of her parents. Thus, she forcefully thrust the bamboo pole upward from the ground. It penetrated her assailant's abdomen, but it was insufficient. It did not reach the thoracic cavity or heart. The savage howled in agony, growing increasingly ferocious, as if intent on shredding Qin Yu to pieces. Stunned, Qin Yu stood frozen. At that moment, a heavy stone suddenly struck the back of the savage's head. It was the cameraman, finally proving his worth. Blood sprayed from the savage's head as he collapsed, bringing a sense of finality, and amidst the chaos, Qin Yu faintly heard distant shouts and strong lights. Just as joy and hope surged within her, Qin Yu let out a scream, for the falling axe had struck her thigh. Damn it! When Qin Yu awoke, she found herself in a hospital, having undergone surgery on her thigh. But her body felt weak and feeble. The production team visited her, their expressions a mix of deep respect, admiration, and complexity. I only have one question: how is Su Qing? Qin Yu was genuinely concerned about this matter. She had sustained severe injuries, having struck her head against a tree. Do you realize there is no logical connection between your earlier and latter statements? The producer remarked, his face darkening. I have never encountered someone who, while fleeing, manages to collide with a tree and suffer a concussion. Are they a fool? After all, she was their employer, preserving face was essential. Qin Yu hurriedly defended her, but she did wake up once while grappling with her concussion and saved us. That counts as self-rescue, doesn't it? Both of them survived alongside the cameraman, though one suffered a concussion and the other endured a severe injury from an axe that fell onto her thigh. Observing the expressions of PD and the others, Qin Yu cautiously inquired, what about the cameraman following Su Qing? He is the most severely injured. PD's face turned pale, yet he softened his tone, explaining that the man's arm had been severed, causing him to lose consciousness. Su Qing had drawn the attention of the murderer away, allowing him to survive. Otherwise, given the killer's penchant for decapitation, his demise would have been inevitable. A murderer? Indeed. Qin Yu reflected, only to notice Wu Han's subtle gaze. A murderer? Perhaps more than that. Of course, more than that. It nearly frightened the cat to death. Suddenly, the cat interjected, prompting Qin Yu to scoff. You only just decided to show up? Don T, you think it's a bit late? You think I wanted to? If I had been there, I would have helped you. With a single swipe, I could have taken him down. But the Golden House forbids it. The Golden House forbids it. What can I do, dear? The cat, clearly flustered, attempted to shift the topic. However, this individual is indeed more than just a murderer. Can you guess how those corpses were disposed of in the lake? Needless to say, they were dismembered. And after dismemberment? They were discarded. But what happened before that? Qin Yu's mind suddenly twisted in knots as a horrifying thought flashed through her mind. Slicing flesh? Why slice flesh? The cat questioned from its lofty perch. Qin Yu felt a chill run through her entire being. To eat? They were eating human flesh? What is your real name, cat? The inexplicable inquiries of Qin Yu left the cat perplexed. Why should I tell you? She retorted. Shall I carve a tablet in your honor and venerate you every year? This was an open-ended task, inherently devoid of the need for questions directed at her. The cat, aware of its own shortcomings, pouted defiantly. Refusing to concede, you expect me to listen to a mere cat? Have you fed your intelligence to one? Frustrated, Qin Yu fell silent, and the cat, ignoring her, busied itself with its meal. The crux of the issue lay in the prior investigation team's lack of diligence. This time, the fate of the PD Lin was likely to be dire. Indeed, he was responsible for the coordination. Footprints? With so many individuals having entered and exited the island multiple times, what was so peculiar about footprints? How could one ascertain that they belonged to the murderer? I referred to footprints, not shoe prints. Suddenly, the group was jolted into awareness. Indeed, among them, it was improbable that anyone would walk barefoot. They were not crabbing along the beach. After Wuhan and the others departed, daylight gradually broke, and the cat's voice could be heard. Suddenly vanished? What about the situation here? What of Su Qing and the others? Just as they mentioned Su Qing, she and Wuhan conversed outside. Wuhan's impatience was laced with genuine concern, while Su Qing rolled her eyes, maintaining her discontent. However, Qin Yu could scarcely ponder these matters, for she had vanished. At the moment of her disappearance, a perfect replica of her appeared on the bed, the cat's tail flicking before it swiftly concealed itself beneath the covers. With a stumble, she fell to the ground, her leg. Pain. Cold sweat trickled down as Qin Yu realized she might very well perish within the gilded confines of the mansion. The screen displayed the scene of Qin Yu and Su Qing, with Su Qing tearfully embracing her. The sound of a cat echoed. Her chest is significantly larger than yours. Soft and supple. You can't possibly be a woman, can you? My chest is also soft, albeit still undeveloped. Are you unfamiliar with the concept of latent potential? Curse your family's ancestor. Qin Yu thought to herself, her mind swirling with expletives, not due to the integration of some future elderly woman's memories and temperament, but rather from the irritation caused by this insufferable cat. Finally, after holding her breath, Qin Yu managed to endure until the cat finished dealing with Su Qing. Upon entering and spotting Qin Yu's appearance, the cat's expression changed instantaneously, followed by uproarious laughter. Qin Yu thought, is this what I've come to? Is this my fate? This happens every time? She mused that she felt somewhat more agile and stronger on this island than in reality. While her agility was indeed sharp, her stamina was lacking. However, after several days of survival on the island, despite the fatigue, she felt her condition was better than she had anticipated. The cat poked at her wound with a finger. Have you lost your mind? Qin Yu's face contorted in response as she grasped the cat's face with one hand. You wretched creature. I was merely testing your injury. In an instant, a brawl erupted between the two. After a while, they paused, both nursing their wounds. The cat rubbed its swollen rear, fuming, you foolish, petty-minded, ordinary woman. You deserve your injuries. Qin Yu, feeling drained, chose to ignore it. By the way, how do I go about evaluating my task? The results have already appeared on the screen. The evaluation for the first fast travel task is 3 stars. The basic completion rating is 2 stars, and she has achieved 3. As for this outcome, it's rather mediocre, isn't it? Chapter 15, Take out the homework. Although I generally disdain the inherent flaws of you mortals, there is one aspect I genuinely admire, your unwavering optimism. Even with such dismal results, you seem to take delight in them. It's not that bad, at least I managed to protect her from death. And I even helped her achieve first place. Qin Yu felt doused with cold water. She was initially indignant, but the cat analyzed firmly, you survived. Which is why you received a 2-star basic evaluation. Yet, the first place was only secured with the assistance of Su Qing and that cameraman in thwarting the ogre. Furthermore, Your failure to notice and act effectively in the early stages resulted in a person suffering a severed limb, and both Su Qing and yourself also sustained serious injuries. Don't you find that rather tragic? Qin Yu was rendered speechless, managing only after a while to retort, "You are being excessively harsh. The Golden House is not a mindless children's game. We are here to punish evil and promote good, to expel wickedness. Those villains are quite formidable. If we are not stringent from the outset, it would be a mockery of your lives." It spoke with righteous indignation, and Qin Yu found its words somewhat agreeable. Until it added, "Although you are a 34-year-old aunt." Qin Yu. She merely glimpsed the future of a young girl, not an aunt, okay. But what is the purpose of these stars? Are there rewards? The stars serve as rewards, which you can exchange for a multitude of items. Approach and illuminate the grand screen. Upon activating the screen, Qin Yu indeed discovered an option. The feline, after clearing its throat, remarked that given your current low level, you had only undergone a brief foray into the realm of fast traversal. However, do you not find this option rather delightful? You can exchange a single star for 10 days in a fast travel world. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, wondering if this meant he could traverse into Su Qing's world. Indeed. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Qin Yu, it implies I possess a 12-to-1 advantage in terms of time. Feline, precisely. Yet, you only have 3 stars, equating to 3 journeys, totaling 30 days or a month. Have you contemplated what you wish to do there? Qin Yu, I've thought it through. I can take my weekend or holiday assignments with me, alleviating my mother's worries about my inability to submit my work. Feline. Is that all you aspire to? In truth, Qin Yu harbored other intentions, a fleeting inspiration that, while its specific outcomes remained uncertain, echoed the adage, "A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step." What would become of Su Qing's fate in my absence? The feline, now exuding an air of omniscience, replied. What do you think? She would perish, and in a rather gruesome fashion, to be devoured. It would indeed be a tragic tale. Qin Yu was taken aback by Wu Han. He and Su Qing had been classmates since elementary school, and upon recognizing her as they grew older, he harbored some misunderstandings towards her, perhaps a blend of 7 parts disdain and 3 parts concern. In truth, he had a slight fondness for her. Such is the nature of mortals, isn't it? Always so self-deprecating. Could you not utter something more agreeable? Yet, what could one expect from a mere cat? Qin Yu was too indifferent to argue with a feline. By the way, what is your name again? Humph. I shall not tell you, then I shall call you Jiao Jiao. Without waiting for Jiao Jiao's ire to escalate, Qin Yu promptly exited, once again traversing through dimensions. Upon returning to her room, she indeed stumbled slightly, yet the pain in her thigh was not severe, rather, it was a mere tingling numbness accompanied by fatigue. She contemplated unwrapping the bandage but thought better of it, thus, she endured the discomfort. She donned her school uniform, complete with the somewhat bulky school trousers, and indeed, the traces of the bandage were concealed. Loose, casual, convenient, and unattractive. Such is the ultimate essence of school trousers. Qin Yu felt no disdain, instead, she experienced a profound sense of nostalgia. After changing into her uniform, she stood before the mirror for quite some time, lost in thought. Weisheng sensed something peculiar about her daughter. Her expression shifted rapidly as if she were reminiscing, then sorrowful, and finally, dismissive. However, she could not speak and could only approach to gently knock on the door. Weisheng pointed towards the kitchen, signaling that dinner was ready, but there was still time. No need to rush. Yet, time was fleeting, so she relented. Mom, see you tonight, she called as she dashed out, her backpack swaying rhythmically behind her, reminiscent of her ponytail. Weisheng watched for a long while, eventually breaking into a dreamy smile. How delightful! She felt that her daughter was truly remarkable. The mother, unaware of her daughter's whereabouts, found her running along the path, which led her to a family's yard. Just as she peered in, a boy inside called out, Xiao Yuer. What are you doing? Why are you so early today? I've been waiting for you. How curious. The usually sluggish Qin family's little fish could be so sprightly at times. The Li family parents were surprised but refrained from commenting. Li Yuan hastily finished his meal, snatched a couple of fried dough sticks, and dashed out one for Qin Yu and one for himself. The boy was tall and lean, unremarkable in appearance. while the girl was of moderate height, slender, and possessed a delicate yet slightly disheveled beauty. Together, they walked side by side in the early morning mist. Then the girl said to the boy, "Take out your homework for me to copy." The boy, nearly choking on the fried dough stick he was munching, coughed several times before asking, "What did you just say?" Qin Yu earnestly repeated, "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't let me copy, I'll get punished by the teacher." "Xiao Yu, you've changed. You're particularly domineering." Li Yuan was astonished, yet helplessly retrieved his homework notebook to hand to her. "Xiao Yu, even though your grades aren't great, you wouldn't have acted like this before. This isn't good. If you don't take it seriously, you won't get into high school, and then what will happen?" He rambled on earnestly. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, lying on a stone by the roadside to quickly copy the homework, rolled her eyes but then turned her face away, appearing quite fragile and demure. "I understand. And I assure you it won't happen again. This time was merely due to my assistance with some chores at home. You know my mother is in poor health." Upon mentioning the delicate and beautiful Mrs. Yu, Li Yuan comprehended and ceased his remarks, instead standing by to shield her from the wind. In Takeuchi village, there are not many children attending school in the town, most opt for the rural institutions. However, Qin Yu and Li Yuan are exceptions. The latter excels academically and hails from a family of some means within the village, while the former, though impoverished, is the only daughter cherished by her parents, thus managing to enroll in the town's secondary school alongside Li Yuan. Historically, this has been the case, but Takeuchi village is somewhat unique. It is in close proximity to the town and adjacent to the national highway. A few years ago, a child was abducted while walking to school in the town, causing quite a stir. The government took notice and prioritized the issue, ultimately establishing a dedicated bus service that operates twice daily, punctually arriving and departing, thus providing transportation for students and villagers from Takeuchi village and four neighboring villages. Initially, there were objections suggesting that the students could be accommodated in dormitories. However, the costs associated with such housing were considerable, and most rural families were either unwilling or unable to bear the expense. The schools were reluctant to forego fees, leading to the definitive establishment of the bus service, which has now been in operation for 5 years. Qin Yu picked up her homework, stood up, and looked at it, breaking into a smile. Beauty often lies in the depths of the imperfect, much like the little vehicle. Chapter 16, The Campus Goddess. The little vehicle, both quaint and charming, picked up several students and villagers from Takeuchi village, passing through Shangxi village, where it also collected Li Xiaoyun, who was attending school in the town. The three individuals belonged to the same class and naturally greeted one another upon meeting. At the very least, they had all risen early, which likely contributed to their shared sense of drowsiness. Perhaps it was also due to the oil sticks they clutched in their hands, leaving little time for conversation. Qin Yu had just completed her homework and was savoring her oil stick, thus remaining relatively silent. Lingxi town serves as the county seat of Songdong County, situated at the southernmost tip of Jiang Province. Established in June 1981, it is administratively under Quanzhou City and is one of the 6 counties under its jurisdiction. The name Songdong derives from its location east of Songshan Mountain. To the east and southeast, it borders the East China Sea, while to the southwest, it adjoins Ding City in Fujian Province. To the west lies Tai County, and to the north, it shares boundaries with Pingyuan and Weisheng counties. However, it is also referred to as a poverty-stricken county. In comparison to other counties, Songdong County indeed ranks lowest in terms of economic contribution. Thus, in 2000, its county seat did not reflect the prosperity and modernity of the future. Instead, remnants of antiquity and backwardness were still visible. At least, when Qin Yu's bus entered the county seat, she caught glimpses through the window of an advertisement for a certain celebrity's restroom hanging from a horizontal beam, or observed a small cart selling meat soup by the roadside, evoking a sense of the essence of the times. Yet, as her mind grappled with the chaotic memories of a 34-year-old seasoned driver's mistress intertwined with those of a 16-year-old girl, she beheld Li Yuan, who was diligently flipping through his language book beside her. What she saw was not the earnest visage of a youth engrossed in his studies, but rather the grotesque and horrifying image of a gaunt, taciturn young man, recently retrieved from the water, his body grotesquely swollen. His mother wept beside him, her heart shattered, nearly fainting, while his father trembled as he removed his coat, attempting to cover his son, perhaps fearful of the cold. How icy that water was! Especially in the dead of winter when it had frozen. A shiver coursed through her, and Li Yuan immediately sensed something unusual about Qin Yu. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see her eyes red and brimming with tears. Alarmed, he hurriedly inquired about her well-being, asking if she was feeling unwell. Li Shaowen, who had approached upon hearing the commotion, remarked, "Xiao Yu, what has happened to you these past few days? You seem possessed." Before them loomed the town's finest junior high school, Zhunei Middle School, as the school bus slowly made its way toward it, only to pass by and halt beside the neighboring institution, Qinfeng Middle School. The two schools stood side by side, one exuding grandeur while the other appeared rather shabby. The very name Qinfeng suggested a consolation prize, indicative of a place where diligent effort was still required. To the locals, Qinfeng Middle School was perceived as a mediocre institution, ranking in the lower tier within the county, notorious for its high number of underperforming students, with excellence being a rarity. Any exceptional talent was swiftly lured away to the adjacent Zhunei. Yet, even Qinfeng Middle School posed a considerable challenge for a rural student like Qin Yu, who struggled academically. But braving the biting cold to eat breakfast at the entrance was no easy feat. The stern director was at the main gate, wielding his teaching baton and reprimanding the students, though such strict discipline was not a hallmark of Qinfeng. This was perhaps the only point of pride for its students in comparison to their neighbors. Just as Qin Yu and her companions were about to enter the school, they heard the infamous iron-faced director of Zhunei raise his voice, with such a strong odor, "Aren't you all feeling uncomfortable?" "Not uncomfortable at all, we want to eat," came a carefree voice, instantly igniting a flurry of activity among the students milling about the two school gates. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu turned to see individuals from her school, notably the diligent campus leader known as Xiao Ma Ge, whose real name was Ma Tiange. Despite his family's affluence, Ma Tiange's academic performance was lamentably poor. To illustrate, his grades were so dismal that they stood in stark contrast to Li Yuan's, who was a paragon of academic excellence. If one were to gauge their performances by the standardized examination system, Qin Yu might score approximately 300 points, while Li Yuan could manage an impressive 600. As for Ma Tiange, his score was a resounding 0. This disheartening figure stemmed from the teacher's policy of rounding scores below 100 to 0, resulting in his exclusion from high school admissions. In truth, Qin Yu suspected that her own score of a little over 300 would not suffice for admission into any respectable high school, especially given that the previous year's cutoff for local high schools had been around 480. "Oh, so your grades are that poor? I thought scoring over 300 was quite commendable." "I suppose I was overly optimistic," a voice filled with disdain interjected. Already in a sour mood, Qin Yu had little desire to engage with this insufferable individual and merely pouted, casting a sidelong glance at the tall, brash Ma Tiange. From the perspective of the contemporary Qin Yu, anyone who managed to score 0 had every right to scorn this academically challenged peer, viewing him as a detritus of society and a lamentable consequence of the educational system. Yet, Qin Yu, possessing a flicker of insight into the harsh realities of the future, recognized that Ma Tiange would likely fare better than many graduates from prestigious universities hailing from humble origins, as his parents would eventually entrust him with local industrial capital. He would navigate the currents of future commercial development. Provided he remained neither foolish nor indolent, he would undoubtedly thrive in the early years of his 20s, basking in the advantages that life had afforded him. This is the stark beauty of reality. However, at this moment, Qin Yu does not lament or feel discontent, for her plight does not stem from the overwhelming disadvantages of innate familial wealth, but rather from the harrowing fate that awaits her. Such is the imminent tragedy of her childhood companion, the neighbor's older brother, meeting a gruesome end shortly after their reunion when she becomes his mistress. Li Yuan cast her a puzzled glance, recalling how he had taken her fishing the previous summer. Qin Yu corrected him, stating, "Oh, I was referring to swimming, not fishing." Her earnestness prompted Li Yuan to ponder. "Not very well, I suppose, just splashing around a bit." "Then always remember that you cannot swim," Qin Yu retorted. And Li Yuan seemed to grasp her meaning, reaching out to gently pat her head with a smile. "I see you are craving stewed fish. You certainly consumed the most last year." Beside them, Li Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Yes, it was mostly you eating, little fish. The three engaged in a fluid conversation, their feet almost crossing the threshold of the small door. where the distant voice of the dean reprimanding Ma Tienda could still be faintly heard. The latter, with a cheeky grin and a skin as thick as city walls, seemed to invite the dean's ire, who, rolling up his sleeves, appeared ready to strike him. Yet, all of a sudden, everything came to a halt. A car, rare on the streets at that time, approached the school gate with a calm and silent demeanor, its pitch-black exterior concealing the reality within. Though perhaps those inside could see through the facade if they were watching. A young girl, in her tender years, alighted from the vehicle, her backpack in tow. Clad in a neatly arranged school uniform, she appeared slender and delicate, yet exuded a vibrant spirit. Whether it was her composed demeanor as she bid farewell to the driver, cautioning him to drive safely before closing the door and watching him depart, or the slight nod she offered to the head of the administration before gracefully walking into the school, her cool elegance was evident. The moment she fished out her school ID from her uniform pocket to present it to the captain of the school team at the entrance, rendering him flustered and stuttering, was equally enchanting. Even when confronted with the bashful admiration of the boys, she maintained a serene composure. Such poise at merely 15 or 16 years of age. From a woman's perspective, this young lady harbored the promise of a remarkable future. Qin Yu mused, surely she must possess a vision of her own future. For how could she not? A prodigy, content to remain hidden among the clouds, thriving in the tranquil countryside. In her diligent high school days, Qin Yu was but a mere shadow, devoid of any presence. This role allowed her to eavesdrop effortlessly on the gossip swirling around her. As she unpacked her books upon entering the 3rd and 4th class of junior high, she could overhear the lively conversations of the boys and girls at the adjacent tables. I bet 10 spicy strips that Xiaoma definitely did that on purpose. On purpose? To offend the formidable figure next door? Isn't he known for his ironclad demeanor? Hard as iron, he naturally appears dark at the end. Well, I think he is actually just waiting for Wenxi. Absolutely. Those boys at the entrance are all waiting for her. There was no doubt about it. Wenxi, Qin Yu's deskmate Zhang Jing leaned in, marveling at Wenxi's beauty and exceptional academic prowess. The essence of a school belle, perhaps, encapsulated in such a manner. Sourness is a trait that most girls possess. And Qin Yu believes she likely shares this quality, perhaps with a hint of envy. Stop envying me, have you finished your homework? She inquired. Zhang Jing, with wide eyes, exclaimed, I was engrossed in watching Tian Wei face Xian last night. Xiao Qi is so pitiful, and Hugo is incredibly handsome. The mere mention of homework alongside Hugo instantly divided the group of students, who often spoke of Wenxi, into a lively uproar. Qin Yu calmly presented her freshly copied homework, eliciting admiration from her peers, yet none dared to ask to copy her work, fearing mistakes. After the morning class, the moment the homeroom teacher arrived, the students scattered like birds taking flight. As the Chinese language class commenced, Qin Yu grasped her pen, engaging in a mental dialogue with Jiao Jiao. I must attend class now. If you have matters to discuss, please wait until after class, if you would. With the formidable advantage of the Golden House, must one still exert such effort? Would it not be more agreeable to simply converse about future plans? Qin Yu remained non-committal, responding, as you have pointed out, I am not naturally gifted. Even with ample time, some hurdles cannot be surmounted merely by the passage of time. Striving to do my best is preferable to living with regret. Aren't you curious how Li Yuan met his end? I sense that you are. Very well, Jiao Jiao pouted, feeling somewhat inadequate. I merely wished to remind you that following a systematic approach to studying and taking exams will not alter your destiny. For your adversaries may be advancing at a more accelerated pace, surpassing you. Do not underestimate the Golden House, it is essential to value my presence. It was as if she were suggesting that Qin Yu should treat it as a sacred entity. You have mentioned the monthly Golden House quick transmission instance. Yet the current star ratings only serve their purpose in the other 3,000 minor realms. To truly comprehend its greater benefits, I must await the second quick transmission mission. However, this month, I am required to undertake a monthly examination. Following 2 such assessments, I will face the pivotal midterm examination. Do you grasp its significance? Naturally. It is something I cannot bear to relinquish. Why did you not mention this sooner? Qin Yu was immediately overwhelmed with frustration. It is crucial to understand that this month represents her sole opportunity to escape the burdens of reality and focus entirely on enhancing her unique abilities. Alas! It is your identity that lacks funds, unable to afford even a tea egg. I deem you the most unfortunate of the chosen ones. Chapter 10. Come. Young one, spread your legs. I have discerned your sense of shame. Jiao Jiao exhibited a look of disdain, declaring, very well, I am fatigued, if you have nothing further. Kindly take your leave. Qin Yu retorted. Who intruded upon whom first? Have you gained weight? She perceived this revelation as hardly subtle, given its evident nature. Where? Which of your eyes has spotted any weight gain? Jiao Jiao vehemently rejected the notion of being labeled as fat. Jiao Jiao. With a flick of her tail, she wrapped it around her increasingly plump form, exclaiming, You penniless wretch, who has fattened me up? Depart, depart. I intend to retire for the night. And thus, she disregarded her. Do not speak of enchantment, as the western wind stirs the curtains. And one is more emaciated than the yellow flower. In the classroom, the recitation of the language teacher resonated, while some students occasionally echoed the lines. One is more emaciated than the yellow flower, and cats are even more contemptible than humans. After a long day of classes, she expressed a disdainful understanding of Jiao Jiao's obedient adherence to her studies. With a foundation so weak and lacking innate talent, achieving her anticipated academic accomplishments in less than 3 months seemed an arduous task, one that the currently underperforming Golden House could not facilitate with ease. Picking up her pen, Qin Yu inscribed the subjects required for the entrance examination: Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, physics, and chemistry. The Chinese class might be manageable, as the nuances of comprehension vary to some extent, but subjects like mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry are rather rigid, likely revealing stark distinctions in performance. In this regard, even among the average students of class 3, 4, in a modest junior high, clear demarcations exist, with the only noteworthy student being Li Yuan. Even Li Yuan, if placed in the neighboring Zhunei Middle School, would merely rank as average. My cousin attends Zhunei, and it is said that the minimum standard for their top tier is a score of at least 650. Goodness, 650. Someone seemed to have overheard this alarming revelation and eagerly inquired, what about Wenxi? She isn't the top student at Zhunei, what score did she achieve? With a sense of superiority derived from my cousin's insights, the young man raised his chin, as if Wenxi were nurtured in his household, and coldly proclaimed a score, 725. At the admission scoreline of 480, where every single point can cost thousands. Qin Yu calculated and suddenly felt not only impoverished but also burdened with an overwhelming debt. The score of this humble one is so meager. Yet one cannot help but wonder where the soul might find solace. With this sentiment, Qin Yu reflected upon the conclusion of the final class of the day. Typically, time would be ample, allowing for a leisurely pace, yet one must not dawdle either. Li Yuan and Qin Yu, along with Li Xiaoyun, shared a harmonious understanding. And soon Qin Yu had tidied up the floor, while she and Li Xiaoyun carried the trash bin outside to dispose of the refuse. Strangely, where had the trash bin gone? It was usually right here. The two searched around, only to discover that all the bins outside several classrooms in the corridor had mysteriously disappeared. With keen eyes, Qin Yu spotted dragging marks on the ground, as well as scattered remnants of trash. Someone had taken them away. Who could be so unscrupulous? Although Li Xiaoyun had a good temperament, she too felt troubled, as they still had garbage to dispose of. Let us head over to the playground, Qin Yu suggested, recalling that several bins were situated there. Surely, the thief would not be deranged enough to steal the bins from the playground as well. However, upon their arrival at the playground, they found not only were the bins intact, but there were even more than before. Rows of trash had been piled to one side, the bins turned upside down and used as makeshift seats. To be precise, a group of youngsters were perched on the bins, peering over the wall into the adjacent school's playground. It was the time for school to end. Yet it remained unclear what had captured their attention. Could there be a basketball game next door? There was no sound of a ball being played, however. Li Xiaoyun's curiosity was piqued, but she noticed that the equally inquisitive Qin Yu finished disposing of their trash and began to append her classroom's bin, placing it on the ground and stepping atop it. The moment she did, it became evident why one would opt for a trash bin rather than a proper seat. The stool was excessively high, making it easy for her to be spotted, but the trash bin was just right. Qin Yu's eyes effortlessly crossed the wall's horizon, catching sight of a group of students sweeping the expansive red plastic playground of the neighboring Zhunei school. While they were merely sweeping, what made it so appealing was the presence of numerous diligent male students peering in, captivated by the sight of the girls, particularly the beautiful ones, among whom was the enchanting Weisheng. What a delightful view! Hey, get down! Just as Qin Yu was lost in her reverie, a fierce voice called out, and she felt her clothes being tugged. Turning her head, she saw a tall and robust boy raising an eyebrow at her. Get down! That spot is mine! Such audacity! But who could blame him? It was Xiao Ma Ge after all. Ma Tiange found it curious that among a line of boys, there was suddenly a scrawny girl. In the diligent school, she was known as a little tyrant. Even Li Xiao Yuan was frightened to tears, desperately signaling to Qin Yu, fearing she might provoke this little despot. However, she was mistaken. Upon realizing it was Ma Tiange, Qin Yu promptly descended from the trash bin, displaying remarkable quickness. Ma Tiange was somewhat satisfied, stepping onto the bin but failing to find his balance. With a loud crash, the bottom of the trash bin gave way beneath his weight, creating quite a commotion. The boys shouted in unison, "Ah!" Li Xiao Yuan echoed, "Ah!" Qin Yu lamented, "My bin." Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Ma Tiange's expression darkened instantly, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Why had the bin broken? Simply because of his weight. Almost enraged, Qin Yu had no intention of provoking this little tyrant. Quickly masking her pain, she calmly reassured him, "It's just a trash bin. If it's broken, so be it. Don't worry. Little horse, come, spread your legs. Placing both feet on the edges of the bucket, stabilize your center of gravity, stand firm, it's still manageable to watch. Spread your legs?" When Ma Tiange was bewildered, he noticed a rather unremarkable, slender girl with a serious expression. "Don't just stand there, hurry up, or Wensi and the others will leave. Maintain your balance, you've got this." Her tone resembled that of a concerned mother. As if missing out on buying 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations would lead to a lifetime of missed opportunities. Indeed, such genuine affection. Ma Tiange hurriedly positioned himself on the edges of the trash can, peering against the wall. At that moment, he caught sight of Wensi and her friends, who had already swept to the corner and were all gazing at them with peculiar expressions. So they just heard everything? Meeting Wensi's calm yet astonished gaze, Ma Tiange's face flushed with embarrassment. A group of boys, startled and awkward, stumbled and fell over one another. However, at that moment, Qin Yu had already grabbed Li Xiaoyun and was running away, casually snatching a trash can from the playground. The total was 750 yuan. And they were exceedingly pleased. Her heart suddenly felt at ease. "Weisheng, why does it seem like my daughter has lately been speaking with such eloquence and reason?" Having accomplished these tasks, Qin Yu did not feel fatigued. She took a shower and informed her parents that she would be doing her homework, promising to sleep right after finishing, requesting not to be disturbed. In their home, Qin Yu held considerable sway, and given the heavy academic load of the 3rd year of junior high, Qin Yuan and Weisheng naturally acquiesced. Upon entering the house, Qin Yu took her backpack into the golden room and re-entered the Yi small world through it. Oh, what on earth! Upon her sudden appearance, Qin Yu discovered herself in a squalid little room. This was her modest rental, littered with bags of snack food refuse strewn across the floor. The disarray was unmistakably the handiwork of a certain feline. "Ah, I believe I have uncovered the reason for your recent weight gain. Are you feigning death, Jiao Jiao?" Indeed. The cat lay curled up, utterly motionless. Qin Yu smirked coldly, but at that moment, her phone on the table began to ring. Her expression darkened upon seeing who was calling. It was Su Qing. Jiao Jiao had only briefly inhabited this world to manage the interactions between Su Qing and her. Yet since Qin Yu intended to re-enter this realm, she had left her traces intact, hence the ongoing connection. Naturally, Su Qing and her companions had swiftly ascended to the trending topics. In the realm of entertainment, some shine while others fade, yet at the outset, no one could have anticipated Su Qing's meteoric rise to fame. As soon as someone began to elevate her status, others emerged to cleanse her image. And in the process of this rehabilitation, she became celebrated. Indeed, she ascended to prominence without any discernible reason. The now famous Su Qing paid little heed to those who had once disparaged her, instead focusing on those who had cared for her during her less favorable times. For instance, the unassuming little fish who had transformed her life. Dining together? Splendid, I am quite hungry. Is the producer also joining us? After ending the call, Qin Yu had nearly tidied up. Given her rural background, she harbored no particular grievances about such a subpar rental in the city, as long as it was clean. It sufficed. Having tidied herself up and pocketed the few bills she had unearthed while organizing her space, she stepped out. The restaurant was not in close proximity to her residence, but she had no intention of taking a taxi. She resolved to simply take the bus. Thus, the money she possessed was sufficient, even enough to purchase a newspaper focused on economic and political affairs. As she journeyed, she perused the newspaper while contemplating the world unfolding around her, its urban architecture, its cultural trends, and its economic framework. Such matters were not typically within the purview of a young woman. At least, if she did notice them, she was not expected to ponder their essence, but rather to indulge in their vibrant allure. Nevertheless, Qin Yu found herself deep in thought, a contemplation that inevitably sowed the seeds for future blossoms. After 2.5 hours, she beheld the towering edifice that housed the restaurant. Chapter 80. The rise of the humble. The name Emerald City had become rather cliché, yet the proprietor had an unwavering fondness for it and insisted on its use, resulting in the addition of an "n." It resembled a quaint, lesser-known establishment, but in reality, this restaurant was quite renowned in the city, celebrated for its ambience and pricing. It could be said that Su Qing's treat was quite generous, indirectly indicating that her financial situation had recently improved. With newfound wealth, it was only natural for her to treat her friends to delightful meals, a disposition that resonated well with Qin Yu's preferences, particularly as she was not one to be overly calculative with friends. Su Qing was already waiting, having shed her disguise in the private room. Yet a pair of sunglasses and various other props lay nearby, hinting at how she had arrived. Upon their meeting, the customary exchange of pleasantries commenced with a flurry of gestures. On the island, I have not been suffocated, though the ingredients you found, little fish, are not unpleasant, however. The absence of seasonings is quite torturous. But then again, who invited PD? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but chuckle. It seems that seeking the Buddha domestically is futile, as he resides in foreign lands beyond the jurisdiction of Guanyin and the like. Ha! That does seem to be the case. Jiao exclaimed, You must. There can be no refusals. If you decline, I shall perish before your eyes. Qin Yu replied, I had no intention of refusing, but suddenly an urge to do so has arisen. Damn! Jiao wailed in the golden house. Qin Yu swiftly muted her and then smiled at PD, recalling how just a while ago, she was so impoverished that she could not pay her phone bill. Your timing is impeccable. Her candidness left PD both astonished and enlightened. He glanced at Su Qing, realizing why the two had become friends. Their temperaments are quite similar. In truth, she is rather straightforward, a true foodie, having just indulged in a feast. Of course, Qin Yu shares a similar penchant for gluttony. Whether one finds them pleasing or not, a meal suffices, as efficiency is paramount in the entertainment industry. Halfway through the meal, the financial matters were nearly settled. The sum of 500,000 was to be divided among 3 individuals. Su Qing and Wu Han declined, expressing that it was a token of gratitude for her life-saving assistance. They could forego the 500,000 or accept it, if it were customary for a future mistress. It would not be a matter of contention. Moreover, she indeed finds herself in need of funds at present. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, when did the debt of gratitude become something to be shared? At once, Su Qing's face turned crimson. My daughter, having stumbled upon some news, was inconsolable, and I found myself drenched in cold sweat. I firmly believe that it is prudent to approach work with caution, especially as I have no intention of taking risks in the foreseeable future. Yet, with some free time on my hands, I am inclined to engage in new pursuits and thus inquired whether you two were available. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood that this was about establishing connections for her and Su Qing within the entertainment industry. Chen Jie is indeed a remarkable person. Naturally, Su Qing had no grounds to refuse, for Chen Jie is a talent in the industry, possessing extensive networks. However, Qin Yu politely declined. There are still young ladies who wish to stay away from the entertainment circle? Then what are your interests? Both were curious and gazed at her expectantly. Farming, she replied. Both of them erupted in laughter. Qin Yu did not perceive her statement as a jest and countered by asking Qin Jie if she knew any reputable agricultural professors, as she sought advice on farming matters. An agricultural professor? Qin Jie mused, realizing this was a perfect opportunity to validate her networking skills. With Qin Jie assuring her of connections, Qin Yu felt satisfied. The three women, each from different generations, enjoyed a meal together and strolled about before parting ways. Nevertheless, Qin Yu had secured an income of 500,000, and she certainly had plans for this sum in this world. 500,000. That could buy an abundance of delectable cuisine. You have 27 days, let's embark on a culinary journey around the globe. Are you able to leave? Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, holding her breath to inquire, how do you know that aside from the original world, I currently cannot share the same space with you? Needless to say, you have been clamoring for me to take you out for a meal. Qin Yu scoffed at Jiao Jiao's wit as she stepped into the bookstore within the building. What are you purchasing? Exam papers for the high school entrance exam? Oh. Perhaps the examination questions for the high school entrance exams in your two worlds are truly identical. Jiao Jiao expressed her excitement, thinking this would allow Qin Yu to spare herself from the burdens of study. Qin Yu, engrossed in selecting books, dismissed the notion with skepticism. The trajectories of these two worlds diverged significantly. Predicting exam questions was a gamble. If one guessed correctly, it was akin to striking gold; if not, it was a perilous endeavor. Moreover, did she think studying was such a trivial matter? Surviving the entrance exam was one thing, but navigating 3 tumultuous years of high school was another challenge entirely. She did not aspire to be pretentious, yet if a more pragmatic path existed, why relinquish her pride? Otherwise, if she were to become a mistress, it would only serve her better, as she was undeniably adept in that realm. Jiao Jiao, somewhat perplexed yet uninterested in idle chatter, queried, So, are you planning to purchase these practice books for relentless drilling? Do you truly think you can manage that? With the pile of exam papers you have, it seems rather daunting. Not to drill, merely to peruse, Qin Yu replied, extracting a book that encapsulated the essence of key knowledge points. It appeared rather costly and renowned, attracting numerous buyers. As times evolve, the synthesis of past knowledge is continually refreshed. This individual's distillation of knowledge points and learning methodologies was precisely what she sought. Furthermore, one book would suffice. Having purchased a book, Qin Yu had no intention of departing just yet. She aimed to immerse herself in the artistic ambience of this expansive bookstore, striving to mold herself into a cultured woman. Subsequently, she acquired 5 guides on agricultural cultivation. Jiao Jiao exclaimed, a dog cannot change its nature. Farming. Are you jesting with me? You would be better off spending your money to traverse the globe, which would certainly be more enlightening. Qin Yu swiftly settled the bill, feeling quite pleased, and explained to Jiao Jiao, the development of a humble family cannot be achieved overnight. It is essential to consider the current foundation. Just like our country, we must take into account the basic national conditions. Presently, what capital does the Qin family possess to generate income? Nothing. Merely a few plots of land in that dilapidated village. Regardless of what financial newspapers report or what the eye can see, the future trajectory of this world is likely similar to that of mine. The pace of urban expansion is extraordinary, the real estate sector is rising inexorably, and the realm of internet technology is formidable, alongside the burgeoning shared economy. However, all these advancements necessitate capital to propel them forward. Jiao Jiao. Cultivating land is also a viable approach. Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, thinking, well, it is merely farming at present. At that moment, Qin Yu shared her sentiment. Although later, both she and her cat ended up with swollen faces. Farming is indeed a noble endeavor. In chapter Xinyang, Zhou Yun mentioned that Sister Chen remarked on the similarities between Qin Yu and Su Qing's personalities. In truth, she harbored a sentimental side. For Qin Yu had salvaged her career and reputation, leaving her feeling greatly indebted. Thus, 3 days later, she called Qin Yu. I am quite relieved. It seems your phone bill has been paid. Sister Chen, in good spirits, teased Qin Yu as soon as she spoke. I am also quite pleased. It appears your network is indeed impressive. How did you know I found you a professor in the field of agriculture? It could have been for something else. Qin Yu laughed. If it were an invitation to dinner, I would be equally delighted, my dear sister. My dear sister? Sister Chen, aware of her age, found the title quite pleasing to the ear. Perhaps dining could be postponed to another occasion. First, one must meet the true young lady. However, I must inform you that this young lady possesses profound knowledge and is remarkably composed, embodying the essence of an academic talent. This subtly implies that she may exhibit a rather serious demeanor. Nevertheless, Qin Yu dared not jest in her presence and thus readily agreed to the arrangement. With a commitment to meet the following day, Qin Yu held immense respect for such national research institutions and arrived an hour early. The professor was still engaged in her research in the laboratory. She had instructed that if Miss Qin arrived, she would be escorted to her office. And she hoped that Qin Yu could wait for a moment. Since Qin Yu had arrived first, she certainly did not mind the wait. Her gaze swept across the spacious office, filled with numerous books yet impeccably tidy, the scent of ink lingering in the air, complemented by a hint of earthiness. Glass shelves were adorned with various jars and bottles, seemingly containing nurtured seedlings. Although Qin Yu cherished the idea of farming, she was not particularly knowledgeable in this area. May I take a look at them? I promise not to touch. Of course, these are merely some cultivated seedlings. The staff member soon departed, leaving Qin Yu to approach the glass containers, examining the tender green shoots sprouting from the rich, dark soil, vibrant with life. A sense of joy welled within her as she observed them, and beneath these cultivation glass containers were detailed labels that she took her time to read one by one, unknowingly losing track of time. Had she truly spent an entire hour merely gazing at them after arriving an hour early? A gentle, cool voice wafted from behind. Qin Yu turned to see a young woman in a white lab coat standing at the door. Having arranged the meeting at her research institute, she had assumed, based on Qin Jie's description of the woman as composed and steady, that she would be considerably older if not elderly, then at least in her 40s. Yet, the person before her appeared remarkably youthful, far too young to be a nationally recognized research talent bearing the title of professor. Most strikingly, her beauty did not fit the stereotype of a purely academic individual. The office, filled with greenery, boasted excellent lighting, which cascaded over to the doorway, illuminating her figure. Dressed quite simply, one might easily mistake her for a doctor. However, she was undeniably stunning. With such looks, she could easily make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. In terms of beauty, Su Qing, the glutton, paled in comparison, not to mention the grace she exuded. Jiao mused, let alone you. What is the definition of a goddess? This woman, with her exquisite features and alluring presence, embodies the essence of a true goddess. She possesses professional knowledge now that is true depth of character. Coming from a humble farming background and having received little formal education, Qin Yu chose not to rebut Jiao's disparagement, instead opting to approach the professor with a smile and extending her hand. Hello, Professor Zhou. What was her name again? Chen Jia had mentioned it. It seemed to be Zhou Yun. Truly fitting, she was a woman of considerable charm. The professor was taken aback, not expecting Qin Yu to be so young. When Chen Jia spoke of you, she merely mentioned your youth, but I had no idea you appeared so small. Not merely young, but small. Even if it were a setting of a golden house, her features could barely be deemed 20. In reality, she was only 16. It seemed rather absurd that a girl under 20 would seek her counsel on agricultural knowledge. At that moment, Zhou Yun was more astonished by her own acquiescence to the request. However, having committed, she felt it necessary to maintain decorum and a respectful attitude, as principles dictated. Professor Zhou must have been pondering how she appeared akin to a middle school student, suddenly taking an interest in such matters. A middle school student? That was somewhat exaggerated. She looked at least as if she had just entered university. The young woman showed no signs of embarrassment. She was somewhat curious. Would she prefer water or coffee? Zhou Yun slightly raised her eyebrows, guiding Qin Yu to sit on the sofa. Warm water, please. Thank you. Once the warm water was in her hands, Qin Yu took a sip and said, I come from a rural background. I have an innate affection for the land, and even more so for the process of nurturing life that emerges from it. Her words were not exaggerated, and her fair, delicate face appeared sincere under the sunlight. Zhou Yun softened her slight prejudice and regarded her thoughtfully, removing her lab coat and placing it over the armrest of the sofa before sitting opposite Qin Yu. Is one content in the fields, and does one find joy in simplicity? Huh? I simply enjoy farming, I do not relish poverty. Zhou Yun paused, initially thinking the girl was jesting, but the young woman's expression was quite earnest. Indeed, I truly do not favor poverty. She discerned that much. Exactly. Qin Yu had not anticipated that this goddess-like figure would be so down-to-earth, yet she feared that her words might be unwelcome. So she tempered her statement, I am seeking assistance from you, Professor Zhou, who represents the pinnacle of national expertise. The flattery was utterly unambiguous. Youth, after all, often yields advantages. At least Zhou Yun could view her candid economic aspirations as a form of straightforwardness, and her worldly nature as indicative of high emotional intelligence. As long as she appeared agreeable, there was no reason to withhold assistance. With a nod from Zhou Yun, Qin Yu took her words to heart, elaborating on the weather, climate, and soil conditions of her home region, while also mentioning the agricultural production status of the county. The situation did not resemble that of the urban area. But Zhou Yun refrained from probing further, instead contemplating and analyzing the information Qin Yu provided, offering several recommendations. Among these, Zhou Yun showed a particular inclination towards the cultivation of yam and taro. In truth, she found this somewhat peculiar, as her expertise lay in the research of novel agricultural species rather than the rudiments of farming. Yet, she was more than capable of handling it. It ultimately depended on the specific circumstances, if convenient. Perhaps she could obtain a sample of the soil from that area for a composition analysis to ascertain the optimal planting methods. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming internally how earnest Zhou Yun was. Regrettably, she had no means of acquiring even a speck of soil from Takanuchi village. Despite appearing to be under 30, she was, in fact, 34. How could she maintain her dignity? Away. Zhou Yun's commitment was evident. She even drafted a comprehensive planting advisory, listing essential considerations for cultivation and tips for selecting seeds, including other potential planting projects worth considering. Holding this thorough advisory, Qin Yu marveled at its professionalism, having produced such detailed guidance in less than 5 minutes. The distinction between those who read little and those who read extensively is palpable. Even the cat seems to reflect on this. This time, it can be considered a wish fulfilled. Qin Yu harbors a significant fondness for Zhou Yun, and she has an additional 23 days in this realm, allowing for future communication and interaction. Sister Zhou, you have rendered me an immense favor. When next you find yourself unoccupied, might we share a meal together? Perhaps we could invite Sister Chen as well. As Zhou Yun was about to close her laptop and change into her white lab coat for experiments, she paused at the words, gazing at the young girl with sincere anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. After all, such earnestness in a desire to cultivate the land is a rarity nowadays. Jiao remarked, not merely rare, but unique. She aspires to farm rather than pursue immortality. It seems that after undergoing the cleansing process twice, my health has indeed improved significantly, and my memory remains commendable. Qin Yu calculated the effectiveness of her learning over the past 4.5 days. The results were quite promising, which lessened her resistance to the notion of transmigration. Are you contemplating a second transmigration? Jiao scoffed lazily, but Qin Yu descended the stairs. The agricultural plan for the upcoming season had yet to be finalized, and it seemed she might have to confront her father. Chapter 20, Planting Plans. Qin Yuan was indeed preparing for the next quarter's planting. Those who toil in agriculture rely on the whims of nature for sustenance, hence, time cannot be squandered. With February already upon them, it was time to. Father! Qin Yu approached, sitting upright before him, placing paper and pen before herself. Weisheng was boiling water to brew tea, and upon observing his daughter's earnest demeanor, he felt a subtle gravity in the atmosphere. This reflects the habits of the Qin family, particularly regarding their only daughter, whom they hold in high regard. They are so invested in her opinions that her remarks carry significant weight. Qin Yuan was taken aback that his daughter, who typically showed little interest in such matters, would bring this up, yet he nodded in agreement. He indeed planned to cultivate potatoes, as they are easy to grow and manage, with a reasonable market price. This practice has been a long-standing tradition among local farmers. Qin Yu tapped her fingers on the table, glancing at the potato sprouts before jotting down her thoughts. Dad, when everyone cultivates the same crop, it diminishes its value. Have you not noticed that the price of potatoes last year was lower than the year before? If we trace back over the years, we see that due to the improvement of potato seeds and proper cultivation methods, when everyone grows them, the yield increases. But the price does not rise, in fact, it declines. This year will be no exception. Her words were calm and conveyed a maturity that inspired trust. Language and written expression are forms of art. The tone she adopted reflected the confidence and composure of a cutting-edge researcher, while Qin Yu's self-assurance stemmed from her foresight. Her calmness was derived from the esteem in which those around her held her. This was her father, and she accorded him respect, reciprocated by him. After contemplating her written words for a moment, Qin Yuan replied, "Yet, cultivating something else might not yield better results than potatoes. Sometimes, farming traditions simply involve selecting the most suitable option from a few choices. We could also consider growing yam." At last, Qin Yu had put forth her suggestion. But she noticed a hint of confusion on her parents' faces. Yam? Well, it's also known as Weisheng. However, his knowledge of Weisheng was quite limited. In our mountainous region, the locals refrain from consuming it, primarily due to the exorbitant price and a disconnect from contemporary trends. However, in the city, yam has already become a culinary fashion, celebrated for its medicinal properties and health benefits. What is popular in the city will inevitably find its way to our town. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before writing, "If fortune does not favor us, the loss will merely amount to a few hundred or 1,000 yuan from potato sales this quarter. Yet, should we gamble wisely? It could yield at least triple the profits and pave new avenues for the future, establishing a stable sales route with Boss Bao. Father, I hope you will consider this." Bao Ren represents an opportunity, and Qin Yuan, as a man, possesses a greater understanding of strategic planning than a woman might. He indeed was contemplating the matter. But soon the father and daughter were greeted by the aroma of tea. Weisheng poured each of them a cup, though the tea was not of fine quality. It was homemade and thus felt familiar. Qin Yu cradled the warm cup to soothe her fingers, yet before she could sip, she heard Qin Yuan remark, "There are no seeds, and the town likely lacks them as well." Qin Yu was taken aback but quickly realized that her father's hesitation to plant was rooted in a fear of insufficient seeds. Indeed, the rural areas here remain quite backward. The practice of purchasing packaged seeds is not yet commonplace, and they are more accustomed to grafting or taking cuttings from existing crops. We may not have them here, but the city surely does. This weekend, once I am free, I will accompany you to the city, father. Qin Yuan nodded, solidifying the plan. Yet, moments later, he fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu with an intense scrutiny. She felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Was there something amiss? Had she completed her homework? Yes, it is done. Qin Yu smiled, and Weisheng also chuckled, reaching out to gently pat Qin Yu's head. Indeed, all parents in the world are united in their care. Despite their nurturing, one must still attend to their studies. The following day, Qin Yu, as usual, set off to school with her two companions. However, along the way, she compared answers from a small test with them, discovering some errors. Instead of hastily correcting them, she circled the mistakes with her pen and inquired about the correct methods from Li Yuan, jotting them down beside her answers for a clearer comparison. Li Yuan glanced at her work, remaining silent but visibly pleased, as if his simple-minded daughter had finally grasped the concept. Conversely, Li Xiaoyun expressed surprise, like Qin Yu. She had previously studied without any method, having grown accustomed to following Qin Yu's lead. Observing Qin Yu's approach, she decided to emulate her. Yet, Qin Yu frowned, noting the absence of a red pen. "Since we are not on duty today, shall we purchase a red pen from the store? Annotations in red appear more striking and are easier to remember." This suggestion was well received, and Li Yuan and the others concurred. After a day packed with lessons, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief compared to before, as she had grasped several key concepts. She suddenly understood why those with good grades tend to excel further. The very sensation of learning itself brings pleasure and satisfaction, akin to earning money. The more one earns, the more one desires to earn. Conversely, the harder one finds it to learn, the more one is disinclined to study, and the less one understands, the more one wishes to avoid listening. After school, the trio shouldered their backpacks and made their way to a bustling stationery shop outside the school, with two middle schools nearby. The businesses on the street primarily revolve around food and stationery, and the three entered the largest and most vibrant Xinhua stationery store. Today, Teacher Lin once again broached the subject of the upcoming monthly examination. With merely a week remaining, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Little fish. Li Xiaowen, who is typically reserved and taciturn, confides in Qin Yu, for she is her sole companion. Li Yuan, being male, does not count. There is nothing to fear, after all. There is still a week left, isn't there? Qin Yu guided her to the shelf where the pens were kept, selecting one as she spoke. Just a week. If you can improve by even a small margin from who you were a week ago, then you shall be deemed successful. Qin Yu extracted a pen, uncapped it, and scrawled a few lines on the white paper below. The ink was rather thick. Oh, I don't quite understand. But I doubt I can achieve good results. If I continue like this, I might not get into high school. Li Xiaoyun remained anxious. There exists a circular little pond. With a depth of half a meter, its walls composed of earth, approximately 10 centimeters wide, adjacent to a small stream. Within this pond resides a carp, which has caught the attention of someone eager to scoop it out for a meal. The fish, upon realizing this, grew frantic, and then so. Do you know what happened next? At this moment, Li Yuan listened intently, while Li Xiaoyun's focus intensified. What happened? Qin Yu smiled faintly. It frightened itself to death. Frightened to death? The others were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Li Yuan and Li Xiaoyun were momentarily bewildered, before bursting into laughter in unison. Li Xiaoyun, both flustered and annoyed, playfully nudged Qin Yu. I was being serious, and yet you make me laugh. I am not joking, if I am laughing. It is your concern. By the way, that foolish fish is not me, although I am called Qin Yu. The worries of the Qi people are indeed foolish. This time, Li Xiaoyun comprehended, and Li Yuan understood even more, yet they both laughed. The story is quite good. Who would have thought that the usually indolent little fish possesses such depth of thought? Indeed, my dear girl, your academic performance must be exceptional. This statement did not originate from them, but rather from the proprietor of a stationery shop positioned behind them. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, was well preserved and exuded a certain charm, likely due to her involvement in the stationery business, which lent her an air of refinement. At that moment, she looked at the three young men before her with a beaming smile, particularly at Qin Yu. From an adult's perspective, she sensed that the seemingly youngest girl among them was, in fact, the most mature and composed. However, little did she expect that her words would provoke a chuckle from someone nearby. Soon, she noticed the notorious little tyrant of the area approaching, accompanied by a few unruly companions. She excels academically, scoring 300? Ma Tiange unceremoniously pressed a label of 300 onto Qin Yu's head. Yet, as Qin Yu selected another red pen, drawing a line while glancing at him, she thought, so, Brother Ma seems to have done some digging into my past. But this approach may not bode well for you. Ha, you've got some nerve to retort. Ma Tiange raised an eyebrow, sneering down at her. What is this? Do you intend to scold me, strike me, or run off to tell the teacher while crying? His words dripped with a hint of arrogance and disdain. Li Yuan gritted his teeth and took a step forward, yet had not uttered a word. If an hour ago you inquired among others at school about the academic performance of a certain girl, the first person would curiously wonder if this girl had offended you. The second would ponder how such an ordinary and timid girl could possibly have crossed you. The third would speculate whether you had developed a crush on her. My Tiange grasped the situation, momentarily taken aback, and was on the verge of bursting into laughter, yet, before he could let out a sound, the unremarkable girl across from him also chuckled. Countless others would join in the gossip, spreading the tale like wildfire throughout the diligent high school, eventually reaching the ears of the neighboring school's enchanting girls. What would they think? Oh! Isn't that Xiaoma from next door who used to have a crush on our school's goddess? How could he have changed his taste? My Tiange's expression soured, he could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, There's no way I could like you. Who would believe that? The allure of rumors lies in their improbability, which only fuels the desire to embellish them until they seem real. In this day and age, each person harbors within their heart a little tabloid journalist alongside a literary master. This notion was somewhat profound, and as a student struggling academically, my Tiange found it challenging to comprehend, so he clung to his stance, repeatedly asserting, for someone as plain as you, I wouldn't even glance your way. Anyone who believes that is a fool. Oh dear, resorting to personal attacks, are we? Where's your decorum? Qin Yu smiled, speaking lightly and elegantly. Who knows? What if you're the one who's peculiar? After all, who hasn't he engaged in personal attacks? My tienda! The others murmured. The little tyrant is about to explode. Is he getting angry? Do not be upset, Brother Ma, allow me to speak. With a sigh reminiscent of an old melody, Qin Yu remarked, in matters such as these, you are undoubtedly the one at a loss. The consequence of gossip is my newfound fame, while your heartfelt sentiments are in vain. It is not the misunderstandings of others that concern me, but rather the potential misinterpretation by the neighboring goddess. Upon hearing this, Ma Tiange felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of such a dreadful outcome. And he scoffed, if I were to incapacitate you, surely no one would dare to spread such nonsensical rumors again. Qin Yu retorted. But what if there were even more dreadful rumors? For instance, if I were to reject you, and in a fit of rage, you incapacitate me, claiming responsibility thereafter. Now that would be a devastating weapon. Everyone fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. Ma Tiange's expression darkened, and the 3 lackeys behind him trembled in fear. It was indeed terrifying. Men should pursue a woman with steadfast devotion, especially when the object of affection is not just any ordinary girl, but a goddess. Historically, deep feelings have proven ephemeral, it is always the strategic heart that prevails. Yet, before you even deploy your strategy, you have rendered yourself a fickle scoundrel. Why must you do this? Do you not find my reasoning sound? Then indulge me with $1 for a bottle of water, consider it a consulting fee. For I have spoken too much and my throat is parched. As Ma Tiange observed Qin Yu approaching, his instinct was to retreat a step, as if he had encountered a plague. He was visibly shaken. However, as he stepped back, Qin Yu advanced 2 steps, presenting 3 red pens to the shopkeeper and stating, I shall purchase these 3, thank you, sister. As Li Yuan took out the money and handed it to her, Qin Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from hastily paying. Instead, she instinctively turned her head upon hearing footsteps. Emerging from the direction of the exercise book shelves were several figures, fairy number 1, fairy number 2. And no, it was the little goddess. This refreshing and ethereal little goddess, bathed in the warm glow of dusk, approached, clutching 2 new notebooks, accompanied by the 2 fairies, whose expressions were quite complex, to the front of the counter. At that moment, the expressions of Brother Ma and his few sidekicks were akin to, oh. The expressions of Qin Yu and her companions were, v. Was it awkward? Was it embarrassing? Hee, Jiao Jiao was softly blowing air on her head, whispering. The little goddess, of course, was known to her, the top student of genie. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Yu turned to Li Xiaoyun and asked, where were we just now? Ah, the fish in the pond, right? Let us discuss it further on our way. Li Xiaoyun, momentarily stunned, instinctively nodded. Let us hurry. This is so awkward. Yet the pen remained in hand. The shopkeeper called out, reminding them that the dignity of the impoverished class pales in comparison to the significance of money. The crux of the matter was that the pond was merely a foot away from the stream, with a flick of its tail. The fish could leap into the stream for survival, there was no need to fret excessively. Qin Yu turned her gaze towards Wenxi. The latter's expression was neither a smile nor anything else, simply calm enough, finding the story rather interesting. May I have this bottle of water? She inquired. She was not domineering, at the very least, she sought her opinion before offering to share water. Indeed, the little goddess possessed remarkable grace and composure. Chapter 22, Transactions. Qin Yu grasped the bottle of water, its coolness refreshing against her palm. She gently swirled the bottle, allowing the clear liquid within to shimmer in the light. After unscrewing the cap, she took a sip and raised the bottle towards her, arching an eyebrow in gratitude. When she observed her demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to that of her peers, it evoked memories of her older cousins from the provincial capital, those who had already embraced the exuberance of youth. Yet Qin Yu possessed a distinctive aura, perhaps even more pronounced than that of her cousins. Despite lacking substantial material resources and not having been nurtured by an abundance of talent and opportunities, she was markedly different from others. This uniqueness subtly revealed itself when she playfully engaged with her friends and with Ma Tiange. Ma Tiange's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He could no longer act upon his feelings for Qin Yu, whether due to the ominous rumors that surrounded her or Wenxi's recent gentle demeanor towards her. What jealousy stirred within him? After leaving the stationery store, Qin Yu turned the water bottle in her hand, noticing the plastic ring emblazoned with the name Nongfu Spring. Nongfu Spring has a hint of sweetness, she mused, catching a glimpse of Ma Tiange's awkward and envious expression. The passionate sentiments of youth often inspire poetry. Yet Qin Yu felt none of that fervor. On the weekend, the father and daughter boarded a bus early, making their way to Quan City. After a half-hour ride in a rickshaw, they finally arrived at the agricultural market. Though the father held a hint of trepidation, his daughter's composure instilled him with a newfound confidence. Should he impart knowledge to her? Qin Yuan diligently collected the papers, placing them carefully in his pocket. Father, here. Qin Yu held Qin Yuan's hand as they navigated through the bustling market. It was filled with merchants and vendors, and few little girls ventured here. The crowd was a mix of various characters, yet Qin Yuan's imposing stature dissuaded any unwanted attention towards the young girl. They quickly located a vendor specializing in yam seedlings. Armed with the theoretical knowledge provided by Zhou Yun, Qin Yu knew how to select the best ones. Qin Yuan observed closely, memorizing the process for future endeavors. After purchasing the yams and a few other seeds, they intended to leave, but given the rarity of their visit, they decided to meander about. Perhaps due to her youthful disposition, Qin Yu found herself captivated by the vibrant flowers and plants. Qin Yuan's first thought was that his beautiful wife would surely adore such exquisite flora, akin to a daughter. However, Qin Yu stopped him. Most importantly, this was not merely a whimsical notion. Qin Yu had heard tales at school of classmates recounting their mother's mishaps with gardening. One story involved a friend whose mother, despite purchasing the finest pots, ended up with nothing but green onions and garlic. It had caused her mother considerable distress. In truth, Qin Yu was uncertain about how to discern quality seeds, especially since the vendors were quite persuasive, capable of presenting mere stones as seeds of the phoenix tree. Lacking the expertise herself, she decided to rely on the professional acumen of others. Thus, she tugged Qin Yuan toward the flower and bird market, where they stood at the periphery, observing. What were they looking for? They sought to identify which patrons possessed wealth and sophistication, frequenting which shops, thereby gauging the reputation and quality of those establishments. Soon, Qin Yu set her sights on a shop. After observing 4 or 5 individuals entering and exiting, an elegantly dressed elderly gentleman adorned with an expensive watch strolled into the establishment. He exchanged a few words with the shopkeeper regarding some seeds and, after a brief conversation, made his purchase. Qin Yu, accompanied by Qin Yuan, decided to enter the shop as well. She recalled the points of knowledge she had acquired, blending genuine uncertainty with a facade of confidence that bewildered the shopkeeper. She selected a few seeds of the treasured Xian Kalai, mindful not to be overly ambitious. For cultivating flowers is inherently challenging, requiring a wealth of experience fraught with failures one cannot bite off more than one can chew. The market for Xian Kalai appeared promising, and she resolved to focus on this singular pursuit. Having completed her purchase, she was about to leave when her gaze fell upon a small section marked with a label reading succulents. Succulents? In the world of eerie, they are immensely popular within the realm of floriculture, particularly favored by the younger generation for their ornamental appeal and ease of care. However, the succulent industry in eerie had already reached a level of sophistication, with exquisite varieties and refined cultivation techniques that starkly contrasted with the rudimentary standards of her current world. Little girl? You like succulents? They're quite beautiful, and when well cared for, they become charming. Would you like to buy some? The art of persuasion came naturally to a business-minded individual. The shopkeeper's response was blunt. You're not particularly attractive and quite unappealing, you know that, little girl? After a series of verbal skirmishes devoid of bloodshed, Qin Yu ultimately achieved her desire. Afterwards, Qin Yu prepared to purchase some tools necessary for the cultivation of yam, following the method of Zhou Yun. However, her understanding remained purely theoretical, and many tools and fertilizers were challenging to grasp, even with the assistance of written guidance. This is the essence of experience. In truth, I believe your father possesses far greater capabilities than those elderly men in your village. He is composed, has ideas, and demonstrates commendable learning abilities, though he suffers from a congenital disability. Jiao Jiao, in a rare moment of sincerity, expressed a sentiment that resonated with Qin Yu, who acknowledged it internally but then glanced at her father, modifying her judgment. It is not merely a congenital disability, he is not an old man either. her father appeared remarkably youthful, tall and robust, exuding a calm demeanor. Were it not for his hidden ailment and the constraints of his background, he would undoubtedly be a striking figure in a bustling metropolis. That is unnecessary, I do not permit it. Chapter 23. An unexpected turn. Qin Yu forbade him from entering the extravagant realm of eerie, primarily to prevent him from squandering his funds. After all, once he entered that lavish world, he became like a famished dog unleashed, indulging without restraint. Yet, the confines of a modest dwelling could not tether his free-spirited heart. Jiao Jiao was exasperated. You forbid me? By what authority do you impose such restrictions? I am free, you cannot imprison me in this manner. Who do you think you are? Qin Yu paid her no mind. Jiao Jiao, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, you buy this and that. Yet you refuse to provide me with sustenance, this is cruelty. Do you know who I am? Do you know whose son I am? Qin Yu continued to ignore her. The journey home would take another 2 to 3 hours. Jiao Jiao, growing increasingly frantic, threatened, if you continue to disregard me, I will cry. She then threw herself to the ground in a fit, weeping and wailing, threatening to hang herself. Qin Yu, how frustrating. The plump cat, having gained considerable weight, rolled around before settling down, its rotund backside swaying as it flicked its tail. I had mentioned it earlier, this is exhausting. Qin Yu. It is fortunate that this journey went relatively smoothly, despite the expenditure of over 200 yuan. Yet, for my wife, Weisheng, there was not a hint of reluctance or worry. She simply presented a bowl of fragrant radish meat soup that had been simmering. Just as the family settled at the table, the door swung open, and the cat, missing for several days, reappeared before Weisheng and Qin Yuan's eyes. Its fur remained dirty and disheveled, its eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, one paw resting against the door, swaying precariously like a delicate flower. Weisheng's heart ached for the creature, and she rushed to embrace it. Qin Yuan hurried to heat some water. How pitiable. It must have endured much hardship outside. Qin Yu, perhaps I am the only one who noticed that its weight has doubled. Allow me, Mom and Dad, you should eat. Unable to bear the sight of his parents catering to this little rascal, Qin Yu decided to take the drama queen into the bathroom without a second thought. Qin Yuan frowned, little Yu, hold it. Weisheng regarded her with gentle eyes. My daughter, be a bit tender. Qin Yu, how infuriating. The water was warm. And as she lathered its fur, she observed the creature squinting in delight, which only fueled her irritation. With a cold smile, she remarked, you seemed quite pleased rolling around in that little puddle outside, didn't you? That makes it twice now, if you do it again, I shall add a bit of cow dung to it. Jiao Jiao, then I shall demand your embrace all day long, rolling around in your arms and on the bed. You have won. The cultivation of yam at home has been placed on the agenda, yet the specific execution cannot involve Qin Yu, a third-year student, in any capacity. The couple exhibits a remarkable synergy in their efforts. Qin Yu herself is burdened with a demanding academic workload and thus refrains from interjecting. However, on one weekend, she managed to carve out some time to tend to her kalanchoe and other succulents, understanding that the aesthetics of the pots are of paramount importance. Initially, she contemplated utilizing clay jars, but those that are visually appealing would require a trip to the town and entail expenditure, which left her in a quandary. Fortunately, Qin Yuan possesses carpentry skills and crafted 20 wooden pots of varying sizes. As wood is susceptible to water damage and decay, she planned to procure some ceramic pots from old Master Tao in the neighboring village once the plants began to sprout. Qin Yuan indulged his daughter's interests, as it would not incur substantial costs and, of course, there is a possibility that the seeds may not germinate at all. With 20 pots, bags of seeds, and a small shovel, she immersed herself in her endeavors while Jiao Jiao often rolled her eyes in response. As the days passed, a week later, on the eve of the monthly examination, she logged into Yi. Shortly after entering, Su Qing messaged her, inquiring if they could gather, a phrase synonymous with dining and revelry. Absolutely. My beautiful Su, Qin Yu exclaimed, eagerly abandoning her books to join. This time, they ventured to the city's largest upscale mall, indulging in shopping, dining, and watching movies. Much to Jiao Jiao's envy, which reddened her eyes. You must level up quickly. Once you do, you can join me in the little world. It seems feasible, after all. I will heed your advice. The most unprofessional yet arrogantly lazy NPC. Su Qing is a person of considerable purchasing desire, masquerading as a quirky individual while selecting numerous bags of clothing. However, as a celebrity, maintaining an appealing exterior is a professional necessity. Qin Yu, embodying her feminine nature, finds herself quite entertained by the experience. While waiting for Su Qing to change outfits, Qin Yu meanders through the store, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure passing by the window. In a moment of surprise, she blinks, realizing that it was indeed Zhou Yun. How serendipitous! Observing the other's hurried stride, Qin Yu deduces that the individual is preoccupied with some matter, thus dismissing the urge to greet her, demonstrating a degree of emotional intelligence. Su Qing, with her enviable figure and captivating aura, finds clothing to be effortlessly acquired. Before long, she successfully completes her purchase, only to realize they had intended to dine out afterward. A newly opened Japanese restaurant, boasting a commendable reputation, beckons them for a meal. Su Qing, an unabashed foodie, immediately expresses her hunger, dragging Qin Yu towards the restaurant. However, just as the dishes begin to arrive, her manager urgently calls her away, citing a pressing engagement. A significant opportunity indeed. Go on, I want to insist on your company for the meal. I can handle the bill myself, especially since Japanese cuisine typically offers small portions. Qin Yu leisurely bids her farewell. Su Qing, well aware of Qin Yu's disposition, refrains from further discussion, waving her hand and donning her sunglasses as she departs. Qin Yu, unperturbed by the situation, savors the culinary delights with pleasure. Yet, just as she prepares to indulge in the lobster sashimi, the sound of a phone call from the adjacent booth captures her attention. Having undergone a transformation twice, her features possess a certain allure that surpasses the ordinary. From a distance, the noise is manageable, but the proximity of the next booth allows her to overhear the conversation with clarity. This is not the first time encountering such a situation. Initially, she had no intention of listening to the conversation, but when the individual began speaking, they mentioned the old maid of the Momo Research Institute. Having recently visited the institute, Qin Yu was certainly familiar with it, and as for the term old maid, she raised an eyebrow, abandoning her thought of ignoring the conversation, and instead chose to pay closer attention. The speaker seemed cautious, after mentioning the topic. They lowered their voice. Rest assured, she will definitely come, just an old maid, it's not an issue, I have connections with her family. Is she really that significant? About the project, I am aware, it will certainly be fine. Qin Yu dipped the lobster sashimi in a bit of wasabi and placed it in her mouth, chewing a few times before setting down her chopsticks. For some reason, her first thought was of Zhou Yun. No way, she is so beautiful, with an exquisite figure, outstanding temperament, and a flourishing career. Not to mention her young age, how could she possibly be an old maid? Jiao was puzzled, yet Qin Yu appeared somewhat indifferent. It's one thing to manage one's own excellence, but quite another to control someone else's shortcomings, particularly if they are hopelessly straight. This detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether this so-called old maid was Zhou Yun. Chapter 24, Acting Skills. If it were not for the best, if it were, she might find it inconvenient to remain here. After the call next door concluded, Qin Yu set down her chopsticks and closed a certain application on her phone. Why would it be inconvenient? It was apparent that this person had ulterior motives. Would you not assist her? Yet, it made sense, considering they had only met once. Jiao murmured softly, while Qin Yu had already risen from her seat. Naturally, she pressed the button on the table, indicating that she was merely stepping away temporarily, not concluding her meal, to prevent the waiter from clearing her dishes. Leaving her original position, Qin Yu surveyed her surroundings, confirming that Zhou Yun had not yet arrived. As she explained to Jiao, if it were Zhou Yun, she would undoubtedly notice me sitting there. Indeed, I could alert her, but you have heard. This person is connected to her family, suggesting familiarity either with her or her relatives. Given the nature of my relationship with Zhou Yun, directly notifying her would be a poor strategy. Without concrete evidence, she would certainly harbor doubts, and openly revealing myself to this individual might lead them to alter their plans. As the saying goes, one must catch a thief in the act. If I were to alert her and fail to obtain evidence, the effort would be in vain. So, what do you plan to do? Hide and observe? What to do? Qin Yu glanced around and chose a corner that was neither too close nor too far, where the two could not easily spot her. She summoned a waiter, ordered a drink and dessert, and mentioned that she was waiting for someone. The waiter did not recognize her as a previous customer, and even if he did, as long as she was spending money, it was acceptable for her to occupy a table, particularly since it was not peak hours. Qin Yu settled in, waiting. After sipping her coffee twice, she unlocked her phone and opened the camera, silencing it and activating the video mode. The angle was just right. What are you doing? Filming? Just as she thought this, a sudden crackling sound startled her. Qin Yu jumped in surprise. She had just muted the sound, and this was video recording, not photography. Her initial reaction was a fear that the other party might hear any noise and become wary. However, it was evident that the individual remained oblivious, and those nearby were indifferent. Just as Qin Yu was engulfed in uncertainty, a voice surfaced in her mind. Jiao Jiao. Feigning indifference yet unable to conceal her excitement, a mission has commenced, pay close attention. A hidden task has been activated to assist the most promising scientist, Zhou Yun, in evading peril, thereby ensuring her survival and the preservation of her scientific achievements. Completing the basic task will reward 1 star, while fulfilling additional tasks will grant another star. Qin Yu was taken aback, pondering the situation with our missions in this world. Wait a moment, let me peruse the explanation below. Jiao Jiao, typically not at her professional best, took 3 breaths before reciting the details verbatim. There are 2 categories of tasks in the myriad small worlds: basic tasks, which form the backbone of the quick traversal objectives, and triggered tasks, which arise when encountering individuals deemed worthy by the Golden House and when specific conditions are met. Deemed worthy individuals? Virtuous people? Yes, undoubtedly. Zhou Yun is virtuous. One can sense her inherent kindness and tolerance upon interaction. But is mere kindness sufficient? Qin Yu contemplated the scientific achievements mentioned in the basic task, deep in thought. Perhaps it is also due to her being a remarkable talent and individual whose kindness benefits the welfare of this world, thus earning recognition from the Golden House, necessitating my role in safeguarding her life and survival value. Qin Yu made her own deductions, while Jiao Jiao, in such matters, typically refrained from engaging in disputes with her. She realized that although Qin Yu might not possess natural advantages and may not be particularly clever, she certainly exhibited high emotional intelligence and profound cunning. Many intricate nuances were readily grasped by her. Speculating on this matter seems rather futile. You merely need to dutifully fulfill your tasks. Futile? Qin Yu raised her brow. Hidden missions tend to follow one another. Yet one cannot always wait for the Golden House to present opportunities. If I wish to accumulate more stars and enhance my resources, I must take the initiative. The triggering condition lies in Zhou Yun genuinely encountering difficulties, coupled with my subjective desire to assist her. Thus, the moment I began filming this individual's misdeeds, the mission truly materialized. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed a peculiar tone in Jiao Jiao's voice. 2 characters had just appeared on the golden wall of the Golden House. Qin Yu's heart tightened with the Golden House actively revealed text. What words could it be? Indeed, it remained aloof. Yet, matters that could be clarified directly were always shrouded in ambiguity by the Golden House, compelling a veiled approach. It seems to guide the chosen ones towards self-growth. Fools inevitably lose opportunities due to their gradual misunderstandings, falling behind others, while the astute grasp the essentials early on, knowing to seek proximity to those recognized by the Golden House and trigger missions to collect stars. This mirrors the distinction between seasoned players who have tested the game and novice players. A flurry of calculations crossed Qin Yu's mind as she saved the video. Just as Zhou Yun arrived. Logically, Zhou Yun had already reached this place, so how could she be slower than Qin Yu? Even if she and Su Qing had sprinted to the shop, it shouldn't have delayed her for this long. Unless Zhou Yun had encountered an unexpected matter or was reluctant about this meeting altogether. Qin Yu contemplated for a moment, concluding that if the latter were true, this individual would be more manageable than she had anticipated. Should she call her? After all, she already possessed the evidence at hand. Just as Qin Yu was about to rise, she quickly dismissed the thought, deciding to wait a little longer. Zhou Yun, unaware of Qin Yu's presence, maintained a serene demeanor when she saw the man approach her with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Miss Zhou. I am Qin Yu. You may have heard of me through your family. He introduced himself, presenting himself as an elite individual with connections to her relatives. his demeanor and speech exuding sophistication, which did not immediately provoke Zhou Yun's aversion. However, she astutely noted a shift in his expression upon seeing her. A discernible increase in his enthusiasm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time to order. Zhou Yun cast him a sidelong glance, her tone crisp. Mr. Jing. You are quite remarkable, but I am currently preoccupied with work and do not have any other considerations at this time. Thus, she offered him a modicum of courtesy. After all, she had not offended her. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, merely smiling and nodding. I anticipated this. I have long heard of Miss Zhou's dedication to research and the significant contributions she has made to our nation, which I greatly admire. Initially, I intended to focus solely on my career and did not wish to impose. However, upon meeting Miss Zhou, I thought it would be delightful to forge a friendship. Especially since our group has been keen to expand in this domain over the years. With such candid words exchanged, Zhou Yun felt it would be impolite to excuse herself. Resolving instead to endure the meal before departing. The waiter arrived, and she casually ordered some dishes. Before long, the beverages were served. Zhou Yun, who often burned the midnight oil on her research, had developed a fondness for coffee. Thus, when a cup of rich cappuccino was placed before her, she was just about to take a sip when Zhou Yun. Suddenly, someone called out to her, prompting Zhou Yun to set down her coffee and glance up in surprise. To her astonishment, it was a girl she had met only once before. Yet what shocked her further was the fierce anger etched across the young lady's face as she approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This gaze was anything but friendly. Zhou Yun was baffled, yet she had a favorable impression of Qin Yu and, considering her youth, felt no anger, merely wondering if there had been some misunderstanding. However, before she could inquire, Qin Yu spoke up. Zhou Yun, although you are stunningly beautiful, with an admirable figure and demeanor, and a professor contributing to our country, I will not give up on Xiaoming. Even if he is so fond of you, I will absolutely not relent. Jiao? Zhou Yun. Who is Xiaoming? Certainly, it is the young man, whom this devoted and resilient 20-year-old girl deeply cherishes. She remains utterly undaunted even in the presence of an extraordinarily beautiful goddess. After issuing her challenge, she glared at her, incredulous that she could still indulge in coffee. Do you not realize that after you rejected Xiaoming, he, in a moment of despair, sought solace in an internet CAF where he was unknowingly drugged, and now lies in a hospital, unconscious? Her accusations were piercingly sincere. Zhou Yun's first instinct was to contemplate which suitor she had rejected bore the name Xiaoming. However, from her vantage point, she caught a glimpse of the impassioned and furious girl, who, in a moment of perfect expression, winked at her. In that instant, the astute national talent grasped the implication. Alcohol, drugging? Zhou Yun cast a sidelong glance at the coffee. My dear, you seem to be mistaken. If you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to alert the authorities. Qin Yu, visibly irate, rose and instructed the nearby attendant to escort Qin Yu out. Just as the attendant was about to lead Qin Yu away, the girl swiftly seized Qin Yu's coffee from the table and splashed it onto his face, leaving half of it unspent before dousing him again. Bah! You two fools! Do you think I am unaware that you are in cahoots? I just saw you two sneaking touches speak. Are you two involved romantically? Upon hearing the earlier remarks from Qin Yu, the attendant felt a surge of anxiety, but was utterly bewildered by the subsequent statement. Qin Yu, too, was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly furrow his brow in indignation, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The young lady swiftly retrieved her phone and began to play a video, confidently asserting her intelligence by having captured evidence. You clearly did not select anything just now, yet you beckoned him over. And then there was a fleeting touch of hands. How intimately affectionate it was, utterly nauseating. I even took a screenshot. Would you care to see the high-definition enlargement? In the photograph, Qin Yu's left hand indeed made contact with that of the attendant. However, it was not merely a touch, it was an exchange of something. Zhou Yun pressed her lips together in contemplation. Chapter 55, The Pursuit. A single glance was sufficient for Zhou Yun to form a judgment. Yet the young lady's deliberately smug expression caused her to remain silent, perhaps pondering something deeper. The attendant and Qin Yu appeared utterly flabbergasted, unable to articulate that their interaction did not imply a romantic liaison, but rather, the restaurant manager, accompanied by several attendants, approached with the intent of discreetly escorting the unruly Qin Yu away to resolve the matter privately, avoiding further embarrassment. Someone had already begun recording the incident. Miss Yu, it was clear that a report had been made to the authorities, and the individual speaking was articulate and prompt, not merely dialing the emergency line, but directly reaching someone within the police department. From her tone, it was evident she was requesting assistance in bringing individuals over. After concluding the call, she produced her work identification from her bag and presented it to the restaurant manager. This cup of coffee is reserved for testing, please have someone secure it first. Before she could finish her sentence, the waiter turned to flee. However, the restaurant manager, seasoned in such matters, immediately discerned the gravity of the situation upon seeing the identification badge, and shouted, "Seize him!" Several wait staff promptly apprehended the individual. Qin Yu realized the predicament was dire when Zhou Yun took out her phone, yet he still attempted to salvage the situation. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Miss Zhou, is there some misunderstanding? I assure you I am not. If you believe that your integrity will withstand scrutiny, then await the police's arrival. But should you attempt to escape, everything you cherish will be lost." Qin Yu's expression darkened instantly. Zhou Yun rose, casting a cold glance at Qin Yu, her eyes steely as she uttered, "And you, Miss Qin, would you care to discuss Mr. Xiaoming?" Qin Yu, previously astonished by Zhou Yun's decisiveness, now feigned ignorance, her expression contorting into an odd semblance of confusion. "What is going on? Aren't they just friends?" "Being friends is not a crime," Qin Yu and the waiter exclaimed in unison. "Being friends? Nonsense!" Zhou Yun led Qin Yu out of the restaurant, and once outside, Qin Yu's youthful demeanor vanished, replaced by a poised composure. She glanced at the bustling toy city across the street, where numerous children were clamoring alongside several clowns. Were they not waiting for the police to handle this? Qin Yu's phone must contain the contact information of the individual orchestrating this chaos. Contemplating the mission's stipulation to ensure Zhou Yun's safety, she concluded that Qin Yu was merely a pawn. The true mastermind loomed in the shadows. Observing the ease with which this individual shifts expressions, Zhou Yun felt an even greater sense of astonishment. However, she also recognized that these individuals wield considerable influence behind the scenes. The moment a disturbance arose, it was certain they would abandon their previous contact numbers, rendering any pursuit futile. In the face of such perilous circumstances, Zhou Yun maintained her composure, genuinely expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your help. Without you, my situation amidst this setback could have been perilous." Her sincerity was tinged with a subtle smile as she added, "However, regarding that Xiaoming you mentioned, I was merely jesting, fearing misfortune from being scrutinized. I hope you don't mind me saying so." "Not at all, it is quite understandable. You are indeed prone to being observed, and your recent method of handling the situation was quite commendable." The other party could only silently acknowledge their misfortune, attributing part of the blame to Qin Yu and their lack of caution. Zhou Yun understood Qin Yu's motives for acting but was merely astonished by her skill. That recent performance truly opened her eyes. "Could you reveal who orchestrated such a nefarious act?" Qin Yu speculated that the coffee might have contained a sedative. Zhou Yun's gaze flickered momentarily as she averted her eyes, responding, "This matter is rather dangerous, and I fear I cannot allow you to be further entangled." This implied she would refrain from disclosing any details. "I have no desire to be involved either, but the system forbids it, dear sister." Qin Yu felt a sense of helplessness yet refrained from pressing the issue, merely articulating, "Is it truly dangerous? Dangerous enough to cost you your life?" As she spoke, her mind raced through a swift dialogue with the capricious Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao retorted, 1 + 1 = 2 stars. "Just think. You almost faced a cannibal on that island and barely managed 3 stars. Don't cling to her. Beg her. If it fails, let her weep. We must capture that wretched kidnapper lurking in the shadows. Perhaps it knows, but if it truly hails from the heavens, it cannot fathom the despair and agony of an ordinary mortal ensnared in a quagmire." Flashes of painful memories darted across Qin Yu's mind, memories that were unbearable, torturous, and as ugly as thorns. Perhaps this was why her inherently self-preserving nature compelled her to assist this individual. "I ponder, if they do not obtain those confidential documents, would it be necessary to eliminate you, as this could also serve their interests?" She always recalled that the mission reminder from the Golden House was to safeguard her life along with those classified documents. Such speculation flickered in her mind for but an instant. Zhou Yun's words, like her very being, were imbued with charm. As if the matter of life and death did not concern her. Yet, her tone subtly shifted, and then her long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a cicada. As her gaze met that of the girl opposite her, who was slightly shorter. In that fleeting moment, she noticed the girl's expression change, her lips move. But her body reacted more swiftly. Just as Zhou Yun was abruptly yanked behind a pillar by Qin Yu. Bang! The terrifying bullet, unseen by ordinary eyes, struck the wall in an instant, likely sending fragments flying, and then it hit a large ornamental vase at the entrance of the dining hall. The grand vase shattered. Someone, quick-witted, realized that a gun had been fired, and a scream erupted. Shock rippled through the crowd, some gasped, others shrieked, some crouched down, while many ran. As Qin Yu dragged Zhou Yun into the adjacent corridor, her heart raced with disbelief. Qin Yu exclaimed, "Why is there a gunman?" Jiao covered her face and replied, "I have no idea." Qin Yu exclaimed, "I shall abandon this task, I no longer desire a single star." Jiao shook her head, "You will perish. Are you out of your mind? How could a system conceived by Buddhism resort to such lethal measures?" Qin Yu felt tears welling up, while Zhou Yun's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated the ruthlessness of the individual lurking behind them. Not only was there Qin Yu, but a marksman lay in wait as well. Surely, he was in pursuit. It was maddening that they had no inkling of who had fired the shot. The silencer had masked the sound, leaving only the echoes of bullets striking walls and shattering windows. This implied that the concealed marksman could easily ambush them if he caught up. "We must leave this place." To the elevator. The two hastily fled, soon discovering an elevator entrance teeming with people, yet neither ascending nor descending cars had yet arrived. They could wait. But both Zhou Yun and Qin Yu were acutely aware that their pursuer was likely already closing in. Such an assassin would undoubtedly outpace two women. In that instant, Qin Yu turned her head and spotted a man entering from the entrance outside. Clad in a black hoodie, his gaze was icy, with sleeves long enough to conceal most of his hands. The marksman had arrived. "Run!" Qin Yu urgently tugged at Zhou Yun, propelling them toward a nearby stairwell. They dashed down the stairs. Bang! A bullet was perilously close between Qin Yu and Zhou Yun's foreheads, a few strands of hair undoubtedly grazed by its force. Both women turned pale with fright, nearly stumbling as they raced down the spiral staircase. They instinctively kept close to the wall, otherwise the man above could easily lie in wait and shoot them down. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously down the stairs, and it seemed the pursuer was drawing nearer. Their hearts thundered in their chests. Qin Yu was acutely aware that she stood on the precipice of life and death, regardless of whether this individual would take her life. If Zhou Yun were to perish, her fate would be sealed as well. What a farce the so-called Golden House was. At that moment, the seemingly fragile Jiao, who had been holding her breath in feigned death, suddenly spoke up. "The Golden House has decreed that you must cease your insults, otherwise, even if you complete this task, all rewards will be forfeited." Qin Yu inwardly cursed vehemently at the absurdity of it all, for neither the mature woman nor the youthful girl had any fondness for raucous, foul-mouthed tirades. Yet, she noticed a door. A small entrance at the lower level led to other floors, though it was highly probable that this exit was also sealed, as it primarily opened into the back doors of various shops, most of which were likely locked tight. Bang! The sudden sound of a door being kicked open resonated above. The pursuer momentarily halted upon seeing the door sway precariously, yet, he merely hesitated for an instant before entering. He was well aware that just one flight of stairs below, Qin Yu and Zhou Yun were pressed tightly against the wall, motionless, until the footsteps ventured into the small door above. Only then did they exhale in relief. But as they prepared to continue their escape, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Qin Yu and Zhou Yun both caught sight of the man just a dozen steps above, smiling as he aimed his firearm at them. Truly delightful, he mused, such lovely little prey. In that harrowing moment of life and death, one thought consumed Qin Yu's mind. Jiao remarked, "Clearly, he has dismissed you, for you are not beautiful." Qin Yu remained silent, striving to maintain a calm smile. The assassin wore a cold and sinister smile, the muzzle of his shotgun delicately aimed at Zhou Yun's head, his finger poised to pull the trigger when, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through his palm, which gripped the weapon. Madness incarnate! As the shotgun clattered to the ground, the assassin glanced upward, his gaze meeting that of a tall, imposing man. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the staircase, landing before Qin Yu and his companion. He skillfully evaded the angle of the man's shot, and with a deft movement of his hand at his waist, he drew a small knife, lunging it towards Zhou Yun's neck with alarming speed. Chapter 26, High-Class Farming. How ruthless! Yet, he likely underestimated Zhou Yun's agility, as she deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to his ribs, leaving his right arm weak and strained. His expression shifted, but he quickly transferred the knife to his left hand, aiming for her chest. Just as he made his move, he let out a piercing scream. He had overlooked the not-so-beautiful girl beside his exquisite target, who had delivered a fierce kick between his legs. No need for a shotgun. No need for an elbow strike and instant knockout. Sweat pouring down his face, he crouched, howling in agony, while the tall man descended, pinning him to the ground. With a couple of swift motions, he secured handcuffs around the assassin's wrists and turned to Qin Yu. The goddess, who had nearly suffered a fatal blow, also directed her gaze towards him. Qin Yu, his eyes reddened, leaned against the wall, his legs trembling uncontrollably, before sliding down to sit on the floor, stammering. "That scared me to death." This is not mere theatrics, she was genuinely terrified. Even as she and Zhou Yun were enveloped in a blanket and gently escorted by two young, handsome police officers, the warmth they offered could not fully alleviate her distress. It was not until a tall, striking gentleman, boasting exceptional skills, arrived with 2 cups of milk tea that a semblance of calm returned. Drinking milk tea can soothe one's nerves. "My apologies, Miss Qin, I was unaware of your preferences, so I chose strawberry flavor." He believed this delicate young lady could likely tolerate the taste, despite his immediate recollection of the cold-hearted assassin whose life had been imperiled just moments before, now hastily transported to the hospital. Yet, surely she too must have been frightened. The startled young Qin raised her gaze to him, then glanced at Zhou Yun. "Oh, thank you. So you know Sister Zhou's taste?" It was quite evident that she was indulging in a bit of gossip. Zhou Yun, having just accepted the milk tea, remained silent, suggesting her spirits had lifted. After providing her testimony at the police station, they emerged as night began to fall. Qin Yu had somewhat regained her composure. Of course, she had discerned that the illustrious Zhou was merely a friend to Officer Zhao, while the latter harbored deeper feelings for her. At their age, harboring a secret crush was quite amusing. "Little fish, you should come stay with me. I'm concerned that those behind you might track you down." Zhou Yun unexpectedly proposed such a suggestion, and Zhao Ku concurred. "It would require some time for us to investigate, and for the sake of safety, it would be prudent for Miss Qin, who has already been implicated, to relocate to a more secure location." Zhou Yun's residence is within the government compound. Suddenly, Qin Yu was reminded of her own precarious situation. She was an undocumented resident, after all. How could she possibly live with Zhou Yun without risking exposure? Yet, if she did not stay with Zhou Yun, she would easily fall prey to those lurking in the shadows seeking retribution. In her turmoil, Qin Yu could not help but inquire of Zhou Yun, "Sister Zhou, what exactly is this troublesome project of yours? Aren't you just a technical farmer?" Indeed, she was the one engaged in farming. Staying for a few days seemed feasible, Qin Yu mused, and Zhao Kui assured her that he would resolve the matter promptly. Surely, righteousness must prevail over evil. The opposition's aggressive and reckless actions indicated their desperate state. As expected, the government compound was heavily guarded, and Qin Yu pondered how Zhou Yun, despite being a research talent, could possibly reside there. She ought to be living in the research institute's family quarters. The two entered the house, seated themselves on the sofa, and sipped tea to calm their nerves. In truth, their shock had long since subsided. But Qin Yu preferred not to reveal too much and thus indulged her youthful nature a little longer, noting her slightly pale complexion. Outside of her research, Zhou Yun was not one to indulge in life's luxuries, yet her advantageous upbringing bestowed upon her an inherent elegance and refinement. Thus, she lit some incense to soothe her emotions. Just as she was about to speak to Qin Yu, her phone rang. She rose and moved to the nearby floor-to-ceiling window to take the call, likely from her parents, who must have received the news, given their connections from their time in government. Zhou Yun spoke softly, soothing for quite some time, and also mentioned Qin Yu. Zhao Ku had managed the situation, and she assured, "I will be cautious." Yes, a little sister has assisted me. Once the call ended, she gently pressed her fingers to her brow and approached, placing her phone on the glass coffee table. Would you prefer that I reveal the answer to your previous question first, or shall I take you to the room? Of course, Qin Yu opted for the former but shrugged, stating, I was merely curious before. If it's confidential, you need not disclose it. Zhou Yun replied. Then I shall refrain from saying anything. She then observed the expression of a certain individual who seemed to pout in a manner that conveyed, how could you treat me this way? This elicited a smile from her. This is precisely how a girl of your age should present herself. However, regarding this project, there truly was nothing that could not be shared. It pertains to the naturalization of medicinal materials. Naturalization of medicinal materials? What does that mean? The indigenous person from 2006 was genuinely perplexed by its significance. Previously, you inquired about certain matters. Indeed, my work is intricately related to agriculture, as the cultivation of agricultural products bears a striking resemblance to that of medicinal plants. In the nation's medicinal market, the majority of marketed herbs are cultivated through chemical stimulation. This method represents a significant advancement in biological cultivation. However, every benefit has its drawbacks. Some pharmaceutical companies exploit these agents to engage in unconventional, excessive cultivation, resulting in various medicinal properties becoming altered, thereby not meeting pharmaceutical standards or usage guidelines. Nonetheless, these products still infiltrate the market at exorbitant prices, leading to numerous consumers experiencing adverse effects after consumption. Pausing momentarily, Zhou Yun refrained from elaborating further, as the sordid nature of these underlying issues was truly disheartening. Yet, Qin Yu appeared undeterred, earnestly inquiring, so, does the term naturalization of medicinal materials refer to the cultivation of all herbs through natural growth methods, as opposed to chemical stimulation? Is that a literal interpretation? Indeed, Zhou Yun affirmed. This initiative has been underway for over a decade, yet its results have been rather insignificant. Only in recent years has the national development of pharmaceutical science progressed rapidly, with several core challenges subtly being addressed, thus rekindling interest in this project. Furthermore, the state intends to implement national control over this sector, which implies that such a substantial piece of the pie will be seized, causing distress among capitalists who have thrived on it for profit. Qin Yu interjected, completing her thought. Zhou Yun, slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement. Initially, we anticipated potential resistance. Hence, Zhao Kuo and others were designated to ensure the safety of those of us selected for this endeavor. However, we did not expect the adversary to act with such swiftness and precision, targeting the connections stemming from her parents' hometown. Upon learning of the situation, her parents were understandably alarmed and quite furious. Qin Yu could only lament that this truly exemplified the essence of cultivation. The stakes are remarkably high, to the extent that capitalists resort to hiring assassins. Chapter 27, Monthly Examination. I find myself somewhat perplexed. If the medicinal herbs are to grow naturally, can I interpret this as akin to the wild reishi mushrooms found deep within the mountains, which must grow organically over a decade? However, such a scenario would scarcely meet market demands. If supply does not align with demand, opportunities for exploitation would still abound. Originally, Zhou Yun had no intention of elaborating on this project with Qin Yu, but she has now become quite certain of Qin Yu's trustworthiness. This concept has already become public knowledge, albeit without the announcement of comprehensive research findings. Thus, she chose not to withhold information. In principle, this understanding is valid. Yet there exists the potential for enhancement. For instance, by manipulating environmental factors and studying the growth characteristics of the herbs, we can provide the natural conditions essential for their optimal development. By maximizing their growth capabilities, and most importantly, by cultivating them in large quantities, we can compensate for the time lost, ultimately yielding medicinal herbs whose properties closely resemble those of genuinely wild specimens. The concepts she mentioned left Qin Yu in a state of partial comprehension, yet Jiao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, why make it so complicated? In our celestial realm, one can cultivate a spirit soil, and with another infusion of celestial dew and methods, let alone some nonsensical spiritual mushrooms. Even herbs capable of directly nourishing human flesh can flourish rapidly. They are engaged in biological sciences, whereas you are entangled in fantastical tales of immortals. Can they be compared? However, after scolding Jiao, Qin Yu pondered that perhaps, at their core, there was little difference. To speak with precision. What are the components of celestial dew? Primarily HRO, is it not? What mineral ions does it contain? Regardless, this matter was still too intricate for Qin Yu. And she could only listen casually, choosing not to inquire further. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yun guided her to the guest room, where everything was prepared and ready for use. Once Zhou Yun departed, Qin Yu took her bath. Jiao remarked, "Rest assured, I won't be watching you, there's nothing worth seeing." Qin Yu replied, "I'm not worried." "Aren't you just a genderless cat?" Jiao retorted defiantly, "I am the master." Qin Yu replied, "I've seen your belly when you were asleep, there's nothing there." Jiao was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "How dare you!" Qin Yu paid no heed to him, focusing on her bathing. While Jiao could only roll his eyes and contemplate the task at hand. As Qin Yu became thoroughly drenched, a notification indicating the successful completion of her task arrived. Along with the acquisition of 2 stars. The sound was annoyingly triumphant, as if it had finally exacted revenge. Qin Yu mused, "This truly is good news." And her spirits lifted. She vaguely sensed that with several more cleansing baths, her memory might improve. As the impending high school entrance examination loomed, Zhou Yun, having just finished her bath, realized with a pang of regret that dinner had yet to be prepared. She felt a twinge of impropriety. For she usually approached dinner with casual nonchalance when alone. The thought of ordering takeout seemed fraught with peril. What if it were a killer masquerading as a delivery person? After much contemplation, Zhou Yun decided to cook some seafood noodles and brought them into the room, only to find Qin Yu, clad in pajamas, seated at her desk. "There's not much to eat at home, so I made seafood noodles." "Are you working on test papers?" Zhou Yun inquired, noticing the clutter of papers and books strewn across the desk. While the sight of numerous test papers was unsurprising, the presence of junior high textbooks piqued her curiosity. Qin Yu, sensing the shift in Zhou Yun's expression, quickly realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily explained, "Upon hearing your words, I felt a profound sense of inadequacy regarding my studies. Thus, I suddenly resolved to dedicate myself to learning diligently, striving to contribute to our country. Do you believe me?" After a brief silence, Zhou Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement as her fingertip grazed the top line of the test paper. Is this a mock exam for the high school entrance?" Qin Yu replied earnestly, "One must always harbor a heart ready for examination." Zhou Yun's expression turned pensive as her finger tapped the answer to one of the questions. Her graceful fingers, illuminated by the soft glow of the desk lamp, were indeed a sight to behold. However, Qin Yu's heart raced with anxiety. Had she uncovered something? The formula was incorrect. The efficiency of the state apparatus in motion is indeed formidable. Furthermore, the assassin had been apprehended and, in a bid to mitigate his punishment, had divulged the identity of his employer. Consequently, Zhao Kuo and his associates diligently followed the leads, unraveling the entire operation in just a few days. Bringing clarity to the situation, Qin Yu felt a sense of security. She had accompanied them that night and witnessed the conditions there, which left her somewhat concerned. "I can help you find a place," she offered, though it was not a difficult task for her. After some contemplation, Qin Yu politely declined, as her stay in this world was uncertain, and she preferred not to squander her energy and resources. Zhou Yun did not press the matter, merely reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. "Take care of yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, seek me out. I actually have another residence. You could move in with me." Her thoughts were perceptive, and her demeanor was gentle and kind. Aware that Qin Yu had saved her life, and being young, sensible, and eager to learn, she regarded Qin Yu as a sister. Qin Yu sensed this warmth in her heart and was about to respond when Jiao interjected. "Is she trying to woo you?" Qin Yu replied, "That's not quite right. You're neither clever nor attractive, even if she were inclined that way. She wouldn't be interested in you." Qin Yu retorted, "Your breadth of knowledge has already surpassed the limitations of a cat." Before dawn, Qin Yu felt an invigorating clarity, as if the complex problems she had tackled days prior suddenly crystallized in her mind. This state of mind was quite pleasant, allowing her to maintain a composed demeanor while waiting for the monthly exam papers to be distributed in class. "Little fish, keep going," encouraged Li Yuan, who, along with Li Xiaoyun, had always stood by her side. The three of them supported one another, sharing nothing more than simple words and smiles that instilled immense confidence in each other. Of course, Qin Yu's self-assurance was something she cultivated within herself. However, even with the formidable power of the Golden House, Qin Yu's assistance did not grant her the omniscience found in novels. Nor did it enable her to possess a photographic memory. She relied instead on her cultivated mindset and a clear goal, methodically planning her study steps. With her superior physical attributes and memory, she made gradual progress from her original foundation. Consequently, there remained many questions she could not answer. And she could only manage a meager performance, yet at least she had an inkling of her potential. This time, she was certain to exceed 300 points. Chapter 28, The Playground. After 2 consecutive days of examinations, completing 6 subjects, the majority of third-year students felt as if they had emerged from a trial by fire, either reborn from the ashes or left in tatters. Naturally, there was one exception. Look at you, grinning like a fool. Did you score so by 80 points? Xiao Gu was a unique presence, never troubled by his scores. As he strolled down the corridor, flanked by his 2 ever-present lackeys, he instilled fear in the hearts of nearly all the students. Who is he talking to? Xiao Yu, he is addressing you. A classmate tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve, awe and envy evident on their face. Qin Yu thought, why would you envy me? She sighed inwardly, while outwardly, she displayed a faint smile, embodying the innocence of a neighborly sister. Brother Ma, did you come specifically for me? That smile seemed eerily familiar. Ma Tianda, unable to suppress his urge to mock her, felt a shiver run down his spine as he caught sight of the curious glances from those around him. In an instant, he cursed himself for his folly. This shameless individual was intent on latching onto him. Just as she was about to leave, Sister Qin gently said, "Thank you for your blessings. I will strive to score even higher for your sake." Her tone resembled that of a heroine in a drama, delivering lines to a deceased love. "Thank you for your unwavering love. I shall live well for you." This startled Ma Tianda, who immediately halted in his tracks, then swiftly turned and dashed down the stairs, followed closely by his 2 companions. The classmates were left in stunned silence. After the examination, which concluded around 2 o'clock, it felt as if school had been dismissed early. Some students remained behind to study and complete their assignments, even those with poorer grades, such as Li Xiaoyun and Li Yuan, still harbored hopes for the future. Qin Yu chose not to leave either. Instead, she opted to play basketball on the playground. Concerned about her health and the possibility of making headlines like 16-year-old junior high girl faints due to exhaustion during entrance exam, she thought it prudent to practice a bit. At that moment, Qin Yu expressed her thoughts to her 2 companions. "Jia Jiao, what do you think?" Qin Yu inquired. "The entrance exam results must be excellent." Jia Ji responded, "Oh. Do you intend to cheat? Finally, you've come to your senses." Qin Yu replied, "It doesn't matter if I come to my senses, you must as well. My weakest subjects are physics and chemistry, so study diligently. When I encounter problems I cannot solve, you can teach me in my Golden House." Her tone was imbued with a naive, romantic optimism. However, Jia Jiao quickly fell silent, as if struck dumb. Qin Yu smiled but soon found her smile fading. For although there were many boys on the playground engaged in basketball or playful antics, there was not a single girl in sight. Indeed, spring has yet to arrive, and the weather remains rather chilly. What compels a few young ladies to endure such discomfort? However, she merely wished to play badminton, yet found herself devoid of partners. How can one play alone? The young men? Qin Yu spotted a tall group of boys not far away. Oh, she was neither Wenxi nor a little fairy. And among those boys was Xiao Ge. Upon seeing her, his expression contorted in surprise, as if he believed her ghost had followed him to the playground, hastily abandoning the ball to flee with his clothes. How adorably naive! Qin Yu nearly laughed, yet she had no intention of truly scaring anyone away. So she turned to leave. Just then, she noticed the physical education teacher approaching, a large bunch of keys jingling in his hand, making their way toward the iron gate of the playground that faced the riverside. The gate, adjacent to the riverside pedestrian path, served as the school's back entrance, rarely opened. The teacher's intent was clear. Curiosity piqued, Qin Yu decided to linger, as did Xiao Ge and the others. With a creak, the iron gate protested. Its rusted hinges long and used. The teacher disdainfully clapped his hands, brushing off the dust that clung to them. Qin Yu, with her keen hearing, discerned the sound of the adjacent gate at Zhunei Middle School also being opened. Sure enough, the physical education teachers from both schools soon met. Exchanging a few pleasantries before the diligent school's teacher called out, "Hey, you lot, come over and help move the equipment." Moving equipment? Qin Yu recalled that a few days prior, there had been discussions about the school's upcoming sports meet. However, given the lack of resources and the subpar foundation at Qinfeng Middle School, they had always shamelessly borrowed equipment from the neighboring institution in previous years. And this year was no exception. While this was not particularly remarkable, she did not anticipate that the physical education teacher would be pointing directly at her. You come too. Stop dawdling. Qin Yu thought, can't you see how delicate I am? Xiaoma and the others were somewhat reluctant, as none wished to engage in laborious tasks. Yet, the physical education teacher, robust and imposing, intimidated even the most boisterous boys, rendering them unable to defy his command. And they trudged along despondently. Upon noticing Qin Yu's presence, Xiaoma instinctively retreated, positioning himself at the very edge of the group. A motley crew followed the teacher. But the disparity between the two schools' playgrounds was stark, akin to the living room of the impoverished juxtaposed with the lavatory of the affluent. This represented not only a class divide but also subtly hinted at the future. In a sea of boys, Qin Yu stood out like a solitary red flower among the verdant foliage. However, the boys exhibited no interest in her, nor did they perceive her gentle charm. Her somewhat disheveled appearance and taciturn demeanor rendered her akin to the sullen and unremarkable girl found in every classroom. And conversing with such girls would be seen as a loss of face, thus the boys refrained from any foolishness. Taciturn? Xiaoma scoffed. Yet, suddenly, this lethargic and unenthusiastic group of young men halted in their tracks, for beneath the fragrant camphor trees, on the playground, a cluster of girls was engaged in a game of badminton. The leaves rustled gently, and the sunlight filtered through, casting beautiful lines that mirrored the elegance of their figures, tall, slender, and vibrant. The shuttlecock, soaring gracefully through the air, emits a clear sound as it traces a beautiful parabola, accompanied by the occasional smiles that grace their faces. These moments resemble the most enchanting and alluring dreams of youth. However, the reverie is abruptly shattered by a boisterous shout, demanding them to hurry and move. This harsh command dispels the romantic fantasies of the young, leaving Xiaoma and his companions to reluctantly trudge toward the equipment room, each bearing a sense of loss and resentment. Qin Yu cast a glance at the group and noticed the absence of a certain goddess, which elicited a chuckle from her. No wonder Xiaoma could still muster the energy to move. It was because she was not present. After all, being a girl, there was no need for her to carry the heavy equipment. She could manage with the lighter items, such as volleyballs. Finally, it was over. Yet Qin Yu felt utterly exhausted, despite having only handled 5 or 6 lightweight volleyballs. Hey! You take those 2 shot puts. Ma Tiange, noticing Qin Yu's faint fatigue, pointed at her with irritation, insisting she fetch the neglected shot puts. Chapter 29. Badminton. The unfortunate reality was that the physical education teacher was an unwavering advocate for gender equality. Upon glancing at Qin Yu, he offered no objections. Ma Tiange felt triumphant, while Qin Yu shot him a fleeting glance, then softened her expression into a gentle smile. Brother Ma, you always think of me, how touching. Ma Tiange, physical education teacher. Both were taken aback. In the solemn atmosphere, footsteps echoed from the entrance, pausing momentarily as they turned to look. Oh, Wenxi, back to play badminton again today? It is rather late, isn't it? Perhaps your homeroom teacher just inquired about your performance in the recent monthly examination. The physical education teacher at Zhunei, who had previously maintained a stern demeanor, is now smiling as if basking in the warmth of spring. His curiosity is piqued, for Jin Xiuyi has also just undergone their monthly assessment, and Wenxi, the top student, is undoubtedly the center of attention. Wenxi does not deny this and glances toward the room, asking if assistance is needed. No! The chorus of voices from Xiaoma and others rises in a chaotic symphony. Their insistence stems from a genuine desire not to burden the little goddess, yet simultaneously, they realize this is the first intimate interaction with her. Thus, the little goddess approaches, bending down to pick up a shot put, casting a smile at Qin Yu. How about another? Qin Yu raises an eyebrow, responding affirmatively. As she retrieves another shot put, her brows arching in a meaningful glance toward Ma Tianda. She provokes a reaction. Isn't this exciting? Aren't you thrilled? Wenxi indeed holds a favorable impression of Qin Yu, and given her inherent grace, it is not surprising that she would lend a hand. However, at the tender age of 16, her thoughts have matured, and she prefers the company of those she resonates with. Qin Yu has captured her attention. Typically, girls of this age engage in discussions revolving around television dramas and academics. But Wenxi is different. She is not enamored with the cliché melodramas, nor does she wish to broach the topic of grades, especially considering Qin Yu's recent struggles in that regard. So, what shall they discuss? It is not a deliberate choice, rather, it simply arises from being on the playground, thus leading to a conversation about sports. Exercise. Qin Yu is quite capable as well. I can climb trees, she asserted. When she responded, climbing trees? It seems rather challenging. Most boys struggle with it, as it requires a combination of strength and skill. The motivation to climb a tree likely hinges on the presence of enticing fruit. If one desires it enough, they will surely ascend. Without a purpose, however, the drive diminishes, and one will naturally find it difficult to climb. When she smiled, perceiving that Qin Yu was indeed unlike her typical female classmates. Yet, Xiao Magu appeared somewhat displeased and interjected, I can climb trees as well, but it doesn't seem suitable for girls, it comes across as rather uncouth. Qin Yu chose not to respond to him, while when she turned to look at him and calmly stated, the purpose of exercise lies in health and personal enjoyment. Both health and passion belong to the athlete alone, and others lack the right to criticize or comment. Xiao Maji's face flushed crimson, leaving him speechless. This statement even astonished the two physical education teachers. The impact of a nurturing family environment and superior ideological education on a young person is profound. When she is undoubtedly a promising talent, destined to be recognized as a valuable individual in the future. Jiao made a rather suggestive remark. Yet Qin Yu was already aware of its implications. She was certainly not at a disadvantage, but it seemed that Qin Yu was not particularly enthusiastic about it. Jiao, unaware of the nuances, chose to remain silent. After arranging the equipment, they were supposed to part ways. The physical education teacher inquired if when she wished to continue playing badminton, as they had just been engaged in the game and it seemed challenging to find others. This is a display of Wenshi's modesty, as numerous individuals joyfully join her for a game of badminton, even if some girls harbor a tinge of jealousy towards her. Shall I invite these lads to play with you? Oh, never mind, they likely lack the skill. Xiaoma and the others chime in, I can play. However, the physical education teacher suddenly realizes that Wenxi may not be suitable for playing badminton with boys, uncertain of how rumors might circulate. Today's middle school students are truly remarkable. Is there a girl who can play? When she turns to follow the voice and sees Qin Yu, who is equally surprised by the teacher's enthusiasm. Could this be the treatment reserved for top scholars? Well, I can play a little. Playing badminton on the playground of Zhunei Middle School is not an extraordinary occurrence, especially when paired with Wenxi. Although Qin Yu isn't particularly eager to befriend Wenxi, that is her own concern. She holds a profound admiration for Wenxi's impressive badminton skills. It's not that Qin Yu is unable to keep up, rather, she has successfully returned the shuttlecock that Wenxi has been feeding her, demonstrating her genuine passion for the sport. Nevertheless, Qin Yu is not merely a passive participant. After 3 sessions of intensive training, her physical fitness and reflexes have significantly improved. What once could be considered mediocre has rapidly advanced under Wenshi's influence, and the two managed to rally for an astonishing 15 minutes. An hour and a half later, drenched in sweat, Qin Yu suddenly found herself momentarily dazed when the shuttlecock struck her face. Wenxi, who had been playing with great enjoyment, immediately changed her expression and rushed over. I'm so sorry. Did that hurt? Wenxi felt relieved upon seeing that there was indeed nothing amiss on her face, albeit still feeling a hint of embarrassment. She retrieved a delicate thermos from her backpack and handed it to Qin Yu. Though it is generally better to drink plain water, I have grown accustomed to sipping lemon honey water, which I brought from home. Would you like some? Qin Yu rose, bid farewell to Wenxi, and departed. Wenxi, holding the thermos, pondered thoughtfully. Earlier, Qin Yu had accepted a bottle of mineral water without hesitation. Why was she now reluctant to accept the honey water? Could it be due to the earlier incident? Yet, she vaguely sensed that Qin Yu was not one to dwell on such matters, otherwise she would not remain indifferent to the incessant insults hurled at her by Ma Tiange. However, just moments ago, Qin Yu had exuded a certain ethereal and profound demeanor, as if she had endured some deep-seated anguish. "You are quite peculiar, little fish," Jiao Jiao remarked, her curiosity piqued, subtly attempting to ingratiate herself with Qin Yu. But Qin Yu remained silent. The recent incident with the badminton hitting her face suddenly reminded her of the shameful photographs that had made her the subject of scorn at school. At that time, she had no desire to leave the campus. She constantly recalled her parents' expectations for her to study diligently, to lead a normal academic life like other children, to attend a school, and to pursue a field of study she cherished, just like many girls of her age. If she were to abandon her schooling, she would be rendered inconsequential. Thus, with a brave facade amidst the scorn of the masses, she persevered, attending classes, completing assignments, and navigating the solitude of isolation. Chapter 3: Shadows, Preparation. She had believed that by shutting her eyes and plugging her ears, she could simply endure the trials ahead. Later, her deskmate refused to sit with her, and she was callously relocated to the back of the classroom by the homeroom teacher. Subsequently, during physical education class, no one wished to play ball with her, yet many deliberately struck the ball in her direction. At that moment, she realized how painfully a light badminton shuttlecock could hit one's face. Soon thereafter, her photographs began to circulate wildly, with many holding them up for discussion, while others were affixed to the walls. Some boys even approached her, grinning, and remarked, "Oh, Qin Yu, is that you? I didn't expect you to be so well endowed." Before long, she was expelled from school, seemingly fulfilling everyone's unspoken desires. Clutching her simple backpack, she exited the campus, while students on the road whistled at her, the sound echoing in a cacophony of jeers. Those echoes felt like distant memories, as if she had lived through them before. It was too much to bear. Qin Yu wiped her sweat-drenched face, her previously gloomy expression fading away. As she walked home with Li Yuan, they appeared just as ordinary and unassuming as ever. Jiao Jiao dared not utter a word, sensing the latent terror in Qin Yu's current state. Indeed, at the school gate, before Ma Tiange could hurl any insults at the three of them, Qin Yu looked up at him. "Before graduation, you remained oblivious to the societal rules and capital. Such as your wealthy father who is indifferent to the fact that his son has scored 0 for 3 consecutive years. You fail to comprehend the mockery embedded in my earlier words. In your arrogance, you imagine yourself as the leader of a gang. Yet, when will you realize that as you depart from school, clinging to your misguided pride represented by that final 0 years later, no matter how ostentatious your gold chain or how luxurious your crocodile leather shoes may be, you will forever be estranged from certain realms. In that world, there stand pristine ivory towers and towering, immaculate birch trees, where individuals engage in discussions about the nuances between waltz and samba, and the tumultuous contradictions between capital and economic development that have sparked global upheaval. In essence, at that moment, you, the foolish scion of affluence, and I, a humble village girl, share no fundamental difference. If there is no distinction in the future, then I have no reason to indulge your foolishness now." Subsequently, Qin Yu bypassed him, her expression devoid of emotion. It was a pain that could only be truly understood after years of enduring thorns. Through suffering, one grows. Ma Tiange stood bewildered, while Wenxi at the school gate frowned. "Shou Yu, are you all right?" After all, they were merely youngsters. And knowing that Qin Yu had not encountered anything particularly distressing recently, it seemed likely that her outburst was provoked by Ma Tiange. Upon closer inspection, she remained gentle and composed, her demeanor tranquil, her hair and attire casual. She was still Qin Yu, albeit subtly transformed. Thus, there is no longer any doubt. Only concern that Qin Yu may face retaliation from Ma Tiange. However, that young man is fundamentally a coward, true villains are not of his ilk. How could someone who has been buried alive by others fear a mere middle schooler like Ma Tiange? Moreover, it was not he who had incited anger at the school gate, but rather the future that had provoked him. Upon returning home, Qin Yu discovered that his parents had begun planting yam. He glanced around and discreetly wrote a note to his father, inquiring, "Is that person coming again?" Qin Yuan cast a glance, shook his head, and noted that Lai Chun had been quite subdued lately, not having made any visits. It was uncertain whether this was due to being chastised by Bao Ren last time or for some other reason. Qin Yu exchanged a meaningful look with Jiao Jiao, who was squatting beside him. The men in the village had seen that individual, and Qin Yu had encountered him occasionally, thus he would undoubtedly recognize that the lingerie belonged to Lai Jingyi's wife. He would certainly gossip behind her back. How was it that she had not caught wind of any rumors? Was she simply too busy of late? Qin Yu tilted his head in contemplation, realizing that he had misjudged an old man's sense of shame. Perhaps Lai Jingyi was fearful of family disgrace and had discreetly compensated that man to keep his silence. Jiao Jiao remarked, "What does that mean? So he is wearing this green hat? As long as others are unaware, it's acceptable? Wow, you mortals are quite tolerant. Let us just say you're complimenting me as a mere mortal." However, after some contemplation, Qin Yu discerned a different nuance. Even if he feared family disgrace, he should have confronted his own wife and nephew. It was unreasonable for him to remain so quiet, unless he too had his own reservations. Pausing for a moment, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, contemplating impotence. "Jiao Jiao, suddenly, I find you even more terrifying. Although it is merely speculation, upon further contemplation, it seems quite plausible." Hence, Qin Yu urged Jiao Jiao to investigate further, for such a humiliation would inevitably provoke Lai Jingyi into conflict with those two individuals. Given the incessant clashes, it is understandable that Lai Chun has not found the time to trouble their family. Nonetheless, vigilance remains essential. Should they refrain from overt actions, one must be wary of covert maneuvers. Qin Yu cast a glance at Weisheng, who was tidying up her belongings by the edge of the field. Bathed in the gentle glow of dusk, she is blissfully unaware of her youth, beauty, and kindness, deserving of a more superior and stable existence. However, others remain oblivious to the exquisite joy reflected in her smile as she embraces the pastoral life of nurturing her family. Qin Yu cherishes this picturesque scene, refusing to allow it to be tarnished. Later, during their meal break, Qin Yuan ascended the stairs, clutching a large iron box. Upon opening the lid, a stack of cash, predominantly adorned with red elder heads, came into view. Qin Yu was taken aback. "Last night, I counted with your mother. The total amounts to 13,000 yuan. Out of this, 5,000 is allocated for your high school expenses over the next 3 years. While the remaining 8,000 will have 3,000 set aside for future living costs, including medical expenses. The remaining 5,000 is intended for leasing farmland. 5,000 yuan would suffice to lease 10 acres of land for a year, which, while not an extravagant sum, is a considerable undertaking in Bamboo Village, where few dare to embark on such ventures." This time, Qin Yu was genuinely taken aback. The expansion of rented land for cultivation was a notion she had contemplated. Yet she was acutely aware of her family's tenuous foundation, and thus refrained from taking bold strides. Even though she recognized that losses were unlikely, she hesitated to compel her parents into a compromise. To her astonishment, she discovered that her family had savings, though not substantial. They were the fruits of her parents' frugality and diligence. However, if the future remained unchanged, these funds would ultimately be allocated to meet the demands of the village committee and the exorbitant school fees that awaited her. 13,000 yuan represented the cornerstone of a family. "Father, may I inquire why you have suddenly made this decision?" Qin Yu, not wishing to rejoice prematurely, penned her question with curiosity. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "If we encounter failure, a loss of 5,000 can be borne without jeopardizing your education. We still have sufficient funds to sustain us in the days to come, and we can gradually save more. However, if we succeed, I aspire for you and your mother to reside in a better place, perhaps in the town free from the fear of being scrutinized, free from daily indignities, and liberated from a life of poverty and subjugation." The mere thought of his wife's terror when ensnared by Lai Chun pierced Qin Yuan's heart like a dagger. Yet, he struggled to articulate his feelings. He longed to apologize, feeling that his inadequacy had subjected her to such humiliation and anxiety. Yet, words eluded him. Ultimately, they were a couple lacking genuine communication, hesitant to engage in earnest dialogue, and he felt unworthy of her. In truth, the original Qin Yu harbored deep resentment towards her father, acutely aware of the incompleteness of her family. The relationship between her parents was as tranquil as still water, shrouded in a silence that permeated their home. As the head of the family, her father was taciturn and withdrawn, engrossed solely in the toil of farming. For a young girl, still grappling with her understanding of the world, this stifling environment provided her with ample justification to blame her father for her discontent. This resentment, however, ceased with his passing. Gazing at the iron box, Qin Yu fell into a contemplative silence before inscribing a line, "Dad, it is not just my mother and me, but rather our entire family together. We all deserve a better life." Qin Yuan was taken aback, yet he extended his hand to gently pat her head. His large palm offered her a sense of support and reassurance atop her head. This was her father. Jiao Jiao spoke eloquently, vividly narrating the tumultuous saga born from the entanglements of two men and a woman, embroiled in infidelity and impotence. Qin Yu listened intently, captivated until the very end, still yearning for more. Was the outcome truly mutual destruction? The metaphor of the latrine stone? "Nokia, are you aware that you've been eclipsed by a cat?" What was discussed? "I am unsure." The call ended abruptly after only a few exchanges. "I noticed his face was quite dark, resembling someone poisoned. Shouldn't he be green instead?" Ah, this celestial cat truly harbors a venomous disposition towards humanity. However, the mention of mobile phones sparked a realization within Qin Yu. She deemed it necessary to acquire one, given that the Lai Chun uncle and nephew were unpredictable time bombs. Yet, where could she find the means to earn money? Her gaze drifted towards the courtyard, where the succulent plants had begun to sprout. Chapter 31, Cultivation. 3 days later, the results of the monthly examination were unveiled. When the homeroom teacher reached the score of 479, she deliberately glanced at an inconspicuous girl among the sea of students. A moment of commotion erupted in the classroom. "Qin Yu? How did your score suddenly increase so dramatically? 480 marks a significant threshold, while 479? Nonetheless, there were a dozen or so students in the class who could achieve this score, so she could only be considered an unexpected yet unremarkable dark horse. Soon overshadowed by the news that Li Yuan had scored 630 points. He was the top student in the class, the top student in the year, and indeed the most diligent. After class, Qin Yu headed to the restroom, accompanied by Li Xiaoyun, her good friend with whom she usually shared such trips. In a typical youth romance novel, one would expect that this close friend would feel a sense of imbalance and jealousy, leading to a gradual estrangement and eventual transformation into an antagonist. However, the narrative unfolded differently. In the restroom, as Qin Yu entered one stall, Li Xiaoyun, in the adjacent one, chuckled, "Xiao Yu, you are truly remarkable. Your progress is tremendous. But I must thank you and Xiao Yuan for guiding me, otherwise I wouldn't have improved by 30 points compared to last time." She then praised herself, "My improvement is quite significant too." In her innocent and optimistic manner, she resembled a quintessentially cheerful character. Qin Yu had long seen through Li Xiaoyun's essence, thus dismissing the absurdity of her thoughts. However, regarding Xiaolun's words, "Xiaolun, do you realize that saying such things in the restroom might lead to a certain outcome?" Li Xiaoyun replied, "What outcome?" Qin Yu responded, "I become so proud that I can't even relieve myself." Li Xiaoyun, however, a score of 479 is merely a fulfilling yet insufficiently substantial mark for Qin Yu. The fulfillment lies in her evident progress, indicating that her approach is indeed effective. The insufficiency stems from the fact that, in comparison to the neighboring school, this score appears rather flimsy and fragile. Qin Yu cannot help but think of Wenxi. The instinct to compare strengths and weaknesses is inherent to human nature and cannot be concealed. She envies this young woman, aspiring to become similarly outstanding and at ease, even if such prowess demands her own diligent efforts. Nevertheless, as the monthly exam results are released, the timing of the sports meet has been postponed for reasons unknown, the notice arriving in a rather peculiar manner. Yet, as long as it has not been cancelled, that suffices. For students on the brink of graduating from middle school, they truly require one last opportunity to revel in merriment. Life in the Yi world passes swiftly. When converted, it amounts to merely 7 or 8 nights of sleep. For Qin Yu, 500,000 is easily spent, primarily allocated to 3 areas. First, she has taken on a plot of land. Second, she invests in books for reading. And third, she purchases various items. The so-called items in the third category pertain mainly to food, drink, and entertainment. While relishing these future commodities, she also considers their potential application in her own world. It is indeed fulfilling, truly fulfilling. Every moment is meticulously planned. However, she does not exhaust all her time over 6 consecutive nights but rather distributes it throughout the month, allowing the knowledge absorbed over 4.5 days from each night to be swiftly internalized and consolidated. In her original world, the passage of time was ample. Yet the avenues for acquiring knowledge were severely constrained. She found herself perennially sifting through the same 6 mundane textbooks. In contrast, the eerie microcosm offered a refreshing alternative. It was as if the books in her former reality were insurmountable, requiring an abandonment of sleep to comprehend them fully. However, within this alternate realm, she could immerse herself wholeheartedly. Jiao acutely sensed Qin Yu's increasingly rapid absorption of knowledge as the days slipped away. Thus far, the 50 days afforded by the 5 stars had elapsed. During this period, Qin Yu occasionally interacted with Zhou Yun and Su Qing, deepening her understanding of another possible future. Her psyche increasingly aligned with the version of herself that awaited in that future. Encouragingly, her efforts in cultivating succulents and the xian plant yielded commendable results. On this particular weekend, Qin Yu knelt before 30 pots, tallying the outcomes of her cultivation endeavors. Out of 20 succulent pots, 15 had sprouted tender shoots, while 5 had perished. The xian plant produced 5 shoots as well. Overall, the results were quite satisfactory, although they paled in comparison to the impeccable 100% success rate of eerie. They were far superior to a complete failure. Moreover, the growth rate exceeded that of her usual cultivation efforts, attributed to the greenhouse she had constructed. Admittedly, the greenhouse in her yard was modestly sized. Yet Qin Yu had invested considerable time and energy into its creation, motivated by 2 primary objectives: to accelerate the growth of her succulents and xian which had begun sprouting just over a week ago, and to demonstrate its efficacy to Qin Yuan. Indeed, upon witnessing the flourishing appearance of the succulent plants and the jade plant, Qin Yuan felt a surge of inspiration. He hurriedly made his way to the town to procure materials, intending to construct greenhouses for his 15 acres of land. Of course, these greenhouses were rudimentary, lacking the sophistication of future advancements or the eerie model. In that era, greenhouses had already transitioned to complete automation, with convenient controls for lighting and temperature, a luxury beyond the reach of the present time. Even in urban areas, such technology was scarce, as the pace of innovation lagged behind. Ah! No wonder you sought to accompany Zhou Yun to the science park recently. You were aiming to delve into technology, weren't you? Jiao mused that pursuing technology might yield greater prospects than mere agriculture. However, she resigned herself to this notion. Yet, observing Qin Yu diligently tending to the blossoms and succulents, she found it rather endearing, exuding a gentle charm. Either move further away, or hand me that wrench over there. Qin Yu snapped, casting a cold glance in her direction. Jiao, gritting her teeth, reluctantly ambled over to retrieve the wrench. After a long day of toil, both were utterly exhausted, yet they stood in admiration of the vibrant, verdant plants thriving within the small greenhouse, both human and feline sighing in contentment. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to earn some money? How do you plan to do that? I recently noticed that Lai Chun has been sneaking back into our village. Jiao momentarily overlooked her reference to their village, revealing her subconscious inclination to associate Qin Yu as one of their own. Qin Yu, with his shrewd demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at the plump cat lounging nearby, a smirk playing on his lips as he raised his chin slightly. Yes, it pertains to those over there. Jiao was taken aback. You intend to sell them? The cat's paws were smeared with mud, and it stared wide-eyed, seemingly reluctant. Qin Yu glanced at it and asked, Are you unwilling? No, how could that be? It's merely some withered grass, decaying meat, and wilted flowers. Are you truly attached? Qin Yu lowered her gaze and said softly, I need money, this is the only way I can earn it for now. I can't possibly rely on the lottery. I don't even know which ticket would win. Chapter 32, Dew of Jade drowsy yet plump. Its head was gently stroked by a slender hand, rubbing affectionately. Good, there will be more flowers and plants for you to cultivate in the future. Oh! Very well. The cat enjoyed the attention momentarily, but suddenly stiffened, pulling away and glaring. I refuse to farm. I am the child of a celestial being. And you shall not touch or rub me. I am not one of your mundane, foolish cats. However, how much could all this fetch? They were merely tender sprouts. The succulents were still too young to assess their value, but even the seedlings could be sold. Yet, as it stood, there was no market for them. Not just in Lingxi town, but even in the city. Qin Yu observed the succulents alongside the begonia, narrowing her eyes. Tomorrow was Sunday. And she carefully packaged a pot of succulents, which had sprouted 2 jade-like leaves, into a cardboard box. She then made her way to the entrance of the Ziling community. Placing the succulents on the ground. It was no trivial matter, this was the finest community in the area, complete with a cluster of villas. Newly constructed over the past 2 years, a landmark of the county. How superficial of you to only concern yourself with real estate. I have discerned the aroma of steak emanating from them. Indeed, in this era, only the affluent can afford such delicacies. Unlike 10 years hence when consuming steak has become commonplace. Is this not rather shallow? Qin Yu gazed down from her elevated position, while Jiao Jiao stood her ground with conviction. After a brief moment, she remarked, "Aren't you going to shout out?" But then reconsidered, as that might seem somewhat embarrassing. "I am weary, carry me, please. You have been lying down for too long. The ground is cold, and I grow tired of this position." Qin Yu chose to ignore her, and then, in a fit of frustration, Jiao Jiao began to roll on the ground. Several irritated exclamation marks appeared above Qin Yu's forehead as she glowered, grasping Jiao Jiao's excess flesh to lift her up, brushing off the dust clinging to her fur before cradling her in her arms. "Look, Mama, that kitty is so adorable." Suddenly, a child pointed at Qin Yu and Jiao Jiao, exclaiming with a sweet voice. The young woman accompanying her nodded in agreement, playfully bantering with her daughter. However, the little girl insisted on approaching them. The woman, noticing Qin Yu standing there beside a pot of sprouting plants, expressed surprise. Upon learning that Qin Yu was a vendor, she pursed her lips in disdain and coaxed her daughter away, all the while commenting that the kitty was dirty and that the plants were merely green onions. Jiao Jiao, infuriated, flicked her tail and prepared to leap out and scratch the woman. Qin Yu restrained her, calmly reminding, "Indeed, you are not exactly pristine yourself." In her fury, Jiao Jiao attempted to claw at Qin Yu. Amid their playful tussle, more people arrived this time, the same young woman with a little boy accompanying her. The young woman exuded a certain grace, appearing somewhat cultured as she smiled at Qin Yu. "I apologize, my son has a fondness for small animals." "But what is this plant you have?" she inquired, noting that the solitary pot of greenery might lead others to assume she was merely waiting for someone rather than selling. The young woman, taken aback, responded with a smile, "It hardly seems that way. Why not call out or perhaps display a sign? Otherwise, it will be quite challenging for anyone to notice." Politeness begets politeness, and Qin Yu, ever gracious, returned the smile. "Indeed, the weather is splendid today. The sunlight feels delightful against the skin. I suppose I shall linger for a while, as I am confident I will eventually find a buyer." Today, Qin Yu had taken the time to wash her hair. Though her attire was simple, she appeared remarkably clean and refined, particularly when she smiled, which lent her an air of elegance. Her voice was soothing, characterized by a cool and gentle timbre that was inherently soft when she spoke with intent. It possessed a hint of husky allure that could captivate. Of course, the moment was not apt for allure. Her laughter was equally pure and cultured. Those of refined demeanor tend to hold a special fondness for one another, and thus the woman lowered her gaze to examine the plant more closely. "Oh, this plant is rather intriguing. It does not resemble an ordinary flower or herb, rather, it seems to be." She must have encountered succulents before, as a flicker of recognition crossed her face. This succulent, scientifically classified as Yulu, truly lives up to its name. Upon closer inspection, one can observe the translucent, jade-like flesh that adorns it. As it matures, the number of leaves will increase, and it will eventually resemble a captivating display of pearls. If nurtured with care, it may even take on a lotus petal form. Qin Yu presented the pot before her, and the sunlight illuminated the delicate and enchanting jade flesh, evoking a sense of admiration and tenderness. The woman was indeed charmed, especially as she listened to the gentle explanation from the young girl. In conclusion, the girl mentioned that the name was inspired by Chao Chao Xian Qian Yin Nong Chao, where the lines speak of the golden breeze and jade dew meeting, surpassing countless encounters in the mortal realm. The well-read woman naturally continued the conversation, responding with a subtle brightness in her eyes. As the name suggests, its meaning is delightful. I truly admire it. What is the price? Her background undoubtedly suggested affluence, and it was not surprising for her to purchase a beloved potted plant, as her home already boasted an array of flora. However, this was her first foray into the world of succulents. 88, Qin Yu replied. Initially, this was merely a seedling, not a fully matured specimen, and thus it should not command such a price. Yet, due to current market scarcity and the challenges of cultivation, rarity does confer value. If the price is unacceptable, it is of no consequence. After all, commerce often relies on fate, and I hope you can be forgiving. Qin Yu's words were quite clear. Cultured individuals typically do not enjoy bargaining, especially since 88 yuan is not exorbitant for the woman. It is quite normal, such succulent plants are indeed rare in town. And I have not encountered them in the city either. I recently visited the local flower and bird market. Qin Yu, indeed, I procured the seeds from over there, and it is said that they are challenging to cultivate. Fortunately, I have managed to grow a few. A few? The woman seized upon that word. Yes, just a few. However, I can only carry one pot at a time. Will you return tomorrow? The woman had already taken out $100 bill. I have classes tomorrow, but I will come by at noon. Around the same time? Quite so. With the transaction concluded, the woman took the pot of jade dew, but a slip of paper accompanied it. It contained my written instructions on how to care for them. In truth, sustaining succulents is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in cultivating them to exhibit exquisite beauty. With a little more diligence and attentive care, the rewards can be substantial. The woman was naturally pleased yet puzzled. Since you are aware of the methods, why not nurture them fully before selling? They would fetch a higher price then. Qin Yu returned the change to her and departed with an air of grace. The woman observed her and smiled, finding the young girl rather amusing. Why would you share your methods with her? What if she spreads the knowledge to others? The atmosphere was heavy, yet the girl displayed a certain aloofness, possessing a commendable emotional intelligence that would not jeopardize my financial prospects at this moment. Moreover, even if she were to divulge the information, it would not pose a problem. The market is vast, making monopolization an impossibility. Building rapport with her is merely a strategy to open up sales avenues. I cannot afford to stand idly by each time. Qin Yu had her own calculations, presenting a demeanor of feigned understanding. Very well, how much does a mobile phone cost these days? Currently, a phone with photography and internet capabilities is approximately 1200. 1200, indeed a considerable expense. Chapter 33, Photography. The necessity of a mobile phone cannot be overstated. Many ideas require the aid of smartphones and computers. However, the latter is currently impractical due to the environment, while the former remains accessible. The following day, although Qin Yu had classes, she cleverly wrapped a potted plant in her textbooks. After her midday lessons, she made her way to Zilin community. As she has always been quite independent lately, claiming she had matters to attend to for her family, Li Yuan, understanding the weight of academic burdens, did not pry further. On this occasion, she did not encounter the woman from before. Instead, someone else had purchased the plant. The third day brought the woman back, who explained that she had been delayed by some matters the previous day and inquired whether the plant had been sold. Yes, Qin Yu replied. The woman, noticing the succulent was different from the one she had seen before, expressed her surprise. Is this another variety? Indeed, Qin Yu confirmed. Yesterday's was a yulu, but today, this one is a peach beauty. The peach beauty evidently appealed to women, and the woman, quite pleased, decided to purchase it. However, she remarked, I'll plant these two for now. I fear I might not manage if I have too many. If I encounter any issues, may I reach out to you? Yes. Qin Yu replied, I can assist with any concerns regarding their appearance, should you require guidance. The woman mused that such transactions should not be this way. Who truly cares for after-sales service? Nevertheless, she sensed a genuine kindness in the girl and, wishing to foster a connection, proposed to keep in touch. Qin Yu, delighted by the prospect, readily agreed. Yet, she was acutely aware that the price was rather steep, bordering on extortionate. It was a matter of willing buyers and sellers, and she understood that in the future, she would need to adopt a more polished approach to ensure her wares were more marketable. Having gathered enough funds, she decisively purchased a mobile phone. This matter was not concealed from Qin Yuan and his wife. although the amount was a considerable sum of 1,200. It was earned by Qin Yu herself, and they did not interfere with her decision on how to use it. However, they couldn't help but wonder, could those succulents truly yield such a profit in such a short span? Moreover, Qin Yu had also acquired a second batch of seeds. Did she venture out alone? Qin Yuan, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying her next time, yet he took the initiative to order ceramic pots from Old Tao in the neighboring village. Weisheng also learned from Qin Yu how to care for the succulents and the Thanksgiving cactus. Naturally meticulous and gentle, given her background in horticulture, she was actually more adept than Qin Yu in tending to the plants. Henceforth, it was decided that she would cultivate these flowers and plants at home, sparing herself from the toil outside. Qin Yuan and Qin Yu were in agreement, until the threat posed by the two uncles from the Lai family was resolved. It was best for Weisheng to remain at home, thereby alleviating her burdens. Yet, Weisheng feared that Qin Yuan might struggle alone, though she was at a loss for words to express her concerns. Why not hire someone to assist her father? Perhaps her sister, Li Xiaoyun? The circumstances of Li Xiaoyun's family were even more dire. At least Qin Yuan had carpentry work to supplement their income, and Weisheng could lend a hand. However, Li Xiaoyun had several sisters and a younger brother to care for, which significantly increased the financial strain. The father was inadequate, a poor excuse of a parent, and the mother was no better, equally disappointing. Fortunately, several of the sisters were kind-hearted, especially the eldest sister and her husband, both of whom were from the same village. They were decent folk, hard-working and resilient, albeit impoverished, yet they treated Li Xiaoyun very well. Qin Yu contemplated that assisting the eldest sister's family would be more beneficial for Li Xiaoyun than directly aiding her own family. In the Qin household, matters seldom required extensive deliberation. When Qin Yu brought up an issue, it was generally resolved promptly, and Weisheng consistently placed her trust in her husband and daughter, readily acquiescing with a smile. With the succulent yam and other concerns settled, it was indeed time to address the two individuals at hand. Qin Yu fiddled with her phone for a moment before handing it to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao exclaimed, "What is this? Are you reluctant to part with me? Do you want me to take a selfie for you to cherish at school? All right, I'll pose adorably. Wait, I'm already exceedingly cute." She gleefully cradled the phone, preparing to pout her cherubic face for a playful shot, only to be playfully shoved under the covers by Qin Yu. "You're overthinking it. I merely want you to learn how to take pictures specifically of Lai Chun and his aunt. It would be best to keep an eye on Lai Chun to discern his intentions. That rascal is clearly restless." Indeed, Lai Chun was growing restless. Lai Jingyi harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Though he would not confront him openly, he covertly stripped Lai Chun of his work in the village. Strapped for cash, Lai Chun found himself unable to pursue women, despite his desire to rekindle an affair with his own aunt. Yet, fearing Lai Jingyi's wrath, he found himself increasingly preoccupied with a captivating beauty from the neighboring village. Thus, he stealthily wandered over to Zhunei village. A few days prior, he had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her working in the fields from a distance, but for some inexplicable reason, she had become elusive over the last couple of days, replaced only by two burly men. It was evident that Qin Yuan, that scoundrel, had confined his wife at home. "Damn it all!" Lai Chun, filled with resentment, cursed under his breath, lamenting that had he known earlier, he would have dealt with that woman. At that time, he had Lai Jingyi to shield him. Even if he had taken action and fled, that woman would have been powerless to expose him. But the circumstances had changed. Consumed by regret, Lai Chun's hatred for Qin Yuan intensified. As he pondered, he glanced at the expanse of land he had rented, wondering what he could possibly cultivate, all while fantasizing about striking it rich. "I will ensure you do not prosper," he seethed, determination hardening within him, before heading to the town. Jiao Jiao, disinterested in following him to the town, decided to wait until he returned home. As anticipated, he arrived later that night, fumbling with various bottles in his room. Hidden beneath the bed, Jiao Jiao quickly snapped a photo of the labels on the bottles. Once Lai Chun had downed a few drinks and succumbed to sleep, she stealthily crept out the window. Upon landing, she noticed Lai Jingyi's wife sneaking over to their home, entering through the door. Jiao Jiao flicked her tail in annoyance. Her curiosity piqued as she darted back to hide in the corner of the window. How frustrating it was, with her belly feeling so full, it was unbearable. When Qin Yu saw the photo of the bottle, her eyebrows arched in surprise. Paraquat? If that is spread across the fields, it will ruin all the plants. And the land will be rendered unusable for an extended period. This fellow is quite ruthless. Though Qin Yu's tone was playful, she understood the gravity of the situation. No need to alert her father, such commotion would be excessive. She and Jiao Jiao could handle it. There are more photos. Take a look. Is that pesticide as well? With a flick of her finger, Qin Yu gazed upon an inappropriate photograph, pausing momentarily. Under the expectant and mischievous gaze of Jiao Jiao, she nonchalantly remarked, short and plump, I feel embarrassed just looking at it. She then continued to browse through the images. Who is short, and who is plump? The insinuation was rather malicious. Jiao Jiao responded. You are indeed quite terrifying. Do you know what the first step is for a young prince raised by the king in exile to make a comeback? What? To capture his attention. Chapter 34. Hesitation. How does one attract the attention of the exalted deities of the heavenly realm? Even with a treasury of gold at one's disposal. Jiao Jiao's presence always imbued Qin Yu with a sense of dissonance, a peculiar blend of adolescent bravado and rustic charm. Qin Yu harbored deep skepticism regarding the existence of any deity, and even more so about the claim of this individual being the son of a god. Thus, she jested earnestly, it feels as though you are engaged in some sort of pyramid scheme or selling insurance. Jiao Jiao pouted, rolling her eyes. First, Jiao Jiao, you should head over to the Lai family's fields and retrieve a few traps. They tend to set traps in their fields to deter vegetable thieves. Is that permissible? Won't it injure someone? What does it matter to the village chief? Qin Yu scoffed. Typically, in such matters, villagers resigned themselves to their misfortunes. For the response would be, it was originally intended for wild boars, why were you trespassing in our fields? If you were up to no good, you deserve to be caught. Indeed, 3 years prior, someone had inadvertently stumbled upon a trap, injuring their ligament and limping for the better part of a year. But in the end, the matter was left unresolved. The Lai family is notoriously overbearing and aggressive. Late at night, a shadow stealthily slipped out from the Qin household. Qin Yu, aware that his parents had spent the day laboring and would be sound asleep that night, exercised caution. After stepping outside, he and his feline companion swiftly made their way to their own fields under the cover of darkness. They then strategically placed the traps they had taken from the Lai family along the edges of the fields and concealed themselves. He muttered to himself about the late hour, pondering the misfortune that awaited his father, and remarked unflatteringly about his mother as well, words that stirred a deep resentment within him. Both he and his cat harbored thoughts of retribution, but they knew they must proceed with care. After approximately half an hour, the beam of a flashlight appeared, confirming that Lai Chun was indeed approaching stealthily, peering around cautiously. Upon reaching the field's edge, he prepared to spray pesticides from the machine strapped to his back. Suddenly, the rustling of the grass caught his attention. Startled, Lai Chun froze, feeling the weight of his guilt. He scanned the surrounding underbrush, but found nothing. Was it merely the wind? Or perhaps a small creature? He chuckled at his own anxiety, about to continue his task when an eerie sound reminiscent of a horror film echoed through the night. In an instant, Lai Chun's face drained of color, his legs weakened, and he instinctively began to retreat. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Jiao Jiao, the cat, stepped lightly on his chest to confirm his unconscious state before flicking her tail in satisfaction. Qin Yu emerged from the brush, removed the pesticide machine from Lai Chun, and collected the traps. Let us go to the Lai family's fields, he urged. Qin Yu initially intended to apply the pesticide directly to the fields belonging to Lai Jingyi. However, upon arriving at the fields and witnessing the flourishing crops, which had just begun to sprout, she hesitated. What's wrong? Are you feeling soft-hearted? Asked Jiao Jiao. Frowning, Qin Yu replied, in our village, there are several elderly folks who scrimp and save just to afford a single sweet potato. If I were to spray this pesticide, these plots would be rendered useless. She discarded the pesticide machine at the edge of the field. This will suffice, the effect will remain the same. She gazed deeply at the expanse of farmland, seemingly unregretful. As she turned to leave, Jiao Jiao glanced back at the fields, then abruptly ran forward and leaped. Catch me! That moment resembled a delightful scene from an animated film or a movie. Qin Yu instinctively turned around, but before she could react, she failed to catch her. and with a splash, a certain plump cat tumbled into a puddle. Their mutual understanding still needed nurturing. The expression on Lai Jingyi's face turned ashen, his eyes gleaming with fury as he stormed towards Lai Chun's home. Not long after, the two began to brawl inside, the commotion escalating significantly. "You bastard! What did you put in that pesticide machine? I'll kill you!" Lai Jingyi shouted. "What? It was you! You scared me, old fool!" Lai Chun retorted. The chaos continued, punctuated by screams, and even the nearby villagers could hear the ruckus. At school, someone asked Qin Yu, "The sports meet is in 3 days. Which events will you participate in? The 100 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, or perhaps logistics?" Qin Yu casually remarked that she only enjoys ball games such as badminton, table tennis, and tennis, expressing her disinterest in running. However, she acknowledged that the sports meeting was not comparable to these activities. If she were to participate, she would opt for a logistical role, perhaps purchasing fruits or the like. At noon, after school, Qin Yu made her way to the largest photography studio in town. "I need to develop photographs, approximately 100, she stated. "But it requires a degree of confidentiality, so I prefer to handle it myself. I will offer an extra 20 yuan for the service." The studio, accustomed to various customers, found nothing unusual in her request, though they were slightly concerned about her youth and potential inexperience with the equipment. Upon inspecting the printer, Qin Yu casually outlined the necessary steps. The staff, impressed by her composure and proficiency, speculated that she must come from a well-off family with access to computers. As a third-year student, some children from certain families tend to mature more quickly. They provided her with a private cubicle equipped with a developing machine and a computer, allowing her to close the door behind her. Qin Yu printed 10 copies of each photo from her phone, then discreetly removed any traces of the original files from the computer without showing the developed photos to the staff, simply placing them into her backpack. After settling the payment in one go, she departed. The young girl was remarkably adept. It was evident that she felt completely at ease in the studio, having only been there a short while, managing to print 100 photos in one sitting. There was nothing peculiar about it. I had even witnessed children from the Zilin Villa area adeptly handling expensive cameras for photography. The capabilities of other people's children often exceed our imagination. Upon receiving the photograph, Qin Yu attended her afternoon class, only to be summoned by her homeroom teacher after school. The teacher requested her to accompany her to the neighboring Zhunei to collect some examination papers. Presumably, these were mock tests sourced from Zhunei for practice, a customary practice in previous years. However, it was unexpected for Qin Yu to be called upon. Chapter 35, Shoelaces. The hour was still early, and moreover, this homeroom teacher had always shown concern for Qin Yu. When her family faced unfortunate circumstances that necessitated their departure, the teacher had even offered her counsel. However, due to the sordid nature of their situation, Qin Yu refrained from discussing it at the time. She consented to the request, and she was not alone. Li Yuan was also summoned, along with several other students from neighboring classes. It appeared that they all had commendable academic standings, sufficient to meet the cutoff for general high school admission, yet, upon reflection, Qin Yu realized she was the least accomplished among them. Even to obtain examination papers necessitated such a gathering. Diligence, too, requires a semblance of prestige. Observing the others, one could sense an air of condescending superiority. In the corridor, students engaged in playful banter, which rendered Li Yuan and his companions rather uncomfortable, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their pace. They unexpectedly encountered Wen Xi and several teachers from Zhunei, presumably engaged in discussions pertaining to academic matters. Diligence had always been subservient to Zhunei. Yet this subordination bore no accolades, it was merely a form of ingratiation and appeasement. Consequently, diligent students habitually felt inferior in the presence of Zhunei High School, especially when confronted with this illustrious group of students, among whom was Wen Xi, along with several other young men and women exuding vitality and pride. In stark contrast, Li Yuan and his companions exhibited a sense of evasion and discomfort. The teacher conversing with Wen Xi appeared to possess considerable authority. Even the instructor responsible for printing the exams acknowledged him with a nod. His demeanor, however, was rather aloof and haughty. Casting a cursory glance at Qin Yu and her companions before dismissing them entirely and resuming his dialogue with Wen Xi, They found themselves at an impasse. Although somewhat embarrassing, Qin Yu, now an adult, had learned to be rather unperturbed by such matters. Yet, she sensed that the other students might feel differently. Indifferent. She took the lead in following Zhongling. Qin Yu, do you plan to continue playing basketball after the monthly exam? A soft voice inquired. Her naturally radiant face lit up with a gentle smile, silent yet melodious, akin to the sound of tinkling bells, imbued with a tender warmth. The corridor fell momentarily silent. Reminiscent of autumn leaves drifting from red maples, crisp and refreshing, with a gentle breeze that warmed the heart. Surprised for a fleeting moment, Qin Yu fixed her gaze on Wenxi before replying, sure, her tone somewhat languid. While not as fervent or cautious as the other students typically were with Wenxi, her manner was nonetheless familiar. To outsiders, it would be inconceivable that they had only played badminton together once before, a fleeting encounter marked by an awkward yet endearing connection. Yet, these two girls were remarkable in their own rights, one innately exceptional, possessing an exquisite heart, and the other perceptive and shrewd, with the insight of a mature woman. Their gazes met as if they were old friends, exuding a natural and delightful camaraderie. The seasoned educator's attitude soon shifted. He scrutinized Qin Yu closely. Though his eyes held a hint of skepticism, there was also an undercurrent of caution. After all, what if she was a young lady from a prominent family connected to Wenxi? Otherwise, why would Wenxi associate with those less diligent students? Wenxi, is she your friend? Here to collect the exam papers? Do not go that way, come this way instead. The iron gate ahead is closed. As the path cleared, Zhongling could not resist reaching out to gently pat Qin Yu's shoulder. The force was neither overly strong nor too light. At this age, nearing 30 and still unmarried, the homeroom teacher exuded a sense of vindication, walking with a certain flair. Li Yuan and the others had already moved ahead but instinctively turned to glance at Qin Yu. She hesitated for a moment before following, her steps leisurely. As she passed by Wenxi, she turned her face slightly. Their eyes met. And Wenxi felt an inexplicable depth in Qin Yu's gaze, one that was difficult to decipher. Moreover, at such a close distance, she began to realize that this seemingly unremarkable girl, if she were to tidy her hair and attire, might not be so easily overlooked. Yet, even so, she could not dismiss her presence, especially when Qin Yu spoke. Wenxi. Wenxi instinctively looked into Qin Yu's eyes. Your shoelace is untied. In that fleeting moment of surprise, when she had yet to regain her composure when she witnessed this girl, outwardly unremarkable in many aspects, turn away. Lowering her gaze with a subtle smile, she passed by the group. In that instant, when she felt as though her monotonous life, akin to a frog slowly boiled in warm water, had suddenly rippled with change. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, who typically walked alongside Qin Yu, turned to observe her as she walked next to the railing. The sunlight illuminated the scene perfectly, revealing the pale skin beneath her unkempt hair and the restrained brilliance in her eyes. Her demeanor was strikingly serene. Little fish, she truly seems different now. Regardless, it is merely a practice paper. Those accompanying me have already received their exam sheets, and I shall have to burn the midnight oil to complete mine later tonight. As the vehicle approached, the scene outside grew chaotic and noisy, as if an incident had occurred in the neighboring village. Given their proximity, Li Xiaoyun alighted at the entrance of her village, followed closely by Qin Yu. What has transpired? Is something amiss? Li Yuan inquired upon noticing the large crowd gathered near the village committee, seemingly embroiled in a commotion. I am uncertain, perhaps we should investigate, Qin Yu suggested. Though she harbored an understanding that the turmoil stemmed from a quarrel between the two relatives of the Lai family. The entire village had its share of individuals aligned with Lai Jingyi, who, upon learning that Lai Chun sought to harm his fields, promptly apprehended him. Lai Chun, in turn, vehemently denied the accusations, yet he dared not reveal that his true intent was to harm Qin Yuan. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of invective against Lai Jingyi, accusing him of usurping his father's land and mistreating him. After the heated exchange, Lai Jingyi, growing weary of the altercation, ordered his associates to escort Lai Chun to the local detention center. You old fool! Think carefully. If you are not afraid of me exposing your little secrets, then you had better untie me at once. Lai Chun, embodying his notoriously slippery nature, shouted in desperation, causing Lai Jingyi to blanch in shock, his previously fierce demeanor evaporating. With half the villagers present, curiosity piqued as they wondered what could incite such trepidation in Lai Jingyi. Was it possible that Lai Chun had uncovered some illicit activity of Lai Jingyi? Ultimately, the matter faded without resolution. The students, including Li Yuan, were oblivious to the underlying intricacies, only aware that the most domineering duo in Shangxi village had come to blows. This can be considered a joyful event, as Li Xiaoyun's spirits are soaring. Their family had been oppressed by the Lai family. Her uncles bribed Lai Jingyi, ultimately leaving her family with nothing. After parting ways, Li Yuan walked with Qin Yu towards Zhunei village. As they strolled, Li Yuan suddenly remarked, "Xiao Yu, it would be splendid if Lai Chun encountered even more misfortune. And it would be best if Lai Jingyi also faced calamity." Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Li Yuan's words indicated his awareness of the peril her family faced, perhaps suggesting that the villagers were indeed aware of the many who coveted Yusheng's beauty far beyond just Lai Chun. This understanding had been passed down from the elders to the younger generation. Chapter 36, A Rift. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth, thinking that once I grow up, I shall be able to protect you. If it were an ordinary girl, she might have blushed with shyness. But Qin Yu merely felt touched. Indeed, we will all grow up and ultimately be able to protect ourselves and others. Qin Yu reached out to gently ruffle Li Yuan's hair, smiling, "Good boy." Li Yuan replied, however, the falling out between the Lai uncle and nephew was to be expected. Yet it was still insufficient. The Qin couple was somewhat surprised by this development, but they felt a sense of joy. After all, those two were not commendable individuals. In a good mood, Qin Yuan finished his farming tasks early that day and specially accompanied Li Xiaoyun's father to the mountains to dig for winter bamboo shoots. Although winter bamboo shoots are typically unpalatable, they are particularly delicious when prepared as soup, especially when paired with meatballs and vegetables. Jiao Jiao indulged in 3 bowls, eventually collapsing into a chair and rubbing her belly. Qin Yuan remarked, "I believe our Jiao Jiao possesses great spirit." To which someone retorted, "Spirit, my foot. She's just a glutton." Qin Yu, "I also believe that, look at that round belly, I reckon it could give birth to a Neza by nightfall." Qin Yuan and his spouse, they inexplicably feel that their daughter possesses a touch of humor. "Jiao Jiao, no way. Don T make me work later." Yet, that evening, she was still dragged out of bed by Qin Yu. What work awaited her? Qin Yu stuffed photographs along with a tube of high-strength glue into a small backpack, instructing, "Just adhere them to the spots I mentioned." Once everything was in order, she handed the backpack to Jiao Jiao, resembling a caring mother reminding her child to behave while at school. Jiao Jiao, somewhat reluctant, protested, "I'm not ready. My stomach hasn't finished digesting, and these photographs are so inappropriate. The impact of such propaganda would be disastrous. If my father finds out, he would surely be furious." Qin Yu smiled, "If you accomplish this task well, I shall treat you to a fish hot pot, far superior to today's soup." Jiao Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her feline paw, grasped the small backpack, and slung it over her shoulder. She shot a glance at Qin Yu, saying, "Are you not concerned about the potential consequences of this approach? What if that woman were to harm herself?" The two men were untroubled, their skins thick and their hearts even thicker, both having their own share of wickedness. Yet, that woman bore no direct grudge against Qin Yu. If things escalated, she feared it would spiral out of control. Most women in this world are fragile, just look at Xiao Yu's mother. In contrast, Qin Yu was remarkably resilient. "Oh, you would think of this too?" Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise, raising her brow. "In the future, Lai Jingyi will actually be brought down. After Lai Chun is imprisoned, Lai Jingyi will also be implicated in the investigation. However, Wei Chunhua absconded with the Lai family's fortune. 10 years later, she was arrested for child trafficking. Do you know how many children she trafficked?" Jiao Jiao instinctively straightened her chubby belly when Qin Yu tugged at her backpack, and Qin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. "The Golden House chose me for a reason. If one day I transgress its rules, it will erase me without hesitation. I accept the consequences, for this is the way of things. Yet, it has always granted the chosen ones the freedom to express themselves. It does not impose, and I need not allow other so-called moral principles to dictate my conduct." "My dear Jiao Jiao, do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yu exuded a gentle and warm demeanor, yet when it came to her own interests and principles, she remained quite ruthless. Jiao shivered slightly and retorted, I merely wanted you to cook fish hot pot for me a couple of times. Why all this talk? With that, she swiftly ran away. The next day, Qin Yu attended school as usual, but the villages of Shangxi and Takenouchi had erupted into chaos. The unspeakable tale of Lai Chun and her aunt has been laid bare for all to see. Prominently displayed upon the walls or enshrined within the honor roll of the village committee office. This scandalous revelation has sent shockwaves through several villages, igniting incessant chatter among the populace, each individual seemingly endowed with 3 mouths, incessantly gossiping and laughing about this sordid affair. She remains silent, a mere listener, while her husband grapples with feelings of inadequacy and guilt, utterly at a loss as to how to console her, enduring the scorn and humiliation from those around her. She feels increasingly ashamed, and the rift between her and her husband widens. Even her daughter casts her into silence, until their circumstances compel them to depart. It is during these bleak times that her taciturn husband meets his demise, on the construction site, and in the ensuing years, she gradually succumbs to the grip of depression, inching closer to despair with each passing day. Qin Yu closes her eyes, her expression turning cold and indifferent. This society has taught her nothing but how to suffer losses. The knowledge of how to safeguard herself and her family will be imparted to her by her future self. The matters Lai Jingyi wished to conceal are now common knowledge, and the scandal involving Lai Chun and her aunt has drawn the ire of many. In a fit of terror, Lai Jingyi confronts him in a furious rage, resulting in yet another clash. Amidst the scuffle, attempts are made to mediate, but Lai Chun realizes her fate is sealed. At worst, she may have to flee to distant lands. Yet, Lai Jingyi's brutal assault leaves him seething with indignation. Lai Jingyi, you wretched scoundrel! Why did your wife share my bed? Is it not because of your inadequacy? Your manhood is but a mere trifle. Lai Chun spits out her broken teeth and blood, grinning maliciously as she gestures towards her little finger, showcasing its meager length. At that moment, the villagers gathered, and the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. Ah! Do you finally comprehend the embarrassment? Damn it! Lai Jingyi, if you possess the courage, end my life. Otherwise, this green hat shall be yours to wear. Lai Jingyi's complexion turned a sickly shade of green as he glared at Lai Chun's departing figure, his eyes glinting with malice. Nearby, a cat concealed itself in the grass. Observing the commotion, and upon seeing Lai Jingyi's expression, it flicked its tail in amusement. This old man is quite fearsome. Jiao only followed Lai Chun until she boarded the bus leaving Zhunei village. For the next few days, Qin Yu received no news of Lai Chun, and Lai Jingyi seemed to have calmed down. The village returned to its tranquil state. However, she was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before a greater storm. Yet, she found herself unable to devote her full attention to the matter, as her current circumstances were too confining, compounded by the impending second monthly examination. During this month's test, Qin Yu felt increasingly adept at tackling the questions, with fewer uncertainties than before. Nevertheless, she understood that her progress this time would not be as significant as the last, at least in terms of scores. As scores rise, so too does the challenge of improvement, thus, even a single point can delineate the standings among the top ranks. Chapter 37, Lending at High Interest? After the monthly examination, Qin Yu played badminton with Wenxi once more. This time, Qin Yu demonstrated considerable improvement, as if her stamina had notably increased. And they played for 2 hours before pausing. Wenxi handed her a bottle of mineral water. Qin Yu glanced at her, took it, and expressed her gratitude. As Qin Yu sipped the water, she set the bottle down and regarded Wenxi thoughtfully. Wenxi, I find you somewhat peculiar. Why do you say that? Are you generally so forgiving and amiable towards others? Tolerance begins with awakening to one's own faults, rather than merely considering those of others. Why not reflect on whether I am the one being unreasonable? To be unreasonable is to be capricious and overly dramatic. Wenxi paused, a smile flickering across her face, before she could no longer suppress a laugh. Standing nearby, she sipped water to moisten her throat and remarked, You are not that kind of person. It is precisely because you are not that I wish to befriend you, yet it seems you are somewhat resistant to this notion. It is not resistance, Qin Yu replied, taking a sip of water. Do you know what the allure of language lies in? You surely believe it resides in communication, but the essence of communication is reciprocity, which is grounded in equality. Wenxi, if I am to befriend you, it must be from a position of equality, rather than a significant disparity. for my heart is rather small. Wenxi fell silent, yet she understood, her brow slightly furrowed, unable to articulate her thoughts. She recalled Qin Yu's words to Ma Tianda. Recognizing that, unlike Ma Tianda, her familial circumstances had afforded her a broader understanding of societal norms. Having enjoyed privileges from a young age, she was taught by her parents the advantages and disadvantages that accompanied such advantages. Thus, she recognized that this girl, her peer, exhibited a maturity surpassing that of many adults. I thought you would indulge a bit more in your youthful years. Did I give you that impression? No, I merely believe you ought to possess such freedom. Rather than appearing so burdened. Wenxi's mind drifted back to a scene she had witnessed days prior, and she could not help but lower her gaze. The dialogue between the two individuals is rather antiquated yet profoundly insightful. However, they cannot be friends at present. They may occasionally serve as companions for sports activities. Farewell, Wangzi. Following the second monthly examination, Qin Yu was informed by Jiao that she was to embark on her second rapid traversal. She deliberately scheduled this for the weekend to avoid any conflicts with time, especially since she currently resides with her parents. Upon entering the Golden Chamber, Qin Yu inquired of Jiao, is the time ratio still the same? Can we ascertain in advance how many days are required? Jiao grimaced. Pointing at the golden wall, it ignores me. You must be the most ineffectual NPC. Qin Yu smiled, is that your conclusion? Aren't you going to use your cat paw to scratch it? By the way, I've heard that the Buddhist faith abhors impurities, perhaps you could try urinating on it. Jiao replied, that seems somewhat reasonable. The golden wall, however, responded with a display of words, nonsense. It then prompted her to initiate a task. Qin Yu approached and accepted the task, and Jiao promptly received a message, still a task set in a parallel modern world, with a deadline of 3 months. Failure to complete the task within this period will result in the immediate termination of the chosen one's life. Could we not adopt a more gentle and forgiving approach to failure? Qin Yu mused. 3 months? That surely requires an extensive amount of time. I cannot simply vanish from reality for that long. Jiao reassured her, what I mean is, within those 3 months, time can be manipulated. What if you suddenly traverse through time? Then it would all be resolved, so don't panic. Qin Yu retorted, do you think it's that simple? Just a quick dash and it's all over? Jiao covered her face, expressing her youthful innocence, I am still just a child, please do not treat me this way. However, regarding the matter at hand, she and her feline companion deliberated and ultimately decided to consult the golden wall. Jiao was prepared for a bathroom break. Faced with such shameless intimidation, the golden wall had no choice but to relent. You may choose to upgrade the golden house, but transitioning from level 1 to level 2 requires 10 stars. Upon reaching level 2, the time ratio will alter to 24:1. Meaning that 1 hour in reality equates to a full day in the fast travel world. Consequently, your time will be considerably more ample. However, the primary issue lies in the fact that you do not possess 10 stars. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of foreboding. She was unaware that stars could be utilized for upgrades. She had originally possessed 5 but had squandered them all. Under Qin Yu's frigid gaze, Jiao replied somewhat sulkily. Did I not mention this before? I certainly did, you must have forgotten. Upgrading the golden house to level 2 requires 10 stars, and to reach level 3, it demands 50. Wait, Qin Yu interjected, am I mistaken? Where on earth am I supposed to acquire such a multitude of stars? The last encounter with a man-eater yielded only 3 stars, and my subsequent encounter with a gunslinger granted me merely 2 stars. I nearly perished twice just to attain 5 stars. Her frustration was entirely justified, the situation was indeed exasperating. Do not be alarmed, that was merely a novice assessment task. The focus is not on the stars but rather on your performance. Isn't the value of performance essentially represented by stars? Do I need to explain the chicken and egg principle to you? Are you jesting with me? Qin Yu, a proponent of surrealism, found herself unimpressed by the attempts of Jiao and the golden wall to deceive her. A throbbing headache enveloped me as the golden wall lay a note. Leaving Jiao to wag her tail and candidly express, it's different. The novice tasks merely serve to assess whether your fundamental abilities meet the requisite standards for cultivation. They constitute the most rudimentary refresh in the initial round, and those lacking intellect or exhibiting foolishness will inevitably be eliminated. Yet, you have clearly met the criteria. Following your successful passage, the fast travel missions will encompass numerous supplementary tasks. The better your performance, the more stars you will earn. For instance, Yi represents the most peaceful realm, where malevolent beings are scarce, and tasks are minimal, rendering them untriggerable. However, the subsequent worlds will diverge significantly. Is there truly peace amidst the ogres? Or have I merely encountered the sole ogre present? Qin Yu mused. Your words do not seem particularly favorable to me. Frustration welled within her. How could one be so demanding? Deserving of being buried alive? Yet, Qin Yu found herself bound to the Golden House, unable to abandon ship, merely differing in the timing of her demise. Very well. But my current dilemma is the absence of 10 stars. Suddenly, the golden wall emitted a line of text. I can lend you 10 stars. Instantly, Qin Yu and Jiao Jiao were filled with joy, finding the wall's appearance notably more pleasing. Indeed, it was all gold, rather aesthetically pleasing. Following this task, the golden wall mandated the repayment of the 10 stars. Failure to do so would result in the next mission requiring 14 stars, an incrementally escalating burden. Qin Yu remarked, not only does it relish in the slaughter, but it also engages in usury. I might be encountering a false incarnation of Buddhism. Jiao Jiao concurred. I share your sentiments. The golden wall then coldly declared, you have half an hour remaining. Should you indulge in further chatter, you shall be obliterated without hesitation. How ruthlessly callous and unreasonable. Pah! In a fit of silent fury, Qin Yu swiftly activated her golden abode and sought out her parents, claiming she intended to spend the night at a classmate's house in town. Chapter 38, The Style of a Noble Young Lady. Naturally, her mother, Weisheng, was keen to clarify the situation, puzzled as to when her daughter had cultivated such a close relationship with classmates from town. After all, Qin Yu had always been distant with others, with only Li Yuan being a frequent companion. Throughout her life, she had scarcely interacted with any other classmates, never even mentioning them. Unprepared for her parents' probing inquiries, which reflected their deep concern for her well-being, Qin Yu found herself at a loss for words. How should she articulate this? Perhaps she could fabricate a story? There was Wenxi. She recalled an exemplary student, strikingly beautiful, courteous, and of impeccable character. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Yu hastily conjured up the image of the little goddess Wenxi to substantiate her fib. Beside her, Jiao Jiao licked her chubby paws, communicating with her telepathically. Just moments ago, she had rejected the little goddess's friendship request, and now she was selling her out. Upon hearing Qin Yu's explanation, Weisheng and Qin Yuan were, of course, reassured. With these matters settled, Qin Yu stepped outside and chose a secluded spot to re-enter her golden abode once more. Once again traversing through realms, when Qin Yu finally opened her eyes, she found herself reclining on a plush, oversized bed, enveloped in an ethereal ambience. The most surreal aspect was the sudden chill she felt. Was the air conditioning set too low? No, it was simply that she was dressed too lightly. Her pants were barely clinging to her thighs. Were they even pants? Was it a skirt? Or perhaps something more intimate? Moreover, there was a lace camisole adorning her figure. As she grappled with her confusion, an unexpected realization surged through her mind. This was an entire ensemble of risque lingerie, ablaze with passion and allure. Suddenly, the sound from the bathroom caught her attention. To be precise, it was the cessation of running water. Initially, her entry felt somewhat abrupt. After a brief moment, there came a rustling noise, and the door creaked open slowly. Darling, your little precious is all clean now, and I even spritzed on your favorite milk strawberry-scented perfume, announced the delicate, enchanting figure resembling a playful rabbit, adorned only with a bunny headpiece and dainty panties. She leaned against the door frame with one hand while her other hand rested on her waist, casting flirtatious glances with an air of coyness. Overall, the scene bore a hint of flamboyance, yet it remained visually captivating. Jiao Jiao, hidden in the golden chamber, stifled a scream, imagining the scolding that was about to erupt from Qin Yu. You wretched, plump cat, what in the world is this? You've truly betrayed me. However, soon enough, she heard Qin Yu's voice, brimming with delight. You wretched, plump cat, what in the world is this? How have you suddenly become so considerate? Did the door knock some sense into your fractured brain? At that moment, Qin Yu was indeed elated, for she had deduced from the boy's expression and words that he held her in respect and fear, tinged with a hint of shyness and anxiety. At the very least, he was making an effort to please her, which suggested her elevated status, likely as a benefactor. With her foresight and memories of the future, she realized that by simply accessing this room and the box of XXX on the table, she would uncover the truth. The notion of a wealthy young lady indulging in a youthful playmate was not only indicative of her affluent circumstances but also implied a certain level of prosperity. This was indeed good news. Having grown weary of poverty, Qin Yu could relish a sumptuous feast of youth the moment she stepped into this identity. This undoubtedly piqued her interest, as the transformation from a struggling girl to a future lady of means was an enticing prospect. Yet, amidst the joy, Qin Yu was discerning the nature of her current fast travel mission, resolute not to be swayed by allure, for it could jeopardize her very existence. Based on the unpredictability of previous tasks, her mind began to wander. Could this little rabbit be a killer? A deranged psychopath? While no mission details had emerged, the alluring young man had already approached, swaying his hips. Qin Yu regarded him thoughtfully, her expression and gaze leaving him somewhat bewildered. It seemed as though, after a bath, this once haughty heiress had undergone a transformation, her eyes now imbued with profound depth. He felt anxious, exceedingly so. And his movements became increasingly awkward. What have I done wrong? He stammered, desperation lacing his words. I will change, I beg you, grant me another chance. His face displayed shock and confusion, then he leaned closer, seemingly eager to plead, but in a moment of clumsiness, he stumbled and fell onto the bed beside Qin Yu. The soft bedding enveloped them, yet the weight of an adult male left Qin Yu dizzy, a soft moan escaping her lips, a response born of pain. However, that cry seemed to act as a signal, coupled with the young man's striking physique, even the most innocent of encounters ignited an unexpected reaction within him. He mistakenly interpreted her response as an invitation. Unwilling to let the moment slip away, he leaned in to kiss her. Startled, Qin Yu quickly raised her hand to his chin, lifting his face away from her own. At that instant, her phone rang, the sound piercing through the tension. With her other hand, she reached for the device, glancing at the screen to find a note. Little pair? Likely a close friend or confidant. The other party spoke rapidly, their voice resonating with a boisterous cheerfulness. Qin Yu listened attentively, refraining from interjecting, merely casting a glance at the little rabbit, silently instructing it to cease its chatter. The little rabbit, indeed, became timid, for it had witnessed a friend once being playfully affectionate during a call with the benefactor, only to receive a sharp slap that cast them into disgrace. In that moment, it dawned on him that they were inconsequential in the eyes of the other. The whims of that individual dictated their fates. One must possess an awareness befitting a pet. Yes, I heard you, came the response. Ah, as long as you heard me. That's good, but your voice seems rather hoarse. Are you still, This particular little pair seemed to be quite the chatterbox, indulging in vulgarities from across the room. Qin Yu's mind was half focused on the conversation, yet the other half was fixated on Jiao Jiao. Finally, the long-awaited task information arrived. Though the efficiency of this wretched wall was perpetually dismal, sooner or later, she would demolish it. Little fish, little fish. Eerie world task. Still within the ordinary realm of human technology, the backdrop for this instance is the affluent Qin family. The task is titled, The Evil CEO is My Brother. Your mission is to prevent your brother from committing malevolent deeds. Upon hearing the title and content of the task, Qin Yu felt utterly disheartened. Could they not bestow upon her a more agreeable and considerate brother? Was she truly being compelled to act against her own kin? Concurrently, fragments of memory surged into her mind, snippets pertinent to this identity within the world, not much, merely insights into familial relationships and a few childhood recollections. Chapter 39, Can I Kill Him? Firstly, she discerned her identity as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, the offspring of the family head, Qin Feng, born of the legitimate wife. She also had a younger brother, Qin Go, who was similarly born of the legitimate wife. Having swiftly processed this information, Qin Yu grasped the crux of the matter. How malevolent could this evil be? Let me check the task rewards and hints. Ah, a minimum of 6 stars. This implies that your brother's malevolence index is at least 6 stars, akin to murder and arson, disregarding human life entirely. Qin Yu exclaimed, So, if I were to procure a kitchen knife, locate him, and slay him, would that fulfill the task? Her tone was laced with delight, as if she had already inherited a fortune. What did you just say? Oh, well, I merely wanted to inform you that your brother did not come to fetch you today. In fact, he was off indulging in carnal pursuits. I happened to encounter one of his friends while reserving a room for you, who was also booking a suite for him in a luxurious chamber. Qin Yu's capacity to absorb information was notably extraordinary. As she processed the task information from Jiao Jiao, she simultaneously absorbed Xiao Li's words, which caused her to suddenly feel a jolt of realization. She promptly reached out to Jiao Jiao. What exactly did the task of stopping Qin Gou's malevolence entail? Was it to prevent all wrongdoing, or merely to thwart the most critical act that would significantly influence the judgment of the Golden House? It is best to prevent all possibilities, for each moment of inaction diminishes your lifespan. By the way, the crumbling wall just unexpectedly displayed a message, indicating a merciful warning. Your dear brother is about to engage in malevolent deeds, which will result in dire consequences for your identity. Immediately? So soon? How severe could it be? To what extent will my life be shortened? It seems it could lead to total annihilation. Qin Yu? What just transpired? Good heavens! How much time do I have left? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Qin Yu's face turned pale, nearly dropping her phone. In the very next second, she quickly directed her speech towards the device. Which room? What? I said, where is Qin Gou? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention at the time. You don't have a good relationship with him, and how could I possibly get along with his pack of sycophants? Qin Yu felt a vain throb on her forehead, gripping her phone tightly as she inquired, what is the little rabbit's name? Han Zitu. Qin Yu coldly addressed Han Zitu. Han Zitu, get off me at once. The tone of her voice was terrifying, causing Han Zitu to roll away in fright. As Qin Yu dashed forward, she swiftly donned her trench coat with one hand, immediately pulling up her contacts on her phone. With the coat only halfway on, she had already reached the elevator, pressing all the buttons without a second thought, and found the number for her bodyguard, Ling, to call. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Meanwhile, the elevator doors opened to reveal a considerable number of individuals, both men and women, who appeared to be engaged in animated conversation. As the elevator came to a halt, they remained oblivious to their surroundings until their eyes widened in astonishment, their chatter abruptly ceasing, as they beheld a young woman storming into the elevator with palpable urgency. While one might not find it surprising that she was in a hurry, what truly astounded them was her striking appearance and attire. Her features were not conventionally stunning or delicately refined, rather, they exuded a cool detachment with sharply defined contours that in the entertainment industry would be deemed a high-end face, radiating an air of sophistication. Her skin was exceptionally fair, reminiscent of delicate milk, and one would typically associate such a woman with an artistic temperament. However, the contradiction lay in her towering height, approximately 1.2 meters. As per their professional assessment, coupled with her long, slender legs that conveyed an alluring charm, especially as they were bare, the fabric of her garment insufficient to conceal her alabaster luminous legs. Gazing at her waist, one could discern a half-donned trench coat paired with a partially obscured black lace camisole. Half-dressed? As she stepped into the elevator, turning her back to the crowd, she deftly adjusted her trench coat with one hand, swiftly securing the other half, leaving only the task of fastening the belt. Her fingers nimbly grasped the strap, pulling the coat together, concealing the captivating glimpse that had just ensnared the attention of onlookers. Yet, they could still observe the graceful, cold elegance of her movement, her wine-red, wavy hair cascading as she turned, the quality of her locks reminiscent of flowing red wine. Draped in black lace, sporting ultra-short shorts and a long trench coat, she stood barefoot, her feet exposed. What an extraordinary woman she was! This scene, which one would typically expect to witness only during intimate moments between couples, revelries in nightclubs, or within the confines of a television drama, has now unfolded before them. The most striking aspect is that she has not even acknowledged their presence, including the strikingly handsome Lu Chuan, who stands right behind Qin Yu. As her long hair brushes against his chest, he frowns. Due to their height difference, he can catch a glimpse of her sharply defined shoulders and the plunging neckline below. A fleeting glance leads his gaze to the closed elevator doors. Everyone is taken aback, rendered silent, perhaps speculating about the identity of this alluring woman who seems to have emerged from the hotel's shadows. Yet, all ears are attuned to her brisk, icy voice. Is he downstairs? Contact the manager of Qin Huang immediately. I need to ascertain Qin Go's location. Inform me of the specific room he occupies on the floor. And get in touch with his bodyguard. I am unaware of his identity, but reach out to him regardless. If he is also on the 22nd floor, have him break down the door and drag that little scoundrel out. If he is not there, then have him come up at once. You and the others with you must do the same immediately. Her speech is rapid, her tone typically soft and clear, yet when it deepens, it becomes quite terrifying. Reminiscent of the commanding voices often wielded by the scions of affluent families. Despite the urgency, there is no hint of franticness or anxiety, only a chilling calmness. This atmosphere profoundly affects the group within the elevator. Even Lu Chuan cannot help but tug at his tie. How peculiar it is that this woman, with her cold yet gentle voice, can evoke such impatience simply by quickening her cadence. Subsequently, she maintained an unexpected and complete composure, her breathing remaining unperturbed. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently pondering which family's offspring might be embroiled in this predicament or about to be. Could it be that a socialite was arriving to catch a spouse in the act? The scenario of confronting infidelity while donning risque lingerie and barefoot seemed rather audacious. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the thoughts swirling among the crowd eluded her understanding, as did their identities. Regardless, shortly after finishing her phone call, she heard the chime. 22nd floor arrived. The call came through. B245. Excellent, I've located it. Upon glancing ahead, she noticed a row of rooms, but there were few doors, with only two imposing bodyguards standing silently in front of one. The guards appeared hesitant, still engaged in conversation on the phone, neither knocking nor attempting to breach the door. Their inaction felt like a sentence upon her life. Qin Yu felt a rush of blood to her head, especially as the echoes of a melodramatic wailing filled her mind. AHH. Little fish, just 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. What happened? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? 8 minutes have passed. Are you kidding me? I could barely manage 3 minutes. I have no idea, it suddenly turned into 2 minutes. AHH. What should I do? What should I do? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu dashed out, relieved that the distance to that room was not far. The two bodyguards naturally noticed Qin Yu. In truth, they did not recognize her, as this young lady had been abroad for a decade, and Qin Feng seldom mentioned her. Everyone assumed she had been exiled, thus they paid her little mind. It was only when they received a call from Qin Yu's assistant that they felt a twinge of curiosity. However, they did not anticipate that shortly thereafter, a young woman would arrive. Under normal circumstances, they would have undoubtedly whistled at this enchanting figure, assuming she was merely a plaything for the young masters. But then, she steadied herself and uttered a phrase. What did it mean? Lu Chuan and the others had just exited the elevator. Yet their attention was fixed on the woman rushing towards the room, seemingly exchanging words with the two bodyguards. Then, the adjacent elevator doors opened, and out rushed 2 men and a woman, who immediately charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The two bodyguards, perhaps rendered ineffectual by their indulgent lifestyle alongside the privileged heirs, were swiftly overpowered by the trio. As Qin Yu reached the door, she had no time to calculate how many seconds remained in the 2 minutes. Instead, she raised her hands with fervor, one hand fiercely pressing the doorbell, while the other pounded on the door. Bang! 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 The entire floor seemed to tremble with the force of her actions. Lu Chuan and his companions were taken aback by the commotion. Surely, this was a scandal in the making. Such audacity could only stem from a situation fraught with infidelity. Typically astute individuals, they were reluctant to become entangled in the awkward affairs of the elite, yet the very room they intended to enter lay just beyond, obstructed by the throng. Coupled with the innate curiosity that permeates the entertainment industry, they found themselves drawn to the spectacle unfolding before them. The relentless pounding on the door resonated through the air, mingling with the curses and wails of the two bodyguards. Despite the soundproofing, the cacophony was unbearable, prompting several doors on this floor to swing open in quick succession. Qin Yu was oblivious to the onlookers, her mind was consumed with the notion of impending death. This world was destined to perish, and the original realm would follow suit, leaving nothing in its wake. With each knock, her heart raced faster, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and in her agitation, she felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the door with a single blow. Suddenly, she discerned the sound of curses from within. What the hell? Who is it? I swear I'll kill you. The voice was laced with frustration. In that moment, Qin Yu fell into an extraordinary state, teetering on the precipice between life and death. As the door swung open, a youth, approximately 20 years of age, with a pallid complexion and a frail physique, appeared before her. He was bare-chested, his trousers still unbuttoned. Without hesitation, she extended her hand, raised it high and swung down. The resounding slap echoed loudly, startling everyone present, including Alin and the others. The young man who had opened the door was taken aback, his handsome, fair face contorting as it flushed crimson at an alarming rate. A stark imprint of her palm blossoming on his cheek. The force was substantial. It was painful and deeply humiliating. After the initial shock, once he registered the woman before him, his eyes widened, and his expression morphed into one of rage. Qin Yu! How dare you strike me? Are you out of your mind? His demeanor suggested he was about to retaliate, his hand already poised to lash out. However, Qin Yu was swifter, with a deft movement. She hooked his waistband with her fingers and, leveraging the strength acquired through her recent training, yanked him out. A swift kick landed on his calf, causing him to cry out in pain and stumble to the ground. As he fell, her second slap followed from the opposite side. With a resounding slap, the two palms met in perfect symmetry, leaving Qin Yu momentarily stunned. Fearless in disposition, he had not anticipated that someone might possess a greater audacity than his own. He scarcely had time to react before a voice, crisp yet laced with unmistakable menace, resonated from above. Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? Has your intelligence fled to the realm of canines? Your name suits you well. Who taught you to treat women in such a manner? As comprehension dawned upon him, Qin Yu mistakenly believed that Qin Yu was enraged over his failure to greet her at the airport, instead preferring to indulge in the company of women. His fury ignited, and upon noticing her attire, he bellowed, Qin Yu, who do you think you are? My affairs with women are none of your concern. Are you not equally fond of men? How many foreign suitors have you entertained during your decade abroad? Do you truly believe you stand on a higher moral ground than I? He attempted to rise, only to have his chest forcibly pressed down by a foot, causing him to collapse once more. Qin Yu! You insufferable wretch! My escapades with men are my own business, whether they consent or are compensated. It is a mutually agreeable arrangement that can even bolster the earnings of certain handsome gentlemen. But what you engage in is a different matter altogether. Even Shiman Qing had Panjinli unwillingly collaborating in their misdeeds. Yet here you are, single-handedly pursuing your desires, deluding yourself into thinking you wield the power of a domineering CEO over all women. Have you contracted a case of delusional arrogance? The crux of her words was a diversion from the essence of the matter. Initially, Qin Yu was incensed by her slap, but she feigned the guise of a protector, utterly shameless in her pretense. Did she truly believe there was substantial affection between them as siblings? Instinctively, he yearned to retort, have you lost your senses? When have I ever failed to compensate for my encounters with women? Do you think I am incapable of affording it? In his statement, there was a pause that hinted he had never resorted to coercive means before, thus it could hardly be deemed a transgression. However, his final words were laden with hesitation, as if a thought had struck him, and his expression became evasive. Engaging in misconduct, reserving a room, entertaining women? The dilemma must stem from the female. Chapter 41 unfolds the drama. If it were a mutual desire, there would be no need for malevolence. One could only conclude that the woman was unwilling, or perhaps, in line with the behavior of these young heirs, employed forceful tactics? Drugging? Intimidation? Regardless, it falls within that spectrum. Yet, as for his trousers, had they been removed and then donned again, or had he not yet had the chance to disrobe? Qin Yu's gaze flicked towards his trousers, making a quick judgment that they had indeed been removed at some point, then put back on, but no consummation had occurred, otherwise, his lower half would not appear thus. Unless this young man were deficient in vitality. With this assessment, Qin Yu's eyes shifted to Terre Fourvoil, where the door stood ajar, revealing scattered outer garments on the floor. Both male and female attire was present, yet thankfully, there were no intimate garments. A sigh of relief washed over her. But her gaze soon wandered to several nearby open doors, where a group of young men stood, their faces painted with shock, seemingly hesitating whether to intervene. Intervene? A glance at their appearances confirmed they were all young heirs, bare-chested, clad in shorts, and disheveled. A shared room? No, apart from one individual. The young man at the entrance of Tier 4 stood out with his attire intact. His outerwear was properly worn, albeit his pockets appeared slightly bulging, as if concealing something. Qin Yu scrutinized him, narrowing her eyes, and then pointed at this young man. Her tone shifting from its previous coldness to a gentler inquiry directed at Qin Go, "Is this also one of your acquaintances? It appears quite respectable, dressed so well. Surely you wouldn't neglect to assist him in engaging a lady. Is it his fault, or does he have other matters to attend to, Aling?" Qin Yu spoke these words with a leisurely cadence, prompting Aling to suddenly glance at the young man. Panic flickered across the latter's face as he instinctively thrust his hand into his pocket, attempting to retreat indoors, but it was too late. Aling had already pinned him against the wall and extracted earphones from his pocket. "What are you doing?" "I was merely listening to music and watching a movie." Qin Go, save me! Who is this madwoman?" The trio, comprising 2 men and 1 woman, Aling, Su Yu, and Li Ling, was well acquainted. Li Ling, the sole female, refrained from engaging in the altercation but possessed considerable experience. As soon as Qin Yu suddenly called for them, they realized something was amiss. The moment Qin Yu alerted her, she swiftly entered the young man's room. At that moment, Qin Go felt a surge of anger, his eyes fiercely menacing. Yet, what tormented him was the enigma of where Qin Yu had garnered such strength, 1 foot firmly pressed against his chest, rendering him breathless. "Qin Yu, he is my friend. What are you all waiting for? Come and pull her away." His usual companions, accustomed to their own arrogance, were taken aback. They had always been the bullies, never on the receiving end of such treatment. Initially intimidated by Qin Yu's assertiveness, they now resolved to retaliate upon Qin Go's command. Qin Yu, casting a cold and fierce glance at them, declared, "You heed the words of the second young master of the Qin family, yet are oblivious to the existence of his sister? Do you meddle in family affairs? Are your hands grown from the Pacific Ocean?" Her gaze shifted, each alteration strikingly intimidating. Upon seeing the scene, Qin Yu's expression darkened. The screen displayed a room, within which lay a bed, and on that bed was a woman, unconscious and disheveled. Qin Yu handed the computer to Qin Go, who, upon glancing at it, was struck with disbelief. This was impossible. How could this be? "Zhao Feng, you deceitful wretch!" With a swift motion, he snapped the laptop shut in a fit of rage. Both Qin Go, consumed by fury, and Zhao Feng, riddled with guilt, flinched, unwilling to gaze upon the woman. They had thought Qin Yu had risen to prominence, bullying others, only to discover he had fallen into a trap. Did they not realize that should this video be released online with an accompanying title, it could obliterate the market value of Qin's company by a staggering amount? Far more than if he were to bet 1,000 women. Seeing the woman on the bed, clearly drugged and vulnerable like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Qin Yu felt a shroud of sorrow envelop her heart, reminiscent of her own past suffering as a victim. Furrowing her brow, she flung the computer away in frustration. Akin to skipping a stone across water, the slender Apple laptop soared through the air, striking Zhao Feng in the abdomen. He let out a cry of pain, crouching down to clutch his stomach, while the laptop fell to the ground, mercifully unscathed, thanks to her controlled force and the soft carpet beneath. Still engulfed in indignation and shame from being ensnared by a supposed friend, Zhao Feng was further intimidated by Qin Yu's fierceness, leaving Qin Go utterly cowed. He had never anticipated that this woman, after a decade abroad, would become so formidable. Qin Yu, dismissing him entirely, swiftly tempered her anger. She stepped aside to make a phone call, her tone now calm and her voice lowered. "Uncle Zhang, it's me, Qin Yu. I suspect someone is plotting something. Who else could it be but my foolish younger brother? Someone intends to ruin our family's sole heir. Yes, it is his unscrupulous friends. We have apprehended one individual with issues, but the others remain unexamined. My resources are insufficient, and I lack the capability to handle this alone. I seek your assistance. Leave no stone unturned. By the way, please summon Chen as well. I am uncertain if that fool has been drugged. It is prudent to investigate." Qin Go furiously retorted, "Who are you calling a fool?" Qin Yu replied, "Are you not foolish and a scoundrel? Your hearing appears quite adept. I knocked on the door repeatedly, thinking you might either be deaf or lame." Qin Go, so fierce! Uncle Zhang, from the side. After Qin Yu ended the call, she instructed Lin to manage the ensuing matters before entering the house. There was a woman inside who needed addressing. Yet, before stepping in, she turned to glance at the crowd of gossip-mongers. A few individuals stood out. She could not identify them, but their attire, along with the cameras, phones, and notes they carried, indicated their affiliation with the entertainment industry. Her casual inquiry, devoid of moral judgment, caused Lin's expression to shift. Just then, the manager of Qin Huang arrived with his team. Witnessing the chaos before him, he appeared quite flustered, yet he quickly composed himself and approached. Qin Yu briefly explained the situation to him in hushed tones, sharing only what was necessary. I understand, we will handle this matter appropriately. My sincerest apologies, Miss Qin. Though this was indeed a trap set by others, it was orchestrated within the Qin Huang context, and the incident involved the only son of the Qin family, with the eldest daughter caught in the act. How could Qin Feng not seek retribution against them in the future? The Qin family is certainly not a small clan. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Lu Chuan and his companions were summoned, subjected to private inspections of their phones and cameras, and silenced. Reluctantly, they understood that the situation was beyond their control and cooperated amicably. Lu Chuan glanced over and noticed that the woman had already entered the house. This was the esteemed young lady of the Qin family, exiled abroad a decade ago. Yet her demeanor was anything but that of an exile. Qin Yu, unconcerned with her past, was determined to resolve the matter at hand, not only to fulfill her mission and save her own life, but also to protect the interests of the Qin family. The butler, possessing even a modicum of intelligence, would recognize the importance of assisting her in this endeavor. This wretched system, fraught with peril, was a constant threat. One day, she would shatter it to pieces. Suddenly, Jiao called out to her, her tone oddly tinged. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Yu. Was there yet another complication? Had the mission failed? Or something else? Jiao, have you been possessed? Qin Yu, you have 3 seconds to gather your thoughts. Jiao, I feel that just now, you were nothing like yourself. Qin Yu, everyone wears countless masks. The number and elegance of these masks depend on one's acting prowess. Life is but a play, and performance is key. Jiao, so it's just that you're overly theatrical? Indeed, it was merely that she was overly theatrical. Young Qin was inherently a complex and introspective individual, and the now mature Qin, shaped by 18 tumultuous years, possessed enough fragments of her future memories to navigate the current predicament with aplomb. Initially, Jiao intended to inquire further, but Qin Yu had already entered the room and approached the bed. She had wished to engage in idle chatter with Jiao. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to the figure upon the bed, causing her to freeze in astonishment. In a mere 10 seconds, both she and Jiao uttered a synchronized exclamation, "Beast!" Why such a vehement declaration? Because the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an innate grace akin to a lotus emerging from pure water. Her figure was tall and lithe, with proportions of breast, waist, and legs that surpassed even those of Qin Yu. Her long hair, as dark as silk, cascaded around her waist and spilled onto the sheets like liquid ebony. Such an extraordinary woman was nearly sullied by a band of second-generation heirs. Jiao remarked, "A band? Isn't that your brother?" However, Qin Yu refrained from explaining that. Irrespective of the world, the boundaries for second-generation heirs knew no limits. If Qin Go was the most privileged and revered among this group, then after he had his way with this woman, the remaining heirs would resemble ravenous vultures, fixating on the remaining scraps. This woman would endure a second, even countless violations. Zhao Feng possessed a video that could serve as a dual-edged threat against Qin Go and her. This was the stark reality of a world governed by wealth and power. Nonetheless, Qin Yu was not closely related to this woman, and thus did not feel a surge of righteous indignation. After all, upon assessing her condition, she leaned in closer to ascertain her state. Surely she hadn't been overdosed with drugs? The commotion outside had been so loud, yet there was no reaction. If she were dead, the situation would be dire indeed. Just as Qin Yu bent down, unexpectedly, the woman opened her eyes, icy and striking, imbued with a desolate solitude. The intensity of her gaze startled Qin Yu, prompting an instinctive retreat, but it was too late. Her neck was seized, chilled to the touch, and a sharp razor glinted menacingly against her throat. She seemed to still be under the influence of the drug, her breath somewhat unsteady. Yet she coldly fixed her gaze upon Qin Yu, declaring, "Either let me go, or we shall perish together." Qin Yu thought to herself, "What kind of misfortune has she brought upon herself?" "Miss, you seem to have mistaken your target," she replied. The stunning beauty glanced at Qin Yu. A slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, her expression radiating disbelief. Why the skepticism? From her vantage point, she could see the exquisitely maintained hair of this affluent young lady, along with the enticingly provocative lingerie, as if she were wearing nothing beneath. Naturally, her first instinct was to assume that the other woman was enchanted and sought to possess her. Qin Yu mused, "I am more wrong than Dou Yi herself." Chapter 42, The stunning beauty. Open your beautiful eyes wide and observe I am a woman, Qin Yu earnestly explained, even beginning to wonder if this woman had been rendered senseless by the aphrodisiac. "Which one of you wealthy young ladies does not indulge in frivolous escapades?" Her voice was hoarse yet icy, as if this perception had become irrevocably entrenched. "I apologize to all the virtuous and morally upstanding daughters of affluence, you have my sympathy. As for others, I cannot speak, but I assure you, I have never engaged in reckless behavior. Despite my bold attire, I am, in truth, quite conservative and dignified." "Do you believe me?" The stunning beauty remained silent. Jiao remarked, "I think she might be on the verge of vomiting." Get away! Get away!" Qin Yu, terrified, dared not provoke this woman nor move recklessly, and could only appeal to her emotions and reason. "Your approach is the most brutal, detrimental to both yourself and others. The crux of the matter is not whether I am the one tormenting you, but rather that you have awakened, unscathed thus far. What remains paramount is your desire to escape, rather than to seek vengeance, for your strength is insufficient, unless you choose mutual destruction, correct?" The beautiful woman furrowed her brow. Silent, yet her gaze was chillingly desolate, akin to a frozen mountain peak. Qin Yu felt as though she might succumb to frostbite, yet she maintained her composure, striving to persuade her. "I, too, fear death. This formidable weapon instills terror within me, thus we must engage in earnest discourse to allow you to depart." "All right, no issues. But we both must exhibit sincerity. You must first set it down, so we can converse amicably." The beautiful woman retorted, "How can I trust you?" Qin Yu replied, "Please gaze into my sincere, beautiful eyes." The beautiful woman remained skeptical, believing this affluent young lady harbored deep cunning and extraordinary acting skills. Suddenly, she swayed slightly, her complexion shifting. "You are merely stalling, hoping I will exhaust my energy." A fierce resolve flickered in her eyes, wishing to slice through the woman's neck with a razor. However, seizing the moment of her distraction, Qin Yu deftly twisted her body, swiftly pinning her beneath, forcing her wrist, which held the razor, onto the bed. Already weakened, the beautiful woman struggled a few times, despair evident in her eyes. "Let me go! Beast!" Jiao, lacking a certain clarity, instantly immersed herself in the scene, internally shouting, "What are you doing, Xiao Yu? Release her! Beast!" Meanwhile, Li Ling entered the room and, upon seeing the scene, was instantly flustered. "I apologize, miss, for the intrusion. I shall take my leave immediately." With that, she turned and fled with remarkable speed, devoid of punctuation. Qin Yu remarked, "What a captivating 2 minutes." Seizing the razor, Qin Yu rose from the bed and tossed it onto the table. Then poured a glass of water and offered it to the stunning beauty lying on the bed. "Drink some water to regain your composure." She believed herself to be quite gentle and graceful. "I'm not thirsty." The beauty realized she might have truly mistaken her identity, for Qin Yu had ceased her actions. Nevertheless, she remained aloof. Qin Yu retorted, "It's not about stopping, I never intended to begin, my dear. This isn't to quench your thirst but to awaken your mind, lest you entertain wild notions and genuinely believe I desire anything from you." In an instant, Qin Yu unleashed her sharp tongue. Her words were quite blunt, leaving the beautiful woman momentarily taken aback, yet rather than inciting anger, she seemed contemplative as she gazed at her. Still quite composed, "I see you possess some intellect. Indeed, one would not feign unconsciousness and threaten another with a razor if lacking in wit," Qin Yu mused internally, while outwardly stating, "This situation pertains to my brother and his dubious companions." The beauty, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "It is your brother, I am aware. Otherwise you would not be so invested." Well, the attempt to shift the subject had failed. Qin Yu could only smile. Indeed, it is my foolish brother. While he is at fault and not a good person, in this instance, both he and you are victims. After speaking, Qin Yu bent down and casually picked up the coat from the floor, tossing it towards the beauty. She reached out to catch it. Her piercing gaze fixed intently on the departing Qin Yu. 5 minutes later, I will allow them to enter. You should dress appropriately and tidy yourself up, after all. It is unbecoming to appear disheveled. Qin Yu's words were quite earnest, and after speaking, she departed. Though intended kindly. The stunning beauty could not help but scoff. From where does this person derive the confidence to utter such statements? Has she not observed the scant fabric adorning her own form? Qin Yu retorted, I possess a trench coat. Upon exiting, she cast a glance at the already risen Qin Go, who appeared somewhat dazed, engaged in idle chatter with his dubious companions. His countenance was grim. And those young scions were clearly apprehensive, naturally attempting to distance themselves from the situation. Yet, none dared to leave, for to do so would imply guilt. However, once Qin Yu emerged, silence enveloped them, as quiet as a hen. Qin Go, with a darkened expression, glared at her, seemingly irritated, and turned to depart. Departing? Does he genuinely believe I am obliged to clean up his mess? Does he assume this is a tale of deep familial affection, where the foolish younger brother expects his sister to shield him? Does he not realize that should he incapacitate the heir of the Qin family, I would be the sole remaining successor? Do not be foolish with your own intellect, nor with your wealth, dear young master. Or is it merely that you desire to make headlines and achieve fame? Am I obstructing your path? Should I offer you an apology? Qin Go's face turned a shade of green as he spun around to glare at her. Qin Yu remained impassive, commanding, come here. Qin Go retorted. Steady yourself, I am not afraid of you. I can prevail. You tyrannical woman. Qin Yu paid him no heed, continuing. I grant you 3 minutes to compose yourself and devise a suitable apology. Qin Go interjected, I do not require your oversight. You may depart to a distant place. Ailing and others, are the siblings up to mischief again? Are they about to clash? Although this individual is the target of her pursuit and requires cautious handling, Qin Yu harbors a deep-seated disdain for such privileged scions, having suffered greatly at their hands in the past. Her irritation flared as she observed Qin Go's demeanor. Without uttering a word, she approached him. Qin Go remained steadfastly in place, while the other scions shrank back in trepidation. Suddenly, as Qin Yu passed by, she reached out. Her hand slipped directly into one of the men's pockets. This action was undeniably provocative. The man's face turned crimson, while the others looked utterly bewildered. What on earth? He instinctively grasped his waistband, his legs slightly bending, and only after Qin Yu had walked past did he stammer, I thought she would jab the cigarette but into my eye. At that moment, she approached the window, merely 3 or 4 meters away from Qin Go, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before turning to him with an impassive expression. Say that again. Qin Go. The privileged scions, the return of the underworld's fierce sister. The entertainment circle, the ruthless smoking aesthetic of a high society matriarch. It was not agony, merely a hint of nostalgia. Jiao pondered for a moment and remarked, is this side of you a glimpse of the future? I have only seen you when you were buried alive. Qin Yu, then you must have also seen the man who buried me alive. That side I just exhibited was learned from him. She felt no revulsion whatsoever. For deriving strength from an enemy to exact revenge was, in fact, a source of exhilaration. Jiao, is he truly that tyrannical and ruthless? Qin Yu, I handle matters with great assertiveness, as long as the direction of my actions is correct. Qin Feng, a man of absolute rationality in business, would not be foolish enough to undermine his own daughter, regardless of her lack of favor in his eyes. Jiao, you mortals are truly complex. It is the human heart that is intricate. Qin Yu did not intend to finish this cigarette. She merely sought to harness the power of nicotine to settle and organize her thoughts. She was also waiting, for 5 minutes? In truth, she awaited someone's arrival. As the cigarette burned down to its midpoint, Qin Yu heard a sound and turned to see figures approaching from the end of the hallway by the elevator. The elderly butler, his hair graying and expression stern, was accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, including a doctor. Qin Yu silently extinguished her cigarette and walked over. She turned to leave, oblivious to the 2 men standing at the other end. One was Lu Chuan, and the other man was even more striking, overshadowing Lu Chuan's charismatic presence. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your timely intervention, though it was merely a minor issue. I appreciate your assistance. It was nothing. I happened to be passing by. Mr. Luo, while having offered his aid, was rather aloof, casting a glance at Lu Chuan before turning to depart. He seemed indifferent to those around him. My goodness, his aura is formidable. I did not expect Mr. Luo to be in Qinhuang. It seems Lu Ji's influence is substantial. The group dared not speak further of Mr. Luo, instead turning to flatter Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. It is merely because this film is financed by his enterprise, coupled with the fact that this is his territory. He is likely here to ascertain what has transpired with the two children of the Qin family. Indeed, Mr. Luo has a modicum of cooperative ties with Qin Feng. Both are titans of commerce. Were it not for their presence in Qinhuang, it would be understandable, but if they are indeed here, it would be remiss not to pay a visit. Thus, this gesture is extended to the Qin family. However, the eldest daughter of the Qin family is rather peculiar. In the room, the enchanting beauty has already prepared herself, and her mere presence elucidates why this cadre of affluent heirs has fixated upon her. The catalyst for this situation can be encapsulated in one phrase that I concur with: it pertains to your discernment. Qingo exclaimed, "Damn!" The captivating beauty remained silent. Chapter 43, The Importance of Presentation. Suddenly, I found this sister to be even more vexing than her brother. Uncle Zhang is an astute individual, and there is no need for Qin Yu to elucidate the current circumstance. Miss Xijing is an employee at the Qi Bar, and due to certain reasons, she is acquainted with our young master and Zhao Feng. This time, it is indeed true that our young master has overstepped, and the Qin family naturally extends our apologies. He placed a document on the table. For 500,000, Miss Xi can extricate herself completely, and we shall not trouble you further, provided that today's events do not result in any adverse repercussions for our young master due to your actions. This agreement will ensure mutual peace of mind. Essentially, it is a form of hush money. Xi Jing is perceptive, as Qin Yu believes, and naturally, she is astute. Such acumen is also known as the ability to gauge the situation. Yet at times, the delicate balance between situational awareness and dignity may stand in stark opposition. Xi Jing remained unconflicted, her gaze fixed upon the agreement before her. Her eyes, though seemingly turbulent with unspoken emotions, ultimately settled into a serene calm. This tranquility could also be interpreted as acquiescence. Nevertheless, she raised her head, casting her eyes over the stern-faced Qingo and the impassive, meticulous old butler, briefly acknowledging a certain young lady nearby who was attending to her tea. Of course, the living room also housed lawyers, doctors, and bodyguards, individuals who embodied the elite societal structure, signifying the power of wealth and influence. What shall I do about the troubles posed by those outside, apart from you? She inquired. The old butler, with keen perception, regarded her with a steady gaze and replied with a measured tone, "They are currently preoccupied with their own predicaments. However, trouble is ever unpredictable, and Miss Xi should be aware of how to evade such complications and plan accordingly for the future." This statement implied that the victimization of women should not be reduced to the abhorrent notion that it is merely a consequence of their attire, but rather that Xi Jing, in her extraordinary beauty, was unwilling to sacrifice her allure for degradation. Thus, her place of employment represented a grave misjudgment on her part. The old butler's words were starkly revealing. Xi Jing's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I agree. And I hope we can all honor our commitments." Her acquiescence elicited a flicker of disdain in Qingo's eyes, while the old butler remained unfazed. Xi Jing was acutely aware of how these individuals perceived her. She resolved to remain indifferent, for this was not her first act of submission, nor would it be her last. Just as her name was about to be inscribed, "Wait!" the tip of the pen halted, and Xi Jing raised her gaze towards the individual who had audaciously interrupted. To this day, she remained unaware of the woman's name, but it mattered little, for she was undoubtedly akin to the likes of Qingo and his ilk. 500,000 was an outrageous sum. Qin Yu smiled, her countenance, graced with an elegant demeanor, was further enhanced by the crimson hue of her lips and the wine-red waves of her long hair. Xi Jing pressed her lips together. Was it excessive? Perhaps, as she had just offended this young lady. It was likely that even a mere 100,000 would be withheld from her. Yet, even if it were less than that, she would have to accept it, akin to a beggar's charity. She lowered her head and chuckled bitterly, devoid of resentment, only filled with a profound sense of helplessness. After all, he was still a young master of the Qin family. Losing 500,000 would be beneath their dignity. A disgrace that would be hard to bear. The old butler interjected, "What a prodigal daughter." However, considering her status as a young lady, 500,000 or even 1,000,000 mattered little to the Qin family. The butler would not dare to humiliate Qin Yu at this moment, so he nodded. "Then let it be 1,000,000. Qin Yu replied, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your understanding. Now, Qingo, please proceed with the transfer." Qingo, taken aback, erupted, "Me? On what grounds? I refuse." Qin Yu frowned. "I only know that when a 6-year-old steals a lollipop from a shop and gets caught, their family must compensate." "How old are you now?" This woman had certainly mastered her arguments well. Qingo found himself at a loss for a retort, only able to protest. "I simply want tea pay." He had no desire to comply with her demands. Qin Yu smiled. "I am aware that you like to hide your pocket money within your limited edition baseball shoes. Will you hand it over willingly, or shall I retrieve it myself?" At that point, it won't merely be a matter of 1,000,000. Qingo, surprisingly, did not express anger this time. Instead, he stood there in a daze, regarding Qin Yu with an exceptionally peculiar gaze. Uncle Zhang, with a contemplative look, glanced at the two and remarked, "If the second young master is unwilling, it matters not. I shall simply inform the master later. 1,000,000, he can certainly approve, yet this matter must be reported." However, Qingo interpreted this as a suggestion to report him, and his expression shifted, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Give? Am I not able to give?" Thus, the 50,000 morphed into 1,000,000. Xi Jing, observing this, felt that this brother-sister duo was quite deranged. The agreement was signed, and the funds transferred. Was that the conclusion? The subsequent interrogation of Zhao Feng was more a matter of expertise, and the old steward had no intention of allowing Qin Yu and her brother to intervene. Yet a medical examination was necessary. As for the examination concerning the aphrodisiac within himself, Xi Jing felt no aversion, while Qingo exhibited a degree of impatience. "I'm not fainting, it's of no concern." Qin Yu interjected, "If I were Zhao Feng, to ensure absolute certainty, I would undoubtedly administer a stimulating aphrodisiac. However, you exhibit no reaction whatsoever, indicating two possibilities: either the drug is ineffective, or you are incapable." She waved her hand. "Come, doctor, give him a thorough examination." Qingo was flabbergasted. The old steward mused, there seems to be some merit to that. After all, one's vital essence is rather significant. Just then, the doorbell rang, suggesting that someone had arrived. "Let us proceed with the examination, then, second young master." Qingo felt as though he would go insane. He believed his nominal sister had turned utterly malicious, intent on tormenting him. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up and bolted towards the door. Both the old steward and the person outside were taken aback. However, she was immediately subdued. "Am I inadequate? Qin Yu, you scoundrel, you are the one who is inadequate." "I refuse. Let me go." Qin Yu strode out, full of fervor. "As a woman, if a man can, then so can I. Do you have any objections?" It was only upon stepping outside that she realized there was someone present. Their eyes met, a cold and indifferent man gazing down at her. Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly upon first seeing him, but she quickly regained her composure and bypassed him. Reiterating her question to Qingo, "Do you have a problem with me?" "Qingo." The old steward's expression twitched as he respectfully addressed the man. "My apologies, Mr. Luo, for the inconvenience." Mr. Luo's demeanor remained impassive. If there was a need for the Qin Huang handover, he instructed to contact Lin Sheng. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qin Yu. Noticing the fleeting change in her countenance that betrayed her shock and disdain towards him. Disdain? Could it be an illusion? As he prepared to depart, the old steward attempted to retain him, realizing it would be quite discourteous to keep him lingering at the door. At the very least, he should be invited in for tea. "No need, I have matters to attend to." Mr. Luo did not cast a single glance at Qin Yu as he turned to leave. Just then, Lu Chuan emerged from the door while on a phone call. He paused upon seeing him, silently wondering why this man had not departed and had come in person. Turning his gaze, he then noticed the Qin siblings. Ah! It seems the Qin family siblings are up to their usual antics again? Whether in the entertainment industry or due to Mr. Luo's esteemed status. Such beauty is indeed a rarity, and akin to Qin Yu's admiration for Xi Jing's allure, the reactions of these two men were even more direct. Xi Jing was a stunning beauty, her dignified demeanor surpassing even that of the most refined young ladies. Upon noticing Mr. Luo's gaze, the elderly butler's expression subtly shifted. Yet he turned to Miss Qin. "It's rather chilly outside, you should step inside," he suggested. Qin Yu replied, "I'm not cold." The butler insisted. "That's not true, you are feeling cold." Qin Yu pondered, what schemes is this old man concocting? A fleeting glance at Mr. Luo and Lu Chuan revealed the truth. Did the Qin family still harbor ambitions of molding her into a paragon of virtue for advantageous marital prospects? In 3 months, she would inevitably depart. However, she could not allow the original owner's future matrimonial prospects to be tarnished, thus, she decided to feign a bit of fragility. "Oh dear! I suddenly feel quite cold," she remarked, wrapping her arms around herself to convey a sense of delicacy. As Xi Jing exited, she thought, this drama queen is utterly ridiculous. How could a beauty ever be deemed more important than her benefactor? With a lively spirit akin to a delicate little rabbit, Xi Jing watched as this person dashed past her like a gust of wind, an obvious display of pretense. The butler, maintaining a stoic facade, attempted to salvage the marriageable value and external presentation of his young lady. He was about to usher Qin Yu inside to don her own attire, regardless of whether it was suitable or not. Qin Yu exclaimed, "Little rabbit, you've arrived just in time. I feel a bit cold. Please hand me my clothes and bag." "Oh, and did you bring the trousers?" The butler maintained a measured smile, while Han Jingtang sighed, "Alas, my fate is sealed." In this manner, Qin Yu closed her eyes and rested, engaging in light conversation with Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, I have long wished to remind you that your cheap brother is a nefarious figure in the judgment of the Golden House. Are you not afraid of being dismembered by him after provoking his ire?" "Qin Yu, you speak as if you are unaware." "I sense a hint of cowardice in that fellow, he is all bluster and no substance." "Jiao Jiao, are you implying that he possesses a facade of knowledge while concealing his true nature, much like yourself? Your ability to blend praise and criticism is indeed a remarkable talent, my dear Jiao Jiao." Chapter 44, The Qin Family Strategy. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, initially. During my interactions with him, I noticed he aimed to strike me, however, that slap never landed. Later, when I confronted him directly, despite his furious tirades, he refrained from laying a hand on my leg. Jiao Jiao, astonished, are you suggesting he was feigning his intentions? This aligns perfectly with the system's judgment. He may possess an inherently cold and cruel disposition, yet he refuses to reveal it before others. Qin Yu pondered thoughtfully. It is plausible, according to the Golden House. Today might mark his first act of malevolence, as the transition between good and evil is gradual. This young man's thoughts have already begun to twist, and he will inevitably become a source of trouble in the future. Jiao Jiao, perplexed, "So, will you confront him directly now? I had assumed you would adopt a guise of innocence to outsmart him. If his character is indeed reserved and adept at deception, why not avoid a confrontation with such a wicked individual?" Feeling exceedingly astute, Jiao Jiao sought to offer guidance to Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied, "If I had more time, I could engage in a contest of pretense with him, but presently, time is of the essence. I must compel him to reveal his true self swiftly, which necessitates employing drastic measures." This reasoning seemed sound, and Jiao Jiao was quickly persuaded. However, this task itself presents certain challenges that hinder his capacity for malevolence. There exists a 3-month deadline, implying that it suffices to thwart him for just 3 months, after which he may be disregarded. This notion does not align with the fundamental principles of rectifying wrongs and promoting virtue, unless, of course, a significant upheaval befalls Qingo after these 3 months, either his demise or the escalation of his malevolence to such an extent that it leads to the immediate conclusion of this narrative. Unconsciously, Qin Yu employed the term narrative to describe the situation, and Jiao Jiao found no fault in it. "Perhaps it is your cunning foresight that has led you to ponder deeply, while I remain rather naïve," Jiao Jiao mused. Qin Yu, on the other hand, Recognize that aside from the need to accomplish the task, her capability within this realm also hinges upon winning over the formidable Qin Feng. This individual is considerably more challenging to contend with, however, having spent a decade outside, she possesses a natural protective barrier in her relationship with this paternal figure. Qin Yu then resolved to contemplate how best to endear herself to her esteemed patriarch. By the way, regarding Mr. Luo from earlier, does the Golden House offer any insights? Among the characters she encountered today, only 3 initially captured Qin Yu's attention: the cunning old steward, the extraordinarily beautiful Xi Jing, and the duplicitous scoundrel, with even Lu Chuan failing to garner her concern. Yet, unexpectedly, Mr. Luo had intruded upon the top tier. Alas, there was no response from the insipid wall. Mr. Luo should be unrelated to the narrative. Although he appeared rather formidable, perhaps. Qin Yu's tone was somewhat ambiguous, yet she swiftly dismissed this individual from her thoughts. The Qin family's enterprises are extensive, and their real estate operations are quite substantial. Naturally, the properties need no introduction. Qin Feng, as the head of the household and the most legitimate heir, resides in the ancestral home. Qin Yu has also been sent to this residence. The ancestral abode is vast, resembling a duplex estate, featuring several villas, a horse ranch, gardens, lakes, and so forth, exuding an unmistakable aura of opulence. Before disembarking, Qin Yu earnestly advised Jiao Jiao. You should tell the Golden Wall that for future tasks like this, I can handle a dozen. Jiao Jiao responded with a silent pause. The servants in the ancestral home were unfamiliar to Qin Yu, yet their demeanor suggested they had been working there for several years. Upon entering the residence, Qin Yu casually conversed with one of them and learned that most of the dozen or so servants had been employed there for a decade. A decade? Qin Yu pondered. Had they been replaced after she was sent abroad? It seemed that the staff at the ancestral home rarely changed, except for 2 significant occasions. The first was when Qin Feng's original wife, the biological mother of the original protagonist's siblings, passed away, prompting a complete turnover of staff. Did the death of the wife necessitate such a change? The second occasion was when the original protagonist encountered trouble and was sent abroad, resulting in yet another replacement of personnel. The specifics of the trouble the original protagonist caused eluded her, perhaps due to the inadequate information provided by the Golden House, which offered vague task descriptions and scant supplementary details, leaving her with fragmented memories. She resolved to investigate these 2 matters at the earliest opportunity. In her heart, Qin Yu was contemplating as she stepped into the house, which was managed by 2 stewards. The first, the head steward, Uncle Zhang, resembled an English butler, meticulously attentive to every detail and impeccably diligent, primarily overseeing the financial matters of the estate, including affairs pertaining to her family member, Qin Feng. The other steward was a middle-aged woman, surnamed Wang, who, though stern in demeanor, was responsible for the internal operations of the household. Upon her return home, Qin Yu needed to ensure her room was prepared adequately. Miss, do you not have a suitcase? If you do, we would be happy to assist you with your clothing inside, Wang inquired. I have no idea where my suitcase is, perhaps I do not have one. Qin Yu replied casually, her gaze sweeping over the seemingly orderly yet curiously scrutinizing servants. Such remarks were beyond the servants' purview, as they were matters of the family. Wang's eyes flickered momentarily, choosing to feign ignorance and lead Qin Yu to her room, presumably a guest room. Guest room? Qin Yu's glance flitted dismissively past the master bedroom and the 2 adjacent rooms. The guest room was spacious, the bed luxuriously soft, exuding an air of opulence, yet devoid of any personal touches that would signify it belonged to the young lady of the Qin family. Nevertheless, Qin Yu was indifferent. She had arrived in haste, clad only in alluring lingerie, having just changed into her outerwear, leaving her with no additional attire. After a moment's thought, she fiddled with her phone and a few cards, quickly confirming that her available funds amounted to a mere 250 yuan. Jiao, too, was taken aback. 250 yuan? That utterly contradicts the established persona of the esteemed Miss Qin. The situation is even more dire than that of the contemporary Qin Yu, who at least has the option to sell succulents. Qin Yu, however, remains indifferent. Pondering the peculiarity of her circumstances, had the funds in her account truly vanished, or were they never there to begin with? Has the formidable Qin leader descended to such depths of madness? After a brief contemplation, Qin Yu abruptly entered the bathroom, disrobing to scrutinize herself closely. a smile gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow. Intriguing indeed, what has transpired with this original persona? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the voice of Butler Wang echoed from outside, "Miss, your nightgown is ready. Do you require it now?" Butler Wang held out a nightgown, and with a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. She had intended to bathe but was momentarily troubled by the lack of a change of clothes. "Thank you," Qin Yu said, reaching for the nightgown. Butler Wang, not acknowledging her state of undress, bowed his head and discreetly withdrew. Had they just returned from a banquet? Accompanying a young mistress and her stepson while neglecting his own offspring, how audacious! This was indeed a biological father. Jiao sensed that Qin Yu's predicament was quite precarious, potentially leading to absolute destitution. As her fingers wove through her hair amidst the warm breeze, Qin Yu casually remarked, "For the majority of men in high society, a wife's death is merely a transition, regardless of the number of marriages. Each wife serves as but a title akin to the position of a general manager within a corporation. Each position is filled, and the identity of the individual is inconsequential as long as they fulfill their role and keep the organization functioning. As for the children, the daughter has been sent abroad and has not been seen for 10 years. Even a dog raised nearby holds more significance than a biological child. As for that son, would you dare to present him?" The mere thought of Qin Go's character made Jiao agree. "What should be done? You have nothing to wear. Then simply wear nothing." At that moment, Qin Yu uttered those words when a knock sounded at the door. A timid voice entered, "Sister, Dad wants you to come down for dinner." The voice exuded a charming innocence, prompting Qin Yu to halt her hair drying and turn to face him. The young man, approximately 16 or 17 years old, stood at a moderate height and possessed striking beauty. This beauty surpassed that of Han Zitu, who was humble and fragile, easily perceived as someone who could be bought with money. In contrast, this young man radiated an air of refined nobility, as if he embodied wealth and power. Ah! The son brought by the stepmother? What was his name again? He certainly carried himself with a sense of superiority, unafraid of offending his own mother. The stepson, noticing her loosely fitting nightgown billowing from the hairdryer, felt his cheeks flush as he quickly lowered his gaze and retreated. Qin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow. Soon enough, she encountered her stepmother, a woman of remarkable beauty and allure. Perhaps having lived in comfort for too long, she exuded the essence of a high society matron, yet her demeanor towards Qin Yu was notably frosty, granting her only a few indifferent glances. Then there was Qin Feng. Exceptionally wealthy, well-groomed, handsome, and exuding a profound, elite aura, he carried the cold demeanor of a powerful figure. Once seated, Qin Yu received a chilling, penetrating glance from the man, as if to say, "What are you wearing?" Qin Yu contemplated her pert posterior, barely having settled into her seat for 3 seconds. The formidable Qin was indeed somewhat intimidating. Chapter 45, Paternal Authentication. Among the 5 individuals present, she was the sole one adorned in sleepwear. Oh, why were there 5? You ask? Because in addition to a family of 3, there was another woman, seemingly of a similar age to Qin Yu, yet possessing an exquisite and gentle beauty. Dressed in a charming little princess ensemble, embodying the essence of a proper young lady more reminiscent of the esteemed daughter of the Qin family. In stark contrast sat Qin Yu, who, despite her neatly arranged sleepwear, with her luscious crimson lips, painted nails, and wine-red hair, exuded the aura of a nightclub performer. It was no wonder that Qin Feng felt discomfort in her presence. It was akin to a distinguished family being graced by the company of a street singer. Barely seated, the drama commenced remarkably. It exceeded her expectations. Jiao? This is acceptable? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips as she assumed a combative stance. Mr. Qin, you are entirely correct. I would not wish to dress this way, but alas, I find myself lacking in funds. Mr. Qin? Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly masked it with an impassive demeanor. His tone laced with sarcasm. It seems this is indeed my fault. The 3 individuals opposite remained silent, absorbed in their own thoughts. However, the young lady observed Qin Yu with a lingering gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement. The 4 attendees were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing a spectrum of reactions. The matron furrowed her brow, the stepson wore a look of sympathy, and the debutante smirked derisively. Yet, these individuals were of little consequence. the pivotal figure was Qin Feng. His expression remained unchanged as he cast a sidelong glance at her. If he recognized his fault, why voice it now? Was he merely slapping himself in the face? Such words were indeed rather ungracious. The relationship between father and daughter was fraught with tension. Jiao Jiao was deeply concerned, yet she noticed that Qin Yu's smile had become even more radiant. No, I am merely feigning my plight. Did you not perceive this, Mr. Qin? Such words seemed more fitting for a conversation with a biological father. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, regarding her intently. In essence, if he had not managed the situation with Qin Go, he would have dismissed her behavior as mere childishness, but the circumstances had shifted. So, you have discerned my intentions. What is it that you desire? Qin Yu took note of his expression and body language, her crimson lips parting to utter, money. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, and the expressions of the three others present were equally intricate. Even the nearby servants appeared astonished. Shouldn't she be imploring for her father's forgiveness and vowing to behave? It was rather peculiar. This young lady seemed to have become even more audacious than she was a decade ago. One might speculate that Mr. Qin would be displeased. However, they all underestimated his composure and patience. He merely replied, "How much do you require?" "I wish to admit my mistakes," Qin Yu stated. Admit your mistakes? A wise individual comprehends the subtleties of another's insinuations. Qin Feng picked up his chopsticks and remarked coolly. The funds you were meant to receive over the past decade are on another card. I shall have old Zhang deliver it to you shortly. So you may procure a few proper outfits. You appear rather unkempt. Very well, Mr. Qin, Qin Yu responded. His hand paused mid-action, and he turned to fix her with a frigid gaze. What did you just call me? Very well, father, she replied. Qin Feng scoffed derisively, setting down his chopsticks to serve himself some vegetables. Qin Madam cast a glance at Qin Yu. Was this performance finally at an end? Jiao Jiao felt somewhat bewildered. Is this truly sufficient? That Qin fellow. Firstly, his willingness to have someone summon the original owner for a meal indicates either a respect for familial customs or a lingering affection for the original owner as his daughter. Thus, I purposely addressed him as Mr. Qin. As a father, he certainly appeared displeased and was evidently concerned about the original owner's attire. Even if he found it embarrassing, that was preferable to complete indifference. I decided to probe further by mentioning my work abroad, and indeed, he showed no reaction, suggesting he was aware of such circumstances yet chose not to intervene. If he were truly unconcerned, there would be no need for surveillance, which implies he merely wished for the original owner to endure some hardships to temper her temperament. In other words, the original owner's rather unpleasant disposition, despite her capabilities akin to an esteemed young lady, had not led her to succumb to vices while managing to work diligently abroad. Surely there must be someone overseeing her behind the scenes? Taken together, it appears that this Mr. Qin does indeed care for his eldest daughter. Now that she is right before him, having endured enough hardships, and recognizing her potential for growth, it would not be unreasonable for a wealthy and influential father to provide a little financial assistance to his struggling daughter. At this realization, Jiao Jiao inwardly cursed. All those vixens! Both the elder and the younger! Jiao Jiao exclaimed, Sister Yu, a true paragon of the realm. Very well. Qin Yu was pleased and decided to enjoy her meal. Qin Feng also chimed in with a remark about dining. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao spat out her food, unintentionally spraying it onto the face of the lady across from her. Oh, my apologies, I beg your pardon, it was simply involuntary. It is nothing, truly. Sister Qin did not intend any offense. My apologies, Uncle Qin, I have been rude. The young lady rose to express her regret, while Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yu, nodding in acknowledgement. The young lady departed with poise, yet Qin Yu's gaze was striking. Even the fingers of the approaching individual were turning blue from their grip. Mrs. Qin's countenance darkened, convinced that Qin Yu's actions were deliberate, her eyes growing increasingly frigid. However, her stepson offered Qin Yu a reassuring smile, though she did not return his gaze, casting a shadow of melancholy across his face. Qin Go arrived, but Qin Feng paid him no mind, nor did he call him to the table. Yet, Qin Go was accustomed to such indifference. He sauntered in casually and, upon observing the seating arrangement, his expression shifted. Ultimately, suppressing his distaste, he sat beside Qin Yu with a grimace. Qin Yu felt somewhat comforted, realizing she was perhaps the more amiable of the two. Jiao remarked, I believe he has merely chosen you from a pile of refuse. Qin Yu retorted, silence. Qin Go's presence was overwhelming, far more disruptive than Qin Yu in her nightwear. After a few bites of food, the atmosphere became unbearable for those present. Qin Feng set down his bowl, preparing to leave, but his eldest daughter cheerfully interjected, what a dog! Qin Go was momentarily taken aback when he comprehended her words. He nearly hurled his utensils in outrage. Who are you calling a dog? You, Qin Yu, you. Qin Go had endured a day of restraint, every moment wishing to deliver a slap to this woman, yet the sight of her face caused him discomfort. Therefore, he refrained from acting upon his impulse. But she smiled sweetly and said, I now feel as if you are my real brother. Qin Go was momentarily stunned. Qin Yu, originally, my sister. Wearing pajamas was already quite low-key, yet you specifically donned a 90s punk style to come to my rescue. Which is no less than Wang Xiang lying on ice to seek carp. Wang Xiang lying on ice to seek carp? Who is Wang Xiang? Qin Yu. Others. It seems the coffin lid of this language teacher can hardly be contained. Madame Qin maintained her composure but noticed that her husband, who was about to rise and leave, had finished a bowl of rice. This deepened her expression somewhat. After the meal, Uncle Zhang handed Qin Yu a bank card and checked the account. Oh, 10 years with 1 million each year for independent living abroad, totaling 10 million. Jiao exclaimed about the vast sum. Qin Yu scoffed, considering you hail from the celestial realm, your perspective is rather shallow. Perhaps you gauge this million with the mindset of buying snacks in the mortal world. According to the economic standards of this realm, even a third-rate wealthy family would allocate at least several million for their offspring's annual living expenses abroad, and for a family of Qin's caliber, 10 million over 10 years is the most modest estimate. In her memory, the abundant material wealth of the upper class that she was introduced to by that individual is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Do you think 1 million is the utmost one could earn in a lifetime? They could squander that amount in a single night at a party. Jiao, ah. So does this Qin Feng still pinch pennies? Is he stingy only towards his daughter? Qin Yu, even the evening gown of the stepson's wife's niece, who came to seek favors, costs over 10,000. Do you think he is stingy? Is he only stingy towards his daughter? Qin Yu pondered. Perhaps he is still testing me. This person always approaches matters from a unique perspective. Jiao pondered, so, is it a good thing that he gives you less money? Qin Yu retorted, what nonsense. I'll be gone in 3 months at most. If he wants to test and cultivate this daughter, that's his business. Naturally. The more money he gives me, the better. Once I've spent it all, I shall depart. Jiao exclaimed, every conversation with you leaves me re-evaluating my worldview. Although money is indeed a good thing, it ultimately does not belong to oneself. Qin Yu, while grasping at the money, also remained attentive to the notifications from the Golden House regarding tasks, only to find there were none. This wretched wall. How frustrating. Just then, an old friend from the original owner's youth came online. Xiao Li Zi, whose real name is Yu Li, sported playful short hair. Not too tall nor too short, she was cheerful and amusing, a true chatterbox. Of course, she embodied the characteristics of a wealthy young lady, readily inviting Qin Yu to indulge in extravagant spending. 10 million in 3 months? I must spend it all to break even. Qin Yu thought with delight as she accepted the invitation. Though the fashion industry differed from her own world, her sense of style remained intact. Moreover, since the 10 million was procured from the Golden House, Qin Yu spent the money with unmatched enthusiasm. Yu Li, unaware of Qin Yu's situation abroad, was reassured by her lavishness, remarking, it seems Uncle Qin treats you quite well, given your generous spending. Indeed, Qin Yu replied. The prestige of the Qin family is undeniably valuable. By the way, regarding yesterday's incident, it caused quite a stir. I hope it hasn't brought you any trouble. Has someone been stirring the pot so soon? Chapter 46, The Red Line. The news did not spread widely, it was primarily known within our small circle. After all, your brother's group of friends is also part of this circle. Your father had someone apprehended for investigation, which left their family in a state of distress. She seemed somewhat conflicted, and Qin Yu saw through her, smiling. Has someone sought your assistance? Wow, you noticed that? Is it really so obvious? It's just my cousin's rather foolish son, who is also mingling in that crowd. I only found out last night that his family, having heard about my good relationship with you, came to me for help. My parents didn't make it difficult for me, they just asked me to inquire. Of course, it would be best if he had no issues. If he does, it's solely his fault. Yuli was straightforward and rather disdainful of such matters. Yet being that it was a relative seeking help, she had no choice but to muster the courage. With a grimace, Yuli remarked, well, they must be anxious. Even my father said so, acting like a fool, creating a spectacle for others to see. We can't associate with them in the future, but alas, my mother is too soft-hearted. As the two chatted idly, their purchases began to accumulate. However, Yuli quickly grew exasperated. Hey! Are you the kind of person who buys without trying things on? That's 10 outfits already. You're absolutely insane. In truth, the store staff were somewhat bewildered, as the patron was indeed selective, but she merely assessed the styles, colors, and sizes before decisively declaring, this one, that one, I'll take them, without trying anything on. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, tossing aside her bag, propping herself up with one hand while raising a leg and striking an incredibly alluring pose. Little Li, do I really need to try anything on with this face and figure? Oh my goodness! Yuli's face flushed with anger as she scolded her for being shameless. In a fit of rage, she selected a strikingly bold red mini dress, determined to see how long her audacity could last. Qin Yu then entered the fitting room, and after a short while, she emerged. Her slender waist and delicate curves were mesmerizing, while the dress barely grazed her hips, revealing long, straight legs from thigh to ankle, embodying the epitome of fair skin, beauty, and elegance. The attire, exuding a refined intellect yet adorned with a hint of seduction, was anything but jarring. Instead, it created a harmonious blend of subtle allure. The ambience of the store was momentarily eclipsed by her radiant presence, especially when she deliberately approached Yuli, towering over her thanks to her high heels. She leaned slightly down, playfully tugging at Yuli's short hair, whispering teasingly, "Am I so audacious and wild that you can't help but desire me, little Lizzie?" Yuli's face turned crimson as she hastily stepped back, retorting, "Get away, get away!" This mischievous girl was undeniably charming, much to Qin Yu's delight, though she noticed a mother-daughter duo casting disapproving glances in her direction. After their shopping spree, exhausted yet exhilarated, Qin Yu suggested, "Let us go have a drink under the night sky. Your absence over the years has left me utterly bored." Qin Yu shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you really think you lack for friends? However, indulging in a drink is inconsequential, it merely serves to pass the time." As soon as she uttered these words, the mother and daughter, unable to contain their disdain, retorted with veiled sarcasm, insinuating that certain individuals, by nature wicked, sought to drag others into their moral degradation, likening them to thieves and harlots. Yuli discerned the underlying tone and was about to confront them when Qin Yu gently tugged at her sleeve, smiling, "Ladies, I must express my discontent with your remarks. The insinuation of thievery and debauchery is unwarranted. My father possesses considerable wealth. There is no need for his son to resort to theft. As for his daughter, the only role she plays is that of a courtesan to others, which I shall interpret as a compliment to her beauty and affluence. However, I suspect that your maternal instincts are clouded by selfishness, as you seem intent on projecting your own filth onto others, oblivious to the nature of your own son. Perhaps you should take a lesson in honesty from me. I have always believed my brother to be foolish and prone to trouble, akin to a stubborn lump of clay that refuses to be molded." With that, she cast a penetrating gaze at the visibly disconcerted mother and daughter, her eyes lingering on the left hand of the daughter, which was tucked into her pocket. Clutching a mobile phone, had the recording concluded? "I am only indulging you with this verbose discourse out of courtesy. Yet, I must caution you that my foolish brother pays little heed to reputation and carries no shameful secrets. Our family has no inclination to fabricate a faude. Your family, however, is a different matter altogether." Qin Yu smiled. To be a harlot while simultaneously erecting a facade of chastity is a precarious endeavor. The mother and daughter, unaccustomed to encountering such a cunning and audacious individual, stood there with faces as dark as ink, caught between embarrassment and anger, before ultimately retreating in silence. She had anticipated witnessing Qin Yu in a state of panic, yet Qin Yu remained unfazed, regarding her from a distance as if observing a mere fool. The foolish younger brother is what I call him, others do not possess such privilege. Do you dare to reveal your name and background so that the Qin family can seek trouble with you? Of course not. My sister turned pale and fled at once. Yuli exclaimed, "Little fish, have you been enduring trials abroad for the past decade? Your combat prowess is astonishing. Uncle Zhang actually let Qin go out. Who has given him such authority? Is it the visibly discontented Madame Qin, or perhaps his biological father, Qin Baba?" Just moments ago, Yuli was boasting about her exceptional driving skills, while Qin Yu contemplated allowing her to drive to the red line instead. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu remarked, "Did you practice your driving skills in Mario Kart? The so-called exceptional is merely the result of viewers showering you with comments after a collision." Yuli retorted, "How do you know everything?" Qin Yu replied, "Good grief. By the time Qin Yu arrived at the red line in Yuli's mustard yellow Maserati, an hour had passed. As she could not even be bothered to change out of her red dress in her haste. Upon entering, the doorman requested the invitation. Qin Yu, with utmost seriousness, inquired whether they could gain entry through facial recognition, physique assessment, or a bank card. The stern-faced security guard responded with silence. Yet, Yuli's reputation held sway. The guard immediately granted them access, promptly informing his supervisor of the presence of a newcomer by Yuli's side, who seemed poised to become a potential new patron. Naturally, the young ladies who indulge in such amusement are themselves of notable standing, and this one appeared to be an exceptionally spirited socialite. Within the confines of the red line, the atmosphere is not overly cacophonous, there are moments of serene tranquility. After all, enduring a day in such a raucous environment would be too much for these young scions, especially in an era that emphasizes healthful entertainment. Qin Yu, however, pays no heed to the sordid affairs of thieves and harlots. Her purpose here is to seek someone. With unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she allows Yuli to make the inquiry. "Is it Qin Shao?" Yuli asks, noting that he appears to be engaged in a gathering with his classmates. "Miss Yu is what, miss?" Qin Yu interjects. "It's Sister Yu." Not wishing to implicate herself, Yuli hesitates, but Qin Yu swiftly halts her, casting a glance at the attendant. "Classmates? Have you seen them?" The attendant, struck by Qin Yu's striking beauty and formidable presence, along with her exquisite attire and jewelry, recognizes her as yet another young lady of high standing. He nods obediently, "Yes. I believe they are all students, and it seems that Qin Shao is treating them." "Ah, that is quite in character for him, foolish and extravagantly naive," Qin Yu remarks. The attendant responds cautiously, "Indeed, our establishment welcomes such naive patrons." "Very well," she continues, "since it is merely a gathering of classmates. Does a quieter space exist? I wish to sip tea and cultivate an air of sophistication, whilst remaining vigilant towards this naive one." The attendant sighs. "You truly are a source of consternation, miss. Fortunately, a suitable locale is available, and thus, Qin Yu and her companion generously bestow a considerable tip upon him, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Your brother dares to venture into the red line after being ensnared? He must possess a rather thick skin," Qin Yu muses. Once, Yuli perceived herself as a simple, sweet-natured girl, but now she realizes that it is her brother who embodies the true essence of a naive young heir. A veritable warrior among the sweet innocents. Qin Yu shares a similar sentiment, pondering if her foolish brother truly plays the role of the antagonist. Is this a self-destructive ploy for sympathy? It's hard to tell, perhaps a deficiency in intellect or an absence of affection. Qin Yu sighed, and Yuli found herself at a loss for words. Her brother had already suffered enough from his sister's relentless criticism, and she felt a pang of compassion. When the tea arrived, Qin Yu took a sip, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, "Has he been like this ever since I was cast away abroad a decade ago?" The gravity of the topic was palpable, prompting Yuli to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Well, not exactly. When you were around, he was quite timid and bashful. Remember how he cried like a dog when you left?" She hesitated, as if treading on forbidden ground. Qin Yu scrutinized her, urging her to speak freely among family. For after spending a decade away, it was essential to navigate certain barriers for lasting connections. "I understand," Yuli replied. "In these large families, such matters are commonplace. Even if my parents treat them well, there will inevitably be disputes over finances among siblings. It's a universal truth. Truly happy families without such grievances are exceedingly rare. Money, while a valuable asset, can also be a source of discord. Chapter 47 TT, my father never explicitly stated it, but he seems wary of me. I happened to overhear him mention to my mother that Uncle Qin had been quite fond of you siblings, especially you, indulging you more than anyone else. Something you are surely aware of. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Qin Yu cast a meaningful glance, prompting Yuli to continue. The primary reason, I suppose, is that he truly loved your mother. However, after your mother's passing, he wed a mistress, and the reasons behind that remain a mystery. Qin Yu chuckled softly and nodded, reflecting on the nature of men. So, this change occurred after my mother's death? Indeed, after Auntie's demise, he seemed to grow quite distant, transforming overnight. He became indifferent towards you and your siblings, as you once mentioned to me. Do you not recall? Qin Yu donned a melancholic expression, offering a bittersweet smile. At that time, I probably attributed it all to the stepmother's influence. It certainly relates to your stepmother, particularly considering how soon after Auntie's death he... Ugh, I won't dwell on that. Nevertheless, I never anticipated he would send you abroad so abruptly, although your situation was indeed... Qin Yu took another sip of tea. Are you all aware of my situation? In truth, even she herself was oblivious. Yuli scrutinized her expression with care, remarking on how hurriedly you left. We had no inkling at the time. Somehow, rumors spread through the circle, claiming that you harbored jealousy towards your stepmother, pushing her down the stairs, leading to her miscarriage. Qin Yu, mid-sip, spat out her tea in surprise. Yuli was left splattered, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth is this? You look utterly astonished. Was it not you who did it?" I suppose that is indeed the case. With your timid demeanor, you present yourself as a rebellious youth, yet you lack the courage I possess. Back in our school days, you were too afraid to even copy my exam answers. Qin Yu coughed a few times and wiped her mouth, finally gathering enough strength to speak, albeit in a feeble manner. I simply find it difficult to articulate my thoughts. I am just as bewildered. She refrained from making definitive statements, for she herself was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the original owner of this identity. However, one must be exceedingly foolish to engage in such actions. How old was the original owner at that time? 16, perhaps. Was it a phase of adolescent rebellion? Observing Qin Yu's reticence, Yuli deftly shifted the topic. By the way, have you encountered your stepbrother and that little white lotus? Qin Yu replied, Are you referring to my stepbrother, who is as pure as a lotus? As for that daughter of Mrs. Qin's nephew, she may be fair, but the lotus designation does not apply. With her perceptiveness, it is evident that the woman exudes a certain air of pretentiousness, adept at masquerading in a manner akin to her own. Those in the same field can easily see through one another, as if possessing X-ray vision. Indeed, many in our circle share a disdain for her. Yet she mingles effortlessly with another group, the so-called aristocratic elite. These so-called elites are self-proclaimed. Although they hail from prestigious families, there are always distinctions to be made. According to their own standards, the Qin siblings and Yuli, who indulge in leisure, are deemed inferior, whereas those with commendable academic achievements, who have returned from studying abroad to contribute earnestly to the family business, are considered the true aristocratic elite. However, your stepbrother is rather different. His arsum is exceptionally illustrious, almost as if he possesses some extraordinary advantage. If he were not devoid of the Qin family's bloodline, well, you understand. Yuli had also provided a subtle reminder to Qin Yu. With such a colossal behemoth as the Qin family, there will inevitably be a need for successors. Originally, it was the Qin siblings who were destined to inherit, but with one having been away for a decade and the other appearing somewhat ineffectual, it seems that the illustrious stepson may have ample opportunity to ascend. Qin Yu's mind was quick to grasp the situation, and she chuckled. Are we not talking about cousins then? That could also work. They aren't truly cousins, as it is said that your stepmother was adopted by the Wen family. The stepmother's surname is Wen, named Wen Qixin, and the stepson later adopted her surname, becoming Wen Liang, while that rather fortunate little niece is called Qi Yun. If Wen Liang has the potential to rise, then both the Wen family and the young lady Qi Yun would undoubtedly wish to ascend this lofty ladder. Qin Yu, not being the original, harbored no particular concern regarding the ownership of this grand vessel, yet she vaguely sensed that such conflicts among the affluent might be intertwined with deeper struggles. Hence it warranted her attention. Yuli appeared carefree and exuberant, yet the seemingly frivolous young lady was certainly no fool. she was not necessarily inferior to those elite offspring. I appreciate your kindness, let us toast. Their teacups clinked in camaraderie. Cheers! Just as Qin Yu finished her tea, her keen eyes caught sight of the door to the opposite booth swinging open. A servant emerged, carrying beverages, but also disposed of some items into the adjacent trash bin. Those items resembled small packaging bags, and the servant exhibited a hint of disdain as he touched them, flicking his fingers and wiping them on the towel hanging from his waist. What on earth is this? Condoms? Classmates? Male or female classmates? How many? Such a peculiar taste. Qin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes, her enthusiasm for the task waning considerably. However, a sudden realization struck her. Qin Go, that rascal, was clearly unwell. Yesterday, even in the presence of the stunningly beautiful Xi Jing and a concoction designed to incite desire, he had failed to respond in a timely manner. Surely, he must be aware of his own limitations? Was it necessary for him to indulge in such debauchery before so many classmates? Moreover, the substance that the attendant had handled appeared to be nothing scandalous, rather, it seemed to be some sort of powder. How fortunate she was to possess such keen eyesight. Blessed by the Buddha and the Bodhisattva. There was a problem. Qin Yu sprang to her feet and rushed to the trash bin outside the private room to rummage through the refuse. When Yuli observed Qin Yu delicately pinching a condom wrapper between her elegant fingers, her face turned a shade of green. No! My lady Qin. What on earth are you doing? That was not the end of it. She proceeded to unwrap the packaging and even gave it a curious poke with her finger. This was already scandalous enough, but what truly horrified Yuli was the sight of a group of individuals at the end of the corridor, staring at them in bewilderment. She felt a wave of despair wash over her, envisioning the headlines of the high society tomorrow: Qin family's young lady caught disposing of condom wrappers in trash bin. Would her family tear her apart for this? Literally. Who is the person in charge of the red line? What? Qin Yu was intent on finding the head of the red line. Yuli managed to grab a familiar staff member, who, recognizing her identity, assumed something was amiss. Without pretense, he directed her to where the individual was located in a certain private room. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Yu hastened out, dialing her phone. Just as she was about to call Uncle Zhang, a thought struck her, and she directly dialed Qin phone instead. Within the grand edifice of the Qin family, opulence is evident at every turn, and the conference room is currently in session. A call comes through, labeled with the name Qin Yu. The assistant, glancing at it, promptly delivers the phone into the meeting room. Qin phone instructs the presenter to continue while he answers the call, only to be met with a disconcerting message. Dad, your son, my dear brother, has been schemed against again. With your myriad responsibilities, do you know who possesses such audacity? Qin phone pauses, sensing an unusual tone in the voice. There seems to be a coldness towards Qin Go, as if he is not regarded as family. Yet Qin Yu is treated with a certain weight. It is evident that Qin Yu, with her profound cunning, is adept at reading emotions, even through the phone. She can perceive Qin Dalao's displeasure. This situation feels amiss. The preference for daughters over sons should not be so extreme. Moreover, the original owner of this identity had previously caused the loss of a child for Qin Yu. If not out of frustration, why cast their daughter abroad for a decade? That is an unfathomable span of time. Suddenly, Qin Fang's expression shifts dramatically, and he questions sharply, what is it? Qin Yu replies, it's a condom, you know. The kind that covers. Qin Feng interjects, what do you mean? Qin Yu clarifies, oh no, it's not about seeing it, it's about touching. I found it. She pulls the phone away slightly, evading the impending storm of Qin Dalao's wrath, realizing she has little time left. As she enters the room, she discards the condom wrapper onto the table and calls out, which one of you is in charge? Let us have a conversation. What shall they discuss? The condom, perhaps? The private room was entirely devoid of women, populated solely by impeccably dressed men, each exuding an air of elite sophistication in their tailored suits and ties. Among them, one gentleman stood out, his visage oddly familiar. Apologies, I seem to be in the wrong place. As she turned to leave, her palm was unexpectedly enveloped by a pair of long, cool fingers, delicate and pale, which pressed down on the concealed items on the table. Mr. Luo, who had been seated on the sofa, leaned forward, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. His silence spoke volumes, yet the other elite men Witnessing Qin Yu bend to retrieve the items from the table, could not help but be captivated by the sight, strikingly handsome and possessing a commendable physique. Her entrance had caused quite the stir. After a moment of astonishment, they erupted into a chorus of whistles. "Mr. Luo, is this lady yours? Quite a catch, indeed. No wonder you show little interest in other women, it appears you have someone special." However, some astute observers noted the absence of foreplay between the two, speculating the possibility of something more to come, given Mr. Luo's usual aloofness and his rare displays of affection towards other women. It would be prudent not to jest too freely. After all, what if this woman was not merely a fleeting amusement? What if Mr. Luo was genuinely invested in her? A few perceptive individuals cast wary glances at those who had been overly eager to jest, silently predicting that they would be sidelined in future gatherings. After all, their lack of discernment was evident. "She is the daughter of Qin Feng," Mr. Luo stated matter-of-factly, causing the teasing to abruptly cease. In the case of an ordinary woman, they might have easily continued their banter, yet Qin Feng was a formidable figure, and his daughter held considerable standing and lineage. She was not to be treated like any common woman subject to ridicule. This reflects the mutual respect for one another's identities within the circle. "Mr. Luo. Uncle Luo?" The group of elites, who had been quietly watching the scene, found themselves utterly confounded. Mr. Luo furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What did you just call me?" "I heard from Uncle Zhang that you are a person of considerable stature, akin to my father, hence I must show you the utmost respect and cannot be impolite. Which is why I addressed you as Uncle Luo," Qin Yu replied, feigning innocence. However, anyone who had witnessed her demeanor at the Qin Huang would find it hard to reconcile that with her current flamboyant appearance, which hardly conveyed a sense of meekness. "I am not that old, please call me something else," Mr. Luo stated, his demeanor cold and detached, striking fear in those who beheld him. Yet, paradoxically, countless women are drawn to such a man, like moths to a flame. Qin Yu, however, felt a profound aversion towards him, though she maintained her composure. Smiling as she asked, "Then, Mr. Luo?" Mr. Luo narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu promptly altered her tone, "Then Mr. Luo it is, just like everyone else. However, Mr. Luo, you may release your hold now." "Old man, is he trying to take advantage of her?" Mr. Luo remarked. "The red line is indeed an enterprise under my command. Should you have any concerns, feel free to discuss them with me. Yet, Mr. Luo, you must release your hold and change the setting, as it is rather crowded here." Mr. Luo cast a discerning glance around. The remaining individuals, astute as they were, swiftly vacated the premises. "What is contained here, did you observe?" "Powder." Mr. Luo, possessing a wealth of experience, discerned the nature of it with a mere glance. He then picked up his phone and asked her, "Which private room?" Qin Yu provided the room number and added, "My rather foolish younger brother is inside, so please." Mr. Luo had already begun making calls, advising her to maintain confidentiality and handle the matter discreetly. After hanging up the phone, he cast a glance at Qin Yu, acknowledging that the red line did not permit such entities to exist, but it was imperative that her brother be thoroughly reprimanded. "Need I even mention it?" Mr. Luo remained indifferent to her hypocritical facade and stated, "You may leave." Qin Yu swiftly exited. Upon stepping outside, Jiao inquired why she was reluctant to engage further with this prominent figure, as he was among the most formidable personalities in the E2345 world. Establishing a connection with him would undoubtedly lead to numerous hidden missions in the future. "There's no particular reason, I simply dislike him." Qin Yu harbored a strong aversion to this individual, for his nasal bridge bore an unsettling resemblance to that of someone she despised, harsh and frigid. Over time, Jiao had come to understand Qin Yu to some extent, at least recognizing the boundaries that should not be crossed, so she promptly fell silent. "Xiao Yu. How are you? You startled me, your actions were so abrupt." Yuli was genuinely taken aback by Qin Yu's sudden movement but played along, expressing concern over her solitary entrance into that private room. Fortunately, she soon emerged unscathed. "It's fine, just wait a moment, and everything will be resolved." Despite her distaste for Mr. Luo, Qin Yu was aware that this situation was rather intricate, and it was fortunate that he intervened for resolution, as it was ultimately his territory. Since they had arrived together, Qin Yu briefly updated Yuli, who immediately grasped the situation and promised to keep it confidential. even from their parents. Soon enough, the efficiency of the red line became apparent, as individuals were summoned without delay. Once inside, the door was shut, and the specifics of the proceedings within remained unknown, but it was certain that the young master of the Qin family would not be harmed. Qin Yu poured a cup of tea, sipping a few mouthfuls, when shortly after, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing Qin Go, who was brought out unscathed but appeared somewhat dazed. The expression on Qin Yu's face darkened. Had he been drugged? But that didn't seem right. Was this fellow truly a villain? If so, why would he resort to substances that would self-destruct? Yet, it was also possible he could later succumb to wickedness, becoming deranged through intoxication. Shaoli, please wait for me, she instructed Yuli before signaling the two attendants to escort Qin Go to a more secluded private room, where she intended to deal with him seriously. The two servants, having received orders from their superiors, complied with Qin Yu's wishes, dragging the limp Qin Go along like a rag doll in her wake. Just as they were about to enter another room, Qin Go suddenly belched, the stench of alcohol overwhelming the attendants to the point of near fainting. Was he truly intoxicated? As they relaxed their grip, Qin Go slumped to the floor, allowing Qin Yu to catch a glimpse of his pale wrist beneath his rolled-up sleeve. Clearly, the sleeve had been pushed up by someone else, lacking any finesse, likely done by those around him who intended to administer an injection. Qin Yu leaned in closer to inspect, finding no trace of needle marks, indicating he had not yet been treated. Did you see him when you entered? She was about to inquire when, unexpectedly, the seemingly lifeless Qin Go sat up and clutched her leg. Qin Yu. Two attendants. This is quite the psychodrama. In the golden chamber, Jiao Jiao, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, was so taken aback that she dropped it. Goodness! This plot twist is not what I expected. Is this still acting? Qin Yu's initial reaction was to suspect that this wicked villainous brother was merely putting on an act. However, her patience were thin. Let go. I said let go. Don't tug at my skirt, she exclaimed in frustration. What are you two waiting for? Pull him away or knock him out. Qin Yu was on the brink of losing her composure. Just then, as the two attendants prepared to assist her, a sudden commotion erupted from the hallway. Qin Yu turned to see an attendant, yes, the very same one who had discarded the used condom into the trash, frantically fleeing towards her. The sight sent Qin Yu's nerves into a frenzy, and she instinctively sought to hide. However, with Qin Go clinging to her leg, she felt as immovable as a lead weight. A sense of foreboding washed over her. It seemed fate had dealt her a cruel hand. This cunning individual had anticipated Mr. Luo's arrangements. While one group was dispatched to manage the box where Qin Go was located, another was sent to apprehend him. Yet, he had his own informants and, upon receiving the news, fled immediately. Unfortunately, the main entrance was secured, forcing him to escape through a secluded path, where he fortuitously encountered the two siblings from the Qin family. With 4 individuals blocking his way and pursuers merely meters behind, he made a swift decision, resolute in his determination. In ancient times, Chao Ji composed poetry in 7 steps. In the present, Qin Yu had her own 7 seconds. 7 seconds transformed into a hostage situation. After those fleeting moments, Qin Yu stood expressionless, her left leg ensnared by the inebriated Qin Go, who wailed, "Sister, I miss you so much." While on her right, an unnamed attendant held her captive, a sharp knife pressed against her throat. The two attendants had already huddled in terror against the wall. Qin Yu, this situation feels oddly reminiscent, as if the position where the knife and razor meet is entirely similar, albeit with a mere day's interval. I truly came merely to engage in a dungeon run. Initially, it was only about capturing someone, yet it escalated into the predicament of Miss Qin being held hostage by a sharp blade. The manager of Qixian also appeared, on the verge of fainting. Upon seeing his expression, Yuli felt an overwhelming urge to knock him out. For heaven's sake, hurry and rescue her, Chen Jing interjected. There's always room for discussion, and rash actions won't resolve our plight. Chen Jing's visage was contorted with fury. You need not placate me. I am acutely aware that if you capture me today, I will either perish or be left maimed. It is far better to seek victory amidst peril. As long as I possess this woman, you dare not harm me. You will also owe me a substantial sum of money. This transaction is quite lucrative. This man was undeniably aggressive and somewhat defiant. Intimidation would be futile. Qin Yu, with a touch of vulnerability, implored, "Brave sir, do take a moment to compose yourself. Your desires for safety and wealth are but two things I can assure you. Therefore silence." The man barked, "Women have no right to interject." Chen Jing spat venomously. Qin Yu retorted, "By virtue of your misogynistic attitude, you wouldn't survive 2 episodes in a television drama." Internally cursing him, she nonetheless truly felt the biting cold of the blade against her neck. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her body trembling slightly. Fear was palpable, she was undeniably afraid. Jiao shared in her trepidation. For if Qin Yu were to truly perish, its own future would be jeopardized. Little fish, do not be afraid. It was the same yesterday. And you emerged unscathed. Remain steady, we can triumph. Yet, could yesterday truly be paralleled with today? Yesterday, that enchanting beauty harbored no ill intentions, merely seeking to safeguard herself. Today, however, this wretched creature is consumed by darkness. The moment she entered this absurd dungeon, Qin Yu's usually placid temperament erupted. Yet, she had to placate this despicable wretch, her mood soured. Even the once commanding manager of the Crimson Line had to yield to Zhang Jing. Very well. If you wish to leave, we shall permit your departure. Should you desire financial compensation, we can certainly negotiate, however, Miss Qin's safety must be unequivocally assured. If you harm even a single hair on her head, do not think for a moment that we at Crimson Line will allow it. Nor that the Qin family would stand idly by. You must consider this carefully. Zhang Jing's eyes flickered, that will be my concern. Wealth is often accompanied by peril. Just ensure that a vehicle is prepared for me, stocked with 10 million, no, 100 million. I intend to take her away. Ha! The manager was almost driven to laughter by the absurdity. Qin Yu felt tears welling up. She was bewildered at the thought of being valued so highly. Where on earth can we procure 100 million? The banks wouldn't disburse such a sum, and besides, how could we fill a car with such an amount? Where would you even sit? Mr. Luo's deep, resonant voice interjected, causing Zhang Jing's hands to tremble involuntarily. Even if he fled the country, the other party possessed the means to ensure his suffering. Mr. Luo, do not force my hand. He still clung to his talisman, this young lady from the Qin family. Mr. Luo's expression remained impassive. 5 million, 1 vehicle, a month's grace. If you can escape, it will be a matter of fortune. I assure you, I shall uphold my word. But I have little patience for haggling. You may test whether your intellect and greed prevail or if your fears are more deserving of attention. A struggling individual from the lower echelons of society stands in stark contrast to the rulers of the upper class. The fixed identities of both not only create a chasm on a horizontal plane but also a vertical gulf of height. The one who gazes upward feels a profound weakness, an innate fragility of the soul. Thus, Qin Yu perceives that Mr. Luo, who bears a striking resemblance to that individual, is perpetually tormented in spirit. In chapter Zhunei, repaying kindness, Zhang Jing, upon encountering Mr. Luo, is also engulfed by an unbearable sense of futility. His visage contorts with a hint of ferocity. I will. As long as you promise. I will take her away, and once I reach my destination, I shall release her. His insistence on taking her away reveals the futility of his endeavor. Mr. Luo's countenance grows even colder, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is she someone you can claim? Given the current circumstances, Zhang Jing would face no repercussions for taking your life. The atmosphere becomes increasingly perilous and somber. Yu Li's face pales, her hand covering her mouth to stifle a scream, while the others who have arrived are equally alarmed, desperately seeking to distance themselves. Qin Yu realizes he has gravely underestimated the terror that Mr. Luo embodies, gaining a deeper understanding of Zhang Jing's dread. The crowd has gathered in sufficient numbers. Your time is running out. Mr. Luo's expression remains impassive, his cruelty chilling, leaving Zhang Jing with no avenue for retreat. In essence, the powerful aura emanating from Mr. Luo renders Zhang Jing, who possesses a prize like Qin Yu, feeling utterly destitute. Zhang Jing's forehead glistened with cold sweat, poised to retreat. Suddenly, at that moment, Qin Go, drunkenly clutching Qin Yu's thigh, lifted his head and saw Qin Yu being choked by a man of unknown origin. His eyes widened as if a realization struck him, and his face contorted in fury. He lunged forward, exclaiming, "You filthy scoundrel! How dare you bully my sister? I shall strike you down with my unparalleled hand blade." Zhang Jing was caught off guard as Qin Go collided with him, crashing against the wall. And Qin Go swiftly brought down his hand, executing a genuine hand strike upon Zhang Jing's shoulder. Qin Yu. The crowd. Today's lecture on the folly of the wealthy elite has taken a surprising turn. Qin Go completely shattered Qin Yu's preconceived notions about the second-generation heir and the objectives of his current mission. The challenge was insurmountable. If he and Zhang Jing perished together, would that count as completing the mission? In an instant, Qin Yu's mind sparked with insight. What? Oh, a hidden mission has emerged, little fish. You must protect Qin Go's life. Task reward, 3 stars. To both confront and safeguard, what a relentless little imp you are. Initially bewildered, Zhang Jing quickly revealed his ferocity, raising his hand to stab this loathsome second-generation heir. Why must he toil for survival while others revel in their carefree existence? Why? The situation spiraled out of control as the two men grappled, with Qin Yu caught in the fray, leaving the bodyguards hesitant to use their weapons. Yet, no one anticipated Zhang Jing's reckless attempt to stab Qin Go. What distinguishes this deceased daughter from the deceased son? With a roll of her eyes, Yuli fainted. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yu understood that she could not succumb to fear. Thus, she forcefully pulled Qin Go aside, only to have a blade thrust towards her chest. Qin Yu exclaimed, "Has the Qin family desecrated your ancestral grave, compelling you to annihilate the descendants of the great Qin?" In a state of panic, Qin Yu recoiled sharply. Suddenly, the door behind her burst open, and a hand grasped Qin Yu, pulling her inside. Zhang Jing, aiming his knife, missed. Yet he too attempted to rush into the room. However, the sound of gunfire rang out, and he collapsed. Qin Yu fell as well, landing on the ground. And when she turned her face, she saw a woman at the door, her complexion pale and her coldly beautiful features tinged with a hint of anxiety. Their gazes met. And Qin Yu noticed the woman press her lips together before coldly averting her eyes, as if to leave. Qin Yu quickly stood and grasped her arm, kicking the door shut with a swift motion. Xi Jing's expression shifted. "What are you doing?" "Wait until everything outside is resolved. You nearly frightened me to death. Given your aversion to drawing attention, I doubt you would relish the company of so many people outside. More importantly, if you step out now, you won't be able to leave." Qin Yu settled onto the sofa, poured herself a drink, and took a sip to steady her nerves. She lifted her gaze towards the now motionless Xi Jing. Having worked with the Red Line, Xi Jing was well aware of its domineering nature. Although she had just saved Qin Yu, it was certain that the Red Line would thoroughly investigate the matter with the Qin family and would not allow her to depart just yet. "Rest assured. This time you have saved me, I shall not cause you any trouble." Qin Yu felt profoundly grateful towards Xi Jing, thus she maintained a cordial demeanor. However, from Xi Jing's perspective, the gaze of this alluring young lady, who always donned revealing attire, was imbued with a sense of being scrutinized, rendering her quite uncomfortable. When it came to the 50,000 debt, it was settled. Xi Jing, known for her succinctness, averted her eyes from Qin Yu. "How stubborn." Qin Yu propped her chin on her hand, thinking, "My worth exceeds 50,000. By the way, are you here to terminate your contract with Qi? I notice you aren't in your work uniform." Today, Xi Jing's outfit differed from yesterday's. It was casual attire, not from a prestigious brand, yet exuded simplicity and elegance, her innate goddess-like aura shining through. In this world that values appearances, it was understandable that they would hesitate to let you go. After all, with your striking beauty, you stand there as a living advertisement. If I were in their position, I too would be reluctant to part with you. While it was clearly a compliment, unfortunately, the goddess Xi Jing harbored little interest in a certain social class, not even granting her a glance. Indeed, not even a nod. She ignored her completely. Qin Yu found herself entangled in her thoughts. "I merely wish to engage with you for a hidden quest, dear lady. I harbor no ulterior motives. Do you think I have some nefarious intention towards you? You are mistaken, my intent is solely to repay a kindness." In truth, Qin Yu was not someone easily overlooked. At the very least, her voice possessed a penetrating quality, clear and soft, contrasting starkly with her aggressive appearance. Xi Jing turned to look at her, a hint of cold derision in her tone. "Repaying a kindness? How so? Are these second-generation heirs not all the same? Is money the answer?" While she was indeed in need of funds, at that moment, she had absolutely no desire for this person's money. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu declared. Aside from my body, I am willing to offer you everything else. Xi Jing responded, that's quite peculiar. However, she quickly noticed the strange expression on Qin Yu's face and inquired, have you consumed this alcohol before? No, Qin Yu replied. Who provided it to you? My former superior. She answered. Xi Jing, being astute, immediately grasped the implication, her expression shifting. Did they spike your drink? Suppressing the unsettling sensations within her, Qin Yu smiled and said. Either find me a man, or summon a doctor. No, better yet, call my private physician. Immediately. Raising her gaze to him, her eyes shimmered with allure. Her lips a captivating crimson. Uncle Luo, your establishment is operating unlawfully, a den of iniquity, and it is destined for ruin. Mr. Luo responded with a silence that spoke volumes. Just as Qin's younger brother was inebriated, he would simultaneously detoxify while inspecting whether any illicit substances had been administered to him. Meanwhile, the nature of Qin Yu's predicament was beyond description. Of course, one would resort to medication or enfour drip. Those thoughts were unfounded. After the private physician of the Qin family addressed these issues, he wore a pained expression as he sincerely advised Qin Yu, Miss. Would you consider visiting a temple to light incense? Yes, and perhaps take second young master along, she replied. Please offer a suggestion that is effective and not a waste of my incense money, she added. This might prove challenging. As the Buddhist teachings are predicated on the principle of merit-based distribution. Once all matters were resolved, the Qin family arrived to escort her. Uncle Zhang, with a stern demeanor, informed her that the esteemed Qin patriarch awaited her at home and extended an invitation to Mr. Luo, expressing gratitude for his cooperation. In truth, it is a greeting to one's ancestors. One might ponder, what kind of establishment indulges in such nonsense? Utterly shameless. Xi Jing was momentarily taken aback. A good girl at heart, her inherent stubbornness once led her to believe she saw a reflection of herself. Thus she resolutely refused to allow this individual to tarnish the purity of the ice rose. Mr. Luo and Miss Qin locked gazes, while the stunning beauty between them wore an expression of frost. Upon awakening, Yu Li hurried over. Who is it, Jing? Xi Jing turned to Qin Yu. Her demeanor cold and enchanting, reminiscent of frost and snow. Was Miss Qin toying with her? She felt no anger, merely a smile that danced on the edge of irony. Qin Yu responded, Indeed, I am playing with you. Xi Jing remained silent. Yu Li thought to herself, oh dear, this magnificent beauty might be on the verge of anger. Yet, Xi Jing merely cast a cool glance at Qin Yu before directing her gaze out of the car window, providing her home address. Qin Yu refrained from elaborating. For forging a connection with such a person required more than mere words. As Yu Li prepared to lower the window to inquire about directions, Xi Jing's statement prompted her to glance at Qin Yu. Receiving a nod from Qin Yu, she unlocked the car door. After, Xi Jing exited and closed the door. She turned to observe Qin Yu. Miss Qin, you are a kind person, and I am grateful to you, but we shall not meet again. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful, but consistently distant. Such a person, what a pity. Yu Li typically harbored disdain for those who, burdened by their class identities, simultaneously envied and resented the wealthy. However, this woman was different. She inspired admiration rather than disdain. Her tenacity was far more genuine than that of the so-called aristocratic elites. Qin Yu watched Xi Jing's retreating figure and smiled softly. She comprehended, profoundly so. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Mr. Luo and Mr. Qin had likely already engaged in their tacit negotiations, arriving at mutual compromises and concessions, as it had little to do with Qin Yu. Nevertheless, Mr. Luo insisted on remaining for dinner. Qin Yu cast a glance his way, her brow slightly furrowed. Father, where is the dog? In the hospital, came Qin Fang's indifferent reply. As he lifted his gaze to meet hers, appearing entirely unscathed. Such good fortune, he mused, with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. Was this truly the sentiment of a biological father? Qin Yu chose to disregard his words, observing the table already laden with dishes. Mr. Luo, of distinguished standing, was not of much concern to Qin Feng, yet the others had arrived, all seated with a semblance of decorum, particularly the young lady Qi Yun, whose aura of purity was more pronounced than usual, every gesture imbued with grace. Yet, her gaze towards Qin Yu bore a subtle unfriendly undertone. As they were seated adjacent to each other. Was this seating arrangement orchestrated by Uncle Zhang? Qin Yu glanced at Uncle Zhang's impassive visage. If Mr. Luo were to take advantage of me and not marry, the Qin family would suffer a loss. However, it was rather fortunate to avoid facing him directly, as she found his presence somewhat off-putting. Since she felt discomfort, she resolved to focus on her own meal, refraining from engaging in any conversation. Art, music, business, sports. Sister Qin Yu must have encountered a plethora of elegant arts abroad. I wonder if she could share some insights with us, Qi Yun remarked. This prompted a slight furrow in Wen Qixin's brow, her gaze subtly flickering towards Qi Yun, sparkling with an elusive meaning, yet her expression remained composed. Her demeanor exuding an elegance that was incomparable to Qi Yun's. This breakthrough is indeed valid, however. The issue lies in the fact that Qin Yu had previously expressed her misfortunes abroad, to which Qin Feng had offered compensation. Now, Qi Yun has emerged to comment on the matter, which, on some level, may have infringed upon Qin Feng's sensibilities. Nevertheless, Qin Feng appears unfazed and refrains from allowing Qin Yu to speak. Sister Qi Yun, along with Sister Xiao Yu, has been diligently studying and gaining work experience abroad, steering clear of the entertainment arts, as she has relayed to us. The skills of the younger brother, Wen Liang, in diffusing the situation are somewhat rudimentary, but his effectiveness in undermining his own family is commendable. Qi Yun's expression indeed turned awkward, yet she quickly masked it with a natural smile. Look at my memory. I truly forgot that Sister Qin has been preoccupied with work abroad. Work? Mr. Luo's indifferent voice suddenly interjected. You also engage in work? His tone was decidedly unwelcoming. Qin Yu deftly speared a piece of cod with her fork, chewing thoughtfully as she replied, I do not work, but I do carry bricks. It was evident to all that Qin Yu's response was perfunctory, so much so that she disregarded any semblance of decorum. Despite Qi Yun's belief that this individual possessed little courtesy to begin with, Qin Feng cast her a glance but said nothing, while Mr. Luo's gaze swept across the hand that carelessly gripped the knife and fork. Such a beautiful hand, yet its owner harbored a distinct aversion towards him. After finishing her meal, Qin Yu excused herself, ascended the stairs, and took a shower. Upon emerging from the bathroom, she found that the maid had already tidied her clothes and placed them in the wardrobe. Today, venturing out was not an option, lest Qin Papa truly decide to suspend her card. A million, when compared to her younger brother, prompted Qin Yu to decisively choose the former. After 2 days of silence, Uncle Zhang was also absent, seemingly engaged in an investigation. The results of the inquiry have emerged. Uncle Zhang, are you suggesting that Zhongjing is an underling of a drug trafficking organization, specifically targeting second-generation heirs like Qin Go, administering drugs to them? Uncle Zhang possesses a stack of investigation materials, and Mr. Luo has also scrutinized the underworld, apprehending several of Zhongjing's accomplices, one of whom tipped off Zhongjing, enabling his escape. Has this syndicate been dismantled? Indeed. If it were merely the Qin family, the resolution might not have been so swift. However, Mr. Luo wields considerable influence in both the legitimate and illicit realms, and the collaboration has yielded astonishing results. Is there an issue? The concern lies with Qin Yu. Uncle Zhang's gaze flickered. What do you imply by this, miss? Qin Yu harbors doubts about the Qin family, as she gleaned last night that this task might bear alternative interpretations. What I mean is that my foolish brother has been exceptionally unfortunate lately, as if someone is deliberately targeting him. I wish to ascertain whether this organization has ulterior motives in their pursuit of him. Such sensitivity is not typically characteristic of a wayward heiress from a prominent family. Uncle Zhang, after a moment of contemplation, lowered his head. We have not uncovered such information. Qin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, silently concluding that if she could contemplate this, the cunning old fox must have as well, not to mention Qin Feng. It is either that no information has been discovered, or he is concealing it from her. In that case, it is preferable that nothing is amiss. May I visit him in the hospital? After all, we are siblings, and our absence would render the Qin family heartless, especially with those paparazzi lurking about. Uncle Zhang, my dear young lady, please refrain from berating the young master as a fool, should those paparazzi overhear. Qin Yu, oh. Upon stepping outside, Qin Yu instructed the driver, take me to the hospital where Erlingzi is staying. Outside, Uncle Zhang bid farewell. Qin Yu, adhering to the original persona, chose attire that was rather provocative and accentuated her figure, embodying a certain type of unrefined woman. There was no alternative. She had to maintain her character as a young lady, which was quite exhausting. I find it rather peculiar, though. Jiao observed Qin Yu applying lipstick from a small mirror in the car, expressing her confusion. Why do mortals adorn their lips with substances resembling blood? It appears quite grotesque, akin to a gaping maw. Does it not frighten anyone? Moreover, these products seem to contain harmful substances. Consuming anything with them on one's lips is tantamount to poisoning oneself. You mortals truly are foolish. Her tone was laden with incredulity. There is no need for such adornments. They possess an innate ethereal quality, their natural beauty eclipsing that of mere mortals. Such superficial embellishments are unnecessary, but then again, the world you inhabit is so sordid compared to our heavenly realm. Jiao fell silent immediately. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital. After alighting from the vehicle, Qin Yu received a call from Yuli, naturally inviting her to engage in some leisure activity. In truth, Qin Yu felt a twinge of envy towards these genuine young ladies, so carefree and untroubled, unlike herself, whose thoughts were still entangled with a certain foolish younger brother. Qin Yu politely declined, citing her father's recent unhappiness, while wishing the other party a pleasant time. Just as she approached the hospital entrance, her phone call still ongoing, she caught a glimpse of several individuals lurking behind a tree. The area outside the hospital was bustling with all sorts of people, including scalpers. Yet these individuals brandished peculiar devices resembling cameras. A sudden chill ran down Qin Yu's spine as she lamented the high heels that hindered her escape. Before she could take more than a few steps, several figures emerged, blocking her path, thrusting microphones towards her as if to invade her personal space. The incessant sound of cameras clicking confirmed her suspicion that they were paparazzi. Maintaining her composure, she realized that escape was no longer an option. And just as she prepared to utter a few words, unexpectedly, four imposing bodyguards materialized from seemingly nowhere, frightening the paparazzi into retreat. Qin Yu surmised that this intervention was orchestrated by her family, though she was puzzled by their silent approach until now. The thought of headlines suggesting she had come to the hospital for an abortion sent her heart racing. Consequently, her forward momentum faltered, and she regarded the paparazzi with a resolute expression. 3 questions, she declared. I am not particularly well educated, so please refrain from asking anything too profound. Answer these, and I shall enter. To her surprise, the eldest paparazzo seized the opportunity to inquire, Miss Qin, is it true that your brother, Mr. Qin Go, was admitted to the hospital due to drug use? Is that the reason for his hospitalization? However, we have received word that the temple has foretold that this year, the auspicious star of romance will bloom like peach blossoms, yet I have not seen a single man leap into my life. The sources of your information, perhaps the Buddha or the Bodhisattva Guanyin, seem rather dubious, do they not? The gossipers, whose ancestors have all revered Buddhism, exclaim in disbelief. Gossiper Yin, alas! Gossiper 2 quickly interjects, but why did Mr. Qin Go end up in the hospital? Qin Yu replies, he got drunk and made a scene, wiping his nose on my skirt, which I retaliated against. Gossiper 2, alas! Gossiper 3 adds, it's a mix of sorrow and joy. Just remember to capture me in a flattering light, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The gossipers, alas! Chapter 51, is the difficulty of the task escalating? How to capture the attention of the exalted celestial father, even with a golden abode at hand. Jiao often gives her an impression of a disconcerting blend of adolescent absurdity and rustic charm. Qin Yu, in truth, does not believe in celestial beings, much less in the notion that this fellow is a son of a deity, and thus, she engages in earnest nonsense. It feels as though you are involved in some kind of pyramid scheme selling insurance. Jiao pouts and rolls her eyes. First, Jiao, go to the Lai family's field and retrieve a few traps. They always set them up to deter thieves from their crops. Is that permissible? Aren't you concerned about harming anyone? He is the village chief, what does he have to fear? Qin Yu scoffs, stating that usually, in such instances, the villagers can only accept their misfortune, for they would argue that the traps were originally intended for wild boars. Why were you trespassing on our land if not to commit mischief, deserving of being caught? 3 years ago, Someone indeed happened to pass by and inadvertently stepped on a trap, injuring their ligament and limping for nearly half a year, yet ultimately it was left unresolved. The Lai family is notorious for their fierce and domineering nature. In the stillness of the night, a shadow slipped out from the Qin residence. Qin Yu was acutely aware that his parents, exhausted from the day's labor, would surely be in a deep slumber at night, though caution was still paramount. Once outside, he and his cat swiftly made their way to their own fields under the cover of darkness, distributing the traps taken from the Lai family along the edges of the fields, before hiding away. He mused aloud about the late hour, contemplating the misfortune that awaited his father, while uttering unflattering comments about his mother, thoughts that ignited a desire for revenge in both him and his feline companion. Albeit a desire that required careful execution. After approximately half an hour, they spotted the beam of a flashlight. Indeed, Lai Chun had stealthily arrived, peering around cautiously. Upon reaching the field's edge, he prepared to spray pesticides from the machine strapped to his back, just as a rustle was heard from the bushes. Startled, Lai Chun froze, his guilty conscience betraying him, and he hesitated, anxiously scanning the surrounding foliage. Was it nothing? Just the wind? Or perhaps a small creature? Chapter 52, Trending. How to capture the attention of the exalted celestial deity, her father, even with a golden house at her disposal. Jiao Jiao always exuded an unsettling blend of adolescent whimsy and rustic charm, leaving Qin Yu utterly skeptical of any celestial beings. He found it even harder to believe that this individual was indeed the son of a deity, leading him to engage in earnest yet nonsensical ruminations. There is an incessant feeling that you are engaged in a pyramid scheme, selling insurance. Jiao Jiao pouted and rolled her eyes. First, Jiao Jiao, could you venture to the Lai family's field and retrieve a few traps? They are known to place traps in their own fields to deter vegetable thieves. Is this permissible? Aren't they concerned about injuring someone? After all, he is the village chief, what does he have to fear? Qin Yu scoffed, stating that when faced with such matters, the villagers often resign themselves to misfortune, as the culprits would claim they were merely attempting to catch wild boars. Questioning why one would intrude upon their land if not for nefarious purposes, deserving of any mishap that befalls them. 3 years prior, someone inadvertently stumbled upon a trap, injuring their ligament and remaining incapacitated for the better part of 6 months, yet in the end, it was all swept under the rug. The Lai family is notorious for their oppressive behavior. In the stillness of the night, a shadow slipped from the Qin household. Qin Yu was acutely aware that his parents, having toiled throughout the day, would be soundly asleep come nightfall. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. After exiting his home, he and his feline companion swiftly made their way to their own fields under the cover of darkness, distributing the traps acquired from the Lai family's domain along the edge of the fields, before concealing themselves. He had mentioned arriving at a rather late hour, and indeed, he muttered to himself that his father would suffer greatly, along with some rather unpleasant remarks about his mother. Such thoughts made him wish to eliminate the source of his ire. Both he and his cat harbored similar sentiments, yet they resolved to proceed with deliberation. After approximately half an hour, a flashlight beam pierced the darkness, revealing Lai Chun sneaking in, peering cautiously. Upon reaching the field's edge, he readied the pesticide sprayer he had on his back, preparing to unleash the chemical spray when suddenly, the underbrush stirred. Lai Chun was taken aback. Embodying the essence of a guilty conscience, at that moment, he dared not make a move, merely casting uncertain glances at the surrounding underbrush. There was no one. Nothing at all. Was it the wind? Or perhaps a small creature? Chapter 53, A Trip to the Lavatory. How could one possibly attract the attention of the exalted celestial deity, their father? Even with a golden house at their disposal. Jiao Jiao perpetually instilled in her a sense of dissonance, a curious blend of adolescent fantasy and rusticity. Qin Yu, in truth, harbored no belief in the existence of any divine being. Even less did she believe that this individual was the offspring of a celestial god, thus engaging in earnest yet nonsensical discourse. It felt as if she were entangled in a pyramid scheme, selling insurance. Jiao Jiao pouted, rolling her eyes. Firstly, Jiao Jiao, why not venture to the Lai family's fields and retrieve a few traps? They have a penchant for placing traps in their fields to deter vegetable thieves. Is that permissible? Aren't you concerned about injuring someone? He's the village chief, what is there to fear? Qin Yu scoffed, recognizing that in such matters, Villagers often resigned themselves to misfortune, for the narrative would invariably shift to, it was meant to catch wild boars. What were you doing trespassing on our land if not for nefarious purposes? You deserve to be caught. Indeed, 3 years prior, someone had inadvertently stepped into a trap while passing by, injuring their ligaments and limping for the better part of 6 months, yet the matter ultimately faded away without resolution. The Lai family was notoriously domineering. As the night grew quiet and still, a shadow slipped out from the Qin household. Qin Yu had astutely observed that her parents, weary from the day's labors, would undoubtedly be sound asleep, yet caution was still paramount. After stepping out of the door, a person and a cat swiftly made their way to their own fields under the cover of night. They then distributed the traps they had taken from the Lai family along the edge of the field, and concealed themselves. He remarked, "Are you coming at 1 in the evening?" Then he muttered to himself about how unfortunate his father would be, and said some rather unpleasant things about his mother, which made me wish to eliminate him. Both the person and the cat harbored thoughts of getting rid of him, but they resolved to proceed with caution. After waiting for approximately half an hour, they spotted the beam of a flashlight. Indeed, Lai Chunhua had stealthily approached, peering around cautiously. Upon reaching the edge of the field, he prepared to spray pesticide from the machine strapped to his back. Suddenly, a rustle emanated from the bushes. Lai jumped in fright, his conscience troubled. He dared not move, only glancing around suspiciously at the surrounding undergrowth. There was no one, nothing at all. Was it the wind? Perhaps just a small animal? Chapter 4. Humiliation. That woman with the surname Xi truly believed herself to be a goddess, exuding an air of superiority that men seemed to adore. A poor, arrogant vixen. I wonder how she will fare on stage. No, I actually hope she does take the stage. The ladies appeared to have come to a mutual understanding, exchanging glances and laughter, their smiles radiating beauty, capturing the attention of several male students and gentlemen, though such gazes quickly faded. This was due to the woman leaning against the tree who approached them. For reasons unknown, these once confident ladies instinctively froze, as this woman was observing them intently. The sound of high heels resonated powerfully, her figure exuding an alluring sensuality, yet this allure was tinged with disdain. Her gaze swept over them, haughty as she brushed past without a word, a silent humiliation that seemed to whip through the air. Jie exclaimed, 666. What a ghostly number. Qin Yu entered the ladies' restroom and leaned against her waist, discovering that this opulent facility was divided into various compartments: chrysanthemum room, orchid room, and rose room, each emanating distinct floral fragrances, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Truly advanced. Jie remarked, you mortals are truly pitiable, with your chrysanthemum, orchid, and rose. Qin Yu found herself at a loss for words. In the innermost left corner, there was Osmanthus room, its outer door adorned with a sign indicating that entry was prohibited due to ongoing renovations. Qin Yu observed the entrance, noting that not a speck of dust was present. What renovations? With a scoff, she boldly pushed open the door, neglecting to remove the sign, fearing that Xi Jing might encounter an embarrassing situation should someone intrude. Upon entering, Qin Yu was met with faint thuds. She approached to find the compartment sealed with strong adhesive tape from the outside. Oh, and it was also blocked by a restroom cleaning cart. Inside, there were sounds of impact, as if someone were kicking the door, accompanied by faint murmurs. Without hesitation, Qin Yu opened her bag and retrieved a delicate weapon, an essential item after her 2 previous abductions. After moving the cleaning cart aside, Qin Yu declared, stop kicking, or you might hit me. Just wait a minute. She then began to slice through the tape from above, tearing it apart with a swift motion. Upon the door being flung open, she beheld the disheveled figure of Xi Jing, whose attire had completely vanished, leaving only her undergarments. Furthermore, the straps of her delicate, pale lingerie had been severed, exposing her slender form to the gaze of others. Yet, the sight was marred by alarming bruises that marred her shoulders and lower body, reminiscent of a brutal beating. Chapter 55, Let us go, engage in a battle. Yu Li, unwilling to concede, wished to speak further but was halted by Qin Yu, who was observing Xi Jing closely. Your strategy is to endure this humiliation for now, as you are aware of the influential backgrounds of those individuals, and you cannot contend with them. A direct confrontation would likely leave them unscathed while you risk expulsion. Xi Jing cast her eyes downward, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. I acknowledge the strength of your connections, yet should a conflict arise, you too would incur damage. Even if such damage is bearable for you, it remains irrelevant to your interests. I cannot permit you to entangle yourselves in my troubles. She harbored a disdain for dependency and was loath to trouble others with her own affairs. After speaking, she turned her gaze back to Qin Yu, expressing her gratitude. You have saved me, and I am deeply appreciative. I also apologize for my earlier misconceptions. You are a good person. The manner in which she regarded Qin Yu had begun to shift. However, the goddess, having received a sincere commendation of being a good person, merely rolled her eyes and retorted, irrelevant? You are mistaken, it is very much relevant. How is it relevant? The two women observed as he crossed his arms. Smirking coldly, when I stood at the entrance, they glared at me and called me a whore several times. Indeed? Yuli is truly infuriated. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to confront. Xi Ging, however, remains skeptical, for Qin Yu is evidently not an ordinary person. Her aura exudes the essence of a privileged lady. If those individuals were acquainted with her, they would undoubtedly refrain from any disrespect. If they were strangers, they would not be foolish enough to insult her. In truth, my spirit sensed in that moment that they were inwardly branding me a seductress, enchanting the masses with my beauty, purely out of envy for their own lack of allure. Yuli and her companion remarked, how can you maintain such composure? You, a mere enchantress. Xi Jing, on the other hand, was more fitting to be compared with Qin Yu. To be honest, while Xi Jing's beauty may not overshadow Qin Yu's, it certainly surpasses it adequately. And only Qin Yu's audacity allows her to speak so brazenly in her presence. Curiously, those women must have envied your beauty. Yet they did not seem to target Xi Jing's visage. Yuli pondered this, but Qin Yu replied, this query aligns with why they have bound Xi Jing here, preventing anyone from entering. Yuli tilted her head, unable to comprehend. Xi Jing, with her cool demeanor and somewhat husky voice, remarked, do you know? She effortlessly shifted the tone of the conversation, stating calmly, the sign hanging outside will not endure for long. Tomorrow, the cleaners will arrive and undoubtedly uncover this prank, removing the sign. At that point, someone will come seeking the restroom and will eventually realize Xi Jing is trapped inside. Please remember, the Osmanthus room is the men's restroom. Chapter 56, Slam Dunk Master. Basic 4 stars? Wound T that simply doubled to 8 stars? Jiao Jiao was in high spirits, yet at that moment, Qin Yu was rather indifferent to it, for she understood that the Golden House was remarkably efficient, and her trials had already commenced. Xi Jing resembled another version of herself. To protect Xi Jing was to alleviate the demons within her heart. Thus, she was determined not only to accomplish this task but to do so with elegance. Only then could she honor the opportunity she had seized and the resolve she held to transform her life. This grand celebration had merely allowed them a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg that constituted the rules of this world. For instance, among those seated in the front row, there were always a few individuals holding enough wealth or power to sustain an entire school of 40,000 students. And they did so with effortless grace. If each were to possess 1,000,000, 40,000 would amount to 4 billion, yet the 3 individuals occupying the central positions in that front row possessed fortunes exceeding 10 billion, far surpassing the 4 billion mark. This was the realm of numerical wealth. A finance student adjusted his glasses and articulated such a notion. Had this been during their high school days, they would have dismissed it as a mere elementary math problem, or turned away, deeming the student overly superficial and materialistic. However, now, a collective gasp of awe escaped their lips. Their gazes fervently directed towards the distinguished guests already seated in the front rows, or towards those privileged students engaging in conversation with them. After a brief interlude, the 4 friends gathered together, adjusting their appearances while conversing. All set. The person I found possesses impressive skills, take a look. On the mobile screen, a sensational headline has erupted on their school's official forum. The already lively outdoor venue has become even more animated, with many students bowing their heads to scroll through their phones, their collective restlessness suggesting they have encountered something alarming. The students' unease has not gone unnoticed by the teachers, who soon become aware of the headline on the forum. Their expressions darken in unison, and they dare not allow the guests to witness this spectacle, hastily dispatching someone to address the situation. However, the guests, astute as they are, have sensed something amiss, yet they deem it unnecessary to pay it much heed. Chapter 57, Don't hesitate, come quickly. Not only did they face a deduction, but they also proceeded to strike the bottom of the trash can. Does this action seem unfamiliar? Perhaps one might observe it among many housewives accustomed to disposing of refuse. A second strike is necessary to ensure that the remnants stuck to the bottom of the bin are thoroughly dislodged. The entire audience is taken aback. And the three affluent young women beside Zhang Yao scream in shock. Qin Yu raises her hand and delivers a resounding clap to each of them. Not only others, but even Madame Qin is startled. Even Yuli, who had mentally prepared herself for retaliation throughout the journey, is left bewildered. Sister, is this what you meant by watch me? I have looked, and my eyes are now blinded. Qi Yun and the others, who pride themselves on their composure and ability to handle any crisis, were expressions of Spartan stoicism. Jiao Jiao had initially wondered how Qin Yu would complete this side quest but never anticipated such a gruesome display of violence. Three individuals, their faces swollen from blows, covered their faces in a mix of astonishment and fury, yet were unable to react in time. Zhang Yao, the one possessing the greatest fighting spirit among them, grabbed a trash can, her appearance disheveled and on the brink of madness. However, her immediate priority was to cleanse the dirt from her face. Only after tidying herself would she direct her ire towards Qin Yu. Just as she finished wiping her face, a resounding slap echoed. Another blow landed, causing Zhang Yao's face to twist to the side. Her uncle, realizing the situation, was instantly consumed by rage and moved to intercede with Qin Yu, while others from the school approached as well. Yet, was it truly because of my beauty, my superior physique, and the attention I attract from men that you harbor such envy and resentment? Locking oneself in a bathroom stall to change clothes and then taking photos, this is inconsequential. In this day and age, to be unenvied is to be mediocre. But I have stated before, the moment I emerge from this restroom, I shall make you pay. Who is this person? What nonsense is she spouting? They were evidently addressing Xi Jing. The four of them were somewhat bewildered, but upon realizing that Qin Yu was avenging Xi Jing, Zhang Yao quickly retorted, Who are you? What are you babbling about? I did not. This is slander. I will call the police. Prepare to be taken into custody. No sooner had she uttered these words than she reached for her phone to report the incident. Yet, Qin Yu swiftly seized her collar, pulling her upper body across the table towards her. Standing taller, she exuded an air of dominance. With a swift motion, Yuli, standing behind her, eagerly stepped forward and handed Qin Yu a piece of tape. Chapter 58, Dignity. However, Chen Han, being a businessman, suddenly grasped Qin Yu's intent. She was not merely a student but a guest. That status implied, indeed, her earlier arrogance and mention of connections to influential parents suggested she was undoubtedly a privileged offspring. Who could her parents possibly be? How could you raise such an ill-mannered child? Chen Han should have assessed the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent, yet when confronted so bluntly by Qin Yu, he felt a surge of indignation. After all, as an elder, he was accustomed to being treated with respect. He had never experienced such humiliation. Qin Yu paid him no mind. Engaging in such a quarrel required her to seize the moment and strike at the opponent's vulnerabilities. The threshold had already been reached under the weight of 4 slaps and a trash bin. Now, it was time to target their very essence. Indeed, I may lack etiquette, but I am well versed in the law. Just then, Chen Lin and his entourage arrived with lawyers and police, signaling that matters were becoming serious. A formidable procession. Upon seeing the female lawyer, Wen Qixin frowned. It was evident that Qin Yu would not let this slide easily. Zhang Yao's face turned pale, realizing she had encountered a formidable adversary, while the 3 bystanders were filled with anxiety and dread. Suddenly, someone screamed, We were not attacking you. It wasn't Yu. It was Xi Jing. Don't slander us. As this individual unraveled, glaring at Xi Jing, Zhang Yao cursed them for their foolishness. Indeed, the crowd was thrown into an uproar. Was it Xi Jing? However, Qin Yu shielded Xi Jing, casting a glance at the 4 and coolly stating, Whether you bully her or me is not for you to decide. We shall see each other at the police station and then in court. Insanity. This woman has lost her mind. Does she not fear for her reputation? Zhang Yao was well aware that she could not evade the issue concerning Xi Jing. Yet she was no fool. She glared at Qin Yu with a cold smirk, stating, Xi Jing was caught in a compromising situation at a bar. engaging in prostitution. Such a person brings disgrace to our school. The four of us merely sought to ascertain the truth of the matter. Her anger and insults towards us were unwarranted. And in our indignation, we confined her to the restroom. Although our actions may have been inappropriate, I see no fault in our intentions. She was about to utter further insults directed at Xi Jing when the atmosphere demanded control. Adults do not concern themselves with the right or wrong of a farce, rather. They recognize that the farce itself has already disrupted the larger context. Zhang Yao, the three other girls, and even Xi Jing were of little consequence. The only thing that mattered was Qin Yu's identity and the significance of the celebration that day. Thus, when Chen Han supported Zhang Yao, when Qi Xin finally interjected, Mr. Chen. This young lady is Qin Yu, the eldest daughter of Qin Feng. Consequently, this matter will need to be addressed by our family. She did not aim to embellish her relationship with Qin Yu but rather intended to put an end to the farce. A moment of silence enveloped the scene as Chen Han paused, then suddenly realized and sharply commanded Zhang Yao, Yao Yao, come apologize to Miss Qin at once. The Qin family was a formidable force, and Qin Feng was a ruthless figure. Aware of the consequences of provoking them, and recognizing that Zhang Yao was not his daughter, Chen Han decisively pulled Zhang Yao away from the line of fire, as the gathered crowd tacitly approved of this resolution. The insincerity of a mere apology, while secretly cursing my ancestors, is something I can overlook. Having spent a decade in America, I have learned to resolve the consequences of human malice through legal means, which is the most pristine approach. With that said, Qin Yu gestured for her attorney, police officers, and forensic personnel to step forward. It was evident that she was indeed serious about taking action. Among the four, Zhang Yao was the most calculating, while the other three were already consumed by fear. She maintained her composure and remarked nonchalantly, it's just a lawsuit, I can afford that amount of money. At worst, it's just a matter of time. She then turned to Xi Jing, saying, your situation is known throughout the school, I am curious to see if you still have the audacity to remain here. Zhang Yao's gaze was cold and venomous, exuding a sense of arrogance. Was it possible they had taken photographs? Yu Li instinctively sought to comfort the stunning beauty beside her, but the beauty stepped forward, directly seizing Zhang Yao's phone from her desk. With a swipe of her finger, she unlocked the screen and opened the posts along with the images. After a mere glance, her expression remained impassive as she stated, most of the patrons in that bar are affluent and influential individuals. Any one of them could easily spend tens or even hundreds of thousands to maintain a mistress. I did indeed work at that bar as a waitress, clocking in every Saturday and Sunday, earning 4,500 a month. I worked there for 3 months without a single absence. Since you claim I am engaging in prostitution, let us calculate based on the price for such services. In fact, on my very first day, I was approached with offers of sponsorship initially, $1 million a year. And later, the bids escalated to 20 million. I am a student of finance, and the instinct for reasonable auctions is inherent. If I truly wished to sell, I would not settle for anything less than a certain price. No. If I were to align my pricing perspective with those individuals and finalize a transaction, why, pray tell, would I continue to work while holding a sum of 20 million as a maintenance fee? Pausing momentarily, she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Yao and the others. Her tone measured yet laden with weight. Do you know what I contemplated half an hour ago when you stripped me of my clothing, confined me to a restroom, and bound my hands and feet, silencing my voice? Her voice turned colder than an iceberg, reverberating with desolation. I pondered the notion of earning 20 million a year, reflecting on how many years I would need to endure being maintained in order to amass enough capital to obliterate your innate sense of superiority and the contempt you have cultivated. Furthermore, I mused on the extent of wealth required to adorn myself adequately, compensating for the dignity that you have systematically dismantled. This was the poignant lament of a woman who has lived under oppression and peril since childhood, yet fiercely refuses to bow, ultimately stripped of her dignity. Following this sorrowful revelation was a stark warning. You have long been in academia, disparaging me for relying on my superficial appearance to engage in dubious activities. Thus, I advise you not to underestimate others. Should I find myself truly cornered and compelled to retaliate, I assure you, there are means to achieve that end. There will always be men of greater power than you who could make your existence a living hell if I were willing to submit. If beauty serves as a weapon, then Xi Jing's beauty is an invincible artifact. It is not merely a hypothetical, it is a reality. The audacity of wielding beauty as a lethal instrument is, in fact, one of the societal norms, as evidenced by the vacillating gazes of the influential figures present upon encountering Xi Jing. However, at this moment, perhaps all were daunted by her words. She declared that as long as she was willing to bow her head, it would signify that she would never submit easily. That was her most desperate choice. How stubborn this girl is, yet why does she emanate a certain radiance? Chapter 59, Conclusion without regarding the reactions of others. Xi Jing turned to Principal Qin. Principal, I apologize for the trouble I have caused the school today. I will await the school's decision regarding my punishment. After a brief silence, she turned and walked away, alone, without lingering for anyone. At the back of the venue, two individuals had stealthily entered, remaining notably silent. Among them, Qin Yu wore a peculiar expression. Yu Li suddenly pondered that perhaps these individuals believed their dignity to be superior to that of Xi Jing. Not due to status or rank, but simply because their dignity had never been offended. Constantly affronted yet striving to preserve herself, Xi Jing's dignity far surpassed their own nobility. But was this a resolution? Not quite. The female lawyer approached, stating, regarding the individual you hired, our firm's information department has tracked and contacted him. And he is currently en route to the police station. We will need to address this case shortly. The police, having witnessed a rather unique confrontation, responded with utmost courtesy. Then, at the female lawyer's discreet gesture, they swiftly confiscated the phones of the remaining three individuals. It was likely that those phones contained photographs of Xi Jing, which naturally needed to be dealt with. Zhang Yao understood that once the photograph fell into the hands of the police, her fate would be sealed. In that fleeting moment, her only recourse was to drag Qin Yu down with her. These individuals are merely pawns you hired to slander me. Who is unaware of the wealth of the Qin family? Surely, you must have some unspeakable and sordid connection with her. Initially, Qin Yu believed this matter could be resolved, and Yu Li and the others shared the sentiment that it could come to an end. However, this person insisted on clinging on, lacking even the courage to admit fault. Qin Yu had thought this individual possessed considerable fighting spirit. In that case, go, you, yes, you. Do not presume I cannot see you. Come, tell me. Have you encountered these four women? Qin Yu had stealthily infiltrated the scene, only to be suddenly apprehended by Qin Yu. As the gaze of the crowd swept over, they immediately recognized him. Chapter 60, Detective Investigation. The ceremony felt interminable, and Qin Yu found herself utterly exhausted. Her back had already been troublesome, and after an intense confrontation with Zhang Yao, she felt even more drained. Halfway through the event, she discreetly slipped away and contacted Xi Jing before making her exit. Once Qin Yu departed, Yu Li sought her out, but there was no other second-generation heir to engage with, except for that insufferable Qin Yu. Where could he possibly be going? The small garden was devoid of any presence, the cool breeze and verdant foliage lending it a desolate yet serene atmosphere. When Xi Jing encountered Qin Yu, she was alone, while the latter approached with 2 bottles of beer in hand. Upon seeing her, Qin Yu rushed over and plopped down on the ground, popping open a Qingdao beer can, an act that seemed incongruous with her demeanor. Despite this, when the beer was offered, Xi Jing did not decline. Expressing her gratitude felt sufficient, having already said thank you several times. Xi Jing merely clinked her can with Qin Yu's and took a sip. Historically, she had refrained from drinking this beverage in public, fearing intoxication might lead to being taken advantage of, and she was also disinclined to spend money on alcohol. Upon reflection, this was likely her first drink in 3 years. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, "Oh, then you can finish it today. Firstly, I'm here, and no one would dare to take advantage of you. Secondly, it cost me several yuan, and it would be a shame to waste it." Xi Jing chuckled. "However, this place is rather secluded. Yes, I occasionally come here when I'm feeling down." The seclusion also implied a lack of safety, prompting Qin Yu to add, "You shouldn't come here anymore." Agreed. As the two enjoyed their drinks, the small garden remained tranquil. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows of a nearby corner, peering through the window of a small laboratory, filled with a strange light that shimmered with eager greed. Eventually, Xi Jing finished her drink and succumbed to intoxication. Upon returning to the apartment, the two of them let loose. "I'm utterly exhausted. I can't fathom why our parents find such social gatherings so delightful. It's either pretentiousness or playing along with others' pretentiousness. With nothing more to say, they decided to wash up and take a nap. In a solitary room, as Qin Yu stepped inside, her phone rang. She possessed 2 phones, one of which had all its contacts marked with the digits 145. The current caller was the first detective. Chapter 61, Analysis. Qin Yu pondered. Firstly, Lin Su met her demise in a car accident. Following the intervention of the Qin family, the police concluded it was a routine accident, not a case of foul play. The 2 perpetrators received severe sentences, which felt overly formal. Unless one could access the records from the police department, discerning the veracity of the situation would be nearly impossible. For investigations can indeed be manipulated. Thus, this matter must be temporarily set aside. Qin Yu drew 2 lines on paper, crossing out the connection to Weisheng, while noting that a power outage could arise from 2 circumstances. Jiao, who had been listening intently, suddenly exclaimed, "It must be Qin Go, that scoundrel." Indeed, it could only be Qin Go, for no one else could compel Qin Yu to make such a sacrifice, surrendering without resistance, only to be sent abroad. For a pampered young lady, this was a fate worse than death. Yet, if it were Qin Go, why did he remain silent and allow his sister to bear the blame? Even if he was too fearful to speak, surely he would feel some gratitude. Unless he harbored a malevolent nature, eager for his sister to take the fall. However, his previous demeanor suggested otherwise. This scoundrel displayed a mix of love and resentment toward his elder sister, yet exhibited no signs of guilt. This was indeed peculiar. Qin Yu sensed the anomaly as well, leading her to conclude that there were only 2 lines of inquiry she needed to pursue. Firstly, to investigate with Uncle Zhang or other informed individuals from that time whether the power outage was indeed orchestrated. Secondly, to inquire about the events surrounding Qin Go at that moment. In other words, is there finally a direction to pursue? What about the 3rd detective's remarks? Jiao was secretly jotting down notes. After all, she too possessed grand aspirations and could not afford to lag behind. Chapter 62, Disappearance. Due to the current discord between Qin Go and the Qin family, he was no longer residing with them, opting instead for a school he had never previously attended. Naturally, he could not stay on campus. He had his own apartment adjacent to Zhunei University. Qin Yu had made an advance phone call to Qin Go, who informed him that he was attending class. To Qin Yu's surprise, Qin Go was indeed a student. However, under Qin Yu's scornful remarks, Qin Go chose to remain tight-lipped, evoking a sense of curiosity in Qin Yu. Could it be that this fellow was engaged in some unsavory activities at school? Regardless, a visit to the school would suffice. And it would also provide an opportunity to catch a glimpse of Xi Jing. As Qin Yu redirected his vehicle, his phone chimed, revealing that he had been added to a group chat. The group was automatically playing audio messages, and upon entering, he heard the voices within. The first to capture his attention was the instigator of his inclusion, Yuli, the little master. Xiao Yu, did you hear that? No. Instantly, someone mocked Yuli, prompting her furious response, "You heartless traitor. How could you disregard my unwavering affection?" While driving, Qin Yu remained nonchalant, after a night of slumber. It's best to bid farewell. Let's be a little more carefree. After all, we all need to rise early for breakfast, lest it be detrimental to our stomachs. She was clearly rambling, further stirring up commotion in the group. However, upon learning that Qin Yu was driving, Yuli did not waste any time and directly inquired, "Are you out and about?" "My dear sister, do refrain from venturing outside. The atmosphere in the city is rather unsettling." "Did you hear about the female corpse discovered at the Yuhua market in the western part of the city today?" "What on earth?" Qin Yu, currently behind the wheel, initially thought her friends were merely trying to coax her out for some fun, only to be met with such a grim matter. The news was indeed morbid. A female corpse, with her face skinned and her right arm severed. It was terrifying. The entire market had been in an uproar that morning, as if the whole city had flocked there. Such incidents are always chilling to hear about, and Qin Yu couldn't help but think of the cannibals on that wretched island. Frowning, she replied, "I'm just heading to Zhunei University and won't be wandering about. You all should also exercise caution. It's best not to indulge too much lately, as it's our parents' money at stake, and ultimately, our lives are on the line." Though the group relished in merriment, they heeded her words and readily agreed. As scions of wealthy families, they were surprisingly timid and valued their lives. With the privileges afforded to her by Qin Feng, Qin Yu drove directly into Qinghai University. After parking in front of the administrative building, she exited the car and made her way into the lobby. She noticed Qin Go, who seemed to be attempting to avoid her gaze. She was hesitant to openly state that she had come to the university, but now that she was there, finding him was essential. Thus, she headed toward the administrative building. She intended to seek out Principal Qin, but what if she was inadvertently enrolled? Instead, she was looking for one of the business cards received during the ceremony, which seemed to belong to a certain director. Upon Qin Yu's arrival at the administrative building, the director had been eagerly anticipating her presence. She intended to inquire about the local circumstances, but the individual insisted on treating her to a cup of tea, claiming it to be a matter of etiquette. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, seizing the opportunity to glean information regarding this person's conduct within the institution. To her dismay, the individual lavished excessive praise, acknowledging their penchant for revelry while simultaneously asserting their kind-hearted nature. Despite their academic shortcomings, they were deemed exceptionally gifted. Qin Yu retorted, "Your flattery is so excessive that even our dear Jiao Jiao would be rendered speechless." Having finally concluded the tea session filled with unwarranted commendations, Qin Yu was escorted out by the director. However, no sooner had the door swung open than a cacophony of wailing echoed through the corridor. The area was teeming with people, the commotion substantial. Moments ago, they had been oblivious behind closed doors, but upon opening, the scene unfolded before them. The director felt a twinge of embarrassment, suspecting that a student had failed an examination, and reassured Miss Qin that it was of no concern. Was failing akin to mourning? The student's mindset appeared rather simplistic. Qin Yu cast a cursory glance, quickly losing interest, yet, among the throng of students, there appeared to be more than just pupils. A woman, visibly distraught, lamented, "Our Yao Yao has been missing for 2 days. If not for your school's slander, leading to her being bullied, she would not have vanished. I do not care, my daughter is missing because of this." One teacher, unable to tolerate the illogical assertions, interjected, "Madam, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Zhang Yao is already 22 years old, possessing independent thought and judgment. By your logic, if she has gone missing due to this incident, it implies she has chosen to disappear. Conversely, if her disappearance is a result of an unforeseen event, then your grievance should not be directed at our institution but rather reported to the authorities." Before the teacher could finish speaking, Zhang Yao's mother struck her across the face, exclaiming in fury, "What does it matter if it's subjective or not? My daughter is missing, and this is your school's responsibility." Her ferocity was overwhelming. And driven mad by her daughter's disappearance, the onlookers found themselves at a loss. After all, the educators at Qinghai University were predominantly highly educated individuals, rather refined in nature. Unable to contend with her, and thus resorted to summoning security. Qin Yu furrowed her brow. Zhang Yao had long been dismissed from her thoughts, as the case was under the purview of legal counsel, requiring no further concern on her part. She had not been attentive to the whereabouts of that individual, only to discover now that she had vanished. Yet, for reasons unknown, a peculiar feeling lingered within her. Never mind. She decided to disregard it for the time being and turned to leave. As for Zhang Yao, Jiao Jiao held a decidedly unfavorable impression. It was merely that she understood she could not win in a legal battle, fearing the repercussions of being held accountable, and thus chose to hide away. This was not outside the realm of possibility. Zhang Yao was a woman of considerable cunning, deliberately crafting an image of a fragile girl victimized by the school and the Qin family, forced to flee her home. Such a portrayal was rather ordinary. After all, in these times, one must take responsibility for their own life. Upon exiting the administrative building, Qin Yu made her way to the College of Arts. Although it was referred to as the College of Arts, it encompassed a myriad of artistic disciplines, including painting and photography. However, Qin Go's focus was rather unique, centering on sculpture and creation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu inquired whether the director was indeed a sculptor. She thought she had an inkling. Did Qin Go possess any artistic sensibility in sculpting? However, the location of this particular department seems rather secluded. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, she recognized the ostentatious and grandiose architecture of this faction, clearly a lavish investment designed to accommodate the privileged offspring of influential families. Each scion signifies the substantial residence and the entire department could easily fund the construction of 3 instructional buildings. This arrangement is undoubtedly lucrative, especially considering the intricate network of connections it fosters. With a smirk, Qin Yu walked along the pathway, internally whistling in amusement, while students from the sculpture and creation majors also whistled at her. Today, she radiated beauty as always. Yet, these young men were taken aback when Qin Yu boldly approached a column, reaching out to grasp the collar of a short youth hiding behind it, effortlessly pulling him into view. The young man had no choice but to emerge. "Sister Qin, what is it?" He trembled, quickly correcting himself. "Sister Qin." Chapter 16. Severed Arm. Armed with a blade. At first glance, this young man appeared to have aged prematurely. His skin was in poor condition, likely due to excessive indulgence in smoking, drinking, and other vices typically associated with women, making him look to be in his 30s or 40s. Though he was wealthy, he prided himself on his masculinity and would never stoop to the superficialities of self-care. Qin Yu cast a glance at him and extended her hand. Suddenly, he understood. Retrieving a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, drawing upon instincts honed during her previous trials, Qin Yu lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. "Is Qin in your class?" Yes. "Sister Qin, are you looking for him?" "If not him, then who else would I seek?" His complexion was pallid. "Dear aunt, please do not seek me out. He is in the sculpture room, where there is a multitude of clutter. Unless we have a manual class, we seldom venture there." Qin Yu cast him a disdainful glance. "Are you saying that those who mold clay do not require hands? Do they control it with their minds?" "What was that short youth's name again?" "Chentua, nicknamed Scale Weight." Scale Weight wore a pained expression. "Sister Qin, please spare us the ridicule. Do not pretend you are unaware that we are merely a group of idlers, the second generation living off our family's fortunes. What do we know about playing with clay? We only know how to indulge in women, and of course, someone of your caliber is beyond our reach." Qin Yu handed him a cigarette, which he instinctively pinched between his fingers. "In your youth, it is understandable to seek amusement. However, as you mature, you ought to consider how to engage in pursuits that are dignified and skillful, rather than squander money and damage your health in the most disgraceful and foolish manner. If you continue in this manner, do not involve my family's dog in your antics. Do you grasp my meaning?" Scale Weight's expression was complex as he nodded. "I understand. That's good," Qin Yu said, preparing to cleanse Qin Go's social circle for the sake of her quest. Scale Weight inquired, "Sister Qin, do you require my assistance in escorting you there?" "The sculpture room." "No need, I shall go alone." Truly a band of idle second-generation heirs, she thought, as she observed the long row of empty laboratories. Rolling her eyes, Qin Yu searched until she quickly found a room with its door ajar, where sounds of clapping and striking resonated within. Without further contemplation, she stepped inside, her gaze sweeping the area. No one here?" Amidst the myriad of clay and various sculpting materials, one could observe an array of molds and tools that, at first glance, resembled a pottery studio, yet were far more intricate. As Qin Yu stepped inside, she noticed a small door and boldly called out, "Qin Go, come out. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your presence." Inside, the sound of ping-pong echoed, seemingly startling the occupant. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yu mused. "What on earth are you up to? Are you frightened? What mischief are you concocting that you wish to keep from me? Are you molding clay figures? Do you have any creations to show?" "Just a hand, I see." To her left, on a table, there rested a remarkably lifelike sculpture of an arm, its fingers outstretched with a menacing tension, as if it were alive. Even with her lack of artistic sensibility, she found the expressiveness of the arm sculpture quite impressive, albeit slightly terrifying at first glance. "It looks so realistic that I almost mistake it for genuine flesh." She reached out and touched it, momentarily taken aback, her gaze transfixed on the hand and her own fingers. With a tremor in her voice, she stammered, "You're, little fish. Why does this arm seem so real?" Qin Yu replied, "I find it somewhat lifelike as well. It even appears to be bleeding." The neural connections between the girl and her feline companion twisted in confusion. Several grim keywords flashed through Qin Yu's mind: murdered woman at the market, right arm. Just then, a commotion arose from within, as Qin Go emerged from the inner room, his face smeared with crimson, eyes wide with a menacing glare directed at her. In his grasp, He wielded a knife, his palm dripping with blood, the drops falling to the floor with a rhythmic patter. As their eyes met, Qin Yu braced herself, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Jiao exclaimed, "What preparations are left? Run, run!" Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and with a creak, the door slammed shut. In the dimly lit room stood two individuals. Jiao clasped her hands together and murmured, "Xiao Yu, take care of yourself." Qin Yu retorted with exasperation, "You must be joking." As Qin Go took a step forward, Qin Yu dashed towards the door, flinging it open to escape. Qin Go's expression shifted dramatically, fury overtaking him as he charged out, brandishing a knife. "Stop right there, you lunatic!" Without hesitation, Qin Yu discarded her high heels, swiftly tearing the hem of her skirt upwards in a single fluid motion as she sprinted away. In that moment, all logical reasoning shared between her and Jiao was shattered. Qin Go had inexplicably succumbed to a malevolent transformation. What kind of absurd scenario is this? Qin Yu's face turned pale. The two siblings raced down the deserted corridor of the laboratory, one pursuing the other. As she continued to run, Qin Yu realized she was no longer being followed. However, upon turning a corner, a shadow loomed before her. "Ah!" she screamed, startling the person approaching from the opposite direction. They exchanged bewildered glances. "Isn't that Xi Jing?" Upon seeing her, Qin Yu felt tears welling up, and her heart sank further when she noticed another figure behind Xi Jing Chengtua. Overcome with a mix of despair and joy, Qin Yu embraced Xi Jing tightly, sobbing, "Xi Jing, I thought I would never see you again." Jiao remarked, "Even in such dire straits, you still attempt to win favor with the goddess for a better impression. How dedicated." Xi Jing, already troubled, noticed Qin Yu's disheveled and terrified demeanor. Instantly realizing something was amiss, before she could inquire further, the sight of the pursuing Qin Go caught her attention, causing both Chengtua and Xi Jing to pale. "What are you doing, Qin Go?" exclaimed the others, a mix of inquiry and alarm evident in their voices. Xi Jing, unwilling to elaborate further, grasped Qin Yu's wrist, intent on making their escape. The individual known as Chengtua had already swiftly concealed himself behind a pillar, seemingly driven by instinct. Upon witnessing the expressions and stances of the three, Qin Go momentarily paused, yet his countenance remained menacing as he advanced a step closer. The trio, initially poised to flee, suddenly realized that running was futile. A throng of individuals, presumably the department head and police officers, approached with an imposing presence. Upon observing the standoff between the three and Qin Go, their astonishment was palpable. "What on earth is happening?" The police, with keen observation skills, quickly noted Qin Go's demeanor, their expressions shifting as they reached for their holstered firearms. "Put down your knife! Lower your weapon!" The situation spiraled into chaos. Chengtua urgently shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! It's merely a quarrel between my brother Go and sister Qin." "Quarrel? How dare you call it a quarrel?" Qin Yu retorted, her temper flaring. "You're the one with a temper. You're the lunatic. You ran away the moment you saw me." Qin Go's frustration escalated. "What do you mean a temper? She's the one who's unstable. She bolts at the sight of me." Qin Yu erupted, "You have the audacity to act so brazenly, pursuing me with a knife and then berating me. Would I have fled if you hadn't chased me? And why are you even carrying a knife? And what of it? It's a utility knife. What is the purpose of carrying a utility knife? How should I know? The moment I saw you running, my instincts kicked in. Idiot! Why on earth would you chase me?" Indeed, Qin Yu has now regained her composure, due to the nature of her task. She understands the necessity of remaining steadfast, neither can Qin Go afford to falter. Thus, she refrains from directly accusing him of harboring intentions to harm her. Yet, she is taken aback by his audacity, akin to a dog-eat-dog scenario. No, rather, a case of the thief crying "Stop thief." In Chapter 64, The Dog Boy, the police officer can no longer endure the absurdity of the situation. One sternly rebukes what conflict cannot be resolved peacefully, and armed, at that. Moreover, your face and hands are covered in what appears to be blood. Upon glancing at Qin Yu, the crowd notices her legs, pristine and unblemished. Xi Jing shoots a sidelong glance at the onlookers, positioning himself to shield Qin Yu from their scrutiny. Qin Go's expression contorts with fury. "What is this nonsense? The color on my face is merely paint. The police officer, unconvinced, retorts, "Do you take me for a fool? And your hands, are they also adorned with paint? That is clearly blood. I advise you to confess candidly, come clean." In a fit of agitation, Qin Yu exclaims, "This is my own blood." "Oh? Your own blood?" The police officer remains skeptical, while the department head adopts a serious demeanor. "Qin Yu, you must honestly explain why you were just pursuing your sister with a knife. Drenched in blood, your countenance so fearsome. Have you inflicted harm upon yourself?" Qin Yu glares, "Isn't it obvious? Wouldn't it hurt if your hand had been sliced open? Wouldn't it appear fearsome?" "Well, you do have a point," Qin Yu interjects. "Why would you harm your own hand?" Qin Yu retorts, "It was all because of you scaring me." He continues, "I was in the darkroom working when you suddenly barged in and called for me, startling me so that I inadvertently cut my hand. After finally managing to tidy things up and emerge, I see you running away as if you had seen a ghost. How could I not be infuriated? How could I not chase after you? Qin Yu, is it truly all my fault?" With keen perception, Qin Yu indeed noticed the wound on Qin Yu's hand, the paint on his face, and the blood upon his fingers. Yet, his mind suddenly felt as if it had been refreshed, akin to a cooling herbal tea. However, the sudden recollection of that severed arm caused her gaze to waver. Sensing an unsettling dissonance regarding that hand, it could either be the result of Qin Yu's actions or not. Should it be his doing? Then his explanations would hold little significance, the blood upon his hands would be his own. But what if he had committed murder and dismemberment, only to be startled by her arrival, resulting in his own injury? He could fabricate a narrative to justify his pursuit of her. But that severed limb remained the crux of the matter. If it was indeed placed there by Qin Yu, how overtly conspicuous. Was he seeking his own demise? Conversely, if it were not his doing, then it must have been deliberately positioned there by another. Qin Yu pondered this, only to realize that she had yet to receive a mission alert from the Golden Mansion to thwart Qin Yu's malevolence. Now, a decision was imperative. Should she choose to suspect Qin Yu and expose him, or should she extend her trust towards him and shield him from false accusations? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yu turned to Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, please accompany me for a moment. We need to have a private conversation." Qin Yu glared at her, "You trust me? Aren't you afraid I might slay you?" Xi Jing frowned, casting a cold stare in his direction. Qin Yu smiled. "You ought to discard that knife in your hand." Qin Yu's expression darkened further, feeling that Qin Yu still doubted him. Yet, upon reflecting that she was willing to be alone with him, it seemed she did not harbor such deep suspicions after all. Thus, he acquiesced. Xi Jing felt a twinge of concern, having nearly fallen victim to this wretch. She held a strong aversion towards him. "It is of no concern. He is unarmed and cannot overpower me, despite possessing the formidable technique known as the invincible super overlord hand blade. Yet, I too wield the dual dragons emerging from the sea, the remorseful dragon, and the monkey stealing peaches." Qin Yu, Xi Jing, impressive, my esteemed Miss Qin. The police are somewhat reluctant to allow the two of them to be alone, but upon learning their identities from the department head, they understand that children from such families often harbor secrets. Thus, they permit them to converse privately within their line of sight. However, Qin Yu has also involved Xi Jing. The three sit facing each other, and Qin Yu speaks first. "Xi Jing, what brings you here? Why have you sought out the police?" She has summoned Xi Jing to ascertain the reason for the police's presence. Is it the case that someone behind the scenes has summoned them? "It is not I who sought the police, but rather the police who are looking for you." "Looking for me?" Qin Yu pauses in surprise, but quickly regains her composure. "Is it because of Zhang Yao?" Indeed, Zhang Yao has been missing for 2 days, surpassing the 24-hour mark. Her parents have been unable to locate her and have been persistent at the school, even summoning the police. It seems someone mentioned seeing you at school. Her parents, upon learning this, undoubtedly insisted that the police inquire with you. Qin Yu, suspecting me, then? Yet, this is merely human nature. It suffices to understand that the police are not specifically seeking Qin Yu. Hence, she turns to the visibly impatient Qin Yu. After a moment's pause, Qin Yu deliberately displays a hint of sisterly concern for her brother. "After all, you are my biological brother. With our mother deceased and our father remarried, it amounts to just the two of us as one entity. I sincerely hope you remain safe." He wore an expression of impatience. Yet Xi Jing discerned that he was not genuinely angry. With her extraordinary intelligence and keen observational skills, she had come to realize that the quarrels between these siblings were merely superficial. They had never escalated to earnest conflict. Qin Gou's apparent disdain for Qin Yu was not as profound as it seemed. However, Qin Yu's cautious demeanor, tinged with an underlying sense of anxiety, suggested that there was more to her distress than merely being pursued by Qin Gou with a blade. It seemed as though something truly dreadful had occurred, leaving her in a state of unease. Qin Yu had initially thought that if Qin Gou posed no threat, all would be well. Yet if he did harbor ill intentions, it was prudent to keep this secret from Xi Jing, lest Qin Gou's eventual descent into darkness lead him to silence her. Nevertheless, she reflected that since her arrival in this world, Xi Jing had become entangled with them, as if fate itself had intertwined their paths. Thus, avoiding her might not be wise. No need, you can trust me, and I hope you can assist me, Qin Yu implored. Assist you? Xi Jing found this suggestion appealing, as she had come to regard Qin Yu as a dear friend who had done her a great service, and she naturally wished to lend her support. Have you ever left this place? The dark room? Or the entire sculpture studio? I have not ventured out at all. What brings you to the sculpture studio? At this, Qin Gou's expression shifted slightly, though he stubbornly retorted, I cannot disclose that. Qin Yu frowned, what is there that cannot be shared? Are you engaged in something inappropriate? Surely you cannot occupy yourself with that for long. Enough. Qin Gou glared, and Xi Jing felt a flush creeping to her cheeks as she shot a reproachful glance at Qin Yu. In any case, I cannot say anything. Provoking me will be futile. This obstinate fellow. Qin Yu had attempted to extract information from him before, but to no avail. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to linger. Chapter 65, Initiative that it's merely a weighty object carelessly molded, rather unsightly, and tossed aside on our table. Why? It was not I who shaped it. Do not mock me. Expressions and glances exchanged, Qin Yu was assessing, and Xi Jing was assisting her in this evaluation. Although she did not comprehend why Qin Yu had brought up such a trivial matter, she sensed that Qin Yu had maintained a probing yet cautious stance towards Qin Gou. Their conclusions aligned, this lad was not lying. At the very least, they could not discern any deceit in him. This predicament is troublesome. It appears this young man is being wrongfully accused, and the unseen puppet master is at work again, employing rather nefarious tactics. Qin Yu's mind raced. Yet the urgency of the situation rendered her powerless to halt its progression. The sculpture studio would undoubtedly be investigated by the police, especially in light of the recent incident involving her and Qin Gou. Should they uncover the severed limb, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Yu that she possessed means to substantiate Qin Gou's innocence, and perhaps even leverage this moment to unveil certain matters she had long sought to investigate. Some truths require a catalyst to emerge. The police were already displaying signs of impatience, and one approached her. Miss Qin, we have actually come to seek your counsel regarding the disappearance of Zhang Yao, and we hope for your cooperation. He glanced at Qin Gou, adding, of course. We must also verify the recent incident. Verify what? Naturally, they needed to ascertain whether Qin Gou harbored any intent to harm Qin Yu. Should she choose to pursue the matter? Very well, she replied, I shall cooperate. But I also require your assistance in investigating a grave matter that pertains to our sibling relationship. Suddenly, Qin Yu adopted a serious demeanor, prompting the police to feel a sense of unease. Do you know something? She asked, to which the crowd responded, your question is rather bothersome. Follow me, Qin Yu commanded, striding ahead with an air of authority that compelled everyone to follow instinctively. However, as they continued, those trailing behind began to feel distracted, mainly due to Miss Qin's long legs, slender waist, and curvaceous figure, accentuated by her form-fitting dress with a daring slit, not to mention her bare feet. The view from behind was undeniably captivating. Qin Gou's expression darkened as he followed, trying to divert the attention of the onlookers, while Xi Jing discovered the high heels that Qin Yu had flung aside earlier on the road. How panicked must she have been to have run away in such a manner? The police cast increasingly peculiar glances at Qin Gou. This sibling duo certainly piqued their interest. After all, was it not a bit absurd for a sister to assume her brother was a threat simply because he wielded a knife? Upon entering the sculpture room, Rather than letting the sensitive officers uncover the truth themselves, Qin Yu decided to take the initiative. Taking a deep breath, she pointed toward the severed arm on the table. The two police officers glanced at it, and their expressions faltered. Unable to restrain themselves, they moved closer for a better look. Mere seconds later, their faces turned pale as they swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Qin Go. What the hell? Qin Yu frowned. Is your professional conduct simply to draw your guns at the slightest provocation? The officers replied, this is a severed arm. Meanwhile, others, such as Cheng Tuo and Qin Go, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Cheng Tuo exclaimed, what's the big deal about a severed arm? Is it obstructing you? I haven't harmed anyone. Qin Go retorted, with your poor skills, you couldn't harm a fly. The two young heirs remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing their trivial disputes. However, Xi Jingmin, perceptive as ever, fixed her gaze intently upon the severed arm, her voice dripping with coldness. That is a genuine human severed limb, not fashioned from clay or any other material. As she spoke, her eyes turned towards Qin Go, a profound understanding dawning upon her. She now comprehended why Qin Yu had been probing Qin Go, perhaps harboring doubts about her own brother. At that moment, Qin Go was still in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the notion of a human severed arm. His complexion drained of color, it was inconceivable. Cheng Tu, too, was thrown into a panic. What do you mean by a human severed arm? That was undoubtedly my creation. Yet he faltered, wishing fervently that he had never uttered those words. Upon closer inspection, he stammered, I told you, this is certainly not my handiwork. The limb I crafted was grotesque, this severed arm of a living person is not from my hands. The lad was so unnerved that his words tumbled out incoherently, but it was the equally astonished department head who restrained him, albeit from a distance from Qin Go. It is only human nature to cast suspicion upon Qin Go. Ignoring them, Qin Go rushed towards the severed arm for a closer examination. Even the dimmest of minds would recognize the grim reality of a genuine human limb. Any ordinary person would recoil in fear, and he was no exception. How could this possibly belong to a human? His face contorted in confusion and dread, he instinctively stepped back, only to be firmly grasped by a police officer, who was preparing to apprehend him. The sight of the severed arm had terrified me, not merely due to the knife and blood, but because of the grotesque reality of what lay before me. I, too, had been horrified and had my doubts. Suddenly, Qin Go's demeanor shifted to one of fierce wrath. You suspect that I am the murderer responsible for this dismemberment? You dare to think that I would kill you too? How could you even entertain such a thought? He was filled with anger and evident hurt. The expression in his eyes nearly stirred a sense of guilt within Qin Yu. Yet, what guilt could she possibly feel? She was not his sister, she was merely here to fulfill a mission. Qin Yu forcefully reassured herself and stifled the inexplicable guilt that had arisen within her. What mattered was not her feelings, but rather how the police would perceive the situation. From now on, you shall remain silent unless I inquire or the lawyer arrives, Qin Yu declared with a frosty demeanor, devoid of warmth. Qin Go, however, ceased his words and simply gazed at her. Qin Yu averted her eyes from his piercing stare and turned to the police. I have already inquired. He arrived at 7 in the morning and has been busy in the darkroom since then. He may have stepped out a few times to gather materials, but he remained oblivious to the severed arm. The officer responded, I apologize, Miss Qin, but we require an interrogation of Mr. Qin Go, not you. Qin Yu replied, before our family's lawyer arrives, he has the right to remain silent, as his emotional state is currently unstable and even traumatized. I must ensure that in the presence of so many individuals, he is not coerced into uttering statements that could be detrimental to the truth or himself. If you wish to compel him to cooperate with the investigation, you must clarify his status, whether he is a suspect or merely a witness in your inquiry. Her words struck deeply, clearly indicating her distrust in them. Was he not a suspect? Yet, at this moment, he was not considered one unless there were fingerprints on the severed limb. Until then, despite any obligation to assist the police investigation, he retained the right to remain silent until the lawyer's arrival. Such was the nature of the elite. The two police officers, filled with indignation yet helplessness, being professionals nonetheless, remarked, Miss Qin, since you claim he has been here for several hours and it is now morning, that amounts to 4 hours. Surely, he cannot be oblivious to the severed arm placed upon this table? Indeed, This presents a perplexing inconsistency. Chapter 6. The Lethal Technique. She pointed at the weight. And upon reflection, the officers conceded, the lad had been rather muddled and had indeed failed to notice. If the author could overlook such details, how could one expect others to do better? Even these officers, known for their keen observational skills, upon entering this chaotic sculptor's studio, could hardly discern the severed limb for what it truly was. This is, after all, a sculptor's studio. Thus, we must inquire why you arrived here at 7 o'clock. What activities you engaged in within the dark room, and the purposes of your knife and paint. Both officers fixed their gaze upon Qin Yu, who remained silent. This troublesome child, the head of the department, feeling anxious whether due to the reputation of the Qin family or the school's standing, was keen to distance the institution from any implication that Qin Yu was the murderer. He issued a grave warning, Qin Yu, this is no trivial matter. Be honest, if you are not involved, your family or our school will support you. Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed. Support me? Family? I have no family, the only family I possess is currently doubting me. He cast a derisive glance at Qin Yu. You have never believed in me, merely regarding me as a beast. In your current state, you would rather extend kindness to others, standing up for her. Yet you refuse to place any trust in me. It seems that you shall never believe in me again. Xi Jing could not shake the feeling that this fellow looked at her with an odd gaze, his tone dripping with bitterness. Qin Yu, indifferent to Xi Jing's thoughts, found his emotions unraveling, murmuring, he is right, I have long been alone, and no one cares for me anymore. Qin Yu sensed an impending crisis. Could this fellow be on the verge of a dark transformation? Moreover, who exactly was the he referred to? Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to stabilize his emotions. Without hesitation, Qin Yu rushed forward and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The sound echoed, and Qin Yu's face twisted in pain, the sting jolting him into a semblance of awareness. Cold sweat beaded upon his brow, a look of confusion clouding his features. This was a last resorted decisive slap. Qin Yu shook her stinging palm, feeling a peculiar sensation, yet furrowed her brow and admonished, do not cast yourself in such a pitiable role. Do you think this is a performance? Consider the feelings of others. My doubts about you stem from a mere 3 parts. Perhaps my affection for you is insufficient to qualify me as your devoted admirer. This reflects my shortcomings as an older sister. But have you not erred as well? The foundation of trust is that one must be worthy of it. My 3 parts of skepticism arise from your habitual avoidance of serious matters, your reticence when questioned, wrapped in mystery. However, at the very least, I trust you 7 parts, that is why I inquire about the specifics. If you are indeed innocent of these accusations, rest assured, even if the Almighty himself sought to drag you down, I would not hesitate to vanquish him. However, if you truly break the law, I shall not protect you, we are no longer children, and everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Qin Yu, known for her sharp tongue, unleashed her words upon Qin Yu, effectively dispelling much of his dark mood. If my sister still scolds and hits me, it means she cares. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, leaving Jiao speechless. Is this what you call a shake-up in your world? Qin Yu, I ask you once more. What are you truly doing here? Speak. Qin Yu rotated her wrist, preparing for a second slap. Cheng Tuo clutched the door, internally exclaiming, here it comes. My sister from society is back again. Xi Jing facepalmed. Qin Yu covered his face, feeling apprehensive, biting his lip, hesitantly murmuring, they have hands, feet, and eyes. Can't they investigate themselves? I haven't done anything illegal. Qin Yu remained obstinate. Qin Yu felt as though her head might explode. This task was exceedingly challenging with such a character. The 2 police officers, also agitated, assigned one to watch outside while the other entered. Shortly after, the officer emerged with a look of disbelief, leading everyone inside. Upon entering, they discovered what was described as a dark room, which was illuminated enough to reveal a large wooden board covered with a mound of mud, alongside a peculiar shape that resembled an animal, the clay already beginning to solidify. What on earth is this? Is this what you started working on at 7 this morning? The officer inquired. Qin Yu turned away, reluctantly admitting, I was merely playing around. Qin Yu's expression hardened, speak the truth. Qin Yu shrank back slightly and added, I started working on it a couple of days ago, but my skills are lacking. and I failed numerous times before finally crafting this tiger. The crowd responded, a tiger? It resembles a large dog, a pig, or a bear. What is the purpose of this? The officer deemed this young heir either to be idle from overindulgence or to be lying. However, the traces of clay were evident. And he did not seem deceitful. Is it not permissible for me to engage in a playful endeavor? Qin Yu appeared quite displeased with the police. And Qin Yu sensed his behavior was rather pointed, as if he had been provoked by some prior incident. Yet, this explanation evidently failed to convince anyone. Qin Yu hesitated. Ultimately glaring at her under the pressure of Qin Yu's gaze, have you not considered what tomorrow signifies for you? Qin Yu was taken aback, questioning what it had to do with her. Qin Yu continued, do you not have any awareness of when your monthly cycle occurs? Qin Yu replied innocently, actually. I do not. It was Xi Jing who quickly interjected, is it your birthday? The crowd fell silent, but upon observing Qin Yu's embarrassed yet feigned nonchalance, it became apparent that it was indeed true. So, you intend to create a birthday gift for me? A dog? Qin Yu retorted, what dog? It is a tiger. A mother tiger. You are a tiger by birth, and because you adore the color red, I have prepared red clay to craft a blood-red mother tiger for you. Qin Yu exclaimed, why do I feel absolutely no sense of emotion whatsoever? She found herself at a loss for words, yet an imperceptible stirring lingered within her heart, though she chose not to reveal it. Instead, she directed the police's attention. There is still a considerable amount of soil lodged beneath his fingernails. You might consider having the forensic team collect evidence for investigation. The police maintained their suspicion towards Qin Yu, yet if he truly were the culprit, the entire situation would appear exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 10. Explode, refute. Miss Qin's current remarks held little weight, for our investigation necessitates a thorough examination of various pieces of evidence. Speculation holds no merit. Qin Yu interjected, oh, isn't it true that your people have yet to arrive? Let us pass the time with some conversation and conjecture. Moreover, in any endeavor, the greatest fear is the imposition of preconceived notions. What if you prematurely designate our beloved pet as the primary suspect, relentlessly pursuing him as the perpetrator? What recourse would I have? The police perceived this as an affront, yet it was undeniable that certain superiors within their ranks, fearing accountability and the inability to solve the case, would cling to the first suspect without relent. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, they silently pondered how this young lady, having spent a decade in America, had so astutely grasped the intricacies of their system. Nevertheless, they were compelled to adhere to their established protocols. Ordinarily, individuals would be required to report, yet Qin Yu was no ordinary individual. Once at the police station, the dissemination of information outside could spiral out of control. Most critically, Qin Yu's volatile and unpredictable nature posed a significant risk, and his presence at the precinct could likely lead to considerable complications. Qin Yu remained resolute, insisting on waiting for their lawyer to arrive. The police, feeling powerless, were particularly wary of such entitled individuals who invoked the presence of legal counsel at a whim, only stipulating that Qin Yu must refrain from wandering, remaining readily available for summons. There is no need for concern, I have already informed my family, and the lawyer is on the way. If there are any inquiries, they may be directed to the school, as I wish to avoid the police station due to the psychological burden it imposes on you. What? The officer appeared astonished, while Qin Yu turned to Qin Yu in disbelief, exclaiming, how did you know? Qin Yu cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, perhaps it stems from the shadow cast upon you when I was interrogated by the police a decade ago for allegedly pushing my stepmother down the stairs. Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming somewhat sinister and flickering, yet he remained silent. Observing this, Qin Yu surmised that there was indeed a hidden story from that time, and it seemed this fellow was privy to certain information. Qin Yu confronted Qin Yu, disregarding the reactions of others. The secrets of the affluent families were indeed formidable, leading to an uncomfortable silence among the onlookers. To facilitate the investigation, the department head had graciously vacated his office. However, with so many judicial personnel entering the school, it was likely that news would soon leak. After all, the school was filled with students, each seemingly endowed with 8 eyes and 12 ears. The sculpture room could not be shielded, and any questioning had to be conducted discreetly, especially considering your father would likely prefer to keep the matter from escalating. Most people tend to avoid such issues, particularly given the vast enterprises of the Qin family. Any negative news, if sensationalized by the media, could significantly impact the stock market, amounting to billions. Qin Yu was acutely aware of this, which is why she had taken such care in her words to instill some caution in the police. Meanwhile, the officers were coordinating amongst themselves, and Qin Yu received a call from Uncle Zhang. He immediately inquired whether she was aware of a certain matter. Qin Yu found the question. Do you know about this matter? To be rather foolish. You need not speak, who knows what matters are at hand? Although she has likewise made things difficult for others in the past, respected Zhang is not someone Qin Yu dares to offend, thus she inquires politely about the issue. The female corpse found at the Yuhua market in the western part of the city raises Qin Yu's curiosity. I am aware of it, Uncle Zhang. I even encountered a dismembered arm myself. Wait a moment. A female corpse, a severed arm? That corpse had its right arm severed, didn't it? Was it the left or right arm that was mentioned in the sculpture room? A cold sweat trickles down her spine. Qinghai University is situated in the southern part of the city. Has this woman been dismembered across both ends of the city? Could it even be the same individual? Yet, it is certain that Uncle Zhang would not approach her for such a trivial matter unless it pertains to her or Qin Go. The police have already uncovered their identities. Zhang's manner of speaking is always so enigmatic, as if to dangle one's fate before them. She could not contain her volume, and a police officer, who had been fixated on Qin Go, turned to look at her, along with the department head who was in contact with the principal, and the taciturn Xi Jing. Zhang Yao? How is she once again implicated? The two officers exchanged glances, having just made a call to their colleague, who relayed news about Zhang Yao, urging them to keep the two siblings calm, as this homicide case might potentially implicate them. However, given the stature of the other party, they must tread carefully to avoid any preemptive measures. It is her. The police will undoubtedly be keeping a close watch on you. Do not concern yourself with the young master's matters. Prioritize your own safety, as instructed by the gentleman. For reasons unknown, Qin Yu instinctively interprets this as a signal that Qin Go's affairs need not be addressed. Focus on your own. Yet the urgency surrounding Qin Go's situation is glaringly apparent. The ways of the Qin family are truly... A bold and terrifying conjecture suddenly dawns upon Qin Yu. At this moment, the door swung open, and a group of police officers entered. These officers were evidently not comparable to the two minor officers from earlier. Their demeanor and gaze exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of a specialized homicide investigation unit. Upon entering, they fixed their piercing eyes upon Qin Yu and her brother Qin Go, as if they were already zeroing in on two exceptionally ruthless suspects. Miss Qin Yu, we need to consult you regarding the unfortunate incident involving Miss Zhang Yao. The tall officer, with a cold and sharp demeanor, approached Qin Yu, displaying his badge. His voice was equally frosty. We kindly request your cooperation. How could I possibly refuse to cooperate? Qin Yu shot a glance at the wooden firearm strapped to the officer's waist. She was reluctant to allow Qin Go to interact with the police alone, as she found him untrustworthy. However, she felt confident in her own ability to handle the situation. She was about to agree to cooperate when another voice interjected. Officer Chen, please hold on. Our young lady will naturally cooperate with the investigation, but we insist on being present during the process. At that moment, a surge of people suddenly flooded in behind the police. Uncle Zhang had arrived with his entourage, his expression devoid of warmth. Among his companions was the female lawyer who had previously assisted Qin Yu, and leading the group was a distinguished middle-aged man in a tailored suit, renowned in the legal field, known as Gao Dazhuang. His presence felt slightly excessive for the situation at hand. Damn it! The once intimidating and efficient detectives now wore expressions of displeasure. They loathed dealing with such affluent families. It was always a tiresome affair. Chapter 68, I merely brushed it aside. Chapter 69, The One Family. Uncle Zhang extended his hand, and the professionals behind him began to hand over tracking and positioning records to the police data from the internet, readily verifiable. The criminal investigators are all highly skilled professionals. When they take someone in for verification, they often already have a clear understanding in their minds. Qin Yu noticed that Qin Go had a peculiar expression while observing the handover between the two parties. He was fixated on Uncle Zhang and clenched his fists, seemingly filled with fury. Uncle Zhang, however, remained impassive. There was nothing more that could be done. Qin Yu and Qin Go could not be detained. Even if they were forcibly held for 24 hours, once that time passed, they would simply walk away, and it was likely that 24 hours would be an impossibility. As anticipated, a call from the superior arrived, followed by Principal Qin's appearance. Qin Yu and the others were free to leave. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they stepped outside, and Qin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. A snow-white handkerchief, imbued with a pleasant fragrance, appeared before her. It was offered by Xi Jing. She wiped the perspiration from her brow. Perhaps only Xi Jing could perceive how tense Qin Yu truly was. To others, she appeared invincible and formidable. But who could fathom the precariousness of her situation, walking a tightrope on the edge of danger? Just after leaving that office, Qin Yu received a notification indicating the successful completion of an unexpected covert mission, to absolve herself and Qin Go of murder suspicions, with a basic reward of 2 stars. What is this? Why is it suddenly declaring that my task has been completed? Is this a reward for the previous task? No. The last assignment was a hidden mission to protect Xi Jing, which earned a basic reward of 4 stars, and there was no notification of completion for that one. I had presumed it was a continuous protective task. Now, out of the blue, a sudden covert mission appears, bearing a different title altogether. It is indeed different. I have documented the 4 tasks you have encountered thus far. The first is to prevent Qin Go from committing evil deeds. The second is to safeguard Qin Go from falling into darkness. The third involves a hidden trigger task related to the goddess, specifically to protect Goddess No Yer, Xi Jing. The fourth task is the one concerning the resolution of murder suspicions, which emerged unexpectedly. The first 3 tasks were initiated by the proactive offering of Golden House, while the second and third were triggered by active engagement. However, the last task is an unforeseen secret mission, which means there are no prior alerts. It appears without your knowledge, and upon completion, you shall receive a reward. Ah, it sounds like an enticing task, doesn't it? The prospect of receiving a reward without even realizing it is quite appealing, Qin Yu mused, feeling a flutter of excitement. Jiao Jiao's tone took on a peculiar note. However, the penalty for failing this sudden secret task is the random eruption of a brutal, bloody incident. A chill ran through Qin Yu's heart. What does that mean? There is a penalty for failure? Must it involve bloodshed? How severe might the injuries be? How much blood would be shed? Qin Yu sighed, lamenting the daily frustrations that left her in tears. Yet, she also recognized that she had silently escaped a perilous encounter with bloodshed, which naturally left her shaken and sweating coldly. She had little desire to inquire of Jiao Jiao how many stars she had accumulated thus far, feeling grateful for the small wipes provided by Goddess Xi Jing. She used one to dab at her forehead and cheeks, presenting Xi Jing with an obviously radiant smile. Xi Jing, thank you. I am so moved by your care for me. Xi Jing was instantly flustered by this maternal smile, feeling as though she were being scrutinized by a predatory wolf. Zhang Shu interjected, Miss, those are wipes, just wipes. As the time to depart from school approached, Xi Jing felt uneasy about Qin Yu. Glancing at Uncle Zhang and the others, he said, I need to go to the hospital shortly. If your mood worsens later, feel free to reach out to me. And I shall come by this evening to keep you company. Qin Yu replied, that may not be suitable. Aren't you supposed to be with Auntie? Honestly, I am quite resilient and not as fearful as you might think. Xi Jing responded, she has advised against my accompanying you tonight. But since you seem to be holding up well, I shall refrain. Qin Yu insisted, I will wait for you at home, let us not part ways. For I shall remain steadfast. Xi Jing continued to regard her as somewhat eccentric. In the vehicle, Gao Daozhuang closed his eyes for a moment. Given that they were all familiar faces, his assistant felt free to speak candidly. Sir, I can't help but find the Qin family's treatment of their twin daughters rather peculiar. However, the eldest lady is indeed a talent. Gao Daozhuang cast him a sidelong glance, and the assistant fell silent immediately. In another car, Qin Go and Qin Yu occupied the back seat while Uncle Zhang sat in the front. As the vehicle set in motion, a palpable silence enveloped them until they arrived at the Qin residence. As for the Wen family, regardless of their nature, they presented themselves with impeccable grace and poise, embodying the essence of high society. They served as a living backdrop of elegance, albeit a rather distinct one. Qin Yu and Jiao Jiao simultaneously scoffed in their minds at this group of individuals. startled by their demeanor and burdened by the Qin family's myriad troubles. Qin Yu chose not to confront their disdainful gazes, opting instead to head upstairs. "Three sister, it appears that there are indeed two types of people abroad, one, like you, exuding grace and etiquette, and the other, lacking any semblance of decorum, who fail to even greet their elders properly. Mother, Sister Qin Yu has been working abroad without the guidance of a dedicated teacher. It is unreasonable to impose such expectations. And what of Qin? Hasn't he remained in the country all along? With both the older and younger siblings in this predicament, does Sanmei truly require the assistance of an etiquette instructor? I could recommend a few individuals." When Qixin remained silent, sipping her coffee, exuding an air of poise and elegance. Yet, when her eyes met those of Qin Yu and Qin Go, a glimmer of depth flickered in her gaze. This expression did not escape Qin Yu's notice, as it hinted at a hint of amusement. Is this the demeanor of a female BSS? Perhaps she too harbors a sense of spectators' intrigue regarding the Wen family. Her thoughts often raced, and she suddenly realized that she had lingered in this realm for several days now. The time limit concerning the characters had elapsed by a little over half. Yet, she still found herself enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Qin Go, with his foul temper and dismal mood, turned his gaze toward the Wen family, ready to unleash his frustration. Qin Yu grasped his collar, pulling him back gently, then placed her hand on his shoulder, offering a soft pat. She spoke, "Is it not a breach of decorum to neglect greeting one's elders? Firstly, the term elder is determined by familial hierarchy. Do you not bear the surname Qin? Secondly, it pertains to age. The wrinkles upon your visage are indeed numerous, thus addressing you as auntie seems reasonable. However, I fear it may not please you, auntie." Qi Yan's mother, her countenance darkened with anger, was about to reprimand them when Qin Yu interjected with a dismissive smile. "Did we not agree to gather today solely to mock and criticize our siblings in connection with the dismemberment case? Dressed in heavy makeup, and with a skirt that is scandalously slit, are we to engage in further conflict?" Chapter 70, Brutality. If it is indeed us, the siblings, who have committed the act, should you not harbor at least a modicum of fear for your own lives? What if you were to find yourselves as mere corpses in a refuse bin by tomorrow? At this moment, Qin Yu's demeanor was not ostentatious, rather, it bore a semblance of earnestness. Should we be innocent of these deeds, then at the very least, you are intentionally reveling in the misfortunes of the Qin family. At worst, you seek to exploit our plight for your own gain, all the while lounging on our sofas and savoring our tea. How shameless! Do not presume that Aunt Wen is oblivious to your intentions. When it comes to matters of interest, do you truly believe you have the right to meddle? She is now a member of our family, not yours. I fail to comprehend your mindset. Are you gathered here merely to become the subjects of my ridicule? Speaking calmly, Qin Yu made her way to the living room to serve herself some tea. After taking a sip, her gaze swept across the room, settling on Qi Yun. After indulging in our hospitality for so many days, do you still entertain thoughts of usurping what is ours? When do you plan to take your leave? Qi Yun's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Qin Yu paid her no mind, instead turning her attention to Wen Qixin, pouring her a cup of tea as well. This display of relentless, unyielding grace, akin to a dull knife gradually wearing down one's spirit, left the servants present utterly bewildered. Yet, Wen Qixin remained steadfast, unperturbed, as if the tumult around her held no sway. Your arrogance, your disdain for my maternal family, is predicated on the assurance that Qin Feng will shield you from any repercussions. What do you think I am capable of doing? Wen Qixin's demeanor was exceptionally profound as her gaze fell upon Su Qingke, who stood mere inches away. Though her expression bore a semblance of a smile, her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Perhaps she recalled the fateful day she tumbled down the staircase. As she lay bleeding on the ground, her abdomen soaked in crimson, all she could see was that girl, standing at the top of the stairs, her face pale with shock. Thus, it was unlikely that she would extend any goodwill towards this girl. Qin Yu, fully aware of this tension, refrained from serving her the tea after pouring it. Instead, she gently pushed the cup across the table with the back of her hand. With a subtle smile, she acknowledged the atmosphere. Wen Qixin was momentarily taken aback before a cold smile crept across her face. "Then you may wait." Her expression darkened, devoid of any light, as if she had truly been provoked. Qin Go recognized the formidable nature of this woman and was about to speak when Wen Liang stepped forward, taking the cup of tea and presenting it to Wen Qixin. "Mother, Please have some tea. There are matters best discussed once our guests have departed. Now is not the time. This gentle intervention from her son softened the tense atmosphere, as he was inherently kind-hearted and amiable. Indeed, when Qixin's brow relaxed slightly. But upon noticing her son's stealing glances at Qin Yu, whose cheeks had flushed, her ire reignited. She glared at Qin Yu, her gaze sharp enough to liken her to a brazen courtesan. Qin Yu rolled her eyes, thinking, is it my fault your son is enamored with me? Yet the Wen family was genuinely incensed. What did they mean by outsiders? We are family. Despite their indignation, it seemed they were unwilling to leave. It was not until Uncle Zhang entered and, with a few well-chosen words, ushered the guests away that the atmosphere shifted. Once the outsiders departed, only family and a few lawyers remained. And let us not forget Qi Yun, who had been residing with the Qin family and had no reason to leave abruptly. Neither Qin Yu nor Wen Qixin paid her any heed. The former sought to take a bath to soothe her startled heart, while the latter was more preoccupied with the arrival of a tall figure. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu and smirked. Qin Yu, retreating to the sanctuary of the bathroom, soon received phone calls from Yu Li and others, indicating that news from Qinghai University had already spread. How could this group of privileged youths be so well informed? Qin Yu rolled her eyes and succinctly summarized the situation in the group chat, expressing her unwavering trust in the party and the state, assuring herself that justice would ultimately prevail. Her eloquence suggested that everything would be all right. The others felt reassured. Yet Yu Li insisted on coming over to keep her company for the night. It's best you don't come, my family's situation today is rather precarious. Since Yu Li was not embroiled in the turmoil, it would be wise to keep her at a distance. Qin Yu believed it unwise to allow Xi Jing to come as well. Unfortunately, after just having spoken on the phone, she found Xi Jing's device switched off, likely he was at school tending to his mother. While conversing with Yu Li, Qin Yu rummaged through her wardrobe for clean clothes when a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, she found Wen Liang standing there. Their interactions had been limited, only having heard him call for her that one time. Is there something you need? Wen Liang appeared somewhat conflicted, yet cautiously inquired, may I come in? He seemed hesitant to voice certain matters in the open. Qin Yu gave him a fleeting glance. The corridor was bustling with people, not conducive for discourse. Come in, she replied, allowing him entry and shutting the door. Only then did Wen Liang express, I've heard about the situation at school. You and Ago are definitely not the culprits. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yu queried, what makes you so certain? Because you have been at home all along. And Ago has consistently been crafting birthday gifts for you. How do you know I am at home, and how do you know Agu is making me birthday gifts? Qin Yu stepped closer, subtly imposing. Does this lad truly have such fondness for the original owner? Qin Yu was merely teasing him. Not expecting this boy to be so sincere, his face flushed as if he had been infused with vitality. No. His blush was a result of noticing Qin Yu following his gaze to the new set of lingerie she had carelessly tossed onto the bed. Is it appealing? Qin Yu smiled, whispering a breath of cool air near his ear, nearly causing him to faint, as he slid away in panic, akin to encountering a ghost. Jiao Jiao exclaimed, has he turned 18? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution, you scoundrel? Qin Yu, unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow and replied, I am intentionally forcing him to reveal his true nature. Jiao Jiao retorted, you're simply toying with him because he is handsome. Qin Yu countered, I would tease you as well if you were good-looking, implicitly suggesting she is quite unattractive. Jiao Jiao exploded. Yet, as Qin Yu swiftly shed her dress and entered the bathroom, she could only cover her eyes and curse at her. Peeking through her fingers, she muttered to herself, truthfully, this woman's figure is truly remarkable. As she contemplated, she thought, look out or I shall kick you where it hurts. What a splendid figure! Halfway through her shower, with her hair and body thoroughly wet, she was suddenly startled by a resounding thud from the hallway, as if someone had crashed against the door. Coincidentally, it was her room's door. There seemed to be a commotion as well. Qin Yu, taken aback, hurriedly wrapped herself in a bathrobe and rushed outside. The door swung open, revealing Qin Go being forcefully pinned against the wall by Qin Feng, his grip tightening around the former's throat. The former wore a fierce expression, while the latter's face radiated fury. In the corridor, only the two of them remained, oblivious to the events that had transpired prior. However, This was the first occasion for Qin Yu to witness Qin Feng in such an unrestrained state. Indeed, in the past, she had often perceived Qin Feng as excessively restrained, suppressing too many emotions. Now, witnessing his explosive demeanor was somewhat terrifying. His violence seemed even more ferocious than that of Qin Go. The Qin family was indeed a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chapters Hijun, Eruption. Startled, Qin Yu realized she could not allow Qin Feng to take Qin Go's life. How could she intervene? Should she rush forward to pull him away? With her petite frame, she could hardly withstand the force of two men grappling. What if she were caught in their scuffle? Many bystanders wished to intervene, yet none could, especially since a greater number were reluctant to do so. Uncle Zhang remained motionless. Qi Yun smirked coldly, and when Qixin observed with a detached gaze. Thus, Qin Yu's only recourse was to exclaim, "I am pregnant." Instantly, both Qin Feng and Qin Go turned their attention toward her, their faces darkened with disbelief. The others were equally taken aback. Had they paused? Leaning against the door, Qin Yu furrowed her brow, questioning why the father and son could not resolve their issues amicably without resorting to violence, fearing for the well-being of the child within her womb. She even cradled her belly, adopting a feigned vulnerable demeanor befitting a pregnant woman. Her performance was so convincing that those around her nearly believed it. Even Qin Feng and Qin Go were swayed. Who? Which scoundrel? Qin Go bellowed in anger, while Qin Feng, his expression impassive, called for a doctor. Despite their contrasting temperaments, both exhibited genuine concern, indicating that Qin Yu had indeed struck a chord with them. The significance of a daughter or sister was undeniable. Uncle Zhang could only contact the family doctor, but deep down, he felt that the young lady was merely putting on a show again. At least, Mr. Qin had released Master Qin Go's neck. Just as Qin Go was about to inquire about the peculiarities of the baby in Qin Yu's belly, Qin Feng had already regained his composure and said calmly, "Old Zhang, take the second young master to his villa and ensure he doesn't leave for a few days to avoid any untoward incidents." His words echoed like a father's mockery of his disobedient son, a sentiment not uncommon in ordinary families, but certainly rare in the Qin household. Qin Yu could truly sense the deep-seated disdain Qin Feng harbored for Qin Go. Of course, the latter's feelings towards the former were equally palpable. Before Uncle Zhang could bring anyone over, Qin Go's expression darkened, resembling a wild dog trapped in a cage, anticipating the hunter's approach with a knife. His eyes reflecting imminent madness, Qin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over her. She was still burdened with Qin Go's mission and needed to prevent him from succumbing to darkness. Would this madness directed at his father count as a descent into darkness? However, today, Qin Go had already lost control several times. "All right, go, I will come over to keep you company tonight. Just wait for me to change my clothes. It will be quick." Qin Yu intended to pull Qin Go inside, hoping to prevent a father-son confrontation. Yet, her words caused Qin Feng's expression to darken even further. "Regardless of whether you are pregnant or not, you must stay at home obediently. Is the lesson from today not sufficient? How much longer do you intend to involve yourself in this?" The implication was clear, she was entangled in this matter because of Qin Go. Well, that statement crossed a line. The incident with Zhang Yao was one she had brought upon herself. Qin Yu furrowed her brows, but soon realized that her previous suspicions might indeed hold merit. There was something amiss with this father-son duo. Her earlier strategy had faltered. She should not have allowed them to clash over her, for she might very well be the crux of their discord. As Qin Yu pondered her next move, Qin Go suddenly erupted, exclaiming, "Why can't I get close to her? She is my sister." Qin Feng disregarded his outburst, gesturing for Uncle Zhang to come and take Qin Go away. His cold indifference shocked Qi Yun, although she was already aware of Qin Feng's disdain for this son. It was still surprising to witness such overt animosity towards his own flesh and blood. "Don't you touch me! Get away!" Qin Go, seized by the arm, suddenly became frantic, shoving away two individuals and lunging towards Qin Feng, only to be restrained and pinned against the wall. This familial conflict needed swift resolution, especially with the imposing figures of Gao Daizhuang and others still waiting downstairs. Qin Yu was about to intervene when Qin Go shouted first, "Qin Feng! You bastard! You planted a listening device and a tracker in my phone. I've already changed my phone, yet you still know my whereabouts. What do you take me for? What do you think I am? Is this really your son? More like a criminal." Jiao Jiao interjected. Qin Feng displayed no embarrassment at the accusation. Instead, he coldly retorted. Did you just realize that? Otherwise, why would I have sent you to the hospital? This served as a revelation that the new tracker had been implanted within him. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine. What on earth? Implanted within his body? Qin Go lacked the mental clarity to speculate on where the tracker might be hidden. His fury was directed solely at the situation itself. He twisted his body in a futile attempt to escape, but his physical state rendered him powerless. This sense of powerlessness deepened his gloom and resentment, casting a gaze at Qin Feng as if he were a sworn enemy. Qin Feng, I understand your motives for treating me this way. It is because you harbor hatred towards me. Qin Feng retorted, you possess no value. How infuriating this father and son duo truly are remarkable. Qin Yu pressed her temples, on the verge of speaking. Indeed, I hold no value. For I am not your son at all. The crowd reacted with silence. Qin Yu swiftly assessed the expressions of those present. Uncle Zhang frowned. Qi Yun appeared shocked yet with a hint of delight, when Qi Xin remained indifferent, while Wen Liang looked bewildered. If we categorize the individuals as 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was evident that 1 and 3 were in the know, while 2 and 4 were oblivious. Experience bears wisdom. The nominal son was, in fact, not his own. Such circumstances could only arise from two possibilities. 1, the child was swapped at the hospital during birth, or 2, the child was indeed his own. But the lineage was flawed. The Qin family, however, had no intention of seeking the true heir, indicating the latter possibility. Qin Feng had been deceived. Qin Yu felt she had unraveled the truth, and more terrifyingly. She quickly recalled the initial inquiry she had arranged for the detective regarding the car accident involving Qin Feng's first wife, Lin Su. A nerve in her mind sparked as Qin Go had his mouth covered. Uncle Zhang's men were skilled, and one of them had grasped his neck, seemingly aiming to silence him without causing any fatal harm. This method was one Qin Yu had witnessed before. The man had many ruthless mercenaries under his command. She furrowed her brows, a palpable sense of foreboding creeping over her, convinced that if this turmoil persisted, it would lead to dire consequences. Even though some of the information Qin Go had divulged was indeed crucial to her, such revelations could never warrant the cost of his descent into chaos. I'll go. Enough. You are my brother. We shall discuss this matter later. Your emotions are too volatile at present. Qin Yu sought to maintain her composure. Yet she struggled to quell Qin Go's surging emotions. The moment he noticed her protective stance, his despair transformed into fury. Did you know all along? Did you know whether I am his child? Did you know I am a wretched spawn, which is why you ignored me? Why have you treated me so cruelly, beating and scolding me daily? Damn it! Wasn't it you who relished in my torment? Are you akin to a dog that eats excrement yet complains of its stench? No, wait! Who is the excrement here? Qin Yu felt a surge of irritation rising within her, an impulse to retaliate against Qin Go gnawing at her. However, she restrained herself and turned to Qin Feng. Father! This matter is far from resolved. The stakes are higher than merely your reputation. Qin Feng's face darkened to an ominous hue, an intimidating sight indeed. If not for Qin Yu's belief that he still harbored some affection for her, she would have hesitated to converse with this formidable patriarch. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her. Was the original heir truly his biological child? Qin Yu felt as though her very life hung precariously over an abyss. Regarding the question of her parentage, she genuinely yearned to ask Qin Feng, yet, upon reflection, she imagined herself in his position. Knowing her younger son was a product of another's labor while her elder daughter questioned her legitimacy, what a distressing scenario that would be, enough to incite murderous thoughts. Thus, Qin Yu promptly extinguished that thought. However, this fellow, Qin Yu, exhibited remarkable acting skills, while Qin Feng displayed both intelligence and emotional acumen. Even in moments of profound anger, he maintained his composure. Of course, the previous incident where he had grasped Qin Go's throat was an exception, a fleeting glimpse of terror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he regained his icy calm. Whether it was during Qin Go's frenzy, his inquiries, or when Qin Yu declared her pregnancy, this individual remained unflappable. His tranquility allowed him to keenly perceive that Qin Yu had altered her reference from Qin father to a mere dad. This was not unfounded. After being cast out of the country for a decade, could there be no grievances? At the very least, there was estrangement. Thus, calling him Qin Dad was a tacit acknowledgement. He understood this well enough to remain indifferent, yet now, the sudden shift to a more formal dad evidently stirred concerns about his biological connection. Indeed, there was a certain shrewdness inherent in the Qin family. Ha! Qin Feng scoffed, embarrassed? Do you think I, Qin Feng, fear disgrace? He fixated on Qin Yu. His gaze profound. This was undoubtedly pressuring him to take a stance. Qin Feng decisively interrupted her nonsensical rambling, coldly inquiring, if it were true, what would you think? I am not Yuan Feng, what do I care? Qin Yu paused. Was it a matter of a brother or a father? This posed a dilemma. The proverbial coffin of Hamlet had surely been lifted countless times, one could only lament the abundance of pedants in the world. It was imperative to transcend this conundrum. Consequently, Qin Yu clutched her abdomen, feigning a pained expression. Ah, my stomach aches terribly, my baby cannot endure. When Qixin was initially engrossed in the performance. Yet she found herself unable to continue watching. As the only woman present who had ever been pregnant, she immediately discerned that the area Qin Yu was covering was inappropriate. She was clutching her stomach. Should she expose this? She cast a glance at Qin Feng but chose to remain silent. She was determined to witness how far this act would unfold. Indeed, despite her suspicion that Qin Yu was merely performing, Qin Feng's expression grew dark. And he suppressed his anger, urging the family doctor to arrive promptly. A sigh of relief washed over Qin Yu. Qin Feng still retained a semblance of rationality, thus preventing chaos from engulfing the Qin family. She turned her gaze towards Qin Go, silently pleading for him to comprehend her earnest intentions, urging him to observe her eyes. However, what she encountered instead was terror reflected in Qin Go's gaze. He did not meet her eyes but instead stared at her abdomen. A look filled with both panic and sorrow. The child, Qin Go murmured, suddenly lifting his gaze to meet Qin Yu's. Understanding the worry and plea in her eyes, he ceased his earlier resistance and, with a thud, knelt before her. Sister, do not trust him, he will harm you. He will surely harm you. He appeared utterly unhinged, and Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Nearby, Uncle Zhang had already made a signal. Those behind Qin Go had raised their hands, wielding what could be termed a real hand blade intended for a strike to the nape, which would incapacitate Qin Go as if he were a lifeless dog. He killed Mother. It was him who killed Mother. Sister, do not trust him, he is insane. Qin Feng is the madman. At this moment, Qin Yu truly felt that the depths of the Qin family's troubles had become alarmingly profound. Was it truly a case of a green hat leading to the murder of a wife? Qin Yu once again observed the expressions of those around her, but this time there was only Uncle Zhang, who appeared rather blank, while Wen Qixin's countenance was decidedly complex. It seemed as though she possessed some knowledge yet was simultaneously taken aback and contemplative. As for the others, their reactions ranged from sheer terror to suspicion. Was the murder of his wife real or not? However, Qin Yu caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's shadowy expression and piercing gaze, which led her to believe that he indeed harbored a certain malevolent and ruthless aura. Previously, it had been said that Qin Feng cherished Lin Su deeply, yet the deeper the affection, the more terrifying the wrath and despair following betrayal. Such fury could morph into vengeance, culminating in the murder of one's own spouse. Is that strange? Not in the slightest. After all, there have been news stories of individuals killing their partners due to infidelity, even going so far as to prepare the remains as cured meat for consumption. A shiver coursed through Qin Yu's heart. This scenario was rather twisted, with the suspicion of villainy shifting to her father, Qin Feng. The root of the issue lay with him. The focal point of the task must change. Yet, Qin Yu needed to maintain her composure. She could not afford for her initial mission to collapse. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, as Qin Feng raised his hand to signal for action, she suddenly stepped forward, blocking the assailant's strike with her own arm. Pain surged through her limb, causing the attacker's expression to shift as he instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, whose demeanor also altered. Enduring the agony in her arm, Qin Yu knelt before Qin Go, trembling as she cupped his face with her hands, steadying his quaking body and the erratic sway of his head. Go, do not fear. Your sister is here. Qin Go was taken aback, lifting his gaze. The affairs of adults belong to adults, right and wrong are theirs to bear. You are not at fault, nor am I. Regardless of what transpires, you will always be my brother. Her eyes glistened with a crimson hue, shimmering with unshed tears. No one can harm you as long as I am by your side, but you must not become the sort of person who instills fear within me. Do not err. I shall not abandon you unless you forsake yourself first. She gently caressed Qin Yu's pale, terrified face, urging him not to be afraid. Sister, I have already erred. Yet you do not permit me to speak. It is I who caused your expulsion. It is my fault. I am a cursed child. I have lost all hope. He murmured. It felt as though he bore an indelible sin. He was an illegitimate child, a brother hidden from the world. The father he had always believed in had slain his mother, harboring a desire to consume him. While the sister he had relied upon since childhood had been cast out for his sins. He was engulfed in fear, guilt, and rage. He yearned for strength to escape this dreadful plight. Thus, he descended into darkness, yearning for that terrifying power. Tears streamed down her face, extinguishing all of Qin Yu's tumultuous emotions in an instant. Qin Feng's raised hand remained suspended, coldly observing his subordinate. The doctor arrived. Qin Yu, rise. Let the doctor examine you. Should you fail to get up, do not blame me. Qin Feng's expressionless visage was indeed fearsome, yet undeniably. He had taken a step back. Was this hurdle finally overcome? Chapter 73, Failure. The taut nerves of Qin Yu began to relax, thinking that perhaps these tears had not been shed in vain. In the spacious living room below, the servants of the Qin family, seasoned by numerous trials, maintained their composure despite the various disturbances emanating from upstairs. This demeanor contrasted sharply with the restless fidgeting of several tall assistants, with only the female lawyer remaining unfazed. The esteemed tall figure displayed an air of calm, casting a glance above, while the others dared not inquire further. Shortly thereafter, the doctor arrived hastily, ascending the stairs. Moments later, Qin Feng descended, appearing as though nothing had transpired, leading the tall figure and the female lawyer into his study. Meanwhile, upstairs, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Qin Yu, pressed under the scrutiny of Uncle Zhang, glared at Qin Yu with a look that seemed to threaten to devour her whole. This tension stemmed from the doctor's earlier examination of Qin Yu, who, with palpable embarrassment, remarked that the young lady's condition suggested a possible pregnancy. Yet, Qin Yu stubbornly refused to admit to her involvement in any forgery, brazenly asserting, I believe my current state lies somewhere between the delicate threshold of impending and confirmed pregnancy. What do you think, uncle? The glint in her eyes held a sinister edge. The doctor, taken aback, stammered, well, perhaps that is indeed the case. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, he concluded that proper care was warranted. Qi Yun, speechless, observed as Qin Yu shamelessly requested an extensive array of accommodations from Uncle Zhang. Though he maintained a stern expression, he did not refuse her demands. However, Qin Feng was disinclined to allow Qin Yu further interaction with Qin Yu, insisting that he be taken to his villa, clearly a means of confinement. Aware of the need for restraint, Qin Yu merely stated her intention to visit him the following day. At this moment, Qin Yu found himself quite lucid. Upon noticing Qin Yu winking at him, he understood and quietly departed without resistance. To convey the seriousness of her intentions, Qin Yu even escorted him to the door. Uncle Zhang remarked, young lady, you might want to change into appropriate attire before coming down. It is unseemly to wander around in a bathrobe. I understand, Qin Yu replied. And soon after, a servant came to inform her that a friend had arrived. It was undoubtedly Xi Jing. In no time, Xi Jing approached the villa through the outer gate. The moment Qin Yu laid eyes on her, her expression brightened, and she rushed to greet her. That bathrobe! It's so revealing, remarked Uncle Zhang. The young lady has returned after a decade away, and it feels as though I have aged 10 years myself. Previously, Xi Jing had perceived that the address Qin Yu provided for the Qin family estate was somewhat remote. Even though she was pressed for time, she preferred to err on the side of caution. After all, she was no prominent figure, and arriving early was certainly preferable to being late or unable to arrive at all. Being a composed individual, Xi Jing took care of her mother before setting off. After transferring between two buses, she finally reached her destination, although she noticed the bus driver giving her a peculiar look as she disembarked. She understood the implication but chose not to comment, instead walking purposefully along the wide, tranquil pathway. In this day and age, it seems that beautiful young women are often claimed by the wealthy. The driver mused on this. and other passengers chimed in with their thoughts as the bus continued on its route. This area is renowned as the most prestigious affluent district in the city. Not characterized by the newly established luxury complexes, but rather by the historic family estates that have stood for decades, if not centuries. It is said that the feng shui here is exceptionally favorable, making it a place of ancestral prosperity for illustrious families, and the Qin family is no exception. She merely cast a few glances, her mood somewhat heavy, as she sensed her disconnection from the world around her. 15 minutes later, she realized her estrangement was not from the world itself, but rather from a particular individual. A bathrobe? Wet hair? Running? Xi Jing found herself at a loss for words and feeling awkward, especially when Qin Yu approached and enveloped her in an exuberant embrace, expressing an overwhelming warmth that left her feeling bewildered. It was not until the sound of honking cars reached her ears that she turned to see two sports cars, with affluent young gentlemen peering curiously inside, their hesitation evident, yet their gaze fixed on Xi Jing with undeniable intensity. This time, Qin Yu refrained from intervening directly, merely signaling to the security personnel, who promptly stepped out to handle the situation. As anticipated, the wealthy suitors departed, begrudgingly, realizing the futility of provoking the Qin family. The location was somewhat remote, rife with wild wolves and stray dogs, which surely must have startled her. Xi Jing had undoubtedly been pursued, but fortunately, her pursuers had not been excessively aggressive. Qin Yu, still shaken, cast a sideways glance at Xi Jing, inquiring why she hadn't answered her calls. "I tried to reach you earlier to dissuade you from coming." Xi Jing was taken aback. Dissuade her? Hadn't Qin Yu previously seemed eager for her presence? She was not particularly irked by Qin Yu's words, rather, she harbored her own suspicions. Was there trouble at home? It was not uncommon for crises to arise unexpectedly. "Let us go to my villa, it's not suitable to remain here today. I'll change as soon as I arrive. Don't rush." Uncle John glanced at Xi Jing, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. The estate was vast, with several villas owned by the members of the Qin family, and both Qin Yu and Qin Go had each secured their own residence long ago. The residence of Qin Yu is merely separated from the main house by a vast expanse of 10 acres adorned with blue jacarandas. Indeed, there is no place like home. Although Qin Yu has never set foot here, she must consider the necessity of cohabiting with those in the old residence to address tasks promptly. However, with the arrival of 2 or 3 waves of assignments today, a reprieve seems to be at hand. Upon opening the refrigerator, she finds an ample supply of food and drink, which brings her a sense of relief. "What shall I drink?" Qin Yu muses. She does not consider Xi Jing an outsider, yet the latter merely requests water. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu decides to swap her desired cola for water. Noticing her gesture, Xi Jing raises an elegant eyebrow. Qin Yu, in a serious tone, explains, "A woman must diligently maintain her figure, one cannot be too indulgent." "You drink water as well, do you not? Who is it that just took the cola? Can one truly remain unaffected by such indulgences? How frustrating it is to hear such words uttered in my presence." Qin Yu smiles. What a coincidence, I, too, remain unaffected by food. Her mind is filled with playful mockery, yet she remains steadfast. How exasperating! Yet, Xi Jing, having not entered the main house, is unaware of the recent events surrounding the Qin family. Nevertheless, she has come to accompany Qin Yu today. Without posing any inquiries, she maintains her aloof demeanor. But Qin Yu recognizes this as a form of decorum. Regardless of the depth of their relationship, it is a rule not to pry into obscurities. Interacting with such a person is far more comfortable than with so-called relatives, at least more so than with that particular Qin father. News from the main residence has arrived, inviting Qin Yu and her friends for dinner that evening due to the presence of guests. A banquet? Even in such chaotic circumstances, there remains the inclination to entertain? My Qin father is indeed something else. However, it is certain that Qin Feng has his own motives. Qin Yu instinctively refused, citing her physical discomfort as the reason. This excuse is indeed a classic. Are you aware of its prevalence on Baidu? However, the expressions on Xi Jing and the servants' faces shifted dramatically. For blood was indeed trickling from beneath Qin Yu's legs, seeping from her thigh. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind, sudden task failure penalty activated. Chapter 74, Qin Feng and him regarding the tasks. The schemes of the Golden House are numerous, and this is merely the first legitimate task. Qin Yu dared not speculate on its proper course. Take that previous sudden task, for instance. She had foreseen the unpredictability of such sudden missions posed a substantial threat to her. Yet, she never anticipated the task would unfathomably fail. What on earth? Just as Qin Yu was about to inquire with Jiao Jiao, she glanced down to see the crimson liquid cascading down her thigh. I'm dying, I'm dying. I'm truly going to die. Terrified, Qin Yu screamed inwardly at Jiao Jiao while weakly collapsing into the equally startled embrace of Xi Jing. Xi Jing, I might perish. I feel such regret, I genuinely wish to be your good friend. If I die, you must remember me, do not forget me. To die in your arms would bring me satisfaction. Your chest is so soft. Xi Jingben was engulfed in shock and panic. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, including the notion of Qin Yu being secretly harmed by someone. Yet, as she cradled her in her arms, the latter appeared to be on the brink of death. Tears glistening in her eyes as she uttered those words. A myriad of emotions surged within Xi. And despite her usual resilience in the face of life's adversities that had never drawn tears from her, her eyes now reddened. Moments later, she pondered the absurdity of the situation. Was this person's speech not excessively melodramatic? Such lines were the very stuff of a character deserving of the director's ire for being overly theatrical. The final remark even drew a reluctant chuckle from Xi, though tinged with a hint of concern. However, 10 minutes later, that amusement faded into sheer exasperation. The young lady had just begun her menstrual cycle. It was advised to avoid cold foods and to stay warm while drinking plenty of hot water. The hastily summoned family doctor smiled faintly, striving to suppress his own disillusionment. Remarkably, he had also been the one to diagnose the young lady's potential pregnancy an hour prior, and now, she had been struck by her cycle. The sentiment was quite peculiar, prompting him to add, given the young lady's current condition, pregnancy seems a distant prospect, those medications are unnecessary. Was he mocking her? The indefatigable Qin Yu responded with a smile, not too far off, I suppose. The monthly visitor lasts at most 7 days, and a man for one night should suffice. When I do become pregnant, I shall seek your assistance. The family doctor retorted, I refuse. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, as Qin Yu took her shower, she quipped mockingly. You truly are dedicated, even on the brink of death, still intent on garnering Xi's favor. Qin Yu rolled her eyes, muttering, dedicated, my foot. It is precisely because I am not dead that I must seize the opportunity to enhance my likability. Jiao Jiao pondered. How can you be so certain of your own mortality? It is rather peculiar how mortal women can bleed so profusely, it seems quite grotesque. But no. You must be aware of the situation, no? It appears that the incident upstairs was an unexpected task that arose without warning. Yet you failed to prevent Qin Go from succumbing to his darker impulses, nor could you halt his descent into malevolence. Qin Yu was taken aback. That cannot be right. I am well aware that his state at that moment was troubling. Had I not intervened, it is highly likely he would have confronted Qin Feng, leading to a tragic conflict between father and son, ultimately resulting in the disintegration of the Qin family. Although they are not truly father and son. Did I not manage to avert that fate? It is unclear, the wall-breaking entity claims I did not intervene. This was perplexing. If we consider that blackening refers to Qin Go's malevolent actions or emotional turmoil transforming him into a villain, then it would seem I have fulfilled my task. Could the issue lie with Qin Feng? The wall-breaking entity made no mention of Qin Feng, only indicating that problems arose with Qin Go. Thus, there exist two possibilities, the first being that the consequences of Qin Go's transformation were continuous. I may have stopped Qin Go, but failed to prevent his confrontation with Qin Feng. This confrontation would expose his true identity, rendering his position in the Qin family precarious, and would eliminate any lingering hesitation from Qin Feng, ultimately leading to a far graver fate for him, hence the system deems my efforts a failure. The second possibility posits that Qin Go's so-called blackening encompasses not only emotional and psychological shifts but may also imply a physical transformation. Physically? In terms of behavior? Throughout. He has been a victim abused by you, mistreated by your father, tormented to an unbearable extent, my heart aches for him. Jiao Jiao remained unconvinced, which elicited a cold smirk from Qin Yu. This is precisely the crux of the issue. Do you consider his condition to be morbid? Medically speaking, one's emotions can profoundly affect the body, For instance, a woman's endocrine system may become disrupted when she is in a poor mood. However, the impact on men tends to be somewhat less pronounced, unless external factors amplify such effects, causing physical ailments to influence mental states, which in turn affect behavior, ultimately leading to a complete breakdown. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Jiao pondered intently, then suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh! You mean someone has drugged Qin Yu? And it's a type of drug that affects the mind." Such substances are not uncommon in the celestial realm, particularly through sorcery, which made it easy for Jiao to conceive of this possibility. Indeed, the likelihood of this scenario is substantial. So I must seek the counsel of a trustworthy physician and procure a sample of Qin Yu's blood for testing. Yet, hold on a moment. If Qin Yu had indeed been drugged, the Qin family would surely have uncovered this, unless the perpetrator was none other than Qin Feng himself. The Qin family is synonymous with Qin Feng. Given the relationship between Qin Feng and Qin Yu, the act of drugging him is highly feasible, enabling a silent and torturous demise for Qin Yu. The suspicion surrounding Qin Feng is exceedingly weighty. However, before drawing any conclusions, it is essential to entertain an alternative hypothesis. If it were not Qin Feng, then it could pertain to that individual mentioned by Qin Yu during his moment of irrationality. I suspect this person may be connected to the incident involving when Qixin being pushed from the building years ago, perhaps that enigmatic figure at the gate. I must ascertain who was present in the upper floors of the Qin residence at that time. The clues you can deduce about this matter are exceedingly scant, especially considering it transpired so many years ago. It would be more prudent to investigate the incident involving Lin Su's murder at the hands of Qin Feng. For the time being, Qin Feng has unequivocally been placed on our blacklist. Even if Lin Su had been unfaithful and bore another's child, subjecting Qin Feng to the utmost humiliation, such actions do not warrant death. The act of killing one's wife is inherently wrong. This point was not contested by Qin Yu, who merely furrowed her brow. Should she choose to oppose Qin Feng, the challenge would be insurmountably daunting. While Qin Yu harbored her own conjectures concerning Qin Feng, she also pondered over another individual, her second hypothesis, which, upon meticulous consideration, proved to be no less valid than her suspicions toward Qin Feng. However, both Qin Feng and this other individual presented counterarguments that rendered her theories untenable, akin to what one might refer to as an alibi. Chapters Hint 5. Terrifying. We must observe further, a steady and cautious approach is prudent. Given the explosive revelations of today, it is only logical that both Qin Feng and this other individual will take subsequent action. Concluding her speculations, Qin Yu suddenly inquired, "Have you been watching me bathe all along?" Jiao was immediately incensed. Ignoring her, Qin Yu reflected that the repercussions of this unexpected task's failure did not seem overly dire. Is it that time of the month? A woman naturally experiences this. Merely a matter of increased flow, after all. Surely, she could manage with extra-large baby diapers. With a smile, Qin Yu was met with Jiao's sardonic retort. What if it lasts a full month? Qin Yu's body stiffened. Fortunately, it was not a month-long occurrence, but rather, menstrual cramps. As Qin Yu lay on the bed, resembling a lifeless fish, caught in a struggle between life and death, Xi Jing prepared hot water to brew ginger tea with brown sugar and heated a hot water bag. It was not until midnight that Qin Yu finally found some relief. Xi Jing gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, frowning as she remarked, "Your health is exceedingly poor." Such a severe reaction to a mere menstrual cycle indicates a deficiency in warmth and vitality. Have you not considered proper nourishment? You have a family doctor, after all. Qin Yu was unaware of whether the original owner had such ailments, but she was certain this episode stemmed from the dilapidated walls of the Golden House. Xi Jing hesitated slightly in her movements, offering a natural apology. She felt her remorse warranted an expression of regret, yet she refrained from elaborating further. Qin Yu mused that this indicated Xi Jing had not investigated the Qin family affairs, and thus remained oblivious to her status as Miss Qin. How prideful she was! Yet her words and actions were consistent, indeed, a true goddess. No worries, I forgive you, as long as you consider me a friend, she thought. Xi Jing cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I do not possess such benevolence as to provide care for someone who is not a friend late at night. Caring for a woman in excruciating pain was no easy task. The young lady, in her distress, even gripped Xi Jing's arm and inquired if she could bite her a few times. How utterly ruthless! A wise person would not rely on fervent emotions to sway another. The truth is often revealed in a single word. Qin Yu chuckled. So, does that mean you intend to stay the night with me? Were it not for her awareness of this young lady's constant preoccupation with men and her past indulgences with certain pretty boys, Xi Jing might have genuinely believed there were ulterior motives at play. If you are unable to care for yourself, I can remain, otherwise I shall retire to the guest room next door. Such words are truly unpalatable. Qin Yu pouted, suddenly raising her eyebrows and winking, this time. Do you doubt that I wish to share a bed with you? This remark was equally ungracious. Xi Jing maintained a composed demeanor, stating, I would not cast suspicion upon a woman who merely succumbed to excessive blood loss over such trivialities. Leave, depart at once. In truth, Qin Yu had never intended to invite Xi Jing to share her bed. She had no inclination to share a sleeping space with another person, especially not in a state so precarious that she might bleed uncontrollably. How could she allow another goddess to witness such a farce? Qin Yu insisted, just vanish, disappear immediately. Once Xi Jing departed, Qin Yu contemplated her own slumber, though her abdomen throbbed with a dull pain, rendering her rest less than peaceful. Nevertheless, a woman who constantly prioritizes her beauty endeavored to lull herself to sleep. In a state of half-consciousness, she seemed to be roused by a faint sound. As she gently opened her eyes, she discerned the moonlight outside, dimly filtering through the sheer curtains, and she could vaguely make out the outline of a figure. This figure. With a soft click, the lock on the floor-to-ceiling window gave way. The visage of this person was peculiar, grotesque, terrifying, an abominable woman's face. It was a mere mask, wielding an axe. The axe struck the pillow, prompting Qin Yu to tumble out of bed and roll toward the wardrobe. Swiftly, she regained her footing, pressing her back against the closet as the assailant charged forward. The axe descended once more with a resounding crash. The wardrobe splintered under the blow. Yet Qin Yu had already darted towards the door, flinging it open before slamming it shut behind her, shouting, Xi Jing, summon help. She refrained from calling for a killer, fearing that unarmed Xi Jing might rush in and meet a futile demise, for her adversary wielded an axe. Thus, she directly implored Xi Jing to call for assistance. The neighbor, Xi Jing, undoubtedly heard the commotion, especially the thunderous sound of the axe striking the door. Outside, Qin Yu, straining to secure the lock, felt the tremors of the door. Meanwhile, Xi Jing had already flung open the window and rushed onto the balcony, calling for help. The effect of shouting from inside the house pales in comparison to that of yelling from the balcony, swiftly alerting those in the vicinity. Qin Yu, he has fled. Everything will be all right. Xi Jing rushed over to support Qin Yu, but upon contact, he collapsed entirely, losing consciousness. Could she have been frightened to the point of fainting? Even Xi Jing felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The Qin family was utterly terrifying. In the dead of night, the entire Qin residence was in disarray. Aroused from slumber, Su Chinka sat in the living room, sipping plain water, enveloped in a thick blanket. Her complexion was pallid, and her features bore the marks of exhaustion. She uttered not a word, while Qin Feng, seated opposite her, remained equally silent. When Qixin furrowed her brow beside them, her untouched cup of water a testament to the tension, the three of them sat in silence, as when Liang and Qiyun, clad in their night attire, dared not speak. Only the servants, security personnel, and the police who had arrived in response to the disturbance moved about. Before long, the police, Uncle Zhang, and Xi Jing descended. Due to Qin Yu's precarious condition, Xi Jing was tasked with accompanying him upstairs. Though merely a guest, having witnessed the events unfold, she felt compelled to explain the situation. Upon seeing her descend, Qin Feng looked up, acknowledging her efforts with a grave tone. Thank you, Miss Xi, for your hard work. His voice was heavy, his gaze equally so. Xi Jing met his eyes briefly and nodded slightly. Qin Yu is my friend, it is the least I could do, especially considering the care and composure she had demonstrated. Chapter 76, Investigation. The female detective, surnamed Zhao and named Zhao Taiyan, is renowned within the judicial department as an iron lady, traditionally indifferent to the affluent elite. She found herself tasked with an investigation due to the formidable reputation of the Qin family and the intricate relationships with her superiors. This case revolves around an attempted murder. Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brow, she was currently unwell and decided to postpone inquiries until tomorrow. While tomorrow was indeed an option, conducting the investigation overnight would allow for a swifter resolution, ensuring that no critical opportunities were missed. The esteemed Mr. Qin surely understood this rationale. Yet he exhibited a notable fondness for his daughter. Zhao Tainan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, remaining noncommittal. It is of no concern, I can manage. Qin Yu, cradling the cup of warm ginger sugar water handed to her by Xi Jing, took a few sips to soothe her nerves. After a deep breath, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Tainan. I am prepared to answer any questions you may have. Zhao Tainan, perceptive to Qin Yu's distress, immediately recognized the significance of the ginger-infused drink, realizing that the assailant had indeed chosen a particularly opportune moment for violence. The inquiries were straightforward, focusing on when Qin Yu first sensed the presence of someone outside, the assailant's appearance, and the manner of the attack. Qin Yu responded candidly. Yet when she described the assailant's visage, her expression darkened noticeably. You are referring to a woman? Wearing a skin mask? Despite Zhao Tianan's extensive experience with numerous high-profile cases, she found it difficult to accept Qin Yu's characterization. Ultimately, Qin Yu was not a particularly callous or formidable individual. At her core, she was simply a woman. And the notion of a severed limb could terrify her, let alone an assailant wielding an axe. However, her ability to manage her emotions is exceptionally remarkable. In summary, her emotional intelligence is quite high, allowing her to regain her composure and correct Zhao Tianan's assertion, it is not a woman, but rather a man donning a woman's mask. Based on the height and the force with which the hoe was wielded, I suspect the assailant is a man. A man masked as a woman, brandishing an axe to shatter windows. Nearby, the young police officer diligently recorded Qin Yu's account, and once finished, glanced at Zhao Tainan, who, after a moment of silence, continued to inquire, what kind of mask? Is it one that unmistakably resembles a woman's face? Yes, and it features long hair that resembles a wig. Although it appears quite exquisite, the mask does not align well with the person's facial structure, rendering it somewhat disconcerting. Qin Yu endeavored to provide a meticulous description. As this was no longer a matter she could investigate privately, it pertained to a truly terrifying assailant. She hoped to bolster her sense of security through the police's assistance. Nevertheless, the mere thought of an axe descending upon her sent a shiver down her spine. What material do you suspect it to be? Leather. Leather? Zhao Tainan was taken aback, and the others were momentarily stunned, for Qin Yu's tone was peculiar, and her expression was difficult to articulate. Xi Jing discerned her thoughts merely from her expression and remarked, I too observed it, that mask was strikingly lifelike, akin to something else. Uncle Zhang's eyelids flickered, and he raised his gaze towards Xi Jing, while Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold and somber glint in them, having noticed Xi Jing glance at Uncle Zhang. Of course, I mean it appeared to have the effect of human skin, but the material might be something akin to rubber. The detectives were taken aback by her statement. Yet they found it difficult to adopt a harsh tone, given that Xi Jing was exceptionally beautiful and had chosen not to elaborate further. The impact of her words was undeniably profound. However, when Zhao Tainan glanced at Qin Yu, he found her gaze fixed upon Xi Jing. Her fingers, slender and pale as they cradled the cup, contrasted with her strikingly clear eyes that lacked the vibrant makeup of daylight, revealing a genuine purity instead. Aside from the mask, the man was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 175 centimeters. The men present, none exceeding that height, fell into an inexplicable silence. Zhao Tainan murmured, Miss Qin seems to have high standards regarding a man's height. Qin Yu pouted in response, of course. I can hardly envision myself dating anyone shorter than 180 centimeters. Indeed, Miss Qin's stature was remarkably statuesque. Zhao Tainan did not press the matter further, noting, I observed that the glass window in your room was not shattered but rather unlocked from the outside. Your observation skills are quite astute. Were you awakened at that moment? I was not in a deep sleep, she replied. I was particularly uncomfortable due to my menstrual cycle, which made me prone to waking easily. When I awoke, I noticed him unlocking the window. He was quite swift. By the time I comprehended his actions, he had already opened it. Perhaps I made a noise that alerted him, prompting him to rush in and strike at me with an axe. He was wearing gloves, so he likely left no fingerprints. However, He did not touch anything and inquired further. Zhao Tainan turned to Qin Feng, stating, Mr. Qin, I fear I shall need to investigate all members of your family. Before Qin Feng could respond, Qi Yun's expression shifted. Officer Zhao, are you suspecting us? Zhao Tainan replied, I have observed the locking mechanism of Miss Qin's floor-to-ceiling windows. Such locks are not the common types available on the market, they require a specialized unlocking device. Furthermore, all 18 windows in the villa of Miss Qin are equipped with this type of lock. After a brief pause, Zhao Tainan directed his gaze towards Uncle Zhang. Miss Qin's villa is distinct from others, both in its external design and internal decor, including these locks, correct? Uncle Zhang nodded in agreement. Qian seemed poised to speak again, but upon receiving a glance from Wen Qixin, her expression faltered, and she fell silent. Officer, whatever you need to investigate. The Qin family will fully cooperate, however, there are certain areas of the main residence that cannot be accessed. We hope for your understanding. Chapter 77. The pervert. Several detectives were about to interject but were silenced by Zhao Tainan. I understand Mr. Qin's stance, we too wish to apprehend this assailant swiftly. Every prominent family harbors its own secrets, particularly in ancient residences, where they adhere to their own customs and may not yield to regulations. This is one reason why Zhao Tainan is reluctant to engage with affluent families. It is too late, you should retire to the main residence for the night. I will arrange for someone to patrol throughout the night, ensuring everything remains secure. Qin Feng would not permit Qin Yu to stay in any of the other vacant villas. And Qin Yu has no reason to refuse, except to request that Xi Jing accompany her in the same room. Qin Feng did not object and turned to Xi Jing, saying, I kindly ask Miss Xi to take care of Xiao Yu. I apologize for the inconvenience this evening. And I assure you that the Qin family will express our gratitude another day. In truth, Xi Jing and Qin Yu share a friendship, so such formalities are usually unnecessary. However, the Qin family adheres to strict customs, and Qin Feng's words are not unfounded. Xi Jing remained silent. After they dispersed, Qi Yun supported Wen Qixin, expressing a measure of fear regarding the assailant, yet could not resist whispering, Aunt, that Miss Xi does not appear to be a person of good character. Just look at how she spoke to Uncle, one can only wonder whom she is attempting to seduce. When Qixin stamped her foot and glanced at her, if you dare to utter such words in front of Qin Yu, I shall regard them as truth. How could I? Qi Yun retorted, for it is evident to all that Qin Yu, the young lady returning after 10 years of exile, is the apple of Qin Feng's eye. If Qin Go is indeed Qin Feng's, then it leaves only Qin Yu. And, if Qin Go truly is, Qi Yun's thoughts became agile, laced with subtle probing. If news of today were to spread, whom do you think Qin Feng would first seek to confront? Qi Yun's expression shifted slightly, revealing her discontent. Does Aunt not consider her own interests? How could Lin Su engage in such shameless behavior, while Uncle still shows such affection for Qin Yu? Perhaps Qin Yu. When Qixin gently patted her hand and smiled, I reiterate, if you dare to voice these thoughts in front of your uncle, Liang, you must not seclude yourself in your laboratory. Some matters, if addressed appropriately, can prove far more beneficial than all the experimental accomplishments you've achieved at school combined. Qi Yun regarded him with profound meaning. At present, the Qin family has but you remaining. When Liang frowned slightly and replied coolly, I do not bear the surname Qin. And besides, there is still my sister Qin Yu in the family. As an outsider, we ought not to meddle too much or speak excessively. She scrutinized Qi Yun seriously. Your academic performance is not commendable either. How do you find the time to concern yourself with these affairs? Once Xi Jing and Qin Yu settled back down, both felt the onset of drowsiness, yet they exchanged thoughts regarding the assailant. Qin Yu inquired, did you discern the physique of that individual? Xi Jing responded, I caught a glimpse, do you have a comparison in mind? Her question was somewhat tactful, avoiding direct inquiry into which family member Qin Yu suspected. It is difficult to ascertain, as the Qin residence is populated with numerous individuals, and many males fit that physique. However, at least one person I am particularly concerned about aligns closely with that description. Qin Yu remarked, and Xi Jing continued, are you referring to your family's steward, Uncle Zhang? Precisely, it is him. From the outset, Qin Yu harbored reservations about Uncle Zhang, and her wariness has only intensified. Xi Jing furrowed her brow slightly and said coolly, it is merely a resemblance, it does not necessarily indicate it is him. Has your stance suddenly shifted? Qin Yu turned to her and said, "Have you discerned that Uncle Zhang is under suspicion from my father, Qin? He is your father. How could I harbor doubts about him?" Xi Jing, maintaining a reserved skepticism towards Uncle Zhang, considered the father-daughter relationship and felt no suspicion towards Qin Feng. Unless Uncle Zhang were acting independently. Qin Go is not his son, they just had a falling out today. What are your thoughts on this? At this moment, Qin Yu calmly revealed the family's discord to Xi Jing, who fell silent but demonstrated considerable composure and directly inquired, "Can you be certain that you are his daughter?" "Perhaps so," Qin Yu replied, "for typically, when a man discovers that his second child is not his own, he will certainly investigate the first. If I were not his, then he could treat Qin Go in such a manner, yet he leaves me untouched. However, Qin Feng has mostly shown me protection and indulgence," indicating that the original lineage must have been verified long ago, assuring that I am indeed his blood. With Qin Yu's affirmation, Xi Jing felt somewhat reassured and asked, "Do you believe in his affection for you?" After contemplation, Qin Yu responded, "Yes." Xi Jing continued, "If you trust in his affection, then the one seeking you tonight is neither him nor anyone he has dispatched. Regardless of whether Uncle Zhang falls under his purview, there exist other individuals or factions within the Qin family that may wish to see you harmed." Qin Yu chuckled, "Indeed, there are quite a few, such as my stepmother, who has her motives, or the little white lotus who has been taking advantage of my family for many years. Yet, I find myself particularly conflicted about that mask." Xi Jing contemplated the peculiar choice of donning a woman's leather mask, which indeed struck one as bizarre. There was an unsettling air of perversion surrounding the incident. As Qin Yu had aptly pointed out, a man, clad in a woman's mask, wielding an axe and intruding upon a residence, was a grotesque scenario. Had it not been for Qin Yu's light slumber due to health issues, the outcome might have been fatal. The very thought was repugnant. And it was no wonder that this typically formidable young lady had turned pale with fear. The police worked tirelessly through the night, neglecting even the need for rest. However, given the considerable wealth and resources of the Qin family, they were well supported by servants who provided sustenance, while the investigation thrived within the comforts of their villa. A far cry from their usual working conditions. For the officers, who were accustomed to late nights, this was merely another day on the job. Zhao Tainan sipped his coffee, his gaze fixed thoughtfully upon the photographs of evidence scattered across the table. The axe indeed bore an unsettling nature. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints was notable. Miss Qin had mentioned that the assailant wore gloves, an indication of premeditation. Zhao Tainan's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the tabletop as he suddenly instructed, "Contact the forensic department immediately. We need to compare the severed arm wounds from the Zhang Yao dismemberment case with the axe used against Qin Yu today. At the very least, we should be able to form a preliminary hypothesis." The expressions of his subordinates shifted subtly at this revelation. "Indeed, there are connections between these two cases," Zhao Tainan mused, contemplating the names Qin Go, Qin Yu, and Qin Feng, all tied to the Qin family. After a prolonged silence, he set down his coffee cup and remarked coolly, "This implicates more than just these two cases. There was another incident over a decade ago." A hint of indifference flickered across his lips. On the other hand, Qin Yu spoke to Xi Jing, expressing a peculiar sensation that the individual in question likely did not intend to take her life at that moment. Xi Jing was taken aback. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes, recounting her experience. "In truth, I believed I could not evade the first axe strike. I was certain it would either claim my life or leave me severely injured. Yet, I managed to escape. You have witnessed his agility, Haven Tu? He leaps and dodges with a swiftness reminiscent of a martial arts master from a television series. Nevertheless, he granted me, in my weakened state, 3 strikes worth of time. Does that not strike you as peculiar?" Xi Jing, her brows furrowed in contemplation, replied, "Indeed, it is very strange. So, the question arises, what precisely does this masked man intend to accomplish? And who is he, truly?" In chapter 78, titled Targeted, the two engaged in discussion throughout the night, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Xi Jing noticed the sun had risen to a brilliant glow outside, indicating it was no longer morning, but likely noon. She felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet her gaze darkened slightly without panic. She merely turned her head to glance at the sleeping Qin Yu beside her. Miss Qin possessed a striking visage, her makeup artfully applied, enhancing her already formidable presence. In her usual fervent demeanor, she exuded an aura of powerful beauty. However, upon removing her makeup and resting, a closer look revealed her features belonged to a more refined and intellectual type. At first glance, she may not appear breathtaking, yet one finds themselves drawn to her, as if she possesses profound knowledge and remarkable insights, prompting a deeper interest in her perspectives. What are you sneaking a glance at? Qin Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Xi Jing, unperturbed by the moment, responded directly, you seem somewhat different without your makeup. Certainly not like me. My true self does not tread the path of extravagant charm or flamboyance. Qin Yu blinked lazily, shifting her body slightly, and remarked nonchalantly, so. In what way do you think I differ from that? With your bare face, unadorned and unmasked, one might assume you are a lady of refined grace, possessing both poise and cultivation. However, she spoke earnestly, giving the impression of sincerity, while Qin Yu felt a twinge of irritation, interpreting it as an insinuation of her lack of education. Jiao interjected, you only completed middle school, your educational background is rather limited. Qin Yu retorted, get lost. How do you know I am not well versed? I merely choose not to flaunt it. You have never exhibited any knowledge. Qin Yu glared at Xi Jing, who remained composed and collected. Their gazes locked for a moment, during which the strap of Qin Yu's garment inadvertently slipped down her shoulder. Xi Jing noticed this but had yet to respond when suddenly someone began to chuckle like a clucking hen. Hee, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You intentionally spoke to divert my attention, so you could take the opportunity to see me in disarray. Xi Jing, I never expected you to be such a person. Xi Jing, after a brief silence, rose from the bed and coolly stated, the sheets are dirty, you can change them yourself. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing down and feeling her face flush with embarrassment. Amongst beauties, the one with the most scandalous past inevitably loses. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She would complete her task and depart. Speaking of tasks, a shadow of gloom crossed Qin Yu's mind, as the difficulty and peril of this world's missions intensified. Xi Jing emerged from the washroom swiftly and inquired of Qin Yu, do you need me to fetch you a change of undergarments? Qin Yu was in the bathroom attending to her grooming, while Xi Jing outside was organizing her belongings and seemingly making a call to the school. Have I taken up too much of your time? Do you have classes today? Yes, I have 2 classes, but I've already studied on my own. Missing 1 or 2 classes isn't a significant issue, even without conducting her own inquiries. Qin Yu had heard of Xi Jing from others who spoke of her in connection with Qinghai University, a remarkably talented young woman. Had it not been for her mother's severe illness, with her ability and aptitude, she would have undoubtedly pursued further studies at a prestigious institution abroad on her own merit. However, alongside her exceptional qualities stood her diligence and perseverance, making her absences anything but trivial. Are you staying behind to assist me with this case? Upon hearing this, Xi Jing momentarily paused her task of folding towels and glanced towards the bathroom. How do you plan to handle it? Qin Yu felt that Xi Jing had already shown immense loyalty. Prolonging her involvement could lead to unforeseen and dire consequences for her. Raising an eyebrow, she continued, if you are indeed her target, then as a friend of the prey, I also witnessed his figure and features last night, even with a mask concealing them. Do you truly believe he would overlook my presence? In truth, Qin Yu had a nagging feeling that he would not, as Xi Jing was simply too hard to ignore. Moreover, within the task framework of the Golden House, she undoubtedly played a significant role, ensuring her continued presence in the unfolding narrative. To be honest, I feel as though I have implicated you in this matter. Qin Yu exited the restroom with a wry smile. Xi Jing placed her backpack aside and opened the window, allowing the unfiltered sunlight to stream in, accompanied by a gentle breeze that made her hair dance. When she saw him last night, he had gazed back at her. The proximity of their balconies made her feel as though his stare held an odd intensity. Odd! Qin Yu's heart fluttered, what could that possibly mean? Xi Jing turned to face Qin Yu, who was seated on the bed, and an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her, as if she were being scrutinized. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu realized that she could not simply let him go. Though the initial trouble had arisen because of her, she harbored no regrets about having attracted such a formidable predicament. After all, friends were worth it. Qin Yu was not one to indulge in melodrama. She believed that attitude dictated all. When their perspectives aligned, there was little more to discuss. My lady, it is already noon. The gentleman has gone to the office to attend to matters, and Steward Zhang has asked us to wait until you and Miss Xi awaken before preparing lunch. Kindly bear with us for a moment. Indeed, both Qin Yu and Xi Jing felt hunger pangs, yet they opted for a glass of milk to stave off their appetite. Shortly thereafter, they were served a steaming lunch. While dining, Qin Yu inquired about the whereabouts of others. The lady has gone to Ziqing Garden. Steward Zhang is still cooperating with the police investigation, and Miss Qi has stepped out. As for young Master Wen Liang has arrived. Appearing as though he had not slept well. Dark circles shadowed his fair complexion. When the servant asked him what he would like for lunch, he hesitated. Glancing at the spread before him, Sister Xiao Yu, may I join you for lunch? There is an abundance of food, and in truth, neither Qin Yu nor her companion can finish it all. Qin Yu saw no reason to decline. Despite others perceiving her position as conflicting with Wen Liang's due to the immense interests of the Qin family. After satiating herself to a point of 7/10 full, she did not cease eating, as Xi Jing consumed his meal at a slower pace. She feared that if she paused, he might stop eating altogether. So she indulged a little more. After a while, Qin Yu inquired about Zhao Tainan and the others. How were they managing their lunch? The lady of the house had instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for them and invited them over, but Officer Zhao declined. Expressing a preference for not dining on the hospitality of a private household, opting instead for public provisions. Ah, this iron-willed public officer has quite the character. Chapter 79, Pray let us prepare some desserts, as I do not partake in such things, I shall take them over later. These delicacies could certainly lead one to an unfortunate fate of indulgence. Nevertheless, they are indeed delectable. Upon noticing that Qin Yu and her companions had finished their meal, Wen Liang hastily set down his utensils, proclaiming that he too had eaten his fill, and then nervously inquired, Sister Yu, do you intend to visit Officer Zhao and the others? May I accompany you? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow at him. Were you frightened by last night's events? You appear to have had a restless night. Do you still dare to join me? Wen Liang instinctively touched his under-eye bags, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I merely heard about it and found it quite terrifying. Besides, Sister Yu, you have experienced it firsthand. If you can face it, then I am not afraid either. This young man is remarkably innocent, appearing utterly unlike the offspring of Wen Qixin. However, upon closer reflection, he indeed resembles a well-bred scion from a prestigious family, untouched by significant adversity or hardship. Qin Go and Qin Yu are rather unconventional individuals. Oh, well, you may as well accompany them. During their journey, Qin Yu casually inquired about Wen Liang's age, discovering he was slightly younger than Qin Go. To Qin Yu, he naturally qualified as a youthful charmer. Yet this charming youth was also an academic prodigy. By the way, you two are acquainted, right? After all, you attend the same school. Xi Jing exchanged a glance with Wen Liang. They could hardly claim to know each other, merely having some recognition within the school, yet belonging to different departments. They had scarcely crossed paths. Today, however, marked their formal introduction. Both preferred to avoid conversing with unfamiliar faces, resulting in a lack of dialogue. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at her villa, encountering Zhao Tainan, who appeared to be battling a case of panda eyes. The array of confections that Qin Yu brought was a welcome treat for the overworked detectives, who were thoroughly exhausted. Zhao Tainan glanced at Qin Yu and accepted the offerings without hesitation, causing a cheer among his colleagues as they rushed to indulge. Qin Yu took a seat and inquired whether Zhao Tainan had made any discoveries. Yet, he replied curtly, with a mouthful of matcha cookies, that even if there were findings, they could not be disclosed to Miss Qin, regardless of her status as a victim. Aware of the protocols, Qin Yu did not press for more, but she persisted, asking if there were any traces or clues found within the Qin residence, for a living person could not possibly vanish without a trace. Zhao Tainan lifted his eyelids slightly, directing his gaze towards Qin Yu. Curiously, despite being in the vast Qin residence, he had managed to elude all surveillance cameras surrounding the estate, save for a few blind spots. Had he truly vanished? No. It could only be concluded that this individual possessed an intimate knowledge of the various villas' layouts within the Qin compound, as well as an awareness of all the monitoring points, knowledge not typically held by an ordinary servant. The list of suspects was quite limited, yet it was surprisingly extensive. Qin Yu suddenly suggested, "Shall we move to the study upstairs?" Zhao Tainan did not decline, leading Xi Jing up the stairs. When Liang had voluntarily chosen to wait below, displaying a commendably obedient demeanor for a young man. Once the door was closed, Zhao Tianan's attention fixated on Qin Yu. It was evident that this young lady had ulterior motives for seeking him out. The Qin family had a total of 7 personnel responsible for security, complemented by an additional 45 security guards in ample number. Having been at the Qin residence for only a few days, Qin Yu had already gleaned considerable information about the household. Thus her assertions aligned well with Zhao Tianan's investigation. She cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, "The duty roster for your Qin family operates on a 2-shift system. Last night, we conducted thorough inquiries with the 18 individuals on duty, all of whom exhibited suspicious behavior. However, each provided alibis, either substantiating one another's whereabouts or presenting undeniable proof, leading to their exoneration." Qin Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Yet there remains one person whom you suspect but have yet to interrogate, correct?" Zhao Tainan replied, "Indeed, the butler, Uncle Zhang, from your Qin household. I lack confidence in extracting any useful information from him, so whether I inquire or not seems inconsequential." Her words were, in fact, a subtle probe. For this is a splendid narrative. She sensed that the young lady harbored doubts about Uncle Zhang. There was little difference, even Officer Zhao could not procure concrete evidence, let alone myself. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that Officer Zhao was investigating more than just last night's assailant. I had just inquired with a friend, and it was clear that Officer Zhao typically only delved into grave and heinous crimes. Why, then, was he so invested in this particular case? Zhao Tainan remained motionless, his expression composed, yet Xi Jing detected the movement of his finger. Miss Qin surprised me somewhat. After a decade away, she had made significant progress. 10 years prior, Qin Yu was merely a young girl, her reputation tarnished, hardly aligning with excellence. However, upon our encounter today, Zhao Tainan lowered his gaze and remarked coolly, "Miss Qin, what is it that you wish to discuss privately, bypassing your father?" Qin Yu replied, "Self-preservation." Self-preservation? A rather astute observation. Zhao Tianan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he locked eyes with Qin Yu. "So, you wish to collaborate with me?" "Indeed, the Qin family has malevolent forces at play, and it would be arduous to confront them alone. I believe Officer Zhao, who serves the public, would be keen to join forces with me. If collaboration is to be pursued, I ought to approach your father. Yet, you harbor suspicions toward him." Zhao Tainan fell silent for a moment and remarked, "The instrument used by the murderer to sever Zhang Yao's arm bears a striking resemblance to the tool employed by the assailant from last night. Both are similar axes in size. However, the perpetrator utilized more than one tool, including a slender and sharp knife. So, what does this imply?" He suddenly directed his question towards Qin Yu and her companion. "Are you aware of what else, apart from one severed arm, was discarded with Zhang Yao's body in the refuse bin at the market?" Naturally, they were oblivious. Her face, Zhao Tainan uttered coolly. And as the chilling realization dawned on the two, he added, "Her skin was excised." It was utterly horrifying. Qin Yu felt a chill run through her fingers, while Xi Jing appeared momentarily dazed, abruptly recalling why, during the interrogation the previous night, Zhang Yao had nonchalantly mentioned a face mask. Zhao Tianan's peculiar expression now made sense. This was because, prior to that, Zhang Yao's face had been removed. Wait, let me sort this out. Zhang Yao's face? The refuse bin? Qin Yu suddenly lifted her gaze to fixate on Zhao Tainan, her teeth chattering with trepidation. "I slapped her across the face and even placed a refuse bin on her head. Is that merely coincidence?" "I do not believe so." Zhao Tainan observed Qin Yu with an air of indifference. "Thus, Miss Qin, you have now ascended to the position of the primary suspect in this case. But it is more likely that you have caught the attention of the murderer, who is observing and toying with you. Zhang Yao was the prey, and so are you." Xi Jing abruptly interrupted Zhao Tianan's insidiously persuasive words. "Officer Zhao, you are a policeman. Employing such psychological tactics against a victim may not be entirely appropriate." "You are indeed remarkable." Zhao Tainan has just accepted the previous exchange with a smile. However, he added, "But I cannot deceive Miss Qin." Qin Yu, indeed, was not swayed but rather fell into contemplation. Soon, She lifted her gaze towards the two women, first observing Zhao Tainan and then Xi Jing. Your insinuations are quite suggestive, implying that you wish for me to divulge certain information you seek. Conversely, this could also indicate that you perceive me as his prey. May I infer that this perception is instinctive, suggesting this is not your first encounter with him? You are aware that he seeks a quarry, and even what type of quarry he prefers, like Zhang Yao, myself, or someone like Xi Jing. Officer Zhao, I now require your candor. Chapter 8. Bloodstains. Initially, Zhao Tainan regarded Qin Yu as an anomalous element within the steadfast walls of the Qin family. Yet she perceived a glimmer of hope in unraveling the complexities of the family. However, it was evident that the other party had glimpsed hope first. Very well. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. At this juncture, our dialogue transcends the formalities of Officer Zhao and Miss Qin, transforming into a personal discourse between Zhao Tainan and Qin Yu. From a personal standpoint, many years ago, I was involved in the Linsher case, at a time when I had just graduated and was a fledgling officer. This individual has shown consideration, refraining from directly addressing Qin Yu with derogatory remarks. Qin Yu appeared pensive as Zhao Tainan shrugged, stating that the initial report of the car accident had prompted the first responders from the traffic bureau to be dispatched. When I arrived, I witnessed the tragic state of Linsher's demise firsthand. State? Her emphasis was evidently on the condition of Qin Yu's mother, Lin Su, raising the question of whether state referred broadly or was focused specifically on her visage. The taciturn Xi Jing furrowed his brow slightly, unable to suppress a glance at Qin Yu, who exhibited little sorrow. Instead, she seemed lost in deep contemplation. After all, it had been over a decade since Lin Su's passing, and Qin Yu was quite young at that time. Perhaps her mother's death had become more of an obsession for her. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the two were silently speculating about her emotional state. She remained remarkably composed internally, merely feigning a semblance of turmoil. I had perused the news articles from that year, which depicted the scene of the accident as quite harrowing. Yet the details of my mother's death were scarcely articulated. The collision involved two large trucks crashing into the vehicle occupied by Linsher. The force of impact was tremendous, altering the car's structure significantly. I observed shattered windows and the driver's seat, where Linsher's body had sustained severe injuries. However, her vehicle had been modified by the Qin family, endowing the airbags with exceptional protective capabilities, thus preserving her facial integrity. When I pried open the airbag, I beheld her face, streaked with tears. At that moment, Xi Jing was preparing coffee for the two, and as he lifted a cup to place on the table, his hand trembled slightly upon hearing those words, prompting him to look up at Qin Yu, who seemed somewhat dazed. It was my first encounter with the deceased. Perhaps I was not as experienced as I am now, yet it was a moment imbued with the most direct and unadulterated emotions. At that time, I pondered the agony and despair she must have felt before her death. Her face was streaked with abundant tears, soaking her clothing. In the fleeting moments of the accident, she likely perished within a matter of seconds, her expression frozen in utter desolation and sorrow. Those tears must have been shed just prior to her demise. Could she have been weeping while driving? What could have driven Lin Su to such profound despair? Qin Yu remained silent for a moment before inquiring of Zhao Tainan. Is this your obsession with the case? Indeed, he replied. Many officers harbor a peculiar sentiment and fixation regarding their first case. My obsession with this particular incident stems from the visage of your mother and the traces left by that tragic accident. However, this case was handed over to another team merely 2 hours after my arrival, leaving me without the authority to intervene. You are likely aware of what transpired afterward. It was treated as an ordinary traffic accident. Your disposition seems too rational to be so sentimental, so you must have done something, Qin Yu conjectured, sensing a hint of obsession in the past. Zhao Tainan gazed at her intently. I took photographs at the scene. Qin Yu's eyelids fluttered. On your phone? Of course. Would you like to see them? However, I did not store them on my current phone, but rather on an obsolete device that I seldom use. I chose not to keep those images on my more frequently utilized phone, and I trust you understand my reasoning. Afraid they would be seized during an investigation, I presume? Such meticulousness is characteristic of criminal investigation professionals. However, upon observing the antiquated mobile phone produced by Zhao Tainan, Qin Yu discerned that the photographic quality contained within was undoubtedly constrained. Just as she was about to power on the computer, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to glance at Xi Jing. Xi Jing, I recall that you brought a laptop. It was evident that Qin Yu harbored a lack of trust towards any belongings within the Qin household, including the computer, an object susceptible to intrusion and scrutiny. Xi Jing, a finance major, was accustomed to monitoring stock market developments daily, making her laptop an indispensable tool. Understanding the situation, she nodded and replied, I'll fetch it, just a moment. In no time, Xi Jing returned with her backpack, extracting her laptop, while Zhao Tainan transferred the images from the old mobile device to the computer. The number of photographs was limited, merely a dozen or so. It seemed that Zhao Tainan had not allocated much time for capturing images back then. Qin Yu and Xi Jing positioned themselves before the computer, meticulously examining each photograph, while Zhao Tainan stood to Qin Yu's left, leaning against the table with a cup of coffee in hand. She had perused these images countless times before, familiarizing herself with their content. Yet she refrained from speaking until both Qin Yu and Xi Jing fixated on a particular photograph. It was a full-body shot of Lin Su inside the car, taken after the door had been opened. It did not take long for Qin Yu and Xi Jing to recognize the anomaly. Lin Su was slumped over the steering wheel, her head and face supported by the airbag. The cause of death was likely the violent rebound of her skull against the seat following the impact, resulting in a severe intracranial injury, or perhaps a shard of shattered glass piercing her temple fatally. Her arms hung limply, blood staining her hands. However, the nature of this blood was peculiar. It was evident that Lin Su bore no visible wounds on her hands, at least none on her palms. Yet the pale surface of her palms was marred by a curious amount of blood, reminiscent of a smudge rather than a flow. There were no traces of blood streaming down her wrists, only the palms bore the marks as if they had been brushed against something tainted. Qin Yu and Xi Jing were perceptive, their judgment rivaling that of seasoned detectives, concluding that this blood had been acquired by contact with another source. Qin Yu moved her fingers, flipping to another photograph. The steering wheel where blood was visible, transferred from her palm. Zhao Tianan's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. At the time, my inexperience left me aware only of the oddities surrounding the accident. Later, we were all ordered to refrain from involvement, and it became clear that the depths of this incident were beyond the scope of a mere officer like myself. It was only years later, after ascending in rank, that I sought to investigate further and uncovered another matter. What matter? Zhao Tainan extended his finger, clicking on another image. It was a photograph of the car Lin Su had been driving, with several full-body shots, but he now focused on the rear view. The vehicle had been severely impacted, its body crumpled and the trunk visibly damaged. This is of little consequence. However, at that moment, Qin Yu's eyes widened. By the time she called out, Zhao Tainan had already magnified and shifted the image. The 6 eyes of the 3 individuals beheld the gaping fissure of the car's trunk, revealing dark, crimson stains. Were these marks indicative of a fire? No, there was no sign of combustion or smoke at the time, thus, those stains were, in fact, blood. Xi Jing's tongue trembled, and Qin Yu stood in stunned silence. Blood oozing from the trunk, what could this signify? Anyone with a modicum of investigative experience would instinctively think of death. Chapter 81, Father and Mother. This suggested that the trunk likely concealed a corpse, and moreover, one that had not been deceased for long, as the blood was still flowing. Not only that, but from this angle, one could discern a dark, murky trace hair. Qin Yu, with her exceptional eyesight, had magnified the image to its utmost limit, and with a pen, she pointed to a specific area within the bleeding crevice. Zhao Tainan expressed surprise. Your powers of observation are impressive. It took me numerous views to notice that this is hair. She was even more astonished by Qin Yu's composure. After all, this was her mother's vehicle. It seemed her observational acuity and imagination remained unaffected. The revelation that Lin Su's accident involved a trunk harboring a corpse was simply terrifying, transforming her accident into something monstrous. Qin Yu felt as though her mind might explode. Jiao remained silent in the golden chamber for quite some time, instinctively turning to gaze at the golden wall, murmuring, "This task appears to be extraordinarily challenging, not aligning with the typical difficulty encountered by the chosen ones. Is it a manifestation of disdain, seeking to eliminate her? Or an attempt at rigorous refinement?" The golden wall offered no response. At this moment, Zhao Tianan's expression was also somewhat complex. Upon later investigating the vehicle's whereabouts, I discovered it had vanished completely, disappearing into the grasp of the judicial authorities, which essentially meant it had succumbed to the influence of those behind the scenes. Qin Yu's countenance remained impassive as she tilted her head to scrutinize her. Lin Su was the matriarch of the Qin family, equivalent to the lady of the house. Her demise could not have been more swiftly and forcefully addressed than by the Qin family. If the Qin family intervened yet chose to classify this incident as an ordinary traffic accident, neglecting the pursuit of the truth behind Lin Su's death and failing to investigate the bloodstains found in the trunk, it could only imply that the Qin family was the mastermind behind it all. Zhao Taiyan raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest as he focused on Qin Yu. Just about to voice something when he noticed Xi Jing's disapproving expression. Miss Xi seemed to feel that discussing her parents' matters so openly in front of Miss Qin was rather inappropriate. Initially, I shared that sentiment, however. It was evident that Miss Qin was no ordinary woman. Her psychological resilience was exceptionally formidable. Xi Jing frowned and remarked, "Thus, I did not deter Officer Zhao. Yet, there was undoubtedly an underlying concern, fearing that Qin Yu was merely putting on a brave front. After all, which young woman could endure the possibility that one of her parents might be a murderer or that her mother was slain by her father? I am no longer a child and am quite capable of discerning the gravity of various matters." The phrase "the weight of priorities" is indeed well articulated. As for Xi Jing, there is little more to elaborate. If Lin Shi were the one responsible for the death, it would not be difficult to imagine that the Qin family, for a multitude of reasons, might choose to conceal it. However, given that Lin Shi's own demise was marked by suspicious circumstances, I find myself doubting her role as the true culprit. Qin Yu lowered her gaze. She transported the deceased in the trunk of her car, weeping profusely, only to be murdered in a vehicular accident herself. From the perspective of a woman, if she were not the actual perpetrator, what could have compelled her to move the body rather than report the incident? The most plausible explanation is that she was protecting the true offender, seeking to obliterate the evidence, yet experiencing profound anguish in the process. What could drive a woman to undertake such a perilous endeavor to shield another, all the while feeling immense distress? I have conducted an investigation into Lin Su. Her background is far from illustrious, yet she has consistently demonstrated exceptional talent, rising from the desolate mountains to the capital city. In other words, she resembles another Xi lady. Xi Jing raised an eyebrow, feeling ambivalent about this comparison, yet sensing that Zhao Taiyan's words held deeper implications. Exemplary, independent, ambitious, possessing remarkable character and exceptional talent. She embodies the ideal of a goddess sought after by all men. Her social connections are impeccable, and while her demeanor is gentle, she upholds strong principles, setting a standard that even many women, who might otherwise be rivals, do not regard as an enemy. Such a person would not easily resort to obliterating others. Even if a close friend were to commit a crime, she would merely counsel them to confess. However, this instance diverges from her principles and moral code, indicating that the perpetrator holds significant importance in her life. Qin Feng, her husband. Zhao Taiyan ultimately pinpointed the sole reason she approached Qin Yu. She harbored suspicions regarding Qin Feng, even investigating him. Upon hearing this, Xi Jing's lips moved slightly as she glanced at Qin Yu, seeking her opinion. She felt it might be inappropriate to discuss such matters, prompting Qin Yu to disclose that Qin Go was not Qin Feng's son. If Lin Su truly loved Qin Feng, how could she betray him and bear Qin Go? Zhao Taiyan appeared taken aback, furrowing her brow. It was indeed peculiar. Could it be guilt? It was not beyond possibility, though difficult to decipher. Nonetheless, Zhao Tianan's suspicions leaned towards believing Qin Feng was the mastermind behind the scenes. She then brought up another matter, concerning Zhang Yao. You are aware, but what you may not know is that since Lin Su's death, a young woman has perished each year in the city, her face skinned. Qin Yu remained unfazed, while Xi Jing quickly refuted, asserting it was impossible. The news had not reported such occurrences. Lin Su had died over a decade ago, and for years, she had not encountered any such incidents. Zhao Taiyan scoffed, do you truly believe that every murder case can make the headlines? When it comes to women of dubious repute, whose deaths go unnoticed and unexamined, who would be aware of a woman's demise in this vast city? Particularly one who met a gruesome fate, her face flayed? Even the person reporting the incident, for various reasons, would refrain from raising a commotion. They would likely prefer to keep their heads down. You two are astute individuals, you should comprehend my implication. While a pampered young lady might not grasp this, even the original owner, having labored abroad for a decade, ought to understand the rules of society, let alone Qin Yu, who has risen from the lower echelons. As for Xi Jing, there is no need for further elaboration, thus, they all remained silent. However, this situation is different. Zhang Yao is not like those previous women. Indeed, there are some similarities and yet distinctions. Zhao Tainan fixed her gaze upon Qin Yu, noting that the connections among these cases all bear some relation to Qin Feng or the Qin family, albeit tenuously, and cannot serve as evidence. The disparity lies in the stark differences in the victims' identities, as well as the fact that previous connections pointed directly to Qin Feng, whereas the current ones implicate his children. Particularly you, Qin Yu, you are indeed under scrutiny. This Iron Lady's demeanor and tone evoke discomfort. Qin Yu puffed her cheeks. Do those deceased women share similarities with me, Zhang Yao, or Xi Jing? Indeed, they are all young, beautiful, and well-formed. Qin Yu sulked and rolled her eyes. Zhang Yao is somewhat unattractive, and she is short. Both Xi Jing and Zhao Tainan fell silent. You are beautiful, indeed, you are beautiful. Chapter 82, Orchard Chapter 83, 123 I have observed and ascertained that her soul has firmly locked onto the persona of a low-intelligence, cunning White Lotus character. Her intentions are quite clear, she covets the wealth of the Qin family, having little to do with these matters. As for the fourth point, you have undoubtedly noticed. This Wen Qixin possesses an extraordinary ruthlessness. I still hold a cautious opinion of her. Is it not possible to merge the fourth and fifth points? They are mother and son after all. Xi Jing's logic is indeed rigorous. It is true that they are mother and son. Wen Qixin is an exceptionally formidable woman. In terms of intelligence, she undoubtedly surpasses me. She likely belongs to the same category as you individuals of high intellect and unwavering resolve. Such women possess immense self-confidence, believing they can withstand anything, even against formidable adversaries, while refusing to involve others in their struggles. Qin Yu's words caused Xi Jing's brow to twitch. You think too highly of me. Not at all. You must have noticed that when Qixin holds a favorable impression of you, her demeanor is quite amiable. Logically, given her disdain for me, she should harbor animosity towards you as well, yet she does not. This is because she instinctively perceives you as akin to herself, thus extending her goodwill towards you. Therefore, it would be wise for you to gauge her through your own mindset. Suppose you were her, also operating from the shadows. You engage in these actions for your own purposes, but would you involve your own son? By the way, you were meant to have 2 children, however. The younger one passed away, leaving you with only one. How do you perceive this remaining child? Xi Jing cherished him as a precious treasure, shielding him from any peril or malevolence, for even if I were to descend into darkness, I would wish for him to emerge unscathed. The more powerful and intelligent individuals, even those of villainous nature, tend to retain an escape route should they encounter failure, ensuring at the very least a means of survival for their progeny, rather than dragging them into oblivion. Thus, it is inconceivable for Wen Qixin to align herself with Wen Liang. Sections 4 and 5 consequently diverged. Conversely, if Wen Liang were to be the orchestrator behind the scenes, as a mother, upon discovering this, should persuasion fail, she would ultimately offer her assistance. This represents a consolidation of forces against a common adversary, enhancing efficiency. Xi Jing comprehended that she was now faced with a binary dilemma. Mr. Qin Feng was riddled with flaws and suspicions, while Wen Liang, in stark contrast, posed no issues, his youth serving as his greatest shield. Indeed, his age constituted his foremost protection, hence, I have struggled to fully resolve my suspicions regarding him. Nevertheless, aside from this, he appeared to be the prime suspect in my eyes. Why do I assert this? One must trace back to the moment I was cast out of the country. Qin Yu recounted the events, mentioning that I had commissioned someone to locate the maid. From her account, I learned that the majority of the Qin family was gathered downstairs for a banquet, particularly Qin Feng, who, as the host, occupied the first floor, while Uncle Zhang attended to the guests. Wen Qixin ascended later. At that time, aside from a few servants, the principal members of the Qin family present on the second floor included myself, Qin Go, Wen Qixin, and one other Wen Liang. Do you suspect that it was Wen Liang who pulled the circuit breaker? He was younger than Qin at that time, merely a child. Xi Jing found it quite astonishing, thus he did not support Qin Yu's suspicion regarding this matter. Qin Yu toyed with a peach in her hand. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. That's why I say this person is peculiar. Everything appears unrelated to him yet intricately connected. His intelligence is remarkably high, perhaps even surpassing yours. As evidenced by his academic performance. He has even ventured into other disciplines, hasn't he? Upon hearing this, Xi Jing realized that Qin Yu must have conducted some investigation into Weisheng. Indeed, within the school, others are rather straightforward, yet this individual remains an enigma to me. In his freshman year, he was already exceptional in his field, but he has since become increasingly extraordinary, demonstrating profound insights across various subjects. Many professors have expressed feeling a loss of confidence in his presence, yet this individual is remarkably innocent and kind-hearted. Qin Yu had heard similar sentiments from Principal Qin. Though the principal did not regard this prodigy with awe, instead offering admiration with a tone of wonder. In America, there once was a 13-year-old boy who orchestrated an almost flawless murder to kill his 5-year-old sister and frame his father, manipulating his mother and the judicial system to imprison his father. His mother, oblivious to his machinations, raised him until he turned 18, only to perish in a mysterious car accident. Do you know how this genius ultimately came to light? How? It bears a resemblance to the tale of a silent lamb. Such geniuses are, in fact, aberrations. Qin Yu conveyed this to Xi Jing, subtly implying that some prodigies must never be regarded as ordinary. Alternatively, there may exist an extraordinary genius lurking behind him, concealed deep within the Qin family, or perhaps he is merely an ordinary servant, a guard, or a bodyguard. Xi Jing's expression subtly shifted, lost in contemplation. Could it be that Qin Feng is truly innocent? Yet, like Qin Yu, he harbored suspicions of an individual within the Qin family orchestrating everything, persistently targeting him, yet remaining elusive, necessitating frequent changes in personnel to diminish the likelihood of detection. The preference for his biological father over his adopted brother was evident. Qin Yu evidently favored his true father. With such partiality, Xi Jing could only adopt a neutral stance akin to the sword of Damocles. A faint smile graced Xi Jing's lips, and Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. A silent understanding passing between them. At that moment, Qin Yu caught sight of a garden, where he vaguely discerned the graceful figure of Weisheng. She harbors feelings of aversion and hostility towards you. Allow me to approach her while you seek out Weisheng, but exercise caution, as he is, after all, an adult male. The two parted in tacit agreement, each with their own objectives. The garden was expensive, constructed of glass, far more enchanting and vivid than those depicted in television dramas. In Xi Jing's eyes, Weisheng, as the matriarch of this illustrious family, exhibited a different form of strength in her leisurely act of watering the flowers, a compelling charm in its own right. Conversely, to Weisheng, the seemingly unremarkable Xi Jing, who approached slowly, embodied an independent beauty of her own. Youth is a wonderful thing. Weisheng lowered her head, smiling softly, though her smile did not reach her eyes. To Xi Jing, it signified the dawn of something new. Chapter 84, The 3-Point Style. Madam, are you surprised that I have come to seek you? Xi Jing did not decline. After taking her seat, she lifted her gaze to meet her counterpart and remarked, to many, including your ladyship, her actions may seem like a mere whim, inconsequential and devoid of any worth, not warranting a sacrifice of life. Yet, from my perspective, the cost of her actions, as well as her true intentions, are of little significance. What truly matters is that she acted to preserve both my dignity and my future. Weisheng poured her a cup of floral tea and inquired, but how can you be certain that this will not lead to greater harm? A knowing smile danced upon her lips as Xi Jing expressed her gratitude and gently replied, if I were to retreat at the mere hint of potential harm, I would not have survived to this moment. She turned the cup in her hands and continued. Then my first inquiry is whether the individual who attacked Qin Yu last night was sent by your ladyship. Weisheng raised an eyebrow, your question lacks civility. Yet I shall inform you that it was not, despite the fact that I did once contemplate ending her life. Xi Jing's eyes flickered. Such candor from the lady was equally brusque. Weisheng remained non-committal, now that the suspicion regarding you and Qin Yu has shifted to me. Should we not first question her benevolent father? Ah, Qin Yu is indeed correct, this stepmother possesses considerable prowess. As they delve into investigation and speculation, their adversary may not remain idle. Xi Jing acknowledged, there is indeed suspicion, yet until conclusions are drawn, one must maintain a wary disposition towards all. A sentiment I trust your ladyship can appreciate. Now, for my second question, are you so certain that it was Qin Yu who caused your fall down the staircase all those years ago? Each inquiry irked her deeply. When Qixin narrowed her eyes, a chill evident in her gaze. One person pushed, another pulled the switch, it necessitated collaboration between two. The bond between siblings was palpable to me. Similarly, it was clear that Qin Yu had also become a prime suspect in the eyes of others. Whether she was the one who pushed or merely pulled the switch, the distinction was inconsequential. Xi Jing offered little in the way of rebuttal, merely awaiting the second question from her counterpart. With her slender, well-manicured fingers twirling a small spoon, when Qixin inquired, regarding that assailant, has Qin Yu ever considered anyone else? Perhaps another individual aside from old Zhang? Xi Jing was momentarily taken aback, her immediate thought being that when Qixin was alluding to Wen Liang. Yet, that seemed implausible. What mother would insinuate such a thing about her own son? If not Wen Liang, then it must be accurate. There was indeed another individual with a physique reminiscent of the assailant from last night, one who undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of the Qin family. Particularly concerning Qin Yu's residence, Qin Go. Should one attribute this to maternal instinct, when Qixin had not contemplated her son at all? Likewise, Qin Yu had not considered Qin Go when she was piecing things together last night, not due to their sibling bond, but rather her reliance on the system and her own judgment, leading her subconscious to overlook Qin Go. Yet, Xi Jing was not as easily swayed. Prompted by Wen Qixin's mention, she placed Qin Go on her list of suspects, albeit as a mere consideration. Thank you for your reminder, madam. I had entirely forgotten about that individual. Now, for the third question, why did you choose to change your son's surname? She lowered her gaze, sipping her tea. Because of the child I lost. I foresee a future confrontation between them, once Qin Feng is unable to protect them any longer. If you wish to assist her, despite my admiration for you, you must be prepared to face the consequences in the future. I hope you are mentally prepared to leave. The Qin family may appear to be a cohesive unit, but it has long been fragmented, each member pursuing their own agendas, driven either by greed or the quest for power, whether it be their own lives or those of others. However, I firmly believe that those who engage in wickedness will ultimately face collective retribution. I hope, dear lady, that you will maintain the same composure and elegance at that moment to make the most prudent judgment. She departed, when Qixin set down her cup, enveloped in silence. What was this young man implying? At the very least, he seemed to suggest that he believed she was not the one pulling the strings. Xi Jing exited the garden and ventured into the orchard, yet she found no sign of Qin Yu. Instead, she heard some sounds and followed them, discovering a swimming pool nestled between the orchard and the garden, with a breathtaking lake and translucent scenery ahead, creating a picturesque view. However, when Xi Jing spotted Wen Liang, she felt a jolt of unease upon realizing Qin Yu was absent. Suppressing her anxiety, she approached calmly and inquired, Mr. Wen, where is Qin Yu? Unable to resist glancing at the expansive swimming pool, she found it deserted. What are you looking at? I am right here. The door to the poolside house swung open, and both turned to see a stunning beauty emerge. With a model-like stature of 1.70 meters, she donned a bikini that accentuated her snow-white skin and perfectly sculpted figure. Even Xi Jing had to concede that Miss Qin's high standards for others were not without merit, given her own exceptional qualities. Yet, glancing at Wen Liang's flushed face, she turned her attention back to Qin Yu. Are you planning to swim? Qin Yu, nonsense, I've already changed into my swimsuit, what do you think? In truth, it is a subtle attempt to entice Wen Liang, to discern if he harbors any hidden agendas. That enigmatic figure seems fixated on seducing women, and at least his murderous intentions are intertwined with themes of allure and desire. This approach is not without merit, however. The issue lies in Xi Jing's exasperation as he observes a male presence in the vicinity. He leans in closer to Qin Yu and whispers, Have you forgotten that you are currently on your period? Qin Yu's expression grows complicated, but she ultimately smiles at the blushing Wen Liang, stating, I merely wanted to showcase my bikini and flaunt my physique. After all, I've been exercising diligently. Do you think it looks good? With that, she deliberately spins around, revealing her alluring curves and the graceful lines of her body. Qin Yu chuckles, anyway, it's not my body. The epitome of fair skin, beauty, and long legs serves as an ideal introduction. Xi Jing, unable to suppress her mischievous nature, seizes the opportunity to observe Wen Liang. The latter appears quite normal, blushing and looking down, occasionally glancing back at Qin Yu. Chapter 85. The stealthy device. Xi Jing sighs inwardly, yet adds, enough of this play, the weather is not warm, and you might catch a chill. Let us change clothes. He then pulls Qin Yu into the room to change, where they are finally able to converse. Xi Jing's tone is somewhat stern, you seem a bit too eager. While this tactic is viable, there is no need for such haste. You nearly stained the swimming pool with blood, did you know that? Time is of the essence, Xi Jing, my moments are dwindling. Moreover, she does not believe that prolonging the situation would benefit her in dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes. Her intellect pales in comparison to his, rendering her unsuitable for a prolonged battle. Yet, she cannot elucidate this to Xi Jing, she can only utter this single phrase. Naturally, Xi Jing is perplexed, but she respects her sentiments. Very well, what will you do next? Undress. Then, Xi Jing witnessed Qin Yu turning her back to remove her bikini. Previously, Xi Jing had brought a backpack to this location, while Qin Yu and Zhao Taiyan ascended the stairs for a clandestine discussion. The individual lurking behind must have taken notice, leading to the assumption that Xi Jing's backpack contained a computer loaded with information, driven by the innate guilt of a thief. Would this person dare to tamper with the backpack? She saw that Xi Jing had already powered on the computer, yet her fingers fiddled with a strand of hair. The device had been moved, no longer resting in its original position. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. In broad daylight, he actually came. I suspect he has also scrutinized the data within your computer. I have deleted the photographs, but I am uncertain if this individual possesses the skills to trace the remnants and retrieve those images. Qin Yu fell silent and remarked, this individual could have entered in only two ways. One is through the window, on the left side adjacent to the woods, however, I just checked, and there are no footprints left on that side. The other possibility is a brazen entrance. To be honest, there have been quite a number of people coming and going here over the past couple of days, police, servants, and those responsible for the window renovations. Yet, considering we were away for such a brief moment, the number of individuals who could have come in should be quite limited. It's possible that no one noticed. If we inquire, we might inadvertently alert the culprit. So, who exactly tampered with Xi Jing's computer? Suddenly, Qin Yu smiled and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a slender device from between two books. This little gadget is called Eliminating the Neighbor Wang. I bought it online for just 99 yuan. Would you like one? I have no money. I got it during a promotional event, buy one, get one free. I can give you one. Xi Jing replied, stop joking. Qin Yu shrugged. While you were placing your hair into the computer, I discreetly tucked it into the book, and the recording function has been running all along. Xi Jing raised an eyebrow, recalling how she had previously been preoccupied with Qin Yu's work on the computer, unaware that he had a trick up his sleeve. Realizing this, she said, so you used my hair as a decoy? Qin Yu immediately looked a bit chagrined. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But if you're upset, I can offer you 2 strands of my hair in return. Would you like that? I can pull out 2 for you right now. Get lost. Do you think you're some Yukong? Nonetheless, Xi Jing went over to close the door, and the two began to examine the footage on their phones. The recording began with Qin Yu inserting it between 2 books. It had already started by that time. Subsequently, after the 2 individuals departed, the recording continued for approximately 20 minutes, during which faint sounds emerged from the corridor, as if numerous people were conversing, with indistinct mentions of cleaning. Cleaning? It seems to be the servants. Shortly thereafter, the study door creaked open, and someone entered. However, from this angle, the person remained unseen. Only the sound of the door closing could be heard, followed by the sounds of cleaning. Cleaning? Did they commence cleaning immediately upon entering? Typically, one would start from the innermost part of the room. Both Qin Yu and Xi Jing, possessing exceptional acuity, quickly discerned that the individual who had entered was merely engaging in a ruse. Indeed, a woman soon approached, wielding a broom and sweeping the floor. It was her. Qin Yu paused momentarily, lost in thought, clearly recognizing the woman who was cleaning. In the video, Xi Jing observed this elderly yet meticulous woman carefully opening her backpack, followed by the activation of her computer, the keyboard clattering rhythmically. I always assumed she was a relic from the past, incapable of even sending a text message. I never anticipated she could be so adept. Despite Qin Yu's words, her gaze remained fixated on the actions of the individual in the video, where she could faintly see various pages being opened and some code being entered. Suddenly, images popped up on the screen. Damn! Photos! The two exchanged glances. Sympathy flickered in Xi Jing's eyes. The Qin family is filled with hidden talents. Qin Yu rolled her eyes. What talents? They are all specters. Malevolent spirits. The photograph was swiftly taken by this individual, and as the other party closed the laptop, it seemed that everything should have come to an end. Yet, Xi Jing suddenly grasped Qin Yu's hand, halting her from shutting off the video. Wait! Looking back, something feels amiss. She had brushed her hair aside, and her momentary pause was due to discovering a strand of hair I had left behind, contemplating whether to remove it. Ultimately, her decision was to set it aside, thereby revealing that someone had indeed been there. Xi Jing turned to Qin Yu, questioning, why is this? It was a deliberate act, surely with ulterior motives. To provide an alibi for another individual, Qin Yu slowly replied. Who? There were two suspects, Wen Liang and Wen Qixin. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes, stating, considering this person's identity, I must make further arrangements. The two did not articulate their thoughts, yet their understanding was conveyed through their exchanged glances. Excellent. We have finally made some progress, even clarifying our direction. Xi Jing's expression softened slightly, yet she reminded Qin Yu to remain vigilant. For the waters of the Qin family ran deep, entangling not only the axe-wielding maniac but also the face-slicing fiend, perhaps even a combination of both, along with accomplices. Which was indeed quite alarming. As Qin Yu spoke, she picked up her coat, intending to escort Xi Jing out. However, a knock on the door interrupted them. Someone outside appeared quite agitated. You two, regardless of what you're doing in there, hurry up and come out. Zhao Tianan's voice sounded peculiar, prompting Qin Yu to pout. Hey! Officer Zhao, what do you mean by that? What actions can we undertake? Qin Yu retorted immediately at Zhao Tianan, who countered with, Qin Go, your brother has gone missing. What? Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, nearly paling in shock. He was her primary target. This was disastrous. Upon arriving at the villa where Qin Go was detained, Qin Yu discovered that the premises were surrounded by Uncle Zhang, the Qin family's security forces, and the police, all of whom were in a standoff. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and with Qin Yu's arrival, it escalated further. Noticing Qin Yu's grim demeanor, Uncle Zhang's expression, too, revealed a rare shift. Particularly when Qin Yu approached him directly, their eyes locking in a fierce confrontation. Everyone sensed the chilling intensity in Qin Yu's expression and gaze. And they all heard her words. He is not his son, yet I am his daughter. To this day, I am his only daughter. Do you all still regard me as the discarded refuse from a decade ago? Is it he who wishes for extinction, or is it you who long to depart? The significance of Qin Go's identity posed a significant threat and represented a formidable challenge in her mission, yet it also heightened the importance of her own status. As a member of an influential family, Qin Feng could not afford to be without a child. How invaluable was her identity as the daughter who caused the miscarriage of her father's second wife yet remained under Qin Feng's protection? She held the power to act. And she could exert her influence openly, impervious to anyone's attempts to undermine her. Especially now that Qin Go, the only one capable of compelling her to compromise with Qin Feng, was missing and his fate uncertain, the boundaries of her power had expanded infinitely. Uncle Zhang's expression shifted as, amidst the silence of the Qin family members, who dared not speak, and the reticence of Zhao Tian and others, he finally broke the stillness. What orders does the young lady have? We can dispatch someone immediately to locate young Master Qin. Qin Yu took a step back, her gaze sweeping across the desolate villa. This residence belonged solely to Qin Go, and one would expect this infamous scion to inhabit a space that was chaotic or disordered. Yet, what lay before her was a starkly decorated interior, furnished sparingly, exuding an overwhelming sense of coldness and solitude, with traces of damage on some pieces, whispering of profound melancholy. Qin Go suffered from severe depression and bouts of rage. He lived in isolation within this vast and empty villa, consumed by loneliness and fury. His mother had passed away long ago, his father had come to realize he was not his biological son. And his sister had been sent abroad to shield him from blame. He was engulfed by fear, insecurity, and terror, yet he was trapped. With every aspect of his life under the scrutiny and control of others. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. She called Qin Feng, intending to convey her desire to find Qin Go. Why involve Uncle Zhang? Because calling Qin Feng directly would imply a daughter's playful threat to her father. Whereas communicating through Uncle Zhang signified a declaration of war. She had explicitly named him. Qin Feng would undoubtedly grasp the distinction. She was certain he harbored suspicions about her. Uncle Zhang regarded Qin Yu intently before stepping aside to make the call. After a while, he returned and handed the phone to Qin Yu. "The gentleman wishes to speak with you." Qin Yu cast him a glance and accepted the phone. The voice of Qin Feng drifted over from a distance, "Irrelevant to me. You may stir up trouble in the Qin family. If you can find them, I shall not interfere, but if you cannot, I will not offer my assistance." This statement was intriguing. "My people are at your disposal, yet I shall not lend a hand. I do not regard you as particularly formidable. Your assistance is unnecessary. As long as those beneath you heed my commands." Realizing she was the sole heiress of the opposing lineage, her temper flared. And she displayed a hint of disrespect towards Qin Feng. Both Xi Jing and Zhao Tainan noted the somber expression on Uncle Zhang's face. "So, let us commence the search. How shall we proceed?" When Qin Yu heard Zhao Tainan mention it on the way, she sensed the underlying trepidation. The only two factions capable of making Qin Go vanish from the Qin family villa with such ease were, first, the master represented by Qin Feng, who had the most considerable visible power and numbers, second, the true assailant, a shadowy figure flitting through the Qin household. With internal and external surveillance in place and cameras nearby, he had not exited the villa, he had seemingly vanished from his room into thin air. Upon arriving at Qin Go's chamber, Qin Yu strolled around, then turned to Zhao Tainan. "Can we locate a secret passage or mechanism?" Zhao Tainan, exasperated, wore a rather displeased expression. "Do you think this is a television drama? A secret passage?" Qin Yu inquired. "Is there any sort of supernatural method? Something that allows one to simply vanish?" Jiao Jiao suddenly chimed in. I have it. But I cannot use it now, undoubtedly. You will learn it in the future." Qin Yu retorted. Silence. At that moment, Uncle Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply, casting a keen gaze towards Xi Jing. Qin Yu stepped forward, obstructing Uncle Zhang's gaze towards Xi Jing, and opened the window to glance at the nearby Villa No. 3. With a slight downturn of her lips, she remarked, "The row of trees below is quite lush and towering." She turned to Uncle Zhang and inquired, "Could you please open the door?" Uncle Zhang paused for 3 seconds before turning around. "Miss, please follow me." As he walked ahead, Xi Jing momentarily froze at the sight of his gait but said nothing, merely observing him intently. After a while, Qin Yu's phone vibrated. She glanced down to find a message from Xi Jing. "Uncle Zhang's walking posture appears rather peculiar. His legs?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow after reading it and followed Uncle Zhang into the house. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by an impeccably clean interior. From a forensic standpoint, a location that is too pristine is often unfavorable, as excessive cleanliness significantly diminishes the likelihood of material evidence being present. If Villa No. 13 were covered in dust, it would facilitate the preservation of footprints or other traces. However, it was utterly spotless, leaving no remnants behind. Zhao Tainan cast a penetrating glance at Uncle Zhang and remarked, "The presence of so much dust indicates that few, if any, have entered to clean. Logically, if there had been any comings and goings, some footprints should have been left, yet there is nothing, as if a specter had consumed this place." Chapter 87. The layout. Villa No. 13 has always remained unoccupied and is also a restricted area. If the young lady suspects that Qin Goshao is hiding in Villa No. 13, a thorough investigation is warranted. Uncle Zhang's attitude was unmistakably clear, leaving Zhao Tainan with an unsettling sense of pessimism. "I observed that this place hardly resembled a forbidden area. It was far cleaner than many inhabited spaces, was it not, Miss?" This statement was evidently laced with sarcasm. Uncle Zhang maintained a stoic expression, while Qin Yu shot a glare at Zhao Tainan. "I've only resided here for a day. The cleanliness is not my concern. However, this area is off limits. Who is responsible for its upkeep?" Uncle Zhang turned to Qin Yu and replied earnestly, I have been the one to maintain it all along. Oh, that explains it then. You old rascal. You've managed to keep it spotless. Qin Yu cast him a sidelong glance, already aware that she would uncover nothing further. Indeed, Villa 13 had been thoroughly searched. There was not a single trace of Qin Go, nor even a footprint or fingerprint. As Zhao Tainan had stated, there was no evidence to implicate the Qin family whatsoever. The assailant wielding the axe had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. If that attacker did not leave fingerprints or footprints, it was understandable, as the ground was not muddy, making it difficult to leave any marks. Once they reached the woods, the hard earth and fallen leaves rendered the collection of reliable information impossible. Had this individual truly vanished like a specter? And what of Qin Go? This Qin family was peculiar. Could they be under some malevolent influence? The criminal investigation team had no choice but to depart in frustration, reminding Qin Yu to exercise caution and report any dangers without delay. Qin Yu, looking pale, retorted, "If that axe comes down, I'll be dead in an instant." What good would calling for help do? After the police departed, the Qin household, despite its numerous inhabitants, seemed to descend into an eerie silence. Qin Feng had not returned home. Qin Yu resolved to personally drive Xi Jing to school. Uncle Zhang, unable to deter her, called out from outside the car, "Miss, while it is known that Qin Go is your brother and that the gentleman is your father, have you ever shown any emotional preference towards the latter?" Qin Yu, seated in the driver's seat, fell into a brief silence, while Xi Jing sensed that the most tortured soul in the Qin family was indeed Qin Yu. "Not at all. Everything is merely for the sake of the mission." Yet, as the car roared to life, Qin Yu turned to Uncle Zhang and stated, "I am aware that life is a challenge for everyone. I do not yearn for an illusion of harmony. But I must at least ensure that there will be no situation where my biological father harms my own brother, or vice versa. I have never relied on emotional biases to make judgments, rather, I base my decisions solely on the actions of others. I am a self-serving individual, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang squinted, his voice low and contemplative. "Then you should heed my words even more, miss. Why do you not question whether young Master Qin Go was the assailant that night?" As the vehicle navigated the mountain path and exited the village, Xi Jing recounted Wen Qixin's words to Qin Yu. With the steering wheel firmly in hand and thoughts racing, she pondered, could Qin Go truly be the attacker? After a moment of reflection, she dismissed that line of thought, asserting, Qin Go must have left from Villa No. 13. There is something peculiar about that villa. Something peculiar? Xi Jing exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yu initially sensed that something was amiss, though she could not articulate it. However, after exiting Villa No. 13 and looking back from the outside, a realization struck her. Xi Jing, astute as ever, quickly grasped the insight, the layout. Indeed, while each villa shared a similar design, this particular one deviated slightly. The rooms on the ground floor, including the living room and kitchen, were marginally smaller, creating a significant expanse of additional space. This area could very well serve as a concealed compartment within the villa. A secret chamber? At the very least, there existed a space ample enough to conceal a person. Xi Jing mentally sketched the internal layout of Villa No. 13 and turned to Qin Yu, inquiring if she had refrained from speaking out in order to investigate privately. Qin Yu denied this, asserting, "How could I be the type to endanger myself?" Xi Jing, with a calm demeanor that brooked no refusal, suggested, "Is that so?" "I think not. Let us choose a time, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, when you are feeling unwell. I shall accompany you, and we will investigate together." Qin Yu glanced at her, chuckling, "Oh, your concern for me is akin to that of a devoted mother." To which Qin Yu retorted, "You threaten me with such solemnity under the guise of friendship. Do you truly believe I would yield?" "Oh, very well, I shall heed your advice," Qin Yu conceded, unwilling to forsake her hard-won relationship with her second goddess. On their way, Xi Jing declined Qin Yu's offer of accommodation, stating, "I can stay at school for a few days. With so many people around, there is no place more secure than the school itself." Indeed, Qin Yu could only advise, "Oh, do not casually walk with strangers, not even with acquaintances. Take care of yourself." Xi Jing nodded, observing as they approached the school gate. Yet Qin Yu steered the car into the campus, unexpectedly venturing into the dormitory area. Once the vehicle came to a halt, she opened the trunk and retrieved a large basket filled with freshly picked fruits, saying, "This is for you, I cannot forget." Xi Jing stepped forward, intending to assist her. And though Qin Yu did not refuse, she handed her a smaller basket instead. Xi Jing regarded her with a contemplative glance but refrained from speaking. Fortunately, the building was equipped with an elevator. Despite the weight of the basket, ascending 7 or 8 floors was not overly taxing. Do you reside on campus? Yes. Occasionally I need to stay for reports, but since my mother fell ill, I have seldom stayed on campus. Xi Jing was not particularly loquacious, especially in the bustling atmosphere of the girls' dormitory, where too many eyes scrutinized them. Upon entering the dormitory, 3 girls engaged in various activities turned their heads in unison. They were met with the unexpected presence of someone they found surprising. For Xi Jing, most girls were reluctant to associate with her due to her beauty, excellence, and aloofness. Sharing a dormitory with her was deemed unfortunate, yet her rare appearances made it bearable. However, today, her presence was indeed unforeseen. The trio's 6 eyes fixated intently upon them. Ah, truly, this is Qinghai University. The living conditions are rather commendable, and your space is both tidy and elegant, far superior to my own disheveled abode. While their intellect may not rival Xi Jing's, their emotional acuity and cunning undoubtedly surpassed those of these sheltered young women. A single remark from her eased the tension among the 3, their previously taut demeanor beginning to relax. Xi Jing cast a fleeting glance at her and said, "Come in." Qin Yu smiled at the 3 ladies and entered the room, carrying a basket of fruits. Today, she had opted for a simple attire of a shirt and trousers, rather than dressing in a seductive and glamorous manner. Chapter 88. The meeting. Take the large basket for yourselves, please help me deliver the small one to Principal Qin. You can go by yourself, I doubt you've forgotten the way. Xi Jing poured her a glass of water at the perfect temperature. Qin Yu took it, sipped, and replied with a smile, "I won't go, lest he drags me to your school for classes. I can't understand a word, and he doesn't allow me to sleep." "You can take it to him." After finishing her water, Qin Yu set down the paper cup and departed, making sure to greet the other 3 with a friendly demeanor. Though they were not particularly close, there was no animosity, allowing for casual conversation, which prompted them to inquire about Xi Jing. "Was that just now Qin Yu? We met during the anniversary celebration. Did she buy these fruits?" They refrained from mentioning Qin Yu's affluent background, as they harbored their own sense of pride. Even if Xi Jing knew the eldest daughter of the Qin family, they wouldn't feel envy or jealousy, well, perhaps just a hint of envy. Yes, that was her. She's been unwell these past few days, and I went to keep her company. The fruits were picked from the orchard. If left uneaten for too long, they will spoil. Is it all right if we share them? Although Xi Jing appeared cold, her demeanor during conversation lacked any sense of indifference or dominance. The 3 ladies gazed at the exceptionally fresh fruits, their appetites awakened, and they were pleasantly surprised by Xi Jing's gentle manner. It is indeed a delightful occurrence when such an admirable individual exhibits kindness towards them, is it not? After distributing the fruits, Xi Jing casually picked up the small basket but did not descend the staircase immediately. Instead, she made her way to the balcony outside, where she could observe a flamboyant sports car exiting the school gate. What prompted her sudden departure from the ostentatious demeanor typically associated with a young lady of privilege? Perhaps she uttered words that were not characteristic of her, all in an effort to ease the tensions among her roommates. After all, in times of trouble, those with whom one shares a closer bond are often the most helpful. This young lady indeed treats her with great kindness. Xi Jing's naturally exquisite features softened slightly. Perhaps this is what friendship entails. However, after gazing outside for a while, the initial softness in her expression gradually hardened. If she were to return to the Qin residence, it surely would not be in that direction. Might it be that this young lady has other matters to attend to? The sports car weaved through the urban streets, swiftly entering a bustling thoroughfare, ultimately halting in front of a tea house. Qin Yu alighted and entered the establishment, choosing a seat by the window rather than in a private room. After taking a glance at her companion, she settled in. Selecting such a vibrant and crowded tea house, particularly a window-side seat, was quite considerate. Was she concerned for my comfort? Sitting in the chair, the individual who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time remained motionless, leisurely sipping tea, their voice low and slightly husky. "If you have come, it indicates that most of your doubts have been alleviated. In the spirit of reciprocity, my actions are meant to provide you with reassurance." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The absence of mobile communication between us has fostered a tacit understanding. It seems we both possess sincere intentions. Let us now discuss the terms of our collaboration. Meanwhile, Xi Jing arrived at the principal's office, carrying a basket of fruit. Principal Qin, known for his diligence, was already present, as he often was, attending to school matters punctually. However, upon seeing Xi Jing, his face brightened with joy. After learning her purpose, he glanced at the fruit and remarked, "I have heard that your family possesses a rather sizable orchard, cultivated without pesticides, both healthy and delicious. It is a pity that so much of it goes uneaten, often left to rot." Xi Jing furrowed her brow at this unfortunate reality. Why is that? She wondered. It was evident that the venerable principal was aware of the recent turmoil surrounding the Qin family. It was a quagmire that most could only observe from afar, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to benefit from it. "Does the principal advise against my involvement?" she inquired. "It is indeed a suggestion I extend," he replied with a gentle smile, casually wiping an apple with a napkin before taking a bite, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Xi Jing fell silent for a moment before turning to leave. Once the door closed behind her, Principal Qin set down the apple, his fingers deftly peeling open a peach to reveal a card tucked beneath it. Upon reading the message inscribed, he paused, contemplating its significance. "My phone has been tapped. I kindly request that you send the relevant academic materials of an individual to Officer Zhao Tainan. Below is her account information. During these turbulent times, I must resort to unconventional methods. I implore you to assist, and if you are unable, please ensure Xi Jing's safety within the school premises." The elderly gentleman, his hair grayed with age, regarded the card thoughtfully before setting it aside and dialing a number on his phone. "Xi Jing, there are matters I believe we need to discuss. Concerning that orchard. Qin Feng and his wife Lin Su, who was once my student, had their lives intertwined in the shadow of misfortune. Before her incident, Lin Su had been conducting experiments at school, while Qin Feng was occupied with his company. At home, only when Qixin and Qiyun remained. Dining with these two women was undoubtedly no delightful experience. It was a battle, the one who endured till the end would emerge victorious. "Steady now, we shall prevail." 3 minutes later, when Qixin rose expressionlessly and departed, followed 5 minutes after by Qiyun, her countenance darkened, akin to a hornet's nest. Only Qin Yu remained at the table, surrounded by a feast meant for her. As Qin Yu indulged in the sumptuous dishes, Jiao Jiao murmured, "How can you continue to linger in this wretched place? Are you not afraid that you might be the next to vanish?" Observing Qin Yu relish her meal, Jiao Jiao swallowed hard and continued. "Zhao Tainan left not a single officer behind. It is evidently an order from higher-ups, who must undoubtedly be influenced by the Qin family. If Qin Feng truly cared for you, he would not act in such a manner. It is clear he intends to confine you within this ominous abode." Jiao Jiao added. "Do you not possess any self-awareness?" After the meal, the meticulous butler Wang approached Qin Yu to inquire which room she would prefer for the night. The disparity in status was evident. Previously, she had been casually assigned a guest room, but now that her significance as the sole heir of Qin Feng was recognized, she was allowed to make a selection. "Upstairs, choose any room you like. Aunt Wang, please make the arrangements," she instructed. Butler Wang, taken aback by Qin Yu's politeness, nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall have someone prepare it now. Would the room adjacent to Mr. Qin's be acceptable?" Chapter 89, The Fireplace. "I am curious whether anyone will seek me out this evening." This remark left Butler Wang in contemplation, yet he soon departed. Alone in the room was none other than the esteemed Miss Qin, the focus of their protection tonight. These details, however, pale in significance compared to the fact that the film playing was The Silence of the Lambs. "My dear young lady truly astounds." Jiao Jiao was already reduced to tears. Cowering in a corner of the golden chamber, trembling with fear as she ranted at Qin Yu, calling her a pervert and insisting that she turn off the film. Qin Yu, nonchalantly enjoying the late-night snacks prepared by the servants, replied with calm indifference, "If you cannot bear to watch, you may simply close your eyes." Jiao Jiao retorted. "Close your mouth. I am your Golden Chamber's NPC, I must accompany you throughout the entire mission." Qin Yu replied, "Oh. But I believe you mentioned your duties involve the underworld. Is there not a hellish abyss down there? Would you truly fear such trivial scenes?" Jiao Jiao protested. "I am an office worker. I am the child of the divine. I need not venture into the depths of hell myself. Turn it off, turn it off. Turn it off. Oh. He is eating people. With her head buried in the corner of the golden chamber, her plump backside raised, her fluffy tail quivered in fright. Qin Yu remarked, those with powerful backing are like flowers in a greenhouse so delicately fragile. Not holding onto her identity as the young lady. She uttered a few formalities before ascending the stairs. The room was spacious, far larger than the perfunctory guest room she had occupied in her ancestral home. And it exuded a classical charm. For reasons unknown, upon entering the room, Qin Yu was struck by the fleeting thought that this was indeed the original chamber of the former occupant, Qin Yu herself. After surveying her surroundings, she cast a glance at the fireplace before making her way to the bathroom. As she turned, a few ashes tumbled from the fireplace. Though she remained oblivious to this occurrence, the bathroom was enveloped in steam, and as Qin Yu watched the warm water cascade over her, her gaze briefly flitted to the mobile phone resting on the shelf. It was a call from Jing. Are you at home? You must be inquiring whether I have been obediently resting in my room, deliberately choosing this hour. It was merely 10 o'clock in the evening. Was it truly inconvenient? The dormitory was still brightly lit, as all 4 of her roommates were engaged in their studies late into the night. Qinghai University boasted a commendable academic atmosphere, with many striving diligently for their futures, particularly her 3 roommates, influenced by Jing, who were reluctant to lag behind. At this moment, they were either writing papers or engrossed in their books, yet they were taken aback to witness Jing making a call at such an hour. It is somewhat inconvenient as I am in the midst of a shower. Oh, beautiful Xi. Would you like me to turn on the video? No need. I have already had the pleasure of witnessing your splendid physique. The first encounter leaves the most exquisite impression. Upon a second glance, one tends to scrutinize for flaws, such as where you may fall short compared to me. I can only imagine the astonishment on your roommates' faces, as if they have seen a ghost. Jing glanced at the bewildered expressions of the other 3, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, they appear quite astonished. The trio exclaimed. To hear our aloof goddess, she utter such words, and to see her smile. Miss Qin is truly remarkable. Ah. It seems I might as well become a fortune-teller. You ought to first ascertain whether you will have a restful night, prioritize your safety, and should anything arise, sound the alarm. Alternatively, keep your phone on throughout the night, so that I may be alerted to any disturbances, right? Qin Yu? Suddenly, Jing's expression changed dramatically as she sprang from her chair, causing it to clatter to the floor. The other 3 were taken aback, witnessing the usually composed and aloof demeanor of Jing now replaced with sheer panic. Just 3 seconds prior, Qin Yu had been clutching her phone and donning her pajamas as she exited the bathroom, her face still adorned with the smile from her conversation with Jing. Yet, upon opening the door, her smile froze. The silhouette illuminated by the light behind the bathroom revealed her own figure. However, standing at the door allowed her to see another shadow cast by the light near the bedroom door, intersecting her own at an acute angle. This indicated that someone was indeed lurking by the bathroom door, their shadow elongated by the light behind them. In that instant, the alarm was by her bedside, and the intercom lay on her bed. Bathing represented the only opportunity for the assailant to strike. They were fully aware of her every move. Qin Yu swiftly retreated, attempting to shut and lock the bathroom door while desperately calling for help. Yet, just then, the terrifying shadow lunged forward, a large hand covering her mouth. Within that hand was a piece of white cloth, imbued with the scent of chemicals. In the mere span of 2 to 3 seconds that her mouth and nose were obstructed, Qin Yu's consciousness began to collapse, nearly plunging her into unconsciousness. During that fleeting moment, her muffled cries fell into the phone, which ultimately slipped from her grasp, powerless to hit the ground. Upon hearing such an eerie sound, Jing's immediate instinct was that Qin Yu was in peril. However, after calling out twice and receiving no response, a subtle sound of fabric brushing against itself was followed by another chilling utterance, "She is mine." This declaration came from the mysterious individual. Jing's entire being tensed. And just as she was about to speak, the call abruptly ended, leaving only a profound silence, deep, hoarse, and fraught with anxiety. Who was it? The 3 roommates exchanged glances, their intellects keenly aware that something grave had transpired, yet none dared to voice their concerns until Jing seized her phone to call Zhao Taiyan. In the Qin family ancestral home, within the confines of the bathroom, someone had infiltrated her chamber and taken her hostage, overpowering her in mere seconds. I cannot ascertain whether that person has harmed her. Xi Jing struggled to maintain her composure. Striving to remain calm as she continued, that individual also uttered a statement to me. You may utilize my phone to reconstruct the conversation I just had with her. You should be able to discern some aspects of that person's voice, and I implore you to contact the Qin family and dispatch someone to her room immediately. Zhao Tainan. On the other end, wasted no time in response. I shall arrange for personnel to be dispatched at once and will make contact as well. Do not move. After hanging up, Xi Jing did not glance at the fallen chair. Instead, she leaned her hands against the table, the phone pressed firmly against her palm, her head bowed. Drenched in cold sweat. Chapter Ningshi, the steel blade throughout her life, Xi Jing had felt her own insignificance and frailty on countless occasions. Yet there had always been a semblance of motivation and hope. She understood that with effort, there would come a day when she could alter her fate. But today was different. She felt utterly helpless. Had Qin Yu died? A heavy sensation suddenly sank within her. The effects of chemical substances on the human body are predominantly unfavorable, often due to the lingering remnants of the drugs. Upon regaining consciousness, Qin Yu experienced a wave of nausea and dizziness, yet she managed to discern a lifeless body ensconced within an expansive glass coffin. Startled, she attempted to rise. But her body was rendered powerless, her hands and feet ensnared. Observing her surroundings, she realized she was in a dimly lit chamber, with passageways on either side. Resembling not a conventional room but rather an underground space akin to those depicted in television dramas. A basement? Indeed. Only a basement could elude the vigilant scrutiny of Zhao Tainan and others above ground. Was it possible that the sprawling Qin estate, with its myriad villas, constituted a network of subterranean pathways? From the underground passage of a neighboring villa to her own, the assailant had appeared and vanished like a specter. From Qin Go's villa to Villa No. 13, Qin Go himself had similarly evaporated into thin air. Within the ancestral home, a passage led directly to her room. That fireplace. No wonder her nightgown was stained with so much ash. Madness! Could there truly be a secret passage on the second floor? The Qin family must have been deranged through generations. As Qin Yu braced against her discomfort, her gaze ultimately settled upon the glass coffin before her. Though it was merely glass, she perceived it as crystal exquisite, elegant, and opulent. Yet the corpse within only instilled a profound sense of dread. Had the skin been flayed? Was the visage mutilated? Bound as she was she destined to follow in those footsteps? Qin Yu's cheeks twitched as she eventually edged her way to the side of the crystal coffin, clinging to it like a caterpillar. Unable to stand, she gazed upward from beneath the highly transparent crystal wall. A woman lay within, her skin still intact, yet her features bore a haunting familiarity. As though Qin Yu had encountered her somewhere before. Just as Qin Yu intended to scrutinize her closely, her expression shifted abruptly upon hearing the sound of footsteps slow and labored, accompanied by heavy breathing. She turned her head sharply to see a man, his hands drenched in blood, tall and indifferent, wielding a dripping steel knife. She recognized him. It was Qin Feng. In that instant, Qin Yu recalled the identity of the person within the crystal coffin, Lin Su. Lin Su was the mother of the original Qin Yu. And indeed, their appearances shared certain similarities. Lin Su exuded an elegant, refined beauty, while Qin Yu's features were more pronounced and defined. It was no wonder that Qin Yu felt a sense of déjà vu upon seeing her. Having caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the mirror just prior to this chilling revelation, Lin Su had passed away over a decade ago. Was she not meant to be cremated or buried? What on earth was her corpse doing here? And the blood-soaked man wielding a knife was none other than Qin Feng. Sitting on the cold ground, Qin Yu felt a chill seep into her bones as Qin Feng approached her with an impassive stare, step by measured step. Blood oozing from the blade. Had all her assumptions been incorrect? Was Qin Feng truly the mastermind behind this? Jiao Jiao's frantic voice echoed in her mind, it must be him. It can't be anyone else. Look at Lin Su's body left here by him. He must be the murderer. Suddenly, it became clear why the system had ceased to provide her with tasks for so long. It was evident that it was nearing its end. You fool, you think just because your English is good, you're clever. Silence. Jiao Jiao fell silent, weeping softly. You only know how to scold me. I'm just worried about you. Qin Yu disregarded Jiao Jiao's lamentations, instead sitting on the ground to catch her breath. Her gaze fixed on Qin Feng as he approached, closing the distance until he was merely 2 meters away. When her mother passed away, her hand was smeared with blood. Yet it was the blood of another woman, one who had been murdered, bearing either Qin Feng's fingerprints or other incriminating evidence. She understood. Hence the attempt to dispose of the body, but fate intervened with an accident on the way. Qin Yu's voice remained calm and composed as she continued, "Was it you?" A father confronted by his daughter, questioning whether he had taken her mother's life, amidst the very presence of her mother's lifeless body. Such a scene was undeniably tragic. In the expansive confines of the basement, Qin Feng's eyes darkened, fixating on her. His voice heavy as though it had been submerged in the ocean for 50 years, "It was I who caused her demise." His demeanor was numb, cold, and desolate. Jiao Jiao was utterly convinced. See, he admitted it. He killed Lin Su. Qin Yu furrowed her brow. Was it because she discovered the body that you felt compelled to silence her, or was it due to her infidelity, having borne the child of another man? At this critical juncture, was he still preoccupied with such details? Qin Feng's expression twisted into something more sinister, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, forebodingly uttering, "You would do well not to mention that matter." Qin Yu contemplated whether her hatred for him had escalated to the point of wanting to annihilate another child of hers. Even if that child were truly his own. Jiao Jiao mused that, at present, her chosen binding partner possessed but a scant number of trump cards, otherwise. This scenario would spell doom for both of them. Qin Feng's expression grew more composed, and he remarked nonchalantly, "You are quite disobedient." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Is that why my grades are poor? Ah, can you still afford to be flippant at this moment?" Qin Feng's gaze shifted downward, his face inscrutable. "Your hands tremble. Despite your calm demeanor and words, projecting an air of fearlessness, you are terrified that I might kill you. For you believe I am the one pulling the strings." Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and she lowered her gaze, softly inquiring, "So, you are not? But is he or isn't he?" He had already admitted to being responsible for Lin Su's demise. Did he require further acknowledgement of his culpability in all matters? Jiao Jiao found herself perplexed by Qin Yu's remaining strategies, yet she remained as silent as a chicken. She felt it prudent to extend a modicum of trust towards her. Just as the father and daughter stood in a tense silence, Qin Yu suddenly erupted, shouting, "Heart!" From the shadowy passage behind Qin Feng, a figure emerged. Hurling an axe towards the back of Qin Feng's head. Alerted by Qin Yu's warning, he sidestepped, narrowly evading the axe that flew past him. Slamming viciously into the wall and ricocheting onto the ground, leaving behind a shower of debris. Such tremendous force! Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. But her attention was soon drawn to another axe in the assailant's grasp, now aimed at Qin Feng. Clang! The axe met the steel blade in a fierce clash. The towering Qin Feng ought to have been superior to his assailant wielding an axe, whose physique was decidedly inferior. Yet, the outcome was that Qin Feng stumbled back 2 steps, while the attacker exuded a menacing aura. The sound of slicing air accompanied each swing of the axe, revealing an extraordinary combination of power and speed that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Chapter 91, The Clash of Steel Blades and Axes for 300 Rounds. Run! You scoundrel! Can't you see my limbs are bound? Jiao Jiao exclaimed. All right then, whom shall you cheer for? Choose one to encourage, she urged, offering him spiritual support. Despite the grim reality that whoever emerged victorious might very well eliminate her too. Be silent! Qin Yu snapped. Jiao Jiao promptly fell silent as Qin Feng and the assailant had already exchanged blood. Qin Feng possessed considerable swordsmanship. Qin Yu had subtly sensed the prowess of this prominent figure from the Qin family during her training with that coach, and now she was witnessing it firsthand. His speed, skill, and strength were on par with that of the coach, which was not particularly alarming, as a figure of his stature valued his own life. But what of this assailant? Both Qin Yu and Jiao Jiao discerned that he lacked technique and combat experience, yet, his strength and speed were astonishingly superior to Qin Feng's. Who, then, was this individual? Qin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the two, appearing calm, though her tranquility was merely a facade. She was deeply concerned not only about the possibility of the survivor turning against her but also about the repercussions of either combatant's demise on their mission. the pain she had previously endured was merely a foretaste of the consequences she might face should they fail. What if the stakes were raised significantly? Qin Yu appeared to be in a rather dismal state, yet she maintained an unsettling calmness, her movements still remarkably agile. This was merely a outage. How many times in the future had she nearly drowned at the hands of that man in a toilet? How often had she been on the brink of being discarded as a mere gift to his subordinates? She was acutely aware that she was gradually transforming into her future self, forcibly assimilating those horrifying and obscure memories through a deceitful means. However, her future self had triumphed countless times, managing to survive for many years and eliminating numerous adversaries. This time, she had to survive this chapter, with her inner world rallying. Qin Yu, spirit soaring, desperately utilized a secretly acquired axe to sever the ropes binding her wrists. Suddenly, she felt a warm liquid splatter against her face. A fierce struggle had erupted, and blood had sprayed onto her visage. As the axe clashed with the steel blade, the blood served as the most terrifying prop effect imaginable. Jiao Jiao covered her face, exclaiming, "My dear fish, you're in trouble." Qin Yu's jaw tightened, her body instinctively retreating. Yet the two combatants continued their assault in her direction. "By your esteemed uncle. Well done, my Qin father." Just as joy surged within her, the axe-wielding assailant let out a roar and charged forward once more, swinging the axe with ferocity. Clang! The axe and the blade trembled. But this time it was Qin Feng who was forced back, his back crashing violently against the crystal coffin, blood erupting from his mouth. The axe-wielding attacker raised the menacing axe again, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow to Qin Feng. Qin Yu's eyes widened in horror as she shouted, "Qin Go! What are you doing?" The raised axe hesitated momentarily, the attacker turning to regard Qin Yu. Jiao Jiao, still in shock, murmured, "Qin Go? This brutal creature is Qin Go?" The Qin family possesses a rather formidable disposition, both father and son exhibit a fierce temperament. Is it truly Qin Go? Undoubtedly, it is Qin Go. Upon observing this individual's physique, Qin Yu immediately deduced the truth, having witnessed their fierce confrontations for quite some time. However, she had once harbored doubts regarding how Qin Go had suddenly acquired such formidable strength. The assailant, wielding an axe, initially remained silent but soon spoke up. He declared, "I killed mother and now I wish to kill you, I will slay him." His tone was notably deeper than when he conversed with Xi Jing. Yet Qin Yu discerned a hint of madness within his words. Indeed, after engaging in close combat with Qin Feng, Qin Go's descent into darkness had undoubtedly intensified, reaching a point where he felt compelled to kill. As the axe was once more raised, Qin Yu urgently implored, "Do not,